You never expected that by casually scrolling through a short video, you would end up binding to a system. You were just bored at home and opened Douyin, when suddenly you came across a video like this. Congratulations on watching this video. Do you feel a lot of pressure in life? Welcome to Bind the Perfect Life System. To receive it, simply like this video. After watching the video, you let out a wry smile, thinking that there are indeed a lot of prank videos nowadays. However, with the mindset of better to believe it exists than not, you casually liked the video. Then you got up and went out. Today is your first blind date. Your second aunt introduced you to someone, saying she has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. To deal with your family, you prepared to meet the other person. You arrived at the agreed restaurant, sat down, and glanced at your blind date, instantly struck with shock. The woman appeared to be about 1.50 meters tall, and 3 layers of foundation couldn't cover her dark skin. She wore what she thought was a sexy black sheer dress, and a strong scent of cheap perfume hit you. You were just about to greet her politely when she said to you with a serious attitude, "We don't need to waste time, you look decent enough. As long as you can meet my other requirements, I'll marry you." You didn't expect to encounter someone extraordinary on your first blind date. Right now, you just want to leave quickly, so you casually replied to her. Then you go ahead and say it. First, your monthly salary must be at least 50,000, able to cover my daily expenses. Secondly, in Shanghai, you must have an apartment of at least 90 square meters, and it cannot be in an old community. Thirdly, I don't need to mention the car. Any brand will do, but it should be in the $1 million range. Also, are you 1.8 meters tall? If not, we might not match well. Just as you were about to say something about these excessive demands, the woman's words came rushing back. In addition to the basic requirements mentioned above, you must take me out for fine dining at least twice a month, spending over 8,000 each time, buy me the latest LV handbag, and take me on a global trip once a year. Most importantly, the bride price is 8.88 million, and not a penny less. Additionally, I have a male best friend, and we do everything together. You wouldn't mind that, would you? Hearing this, you smiled and nodded. She thought you agreed and looked at you with hope. After a moment, you said, "Are you thinking nonsense? I'm really curious where you got the courage from. Looking at your behavior, I bet even Liang Jingru is afraid of you. You stinky man, actually said such things to this princess. I don't know what kind of thing Uncle Wang introduced to me." You didn't argue anymore, turned around and wanted to leave. Because spending even one more second with a woman like that made you feel like your IQ was dropping. You walked to the front desk, and the woman thought you still had a conscience and wanted to settle the bill. Her attitude softened a bit. Little did she know you just tossed out 3 coins to buy a bottle of cola. However, just as you took the cola, a notification sound echoed in your mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the spend money to get rich system. You have successfully spent 3 yuan, and your reward is a Lamborghini Veneno worth 70 million. After hearing that, you almost sprayed a mouthful of cola on the receptionist's face. You suddenly remembered a short video you had scrolled past on your phone earlier. Could it be true? Did you really like the video to exchange for a system? Just then, you felt a bulge in your pocket, reached in, and sure enough, pulled out a Lamborghini car key. When you walked outside the restaurant, you saw a crowd gathered around a sports car, gasping in amazement, which made you feel very excited. You gently pressed the button on the car key, and the roar of the supercar starting up instantly startled the onlookers, causing them to scatter. Even in the precious land of Shanghai, the Lamborghini Veneno is quite rare. As you stand in front of the car, about to open the door, a sweet voice calls out from behind you, "Yi Yang, is that really you?" You turn around and see Lin Shuer, the class beauty from your high school. You haven't seen each other in 4 years of college, and you are a bit surprised. "I haven't seen you in years, and I didn't expect you to be driving a luxury car now." Lin Shuer is very envious of you. Although she studied finance in college, she was unemployed right after graduation and couldn't find a suitable job. Since she is quite good looking, she became a full-time streamer. Today, she is live streaming outdoors, and she happens to run into you. You scratched your head and replied with a smile, "It's just SOSO. At that moment, the dozens of viewers in the live stream erupted. They didn't expect the female host to actually know such a big shot. The Lamborghini Veneno is said to have only 20 units produced globally, and it seems to be the first time seeing it in China. The price is over 70 million. Host, may I ask if this is the future brother-in-law? Top brother. How good. If he knew, he would probably be so angry that his face would turn green. Lin Shuer blushed at the comments. Stop talking nonsense. They're just ordinary old classmates. Just as the audience in the live stream was feeling envious, a loud sound of the door opening was heard, and a heavily made-up woman burst into the restaurant, shouting at you. Hey, you poor stinking scumbag. Halfway through a blind date, you actually ran away without paying for the meal. Are you still a male? Halfway through breaking into a yell, she went straight mute. Eyes straight at the supercar in front of her. With her gold-worshipping nature, she naturally drilled the luxury car, which was clearly a super luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars, Lamborghini Venom. Lao Miang really hit the big luck today. Ha ha ha, although I ran into a poor man. As long as I can sit in this super sports car, in the future, my beautiful-looking mother will be able to sit in a luxury car and travel around the world. No way. Must and this poor leave all relations. I can't let the super godly man know that I've kissed this poor man, otherwise it's too much of a drop. No matter what, I'm going to ride in this limo today. Jiang Yan, the gold worshipper, felt her mouth dry. After all, the opportunity to change her life is right in front of her. Who are you? Who are you to scold my brother Yi? Lin Shuer was also very angry when she saw that Jiang Yan was actually so shameless, meeting and cursing her male god. Yo, and where are you a little to accuse me? Jiang Yan saw Lin Shuer actually so beautiful. Jealousy rolled his eyes, waved his hand. But Lao Maiden is in a good mood today. Not with you. By the way, kindly tell you, don't have any feelings with this poor man in front of you. A woman is not married to a rich man, waiting to regret it. Ooh, anyone who drives a Lamborghini Poison has to be called a stinking beggar now. Yeah, and don't look at how you look like a black potato. The nearby onlookers were stunned by this sentence. They had just seen Yi Yang start this $70 million supercar with their own eyes. This is still poor. This woman is out of her mind. What are you talking about? The one who drives a supercar must be a Prince Charming who was addicted to me at a glance. How could it be this stinking beggar? Jiang Yan sneered, feeling that these spectators around him were the ones who were stupid. You! Lin Shuer's silver teeth clenched, but her education and cultivation prevented her from doing such things as cursing in the street. A brainwashed woman who has been soaked in wine by poisonous chicken soup is just a brainwashed woman. No need to pay attention to it. It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet either. Let's go. I haven't seen you in years. I'll treat you to dinner this time. Yi Yang waved his hand indifferently and directly opened the door of Venom's car. Is it really okay? Lin Shuer felt a hint of embarrassment in her heart as she looked at the luxury car in front of her. Cars aren't meant to be ridden in. Get in. Yi Yang waved his hand repeatedly. Aha, brother Yi. Then I'm welcome. Lin Shuer nodded and sat on Yi Yang's co-pilot. But after rubbing up against your car, I'll buy the meal later. That's not good. Yi Yang put his foot on the gas. The sound of a supercar blowing up the street resonates throughout. He's going to have to spend his way to riches now. How can you not take advantage of an opportunity to spend money? Whoosh! Venom's 100 kilometers acceleration is unquestionable. It drove out of sight in an instant. Only left stunned to the point of dumbfoundedness. Remorseful to the point of a crooked nose and eyes. Agonized Jiang Yan kneeled on the ground. Messy crying up. Chapter 3, even the godly eat grilled cold noodles. This is too personal. This little black potato. She really had it coming. Such a powerful super male in front of her. She doesn't even treasure the opportunity that people have graced her with. Ha! The crowd next to them obviously saw what was going on. None of your business. This god ho must be mine. It's mine. Jiang Yan shouted hysterically towards the surroundings. Ugh! What a crazy person. Go away, go away. Let this little black potato cry by himself. The crowd around them was dispersing. No way. My chance to change my life is right in front of me. I have to ask Uncle Wang for his information. I have to get him. After crying for a while, Jiang Yan is also rationalized down. After secretly making up her mind, lifted up the torn black sarong, was about to leave, but was to collect the store clerk limped back to carry the checkout. Buzz! The sounds of blowing up the street subsided. Next to a grilled cold noodle store roadside stand, Yi Yan walked out of the car with Lin Shuer. Yi Yang smiled towards Lin Shuer. He studied software in college, graduated and applied for a job as a programmer, a future bald professional, and hadn't been paid his first month's internship salary yet, even though he'd just been rewarded with a luxury car. But the pockets are cleaner than the face. If he really wanted to treat Lin Shuer to some superb meal, he couldn't get the money. Just as he was about to express his apologies, the pop-ups suddenly exploded. Wow! The taste of a godly big brother is just different. I can't believe the pros came to eat roadside stalls too. Is this the pro people's godly male child? Still looks so handsome. Love, love, love. It turns out that just on the way Yi Yang brought Lin Shuer, because of the influence of the low-profile tycoon hitting the gold-digging woman on the street, and the 70 million Lamborghini Venom appearing on the street, the number of people who watched the live broadcast directly skyrocketed from 30,000 to more than 100,000. I believe in love again. I want a boyfriend who can take me to eat grilled cold noodles in a Lamborghini too. Hey, you're not trying to eat grilled cold noodles. The point is clearly to drive a Lamborghini with one hand, right? It was rare that the number of people in the live broadcast room had surged so much, and Lin Shuer was unable to turn off the live broadcast. After all, she had also just graduated and was strapped for cash, so it was always good to make a little extra money to support herself. Yi brother, don't care what they say. Ha ha. Yi Yang did not care to shake his head. Live room, water friends is love to coax. He did not care. Directly toward the roadside stall boss said, "Boss, 2 orders of grilled cold noodles with everything. 1 with extra sweet and sour. I didn't expect you to remember that I love sweet and sour. Brother Yi." Lin Shuer was touched beyond words. So you're willing to eat more sweet and sour too? Yi Yang scratched his head and added with a hefty smile, "Then 2 servings of more sugar and vinegar." Lin Shuer cried and laughed, feeling that she had made a fool of herself. 2 grilled cold noodles. Keep it. The boss handed Yi Yang the grilled cold noodles. Ding. The host spent $20 on grilled cold noodles. Rewarding cash *10000000000. I throw. The hand that had just received the baked cold noodles shook. The big Lamborghini limousine before that was luxurious enough. Nowadays, when you buy a roasted cold noodle, you're actually rewarded with $1 billion in cash directly. This is going to be a real treat. You eat first. Yi Yang hurriedly opened his cell phone and saw the balance of 1,932.23 in his bank card. His heart was ecstatic. I can't believe it's true. $1 billion. For an ordinary person like him, giving him 10 luxury cars would not bring as much security and fulfillment as $1 billion. Because, with this $1 billion, he could even rest on his laurels for the rest of his life. After all, this is what countless people can't even ask for in a lifetime of pursuit. A whole 10 small goals. Ha ha, I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to milk tea after I finish the grilled cold noodles. Yi Yang, incomparably heroic, said, now certified in cash and luxury cars. He spends his way to riches. It's not a quick excuse to spend more money. The godly Ho's male son actually took the initiative to treat himself to food and drinks. Brother Hao is afraid he'll be furious when he sees this. Howie is nothing. This is a super godly man who can afford to drive Lamborghini Venom. Where does he get the turn to be jealous? Also. But it looks like Yuki is really going to be rich. I just simply came in to see the luxury cars. The live feeds got even hotter. In the face of gold-digging women and super luxury cars, the pro-people god is now eating grilled cold noodles at a ground stall. All sorts of factors that directly blew up the live stream. The number of viewers surpassed the unprecedented 300,000 mark. After he had his fill of the oversized portion of roasted cold noodles with sugar and vinegar, Yi Yang directly brought Lin Shuer to a high-end milk tea store on the side. From what I've just learned, the more money you spend, the more rewards you get. He had to hurry to verify what he had in mind. Yi brother, all the food is on you. Make sure the drinks are on me. Can't let you keep breaking the bank. Lin Shuer said somewhat shyly. If you want to, just buy me a big dinner in a few days, and we'll talk on WeChat anytime? Yi Yang smiled slightly. Now that you've just acquired the spend to get rich system, why don't you hurry up and spend some money and have a good time? Wouldn't it be hard if the outrageous wealth system was gone tomorrow? The owner's wife is also very eye-catching. Seeing this pair come in, he directly recommended the latest model for summer couples, the childhood sweethearts. Yo, even a poor intern like you has such a beautiful girlfriend? What a waste. Just when Yi Yang was about to pay, a conspiratorial voice came from behind. Chapter 4, I'll take all the milk tea here. Yi Yang turned his head, and behind him, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and clothes was standing behind himself with a heavily made-up woman in his arms. The man was all too familiar to him. Jin. He joined the software company intern group leader, relying on the relationship mixed a small official, every day to take the chicken feather as an arrow, before not a lot of eccentric to find their own trouble. I didn't expect to actually meet each other here. You didn't even get your internship paycheck this month, did you? How dare you come out and learn how to get girls without 2 pennies in your pocket? Jin did not correctly tighten the waist and hips of the heavily made-up woman in his arms, causing the woman to burst into a fit of do-gooder pouting. His jealousy and embarrassment were not unwarranted. Originally he looked at the intern girl, actually all because of Yi Yang handsome and devotion to admiration. Not him at all. Some little kids who haven't gone through the social beatings yet, who just entered the society and don't know the wonderfulness of power and money. The handsome guy they admire. This month I casually move my hand and ostracize him in the dust. Ha ha ha. Originally he was filled with a sense of fulfillment inside. Until now, when he saw that Yi Yang had actually picked up a super pure beauty that was 100 times more beautiful than those intern girls. He was so jealous that he was ready to pick a fight. What did he order just now? A childhood friend, right? Well, I'll take all the milk tea in your store today. Milk tea isn't cheap. especially in the Magic City. In one day, a class of milk tea is all wrapped up, at least 100 cups, a few $1,000s. Brother Zhang is so handsome. The pattern is just not comparable to these stinky interns who just entered the society. The sultry woman bragged back and forth. It's too much, Lin Shuer said evenly. The livestream completely blew up as well. Why is this person so arrogant? I go. Simply, pretending in front of a super godly man? This person is out of his mind. That's just it. It's just so damn funny to spend a few $1,000s and gloat about it. Expect Yishenhao to hurry up and punch his face back. Face gold worshipping women. Supercars blowing up the street. God, how eating grilled cold noodles 3 terriers attracted hundreds of thousands of people to watch the live broadcast. At this time a wave has not yet leveled, a wave rises again. Actually came out of a do not know where to come out of the beast of burden. Dare to use money with God, how pretending to be a bully. The group in the live broadcast room was furious, and they continuously rewarded and begged Yishenhao to hurry up and hit his face back. Meh. Yi Yang himself wasn't a man without a temper, but now that he had the outrageous wealth system, his mindset was completely different from before. The way to get in your face, naturally, is not going to be trashy lip-syncing. The more you spend, the more rewarding the words. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile as he turned to the boss's wife and said atmospherically, I'll take all the milk tea here. Worthy of being Yishenhao. It's really a big deal. It was awesome. What? You're afraid you're not out of your mind? You can afford this. Jin Zhangwei was confused. He knows Yi Yang too well. This month internship. The other party has no money at all. Still waiting for next month's salary to save the emergency. This is going to cost tens of thousands of dollars to cover all the milk tea in the store. How dare he? After thinking about it, he dropped his heart and sneered. Ha, for the sake of face strong just. I see you said big words cannot afford to pay. In front of the goddess to lose face of the poor look. Brother Yi, why don't we forget about it? Lin Shuer advised in succession. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, directly handing the bank card to the boss's wife. Swipe the card. This. Young man, I can sell nearly 100,000 of this milk tea a day. Give you a 20% discount, but also 80,000 yuan. The boss's wife even persuaded. To not count. For the sake of a momentary mood. It's not worth it. She could also see that Yi Yang's body was worthless and was probably still a trainee who had just entered society. Never discount. Yi Yang was shocked to hear that the boss's wife wanted to give her a discount. Now it's the more he spends, the more bullish the rewards. So if it's discounted, won't it cost him a lot of money? He wasn't going to take it. Ha 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 ha. This is God's honor. Buying things on sale feels insulting. It's so damn desirable. Yeah, when will I ever live such a bullish life? The live streamers continued to start brainstorming. All of them felt that Yi Yang refused the discount because he found it insulting. Holy, this kid actually swiped his card. Kim wasn't correctly confused. Where did a little intern get so much money? I must be dreaming. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling his face burning with pain. This. Well, the boss's wife let out a bitter smile and swiped her card. We'll use all the ingredients in the store today and make it just for you. Yi Yang casually pointed at Jin. Other than these two, you can sell them all at will. He paid the equivalent of $100,000 for the right to run the milk tea store for a day, and he owns the whole store. And he says he won't sell to these two goods. Then he'll never sell them. Ding! Detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan to purchase the right to operate a milk tea store for one day, rewarding the property rights of the entire Magic City Imperial Commercial Building. Empire Commercial Building? Isn't this the commercial building where my company is located? Yi Yang eyes suddenly surged out of playful color. Chapter 5, Pay a rent and get a mountaintop villa straight away? You're openly going against me. Jin Zhangliang was completely enraged, and felt a fiery pain on his face. A confrontation? You deserve it? Yi Yang shook his head and laughed, completely ignoring Jin. Nowadays, he was a superb person with $1 billion in cash and a top-class supercar, as well as a commercial building, and the district's Jin, to put it realistically, was not even worthy of lifting his shoes. I'm telling you, you're done. Tomorrow at work, I'll just have my brother-in-law fire you. Although Jin Zhangwei a bit of savings, but all of a sudden out of 100,000 just for the pretense, he cannot afford. So, lose the battle, but cannot lose the temperament. Directly put the hard words. No, brother Zhang, this is the only place that has good milk tea. I'll take this one. You can't even beat a poor kid who just got an internship. Can you? The woman's disappointment was immense as she pouted. You. Jean Boujin was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. This little cutie. How can a woman not see the situation? Does one have to force oneself to spend more than $100,000? How did one bring this kind of stupidity out? Here's your milk tea. please keep it. The boss's wife was particularly happy when she watched Jin's deflated appearance. Although spending more than $100,000 in a fit of rage was a bit unwise in her opinion, but she had to say that this was indeed very refreshing. Still standing here? Stand until tomorrow and maybe you'll get your share? Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and took the milk tea and Lin Shuer out of the milk tea store, leaving behind a face of iron, angry and trembling Jin, and a side of more than pampered, crying woman. Yi Yang, tomorrow I won't let my brother-in-law drive you. I'll take your surname. When your son, he roared. Yi Yang, who walked to the door, paused in his steps. Forget it, I don't want an unfilial son like you. It's not worth it to be angry with your father. Buzz. As the supercar started, Lin Shuer laughed on the side. Brother Yi, you really are too good. Look at that clothed beast being so pissed off that he's close to dropping his cell phone. Sloppy. Yi Yang let out a faint smile. The real show would only start tomorrow. By the way, Yi brother, that guy seems to be quite powerful in your company. Tomorrow he will not find you trouble. Lin Shuer was a little worried. Yi Yang patted the steering wheel of his supercar with a look that spoke for itself. Right, oh, brother Yi is a big godly man now. He should be the one in bad luck. Lin Shuer smiled sweetly. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we take you home first? Yi Yang smiled and stepped on the gas, and the mind-blowing hum of the supercar exploded once again, like a dark shadow of the night. He traveled through the busy streets of Magic City, Fuhua neighborhood. Although Lin Shuer was only a small netizen, she could receive a lot of gift shares in a month because of a few list 1 big brothers. At least the rented apartment was much more advanced than Yi Yang's. Then I'll leave first. Oh, brother Yi, I'll treat you to a big meal back if you have time. Lin Shuer lifted her cell phone, signaling WeChat contact. God, how personally sent Shuer home. Hey, in a moment when brother Hao on the line finds out, I'm afraid he'll be pissed off with high blood pressure. Ha 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 ha, I think it hangs too. It's so satisfying to follow the great spirit today and watch so many ups and downs. The heat in the live broadcast room was all high after Yi Yang left, and they all wanted to see the reaction of the so-called ranking one Hao at night, as well as whether Yi Dishin Hao would suddenly descend on the live broadcast room or not. Driving the supercar, Yi Yang also returned directly to the Xinhua neighborhood where he rented a house. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The tenants of the Xinhua neighborhood are generally poor, low-paid office workers, and the vast majority of them have never seen such a luxurious car in their lives. Lamborghini Poison just drove in. It just caused countless gasps and onlookers. The surprise became even greater when Yi Yang stepped out of it. How could such a super godly male descend on Xinhua district all of a sudden? The plots brainstormed by the residents walking by could add up to a dozen overbearing dog and pony dramas. Auntie Zhang, I've transferred this month's rent to you. After entering the house, Yi Yang WeChat transferred the rent that had been in arrears, and his waist was a few points straighter. Ha, are you getting rich somewhere? Aunt Zhang looked at the WeChat transfer with $1 million of astonishment. Not only did it clear the month's rent, it even had a balance. You haven't taken care of me much these past few months. Aunt Zhang, it's only right. Yi Yang didn't explain and just smiled. Ding! Detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan to pay the rent, rewarding a set of top-quality hilltop villas worth $880 million in Magic City's Hentaying Villa District. The real estate license and other relevant documents have been added to the carry-on space. Yi Yang moved inwardly. After the baptism of Lamborghini Poison, $1 billion in cash, and even a commercial building, he already had some mental defenses against this kind of sudden wealth skyrocketing mansion. Open the system's own carry-on space, in which, in addition to the real estate license, there are many complete documents, including the previous system did not mention the Imperial Commercial Building Title Certificate or something, probably because there are too many documents related to the building, so it is directly omitted. So, for a moment there was no loss of composure. Ha ha, my daughter so fancy you. Take care of you as also should be. How? Listen to you this tone. You are going to move? Aunt Zhang asked with some uncertainty in her mind. Chapter 6 Black Silk Beauty Group. Supreme Treatment. Yes, Auntie Zhang. Yi Yang smiled. With the tyranny system, he had planned to go and buy a new house as well. At least it's a top-notch mansion like Townsend's. Unexpectedly, after paying the rent just now, the system actually directly rewarded a large Hentaying villa. Compared to this class of super villa, Thompson is a younger brother. After all, a mansion is just a mansion. And compared to this super villa, which is famous in the Magic City, it is not a level at all. This, Auntie Zhang was a bit anxious. Young man, isn't it good to live here? If you move out, Shanxian is afraid that she will ask me to apologize. Yi Yang scratched his head. Now that you have a superb villa, you can't still live at a snail's pace. But Auntie Zhang did take good care of him these past few months. Otherwise he wouldn't have transferred more rent to her. Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang. For this young man, she is quite satisfied. As a chartered wife, the family magic city, 3 or 4 sets of houses. Self-confessed is not bad money. Just want to find a son-in-law to the daughter is good enough. Yi Yang is handsome and tall, gentle and progressive, graduated into a good software company. The future can be expected. She's still very much in phase. I know. You must have been paid. That's why you want to change a better apartment. This way, my family has a nice apartment building in Fuhua district. It just so happens that the tenant will move out tomorrow. For you to live, 70% discount counts you just 3,000 rent a month. Originally, the daughter wanted Yi Yang to live there. However, Yi Yang did not want to lose the favor and insisted on living in Xinhua district. And now it was just the right time to let Yi Yang live there. Aunt Shang's words touched Yi Yang's heart. Fuhua neighborhood is considered a high-level apartment building. The rent is less than 5,000 to start. Counting their own 3,000. That is really a loss of business. No, Auntie Zhang, this is not too good for me. I just bought a suite in Magic City. And this time I came back. I also came back to pick up some important objects. Yi Yang spilled. Buy a house? Aunt Zhang froze. Yi Yang's condition she is clear. Otherwise it would not be crowded in the Xinhua neighborhood. She knows too well how high the price of housing in the Magic City is. A suite of at least a few $1,000,000. A trainee. Where is so much money to suddenly buy a house? When the people who pack up the room come in a while, just have them send everything to Hilltop Villa 1 in the Hentang District Villas. Yi Yang laughed. What's wrong, Auntie Zhang? Is there a problem? Looking at Auntie Zhang's suspicious eyes, Yi Yang felt a pang of weakness. Boy, did you get hit again at your internship company? Why are you starting to hallucinate? Aunt Zhang looked at her future son-in-law-to-be with some heartache, and touched Yi Yang's forehead before she was puzzled. This doesn't have a fever. It's over. This is really stupid. Yi Yang let out a bitter smile. And he understands. Hentang District Villa, known throughout the Magic City. Looking at China, absolutely are the top super villa. Can live in it, are the top power and wealth. Super rich, Irma have their own properties in it. This kind of a normal people in 2 worlds completely. Only exist in the city legend of the super mansion. Yi Yang suddenly said that he has a. Do not think that he is silly is strange. He had no choice but to take out the exclusive identity card of the villa in the Hentang district. This can't be faked, can it? The room cards of the villas in the Hentang district are all supreme magnetic cards inlaid with gold, jade and emerald. The workmanship and raw materials alone are worth millions. It simply can't be faked. This, even as a rich person with 3 or 4 suites in Magic City, Auntie Zhang's hands were trembling when she received the room card. This is a Hentang district villa. He himself was about as good as a beggar when compared to the top dignitaries who lived inside. My God, she was outright speechless. If he suddenly bought a commercial house, it might be that Yi Yang had done something bad, but suddenly buy a Hentang district villa worth at least a couple $100 million. It's impossible to do anything bad. The original. She looked at Yi Yang and brainstormed countless novel bridges. Could it be that he's actually a super rich second generation who came out to train? And now that the 3-year period has come and gone, he's going back to inherit his family's fortune. Or is it that he fell in love with Chen Xian at first sight and deliberately hid his identity to live here just to get close to Chen Xian? When Aunt Zhang came back to her senses, she realized that Yi Yang had long slipped away. Ugh, this kid is so deep. No, I have to contact Chen Xian in a hurry. Such a super rich second generation. Can't let Chen Xian miss it. At this moment, she was a million times glad that she had treated Yi Yang well before. Buzz. Lamborghini Venom Mercedes all the way. It aroused countless astonishment and attention on the road. It eventually stopped in front of the Hentang Mountain Villa area. What's going on here? Yi Yang looked at the front of the villa area, gathered a lot of white flowery thighs. Oh no, it is the Black Silk Beauty Group of the villa area property. Is it Mr. Yi Yang? The security guard on one side asked respectfully. It's me. Yi Yang still couldn't figure out today's situation. Congratulations on your purchase of the King of Villas in the Hentang district, number 1 Hentang Villa. We, Hentang Property Company, have specially organized a welcome ceremony to give you the experience of an emperor returning home. Next to the security guard, the courteous and superbly temperamental Black Silk Beauty Group leader respectfully explained to Yi Yang. Chapter 7, You Mimes Prince Charming. The director's giants marveled. Lamborghini Venom was driven into its own garage by a professional driver. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a troupe of Black Silk beauties as he familiarized himself with the environment in the Hentang Villa area. And over here, that's our Hentang Villa 1 King Villa. The head of the Black Silk Beauty has a superb temperament, big breasts and beautiful appearance. And the big waves are intentionally or unintentionally rubbing against Yi Yang's arm between walks. It made Yi Yang's heart restless. Growing up, although there were some girls chasing after him, But this was the first time that he had experienced being willingly embraced left and right by a large number of beautiful women who couldn't wait to melt themselves into his body. Is this what rich people do? Yi Yang's heart was secretly incomparable. Since the other party sent him to the door, he naturally wouldn't refuse, letting go of his mind and enjoying the bouncy soft stimulation along the way. It had to be said that the gathering place of the top tycoons had a level of luxury that was completely beyond Yi Yang's imagination. This is not a villa area. It can be called an estate area. The family villa occupies a hilltop directly, with a golf course, temperature-controlled swimming pool on the roof, and a horse farm in the backyard. In the Magic City, where every inch of land is expensive, such a villa is sold for just $8.8 million, making Yi Yang call out that he has earned it. Regarding hygiene and villa care, there are professional gold medal cleaning girls in the villa area, and you can also recruit your own private housekeeper on the talent website. The black silk head Yumomo's voice was soft and 100 times more tender and suggestive. Got it. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. After Yumomo led him to visit every corner of the house, she stood at the door and looked at him with a blushing face. Here's my WeChat. I'm the private proprietary neighborhood consultant who's been named to specialize in your living and living. I'll personally come to your home if you need anything, no matter how late it is. Yumomo's watery eyes looked at Yi Yang, and the words private proprietary and door-to-door service were bitten clearly. Anyone who can live here is ultra-rich, usually very old. Like Yi Yang, how valuable the very best on earth who was handsome and became a super top tycoon at a young age was. She, who was always mixing in the top circles, simply knew it too well. It could be said that Yi Yang was the prince charming of her dreams in her eyes. Got it. Yi Yang nodded knowingly and sent away the big-breasted and beautiful Yumomo. Phew. He let out a long breath, and with a backward jump got comfortable on the Becker Supreme Class couch in the first-floor lobby. This set of sofas, according to Yumomo's introduction, sells for 8 figures. Becker Furniture is also an exclusive supplier to the White House and the Oscars. That's what I call life. Yi Yang suddenly felt thirsty, and casually went to the side of the ice wine cellar to wake up a bottle of top Romane Conti priced at hundreds of thousands of dollars. Savor the taste of money blooming in your own mouth. Looks like I'll have to recruit a few professional maids in the next few days, or else I'll have to do it all by myself when I open a bottle of wine. I should have known better than to let Yumomo go. Yi Yang was savoring the red wine. All of the financial giant companies in the Empire Business Building in Magic City, however, had held meetings overnight without sleep and overtime. The Magic City Imperial Commercial Building, a total of 188 floors. It is one of the most splendid and famous commercial buildings in Magic City, where many big companies of international fame and the forefront of China are headquartered. The higher up the floor you go, the stronger the company becomes. At this time, the chairmen of these famous companies in China were all gathered together. Have you heard? The owner of the building, Mr. Li, transferred the building to a mysterious Mr. Yi this afternoon at a transaction price of $300 billion. Now Mr. Yi has officially become the owner of the Imperial Commercial Building? That's right, this Mr. Yi, mysterious beyond measure. The only relevant information that can be traced right now is that he bought that Villa King in Henteing Mountain. This is still revealed by the Henteing mountainside. Villa King. It's the one that the two Mr. Ma's competed under. All hard and unsold. The Super Villa King. The chairman and the audience all sucked in a breath of cold air. The energy behind this Mr. Yi. How terrifying it should be. Well, the top floor tenant, the chairman of Heavy Hunt Financial, pounded on the table. And he was the representative of those same chairmen. The most powerful of the tenant companies in the Empire State Commercial Building today. Today's meeting is also to elect a representative to contact this Mr. Yi. If we contact them one by one, we might bore him and directly kick us out of the commercial building. Renting a commercial building is not at all the same concept as renting a house for ordinary people. Just the bottom floor alone costs millions of dollars a year in rental fees. The entire Imperial Commercial Building. The lease minimum years are 10 years. That is, a floor. A lease will be tens of millions, hundreds of millions, which can already affect the capital flow of a financial company. In other words, from today onwards, every time the 10-year lease period reached its limit, Yi Yang would be able to get more than $10 billion in rent. Once Yi Yang kicked them out of the building, then it would be easy for them to break their financial chain. The next 10-year lease is next month, so we have to coax this Mr. Yi to negotiate the contract first. The chairmen were all in a row. Well, this is everything we could find out about Mr. Yi. We'll organize our claims tonight and formally contact Mr. Yi tomorrow. Chairman Heavy Hunt laid a piece of paper on the table, a very thin page that elicited numerous gasps and intakes of breath. On the paper, there is Yi Yang's name, photo, gender, and a hilltop Villa King in the Yunding district. This is also too young. Chapter 8, The Impatient Rich White Beauty, The Furious Chang Tuheo. In Villa number 1 of Yunding Mountain, Yi Yang was comfortably lying on the Becker sofa, sipping the supreme-grade Romanée Conti, casually flipping through his cell phone. Instead, WeChat suddenly rang. Seeing that the memo was Lu Chanxian, Yi Yang's complexion was wonderful. Lu Chanxian was Auntie Zhang's daughter, and ever since he moved in, she had been plotting against him. In short, craving her own body. Speaking of Lu Chanxian, she is also a serious rich white woman. 1 m, 90 points or more, enough to rival Lin Shuer's top face value. The United States of America Ivy League University in the master's degree. The Family Magic City 4 Suites. It was a pity that Yi Yang didn't like the feeling of eating soft food. She had been deliberately avoided at first, but now that he had a bottom line, he was naturally much more at peace. Brother Yi Yang, why did you move away? Didn't you say you'd move into the Fuhua neighborhood if you weren't used to living there? You didn't keep your word. Woo woo. Lu Chanxian directly sent a small aggrieved expression, making Yi Yang unable to stop scratching his head. I bought a house. La. Can't let the new house sit empty. He had to be honest. As a standard straight man, he had never relied on his face value and upward mobility to attract girls since he was a child, and the word lick had absolutely nothing to do with him. As for the lickspittles, it often ends badly. After all, often the goddesses like the sunny, handsome and confident straight men like him. Buy a house? My mom said you bought Villa 1 in the Hentaying District Villa? I thought she was joking. Is it actually true? Brother Yi Yang, you turned out to be such a super rich second generation. Can't it be that Brother Yi Yang, you've been interested in me for a long time? And you've been renting the house all these months just to check me out? Ah, I'm so touched. I'm going to take a vacation and go back to you right away and hold you down so you can't get out of bed. Looking at the other party's string of messages, Yi Yang cried and laughed. If a girl likes you, even if you call her a pig, she will automatically make up for the fact that you are saying she is cute. So, licking dog cannot be, straight man is the hard truth. I'll wait for you then. Yi Yang casually returned a message and ignored it. Lu Chanxian just a few days ago just went back to the Ivy League University in the United States of America to do a research report. How can you say back on the return? Of course it's a joke. Then it's a deal. Mei Li Gua. Lu Chanxian's face, which had always been cold, was filled with shyness. It's the first time that Brother Yi Yang has been so explicit about me. Too happy. She looked down at the pure white on her chest, confident beyond measure in her own face and body. As long as Yi Yang gave her the opportunity, she was confident that she could make Yi Yang linger and start to fall in love with her. Aha! Send a direct message to your tutor for a leave of absence, and the tickets should be booked in advance. Lu Chanxian was in the middle of various brainstorming happy poses. Yi Yang also opened the Trill and clicked on Lin Shuer's live broadcast. Cheryl Lin Street photographs during the day and sings and dances live at night, but tonight she's clearly busy, because he traveled with Yi Shenhao during the daytime. He witnessed events that were even more exciting than TV dramas, such as punching a gold-digging woman in the face, eating grilled cold noodles at a ground stall, and wrapping up a milk tea store straight away. It made Lin Shuer directly increase her powder by 200 to 300,000. These new viewers who came in were asking Lin Shuer questions about Yi Yang. Shuer, what kind of relationship does that godly man have with you during the day? Actually driving a Lamborghini Venom. Yeah. The $70 million luxury car video is on fire now. Everyone's talking about the true identity of this pro-god hero. Which hidden big shots rich kid is this? I want his contact info. Boing. I'm pretty dropping in women's clothes. Scram. Yi Shenhao is mine. Lin Shuer looked at the pop-up screen and felt a few moments of joy and a few moments of jealousy in her heart. Yi Yang's popularity is what she would like to see, but after all, she has also been fond of Yi Yang. There will always be some small jealousy, but she can understand. After all, so excellent man, how can he not be sought after? But looking at the pop-ups, she was also a little surprised. She could tell that Yi Yang's sports car was expensive during the day, at least a few million, but she really didn't expect that it was actually worth $70 million. $70 million. What a concept that is. People dream of winning the lottery and only dream of winning 5 million. Congrats to Hao for giving away the helicopter. *9. ******. Here comes Howie. Good show. Ha. Hao has always been the first big brother on the list, salivating for Shuer for a long time. And now look at everyone brushing Yi Shenhao, now afraid of being so angry that his blood pressure soared. Ha. Lin Shuer is also slightly stunned. This annoying ghost how to come again. She was loaded with Yi Yang in her heart and had no feelings for Hao, but the more she made it clear that she didn't like him, the harder he swiped his gifts, almost like a masochist, making her completely incomprehensible. Kyoto, somewhere in a small villa, Hao Zhenghao sitting on the leather sofa, obviously kidney weak, eyes glowing at Lin Shuer. This kind of fresh, unadulterated, immaculate and pure beauty, even with his experience, it is the first time in his life to see. Every day, he swipes her gifts like crazy, ready to break her down with money. But today, when I just entered the live room, people were actually discussing something other than him, the big tycoon. Instead, it's some bull Yishinhao. Just as he was about to break into a rant about who the dog Yishinhao was, a named Yishinhao of the first-class trumpet into the field, but let the whole live room instant frenzy up. Chapter 9 Carnival Battle. Directly on the hot search list. 1. Brother Yi. When she saw Yi Yang come in, Lin Xuer's eyes also lit up and she said in succession. Zheng Toheo sat on the sofa, face her angry into Zhu red. I gave you brush thousands of gifts, you ignore me. And now this district-level trumpet came and nothing to do. You are here a mouth a brother. Jealousy made Zheng Toheo's face turn pale and he gritted his teeth. You bumpkin who came out of nowhere. Let's see me smash your aura with gifts. Congratulations. Brother Hao sent Carnival *1. A full live announcement has been made. Just as the crowd was asking if the Yishinhao level 1 number that came in was the same Shinhao himself during the day. Carnival special effects. 2. Covered the screen. I'll go. How is so atmospheric. 666. 666. The live stream began a wave of bragging rights for the top one. Good evening Yuki. Level 1 trumpet Yishinhao sent an ill-timed greeting amidst a screen full of 666. Wow. Yishinhao is talking to the anchor. First time I've been this close to a godhawk. I'm going to pass out from happiness. Is Yishinhao short of maids? I look good in women's clothes. Calling. It's you again. You disgusting guy. Get the hell out of here. Don't steal my boy god. With one sentence, Yi Yang directly overshadowed the power of the carnival and began to reverse the rhythm of the live broadcast once again. Zheng Toheo was completely confused. What's going on here? One word is better than my carnival. What the hell is this guy's deal? He wasn't stupid. And at this moment, he also realized that Yi Yang might really be a strong opponent that needed to be taken seriously. That Yi Yang guy, you're pretty tough, aren't you? Do you dare to compare? He spoke directly to start the challenge. I'll be damned. How he's jealous. I've been saying for a long time that if Brother Hao had known about the existence of Yishinhao, his blood pressure would have skyrocketed right then and there. Ha ha, and I wonder which of these two is a little more hoity-toity compared to the other. Is the divine magnitude battle about to begin? I've caught the very beginning. Move your little bench and watch from the front row. Come. Sell peanuts and melon seeds in the front row. The water boys were all watching the fun and flirting in a conspiratorial manner. Yi Yang took a sip of Romane Conti. A cold smile crossed the corner of his mouth. He was worried that there was no place for him to spend his money, and this came to his door. What's a carnival? He doesn't know how many carnivals it is when he takes a random sip of Romane Conti. Just in time to earn some extra gift money for old school friends. Excuse me. The simple typing of 2 words caused a crescendo on the air. Yishinhao is truly worthy of being a top godly man, speaking all high and concise, like a domineering president. So happy. It's on. Ha ha. There's a good show. Great. Zheng Toheo excitedly sat up from the sofa, his face leaping to action. You, Master Zhang. I've never lost when I've just gone head to head. He clicked his fingers frantically, typing out a cocky declaration of war. Good. Let's not play tricks. Let's keep it simple and rough and only swipe the most expensive carnival. And see who can swipe more? Don't lose your pants later. You can't even lift your pants. Shame on you. Ooh, Brother Hao is so confident. Looks like you've charged a lot of money today. Yishinhao is in danger. The one upstairs is afraid of being a cutie. Yishinhao is a super rich kid who drives a tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars. How dare you goad Brother Hao? This old melon skin. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the live room, anticipating the start of the Godhawk battle. Yi Yang, on the other hand, smiled faintly and casually typed out. The original words are returned. How dare you talk back? Zheng Toheo had long been infuriated to the point that his face was red, and at this time, he completely lost his mind and directly adjusted the carnival quota to 10. Tapping his finger 10 times in a row, 100 carnival swipes were swiped at once. 100 carnivals. How is atmospheric? For a carnival, it's $2,000 or $3,000. 100 swipes together. That's $200,000 or $300,000. A few seconds to burn the vast majority of people half life savings, so that the live broadcast of a crowd of water friends are red in the eyes. Envious. How about that? I made you unable to keep up with the first wave. How dare a youngster compare his financial power with me? How much pocket money can your father give you? Zheng Toheo did not think that Yi Yang had money in the slightest, and if he did, it was also from his father. On the Becker's sofa, Yi Yang shook his head and smiled faintly as he adjusted the carnival quota directly to 100. After clicking on it, another separate swipe was made. 101 carnivals. I got one for you, Mr. Young. Ha ha ha. Yi Shenhao's operation is also too flirty. 666. Just in time to crush him. Lin Shuer watched the carnival that simply wouldn't stop on that screen and watched in awe. In the blink of an eye, $400,000 or $500,000 in cash gifts floated past. She wasn't interested in paying attention to Zhang Tuahao, but Yi Yang was her male god. How can she let him spend so much money? Why don't we just forget about it, brother Yi? She said softly. I'll hang your ass. Zhang Tuahao exploded with anger. Dare to hit me in the face, right? I'll let you take a good look at your master Zhang's financial power. After saying that, he once again filled his account with a few million tremendous coins. A God-Ho battle. I came from next door, specifically to watch the live battle. Ah, is there a little brother who knows the cause of the kick? The battle between the two parties' godly heroes instantly caused the heat in the live broadcast room to soar past 1 million. This topic also very quickly climbed on the trembling hot search list. The duel, a touch of Chapter 10 in the name of God's magnificence. 5 million fans in one night. I came in here looking at the hot list. Where's the God-Hawk battle? Yi Shenhao? Is that the super godly man who drives a Lamborghini Venom in the daytime, but accompanies his goddess to eat grilled cold noodles at a ground floor stall? That video is hot on the internet. The heat of the live broadcast, after making it to the hot list, actually reached a staggering 2 million people. Countless people have been frantically nodding their heads, begging for the Dirt Carnival Wars to get a little more intense. Want to pretend with me? You're still young. Zhang Tuahao looked at his huge soundwave and was confident. 100 more carnivals and crush you to death. Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow and once again had a 101 carnival. Bet on him alone every time. Zhang Tuahao's face is red, although he charged hundreds of thousands. But according to this brush, 2 or 3 waves will be at the bottom. And Yi Yang looks like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he brushes, he can gently just press himself headlong. Gollum. He felt scared. A lifetime of fear and a brain dominated by exuberant hormones gradually cooled down. Hiss. Not right. Am I being tricked? Zhang Tuahao hesitated, pacing the hall for a long time before he was gritting his teeth and said angrily, whatever. I don't believe it. I've lived for more than 30 years and I'm not even as good as a hairy child. With that said, he brushed out all the remaining waves of sound. In a brain. Congrats. Howie gave away Carnival * 199. Whoa. Is How going to power up? Can Yi Shenhao keep up? 199 carnivals. That's nearly $500,000 Chinese dollars. That's not a small amount. It's a lot of money. It's so cool. If only I were that rich. How great would I be? This wave of carnival instantly brought the atmosphere to a climax. And while the crowd was all excited, Yi Yang, however, shook his head. If it was before, he saw someone throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars might be marveled and envious. But for him today, this is really not a big scene. Point out a wave of 999 carnivals as you go. Yi Yang then casually threw his cell phone aside, because he knew that the opposite side of the hoe collapsed and could not possibly follow up. A moment when you see 999 carnivals floating by. Everyone was confused. The live room of 2 million people was instantly as quiet as a haunted house. Lin Shuer also covered her mouth. Her eyes glazed over. 999 carnival. 2 million. This is simply, after a long time. It was only then that someone on the live feed reacted and knocked down a pop-up with shaky fingers. Is this the God's Ho? I'm on my knees. The pop-ups were followed by a long kneel. It's horrible. $2 million at the drop of a hat. That's just inhuman. Zhang Tuahao was also paralyzed on the sofa, completely giving up struggling. His previous guess was right. He had met a real super rich kid. Although he is rich, but also a small boss in the capital the assets add up to just a few $100 million. Just now all of a sudden brush out of the millions. Are already by the anger and Lin Shuer's beauty-blinded mind. Bear the pain of the brush. Ugh. Kicked the can down the road. He silently turned on the trill and covered his face, afraid to see anyone else. Just now he had taunted the other party not to run away with their tails between their legs. But now, in less than 10 minutes, that was slapped back in his face as it was, snapping. Ha, how come How is mute? No movement for half a day? Ha ha, can't you see he's no longer in the watch list up there? He's long gone. Ha ha ha, I thought he was going to backhand a shocking 4-figure carnival blowout. Trash. It's just that our Yi Shenhao's handiwork is so big that it directly scared him to tears. Ha ha, this battle of the gods and heroes. It ended with Yi Yang's 999 carnivals. And tonight, it would be the battle that would seal Yi Yang's fate in the entire trembling live broadcasting world. The name of Yi Shenhao has also managed to reach the top of the trembling hot search list. The super godly man appeared. $2 million a second. What profound meanings are hidden behind the 999 carnivals? The God's Hero Battle surprises the King of the Road. 9.99 Carnival One Night helps beautiful anchor girl increase her fan base by 3 million. I don't know how many people came here and paid direct attention to Yi Yang. Overnight, Yi Yang's fans broke through 5 million, directly surpassing Lin Shuer, who was originally an anchor, which made both of them laugh and cry. Is money more attractive than beauty? Yi Yang shook his head and smiled as he looked at the 5 million fans that had suddenly skyrocketed. He may be the first. Not a single video posted on the net. In the trembling voice has 5 million fans of the super odd netizen. In the list, countless girls were taking the initiative to send their own cool photos, followed by frantically sending private chat messages to Yi Yang with the intention of catching Yi Yang's attention. Yi Yang even suspected that if his address was exposed, then all these women would have to stuff their number 1 villa. It's horrible. Yi Yang was not able to win, and directly turned on the privacy settings to block out these brainless girls who had their brains gouged out by their gold-worshipping desires. I'm really troubling Brother Yi today. After going off the air, Lin Shuer explained to Yi Yang on WeChat in a row. Why don't I just take the money you rewarded me with? Yi Yang's reward was just too much. She simply couldn't accept it without fear. She never wanted Brother Yi to think that she was a gold-digging woman. Ha ha, let's not talk about that. Didn't you say you were going to buy me dinner back? Use the money from the meal to make up for it. After Yi Yang casually sent a message, he lazily returned to the master bedroom upstairs. After the end of a tense and exciting day, the wine of Romane Conti also slowly came to the head, and he also slept beautifully on this, ending the first day of the violent wealth. Chapter 11 I really don't know how rich I am. Why don't you count it for me? Phew. The next day, waking up in the tens of millions of dollars worth of Dubourd's pure handmade cherrywood king-sized bed, the sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making Yi Yang feel an incomparable cozy warmth on his face. Is this the security of a godly man? In his previous life, Yi Yang was worried about making money all the time. Looks like he's going to start worrying about how to spend his money starting today. It's the same sadness, but, always, it's happy sadness. By the way, there should be some kind of reward for all that bounty last night, right? I was so drunk last night on tens of thousands of dollars of Romane Conti that I missed the system beep. The aftertaste of this wine is really a bit sufficient. However, after waking up one can feel an incomparable comfort instead of a headache. Perhaps, this is the Romane Conti, which is known as the supreme red wine, where the real charm lies. Wait, I remember. Yi Yang suddenly tapped his head. The system's rewarding beep last night in the moment before the red wine went to his head and he passed out. Ding! It has been detected that you have spent 268W for a reward, triggering a special reward, proficiency in Chinese national arts. Is it hard to believe that my lack of headaches is not due to the good wine, but to the fact that I have become physically stronger? Yi Yang leapt up and found himself as light as a swallow, almost hitting the nearly 4-meter high bedroom roof. I'll be damned. It's still true. He didn't even need to test his stature anymore. This random jump was over 4 meters high. The world record was only 3 meters. This already belonged to the category of beyond normal. This feeling of being so energized that you won't feel tired even after fighting for 7 days and 7 nights in a row is really good. Yi Yang clenched his fist, feeling the sense of energy in his body that was abundant to the extreme. His self-confidence exploded. After a refreshing sleep, it's time to return the favor to my parents now that I've made a good fortune. Yi Yang murmured. He had planned to take half of his first month's internship paycheck to buy his parents some gifts, too, but today there is no need to save. The massage chair that Mom has been eyeing for years but hasn't said anything about. Dad's top-of-the-line professional fishing rod that he's always wanted to own. My sister's old laptop that she's always wanted to replace. Buy them all. Yi Yang flipped open Taobao. Is a meal to order. I'm sure Mom, Dad and my oldest sister will be happy to see these gifts. These things aren't cheap for the average person, but together they add up to tens of thousands of dollars. Yi Yang is not satisfied. How much is not much to give back to Mom and Dad? This time the system only gave a bonus of 100 million in deposits. It seems that the rewards given by the system are given more and more the more they are spent. Within the amount already spent, the rewards are given randomly. It seems that how to spend money is indeed a discipline. Yi Yang listened to the rewards in his ears and also pondered over the system's reward pattern. Let's send $200,000 over to Mom and Dad on the bank card. 2. Yi Yang made up his mind in his mind. Just in time to go to the Empire State Building today to see his newly acquired real estate. And on the way, he also went to the bank to transfer an account to his parents. The reason why he turned 200,000 is not because he is stingy. In case he really turned $1 million. I'm afraid that this old couple will instead worry that he has done something bad in the Magic City, and a loving education to teach himself to behave properly. Dongfa Bank, Rainbow Road Branch. Yi Yang parked his car, is into the window. Transfer? The window clerk Lang Mei swept a glance at Yi Yang's outfit and asked casually with apparently little interest. The transfer limit on your card is only 50,000 a day. You can't transfer more than that. Once the employee Lang Mei heard that Yi Yan wanted to transfer $200,000, she skimmed her mouth and indifferently said, "Can you raise the cap?" Yi Yang frowned. How did Lang Mei sound as if he wasn't a customer, but instead someone who owed her money? It's okay, how much to raise? Is $100 million enough? Lang Mei rolled her eyes. She followed a super godly man who could swipe 999 carnivals at once last night in tremendous sound, and even sent 2 photos to him, just about sending herself to his bed. The person turned out to be hard and completely ignored her. This makes the inferiority complex of her fire is very big today, and when she sees this poor dressed young man, she can't help but be sour. What do you mean? Yi Yang frowned and his tone cooled down. You don't even look at how much money you have in your card? Just learn from other big bosses to raise the cap? Oh, is really funny. You are not that circle of people. Don't lick your face to squeeze in. Lang Mei explicitly scolded Yi Yang, but secretly, she was actually scolding herself for not competing and not being able to evening out the godly man. I don't really know how much money is on my card. Why don't you count it for me? Yi Yang sneered. Count? You poor little young man. That little bit of savings is still not a glance at the head. Lang Mei hid her eyes and scanned the ridiculously long numbers in the balance column, and instantly jumped up from her chair, covering her mouth, completely unable to believe her eyes. 1 0, 2 zeros. It's a ing. Billion. That's $1 billion in cash. Anyone who can deposit over $1 billion in cash in just one bank card has to have over 10 billion in assets, right? One's own unintentional mockery of inferiority had actually mocked a superstar. Sir, I was wrong. She fully understood at this moment that she had invited a heavenly trouble. The sharp-eyed ones on the sidelines had long ago told the bank president about it. Hearing is offended more than 1 billion deposits of super-large customers. Dongfa branch president hurriedly ran down from the upstairs office. The appearance of the woeful, but the face is already hung on the pleasing smile. This customer cannot be Chapter 12, The Wrath of the Past. Repaid tenfold today. Mr. Yi, the little girl at the front desk of our bank doesn't know what she's doing. I'll fire her in a moment. Don't be offended. I'll satisfy all of your needs, and then I'll upgrade your card to a Supreme Black card for free. The governor kept saying nice things. Although there are many rich people in Mordor, but he is only a branch. More than 1 billion deposits of giant customers if the withdrawal of funds has been enough to make him removed from the head office to fire the squid. Therefore, he also disregarded his image and licked Yi Yang as much as he could. Well, Yi Yang nodded slightly, barely satisfied with the branch president's attitude. The DFB's Supreme Black card still carries a lot of gold and is basically a proof of identity if you take it out. The Supreme Black card has an unlimited number of transfers per day, and the annualized rate of deposits is privately negotiated and usually exceeds that of regular users by several times. Assets of over $100 million are required to qualify, and almost the cost of processing is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Money sitting in there is guaranteed to add tens of millions or more in assets just about every year. That's why the rich are getting richer. Do nothing. Even if the money is in the bank, it will keep appreciating and multiplying. This, Lang Mei was completely dumbfounded. A single slip of the tongue caused her to lose her job. And this kind of drama only happened to her. The energy of this young man was too terrifying. She bowed her head, her insides going blank, and vowed never to judge a book by its cover again. After taking the Supreme Black card, Yi Yang transferred $200,000 to his parents' card. He went out and got into his Lamborghini Poison. La. Just as I got in the car, I got a call from my parents. It's true. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head as he picked up the phone. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? Suddenly have so much money. Your father and I counted it several times. $200,000. Mom's voice came out of the phone. I quit my job and started my own business. I made some money. Don't worry about spending it. It's all earned openly and honestly. Yi Yang inwardly hemmed and hawed. This can be his own hard-spent money to earn back. Sweat money. The sound of the old couple's discussion came from over there, and it took half a day before they were able to figure out what Yi Yang was talking about. Start your own company. My son has become a big boss. He's got a future. Follow me. From the sidelines came Pop's boozy voice. Asterisk. Q. Mom was a little worried. Entrepreneurship is not too secure. Not have their own job stability. You do not too tired. I know you in the Magic City is not easy to buy a house is too much pressure. Or earn some money to come back to it. The old home this side is very good. The hometown is so good. Yi Yang smiled as he listened to his mom's set of loving education. If it was before, he would definitely be a little anxious when he heard this. However, now that he even lives in the Henteing One villa, his mindset is completely different. Naturally, I don't feel any discomfort because of all this. Our company is doing well. There are a few big projects in a few days. When it's done, your son and I will become a big boss. Don't worry. When more money is made, I'll transfer more money to your old couple. Yi Yang laughed. Don't. We both don't lack anything. The salary is enough to spend. You have a little money, don't mess around with it. Save some. Later you have to buy a house, buy a car and get a daughter-in-law. Come on, you old lady. You're short-sighted. Our son is a great man. You see far. You didn't marry me earlier. You let your son just make money and not marry a daughter-in-law. You don't want big fat grandchildren. The old couple bickered for a while longer. Yi Yang also smiled as he listened. In his present state of mind, listening to his parents' nagging had instead turned into a blessing. Okay, Mom. I'm still a long way from getting married. I'll spend the money first. I'll transfer it to you after a while. I'll hang up now. Yi Yang hung up the phone. The old sisters sighed. Still in high school. Is not suitable to give too much money. He WeChat to transfer 5,000. I guess she can't see it until after school. Well, it's time to check out my property. 2. Yi Yang whistled as he drove towards the Empire State Building in his Lamborghini Poison. The Empire State Building is his biggest card right now. He deliberately checked yesterday. This one building, at least to sell a few $100 billion. With this one building, assets directly into the Chinese Forbes list in the forefront. The potential for development is endless. Put there, do nothing, just rent. Every 10 years, their own rent. There are tens of billions of dollars. It is simply laying golden eggs chicken. It turns out that there was actually just a mansion between me and the top tycoons in China before. Yi Yang drove casually and arrived at the Empire State Building in no time. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning. After driving his car to the underground parking lot of the building, he walked into the building as usual. Seems there's still some stuff at the old company. Resigned in the meantime. Yi Yang this month can be said to be in this internship company suffered a lot of anger. The beautiful name of the exercise of newcomers. The actual is to squeeze the newcomer labor. Plus Kim is not the right leader who has nothing to do. All the unfair treatment he had received before. He was going to return it tenfold today. Chapter 13. What are you doing? You, don't come over. Ah. Ding. The sound of the elevator came, and Yi Yang lazily entered the company floor internship area. At this moment, the people in the internship area were all trembling and whispering. Yesterday, I heard that team leader Jean was punched in the face by Yi Yang at the milk tea store and is guarding this place to find trouble with him. Yi Yang hasn't come today until now. Is he afraid? What are you talking about? Yi Yang won't be afraid. A disgruntled female intern to the side. Then why do you think he hasn't come until now? Ha, coward. A couple of jealous male interns were also relentless in their blows. It was true. And the female intern couldn't argue with it, except to mutter. Probably simply overslept. Meh, whatever. Jean not correctly a foot on the desk. Face anger so that his features are distorted. He grew up. The family conditions are good. Brother-in-law is a company executive. All the way to what? Who dares to pretend with him? Yesterday, not only did he tell Yi Yang, the brat who had just graduated, to pretend, but he also pretended that he was completely out of temper. That night that sultry woman resented his spinelessness and directly dumped him. Pretending to be a bully didn't work and he lost his concubine/head, which made him blow up directly. Messes with me and is ing late today. Ha, he's dead I tell you. The king of heaven can't protect him even if he comes. Master Jean. Say so. Oh, yeah. Yi Yang's voice came lazily. Several female interns were all bright-eyed and looked at them in succession. But then, they began to worry about Yi Yang. After all, Jean Boujin was really no one in the company dared to mess with. This time, Jean did not correctly apparently really angry. Yi Yang to be unlucky. The few that were jealous were gloating. Only Yi Yang's only true friend present kept giving him glances. Yi Yang looked at Zhang Xian, who had been giving him a scowl and telling him to be careful of Jin's incorrectness, and smiled indifferently. Zhang Xian and he knew in junior high school, has been his little follower, called him Yi boss. After graduation actually also found the same company. The relationship has been very iron. Yo, you're ing late today, and you're still justifying it. Kinda trolling huh? Seeing that the prey has come, Jean did not correctly jump down from the table, and after correcting his gold glasses, he directly leaned up aggressively. The reason why Yi Yang chose to come and resign first instead of revealing his identity to take over the building first. For this moment, he knew that with Jin's character, he was bound to find trouble with him today. If he exposed his identity, with his little guts, it would be good if he didn't just kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy the thrill of taking revenge with his own hands. With Yi Yang's current status, it was just a matter of words to get the other party and the other party's brother-in-law to get out of this company together. But such a chastisement is clearly not enough of a relief. Yi Yang as a person, There is grace gushing spring to report. There is hatred well. Then gushing fist to report. Not spoiled. What? You still want to do it? Yi Yang let out a faint smile. What's wrong with beating you? Today I'm not only going to beat you up, I also want you to get out of this company. Jean did not shout angrily. Brother Jean, why don't you forget it? It's not a big deal. Just apologize and be done with it. Zhang Xian looked at the wrong atmosphere and got up to regulate the atmosphere. Asterisk 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 off. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk in front of me? Jean didn't even look at Zhang Xian squarely and casually pushed him aside. You. Zhang Xian was also enraged. But in the end, work was important and he didn't dare to strike first. Beat up and get the hell out of the company. That's a good idea for you. Yi Yang grinned. You're ing stupid, aren't you? Jean was not correctly bluffed by Yi Yang's laugh. Don't you pretend here, I'm telling you. Ha! Security. He wasn't really sure he could beat the tall and strong Yi Yang, so the security guards were colluded long ago. I'll make you lose face in public today. Feet on your face. I'll see how you can stand in the circle from now on. Jean didn't wave his hand correctly. The two colluding security guards behind him had long since gathered around. Alas! Yi Yang sighed and his figure instantly stormed. Spinning around, a back-sweeping high whip. The wind whistled, and this whip leg, fast into a stump, was equally harsh to the extreme. Pom-pom. Before a group of colleagues could see, the two security guards were directly swept away by a whip leg, kicking directly into the glass door 2 meters away, shattering it. Both men fell into the broken glass and cried out in pain, covered in blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crikey, the group of interns in the room called out in unison, dumbfounded in the area. Even Zhang Xian, who was just about to help Yi Yang to block the security guards, was dumbfounded, and only after a long time did he react. I say Boss Yi, you're deeply hidden. You actually know martial arts. The female interns who had been worrying about Yi Yang were also relieved. Fortunately, the male god was also strong in terms of fighting, or else it would have been dangerous today. The sound of broken glass has also attracted other colleagues rushed to watch. Has been someone ran to the leadership office to report. Fight. Fight. Hoo-ah. The original is not correct That's alright. Every day rely on the brother-in-law fool. This time encountered a tough opponent. Beat him to death. They live a few that. A cranky old northeastern brother swung his fist in indignation. What are you doing? Don't you come over here. Jin Zhangwei had long been scared by the power of Yi Yang's leg and collapsed to the ground, his buttocks scraping the floor as he backed away, fear in his eyes. I'm warning you, my brother-in-law is Manager Gao. Chapter 14, the chairman of the board pours out his nest. The scared and confused high chief executive. The same thing you were just about to do. Yi Yang stomped Jin's face directly under his foot. Aren't you very bold? Why can't you get hard? This, Boss Yi. This. Zhang Xian was also dumbfounded at the side. Yi Yang was also too rigid today, although the interns and the side of the staff to see incomparable relief. But, no matter how to say, behind the other party is a big power, and I am so small-minded. So treat each other. I am afraid to be retaliated. Yi Yang, what are you doing? Quickly let go of Jin. The leaders, hearing of a vicious fight, also rushed to stop it. So what if I don't let go? Yi Yang tightened his footing. Nowadays his strength could exceed the normal human category. With a little more strength, it was possible to directly trample Jin head flat. Brother-in-law save me. My sister can only have a brother like me. She can't spare you if something happens to me. Kim wailed immodestly. Get the hell off him. You little employee, not only are you late, but you're also a vicious brawler and disrespectful to your superiors. I'm going to fire you today. Then I'll twist you to the Public Security Bureau and have you jailed for a few years. Let your future be ruined. Chief Executive Gao exasperatedly said. Oh, Yi Yang sneered and slowly loosened his foot. He now had a high esteem status. Naturally, he would not really kill Jin Zhangwei in a public place and drop his status. Jin ran behind Chief Executive Gao with a conspicuous blood-red shoe print on his face, staring at Yi Yang with ferocity and fear. I'll tell you when you're done. Seeing that Jin wasn't alright, Chief Executive Gao regained his confidence in holding power and sneered. Today I'll let you see what it means to be a rich man's tactics. Yeah? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. You're worthy to call yourself rich in front of me? You. Just when Chief Executive Gao was about to let out some hard words again, Yi Yang's cell phone also rang. Hello? Yi Yang picked up the phone. Hello? May I ask if this is Yi Yang? Mr. Yi? I'm the chairman of the Empire State Building Chairman's United Organization, and I'd like to talk to you about matters concerning the future of the Empire State Building. The person on the other end of the phone was incredibly polite. I'm Yi Yang. There's no need to talk on the phone. I'm on the 10th floor of the building right now. Let's talk face to face. Yi Yang finished casually and hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. What the? Shaking people? A kid who just stepped into society and came to work in Magic City is just a kid. What kind of connections can he have? Pretending is quite decent. There were whispers all around. Oh, Chief Executive Gao also waited with interest. He would like to see how much energy the person this little brat is looking for can have. If he saw himself, he would be obedient and call out to his father. This completely destroys Yi Yang's self-confidence and then sends him to prison. But the sense of accomplishment is full. 100th floor. Each director's office floor. Mr. Yi said he came straight to the building for a site visit. Chairman Heavy Hunt said uneasily as he put down the phone. Where is Mr. Yi now? Let's personally drive to pick him up. We must give him enough pomp and circumstance. The group of chairmen were all in a row. There is no need. He is now on the 10th floor. Let us go over to interview. The tone is very bad. It looks like he may have encountered something unhappy. The chairman of Heavy Hunting is worried. Numerous directors were looking at Zhang Wanmin, who was originally inconspicuous among the pile of people. I say, old Zhang, isn't the 10th floor your software company? It wouldn't be you who messed with Mr. Yi, would it? I wouldn't dare even if I were given 800 guts. I haven't even met Mr. Yi. Zhang Wanmin's face went white with fear. If it is because of him, Yi Yang is difficult for the directors to join forces. He is afraid that he will suffer greatly. I hope it's not my men causing trouble. His mind begged and prayed. What are we waiting for? Why don't we hurry together to the 10th floor to pay our respects to Mr. Yi? Are we waiting for Mr. Yi to come up to see us in person? Heavy Hunting Chairman Fawn Lord urged. Yes. Hurry to the 10th floor. Ding. The elevator on the 10th floor opened. The group of executives surrounding Yi Yang also subconsciously looked over. So soon? Moving fast enough? Rushing to call out to my dad? Chief Steward Gao sneered. Just as he turned around, his legs went limp and the smile on his face was lost. Isn't this the chairman of Xianming Design? It can't be. It's impossible for this kid to know this kind of business magnate who is worth billions and billions of dollars. What came next was even more of a shock to the executives. After the chairman of Xianming Design Company, the chairman of the companies on each floor came in from within the staircase. The chairman, who had originally been dragon-like, high cool and mysterious, were now pouring into the 10th floor like dumplings. Holy, what kind of heavenly thing is going on here? The chairman of the entire building, almost all of them are here, aren't they? Everyone was confused. The momentum of dozens of super business giants worth at least billions of dollars descending in unison, side by side, was just enough to shock the eyeballs. Zhang, Chief Executive Officer Gao just wanted to go up and ask Chairman Zhang Wanmin what happened, and in the process, pat his ass. But he didn't expect to be directly pushed away by Zhang Wanmin. Seeing a group of chairmen of the board of directors are walking towards with a respectful face, the one that he completely despised before and decided that he was dead today. Beside Yi Yang. What's this about? Everyone, not just the high chief executive, feels that their brains are not functioning. Chapter 15. You still want to fire the master of the mansion? How dare you? My goodness, it's actually the chairman of each floor. How come they came to our company together and went straight to Yi Yang? Can it be that Yi Yang is actually a hidden superpower? Into this company just to get close to the intended recipient? Oops, so shy. Some of the female interns were already brainstorming images and plots in their minds. Only Zhang Xian, who knew Yi Yang the best, scratched his head, increasingly unable to see where the situation was heading today. Mr. Yi, I am the chairman of the Heavy Hunting Company and the organizer of the Empire State Building Chairman's United Organization. Fong lords can mix to tens of billions of assets, naturally as a lord among men. Seeing the groaning security guard in the broken glass door off to the side and the looks on the faces of the people around him, it was possible to guess things to a T. At this moment, his heart tensed up, angrily cursing these damned little characters who actually dared to provoke the lord of the Empire Building. None of the chairmen next to them were not the best of the best. Naturally they could see that something they didn't want to see happened here. And at this time, they were all compensating their smiles to Yi Yang in succession. Aha! Yi Yang nodded slightly. These chairmen are giving themselves money in the future for the long haul, or something to defend. Mr. Yi, but something has happened here that has upset you? You tell us, and we'll do our best to fix it for you. Zhang Wanmin also came up at this time with a great eye and patted his chest to assure him. This is the moment when there's no more guessing. These chairmen of the board were the ones who came to find Yi Yang, and moreover, the gesture was low, as if they had something to ask of Yi Yang. It made everyone in the room's eyes drop in shock. An intern who had clocked in and out of work with himself just a few days ago actually made a group of $10 billion bigwigs respect and defer to him. It's just too much of a challenge to one's worldview. Ask him yourself. Yi Yang picked his chin, his eyes cold and sharp as he looked at the high general manager who was now trembling as if he had lost his soul. It's really this little brat. Zhang Wanmin's heart trembled as he said something bad in his heart and his face was covered with anger. Gao Shan, explain clearly to me. How did you offend Mr. Yi? What the is going on here? The High Chief hissed inwardly, wanting to jump off a building at this point. It had just been said that the person Yi Yang was looking for would have to call out to his father when he came in, but the reality was completely reversed, and Yi Yang had actually found a group of superstars he would have to call out to his grandfather's generation to come together to calm down the scene. Anyone here, at the snap of a finger, could arrange for him to be unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life. He's scared, really scared. Just now the murderous aura instantly disappeared without a trace. The bottom of the speech is not enough up. Zhang chairman, what the hell is going on here? What else is going on? Zhang Wanmin was so angry that his brain produced smoke. This Mr. Yi standing in front of you is the property owner of the entire Magic City Empire building. His assets amount to hundreds of billions of dollars. You have eaten tens of thousands of bear heart and leopard gall. Dare to provoke Mr. Yi. What? Empire State Building title owner. The whole field exploded. Everyone erupted in shock. What a concept. This is no longer the second generation of the rich. This is the super god rich generation. It's among the top existences in China. The main thing was that such a terrifying big shot was actually a fellow intern that he had always felt free to bully. Well, the female interns were all covering their mouths and looking at Yi Yang with mesmerized eyes. I just actually really guessed right by mistake. So young and handsome, and so rich. My god, it's perfect. Just as the crowd upstairs was shocked beyond words, Gao Shan's brain exploded, and he stammered repeatedly. Chairman Zhang, you're joking with me, right? Ha ha ha, must be joking. This kid is just an intern who was going to be fired by us. How can he be some Imperial Commerce Building property owner? Expelled. Intern. It was the chairman's turn to be baffled. This is what's going on. I interned here for 2 months after graduation. Today was kind of a long day. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, you're joking, Mr. Yi. Ha ha. Where would the chairman believe that Yi Yang was really here as an intern? This kind of super godly man, his temperament is usually strange. Maybe he is just hiding his identity to visit the field. You have an outstanding vision and act out of the ordinary. Truly a rare business magnate in China. Right. You condescended to come here so far in advance for a site visit. It's really hard on Mr. Yi. The chairman bragged back and forth. Yi Yang is speechless. He is really here to internship. Gao Shan, you give me a clear explanation of what happened, or we won't spare you. Zhang Wanmin roared angrily, scaring Gao Shan to the point where his knees went weak. In the end, unable to resist the pressure of the chairman of the board of directors, the matter from beginning to end, the original text, without omission, all tell the whole story. As he recounted the story, the chairman on the sidelines listened with trepidation. Bullying Mr. Yi, deduction of Mr. Ye's internship salary, and even find fault with Mr. Ye's dismissal. My goodness, the most outrageous thing is that this Jin is still planning to humiliate and beat up Mr. Yi before he leaves. Assholes. Zhang Wanmin felt like his lungs were about to explode. How did he get such a gutsy, stupid as a pig supervisor under him? At the moment, he wanted to kick Gao Shan and Jin Zhengwei right out of the building's window. However, as a great man among men, he also suppressed the fire in his heart and turned around in a pleasant manner. Mr. Yi, Mr. Zhang is here to make amends to you first. You say, no matter how to dispose of, I'll listen to you. There's never a single word out of Mr. Sang's mouth. Chapter 16 Rent, 18.9 billion. 1. Well, then, let's do it the way he was going to cook me before. Yi Yang casually said. Yes, Zhang Wanmin agreed directly. It was good that there was a solution. If Yi Yang didn't give a statement today, then his company would be in danger. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for giving Zhang this opportunity to turn the tables on him. Zhang Wanmin said with immense gratitude. Zhang chairman, I am a veteran minister who has followed you for more than 10 years. There's hard work without merit. You can't be like this. Gao Shan was completely devastated. You've caused me such a big mess. I haven't gotten to you yet. Zhang Wanmin shouted angrily. You and Jin, both of you, are removed from my company from this moment on. Security. Twist these two guys together with the two lying on the ground to public/security. Say that they deliberately caused trouble and almost injured Mr. Yi. After saying that, he also turned to smile with Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, what do you think of this disposition? I will personally supervise all the things that follow. With his means and resources, he could naturally make the matter punishable by a heavy sentence. At least the charge of conspiring to jeopardize the personal safety of a major figure will not be cleared. At least a few years in jail before coming out. Aha! Yi Yang nodded slightly, indicating that he was still satisfied. Jean, who was twisted away by the security guards, wailed in despair. I was clearly the one who was violently beaten up. You're trying to turn black and white upside down. But, looking at Jin's miserable and aggravated appearance, the crowd beside him couldn't help but erupt in laughter. This bully who usually oppresses newcomers finally deserves what he gets. He's really stealing a lot today. Alright, disperse. Is there no work on your hands? Zhang Wanman looked at the employees around him and also spoke to begin to rectify the atmosphere. The employees saw that the chairman of the board of directors had spoken, and did not dare to continue to watch the fun, so they had to disperse, and each went to busy themselves. Mr. Yi, please come with us, handled a cadre of employees. Yi Yang was also surrounded by a group of chairmen and went up to the top floor. Wow! Yi Yang had just gotten on the elevator when another fiery discussion erupted on the 10th floor. After all, what happened today was just too shocking, and the various reversals were simply a sight to behold. First, Jin Zhangwei arranged for someone to mess with Yi Yang, and everyone thought Yi Yang was going to have bad luck. As a result, he easily resolved the danger by virtue of his deep-rooted skill, and backhandedly beat Jin. Then Chief Executive Officer Gao appeared, and everyone thought that Yi Yang was going to be fired and sent away, when his future was ruined. A group of chairmen were like gods and goddesses, and Yi Yang's identity instantly changed from an ordinary intern to a super godly man who held the assets of the entire Empire State Building. It's so dreamy. I can't even dream of such a bridge. Ha ha ha. I've long said that Yi Yang is not ordinary. Right. It's a pity that I didn't have the courage in the first place to hug his thigh. If I had known that he had this level of identity, I would have said anything just now to stand up to Jin Zhangwei when he was pretending to be a pussy and help Yishenhao give him a fat beating. Come on, you horse's ass. Today's event is destined to become a legend on the 10th floor that will endure among new and old employees. The top floor of the Magic City Imperial Commerce Building, joint office of the president. Yi Yang sat in the main seat. Below are all the chairmen of the various floors. You see, we are going to renew our contract next month. We also follow the previous owner's contract, probably draw up a proposed contract. You have a look through it to see if it can be adopted. Heavy hunting chairman Fong Lord respectfully took out a contract and handed it to Yi Yang with both hands. Yi Yang roughly swept a glance. The previous contract of the Imperial Commerce and Trade, he also had a copy in his carry-on space, although he did not know how the system got it. But it's roughly similar to this one, and these companies have offered to pay 15% more in rent. It's kind of sincere. He pretended to read it, and felt a hint of embarrassment in his heart. It looks like there will be time to acquire a law firm specifically to help take care of your contracts and assets. These contract provisions he studied were not finance. In fact, he could not understand at all. However, after comparing it with the old contract of the carry-on space, he found that apart from the upward adjustment of the rent, all the other things were the same, and only then did he dare to confirm that there was no problem with this contract. The group of chairmen were all looking at Yi Yang with bated breath. A super young godly man who had acquired the entire Empire Commerce Building at such a young age must be young and talented, and it was impossible for him not to understand business finance. How dare they fool around? After discussions, these chairmen all confirmed that Yi Yang was bound to be a superstar, so they didn't dare to play any tricks in the contract, and even took the initiative to propose a rent increase, just in case Yi Yang didn't agree. Not bad. Yi Yang closed the contract, his face as bland as ever. Phew, all the chairmen were relieved. Since you are so sincere, then follow the contents of this contract. The rent for the next 10 years will be credited to my account within 3 days, totaling 18.9 billion. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Yi, we'll be sure to do that as soon as possible. The chairmen were also happy beyond belief, not realizing that Yi Yang, the new master, was very good at talking and didn't deliberately make things difficult for them. Now that the contract has been signed, I won't stay much longer. Yi Yang stood up. Okay, let's send Mr. Yi off together. The group of chairmen were incredibly attentive until they sent Yi Yang to the car and watched Lamborghini Venom arrogantly leave before they were finally putting their hearts completely inside their stomachs. I'm sure it's young enough to get Lamborghini Venom. For these bosses who are worth billions or tens of billions of dollars, such a top supercar Imperial like, worth nearly $100 million, is also a super luxury. Those who can spend $100 million on a luxury car without any heartache have assets of at least tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Yi Yang was in a good mood nowadays. The feeling of being constantly complimented by this group of big shots who were worth tens of billions of dollars and who only existed on TV news for him was indeed a great feeling. Coupled with the fact that he had taken care of Jin, who had been oppressing him, the entire person felt refreshed. It's about time to go get a new line of gear. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled as he looked at the clothes and shoes on his body that didn't even add up to $1,000. As a top godly man, it would be a bit out of character to still wear these. Devil's Sixth Fashion Street is the largest concentration of luxury stores in Magic City now, so let's go there and shop. Yi Yang made up his mind and pressed his foot on the gas pedal, and Lamborghini Venom's powerful supercar engine suddenly made a roaring sound. It was as if the unbridled and savage superbeast had awakened. Boom! The shadow of the car sped. The Lamborghini brought up the wind swept to the face of the passers-by did not have a trace of unhappiness. The rest, only infinite envy and longing. Chapter 17 Bye. It turns out that luxury goods are so cheap. 6th Magic City Luxury District. After parking your car in the luxury area's proprietary parking lot, Yi Yang stepped off the Lamborghini Venom and walked into a random store. Welcome sir to. The luxury store still has an aristocratic service. However, the dress on Yi Yang was too poor. These Miss Manners just maintained the most basic etiquette. None of them wanted to come up and become Yi Yang's exclusive guide. After all, everyone's time is valuable. Yi Yang looks like a poor boy who came to the luxury store to open his eyes. Only looking but not buying, wasting time on him, not getting a penny of commission. No one wants to waste their time on him. Only a new college student cute girl shopper saw Yi Yang. Eyes lit up. Such a sunny and handsome little brother was cold. She looked at her heart cannot bear. What type of merchandise is this little brother looking at? Yi Yang looked at her badge and knew that the name of the cute girl was Gao Xiaoxin, and he saw the eye color of those shoppers next to him, but he didn't care. In a little while, they'll have their guts in their pockets. Full set. Take me straight to pick the most expensive. Yi Yang spread his hands, signaling that he was going to change his entire body into a different set. Gao Xiaoxin nodded repeatedly. Then follow me. But those guides next to him couldn't help but laugh. You see? That poor boy really thinks of himself as a big patron who wants to buy clothes. It's a full set of theater. Look at how happy Xin is. She thinks she's met some big clients. Hey, young if she had my 3 or 5 years of work experience she would know that wasting time with this kind of poor people who come in purely for the sake of opening their eyes is simply not good with money. Yeah, too young. Several rather experienced shoppers who thought they would never roll over and walk away were skimming their lips, laughing at Gao Xiaoxin for being too young. Men's clothing, our store. The world's top 10 luxury brands are available. Ranked number 1 Bulioni only accepts private orders. You want to customize if we can help you contact the designer over there, but the clothes arrive at least a month time. What if you want to purchase it today? Armani and Versace have both come out with new models that go well with a handsome man like you. Gao Xiaoxin carefully explained. She hadn't failed to see that Yi Yang's dress was poor, but she was careful to maintain Yi Yang's face, treating him patiently as a customer who really wanted to buy. So, Yi Yang scratched his head. Brinio, let's customize 10 sets first, to the highest standard. Unique kind. 2 sets each for spring, summer, fall and winter. And by the way, help me come up with 2 more sets of interesting matches. Send them over to me within half a month. The price. It doesn't matter. This, Gao Xiaoxin blinked. Little brother, you're not kidding. Brinio's private ordering. The highest level. A set will cost 50,000 to 60,000 euros. 10 sets is €500,000. The price of expedited production doubled. Converted to Chinese currency, that is 10 million. $10 million? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes. Gao Xiaoxin nodded her head repeatedly and kindly reminded Yi Yang that he could change the brand if he felt that the price was not suitable. 10 sets for $10 million. That's a bit too cheap. Yi Yang shook his head. With the tyrannical wealth system, you can only earn more if you spend more. 10 million is indeed not much. Is Brinio just the world's most expensive customized clothing? No. Brinio is just the most expensive and highest-ranked company for large-scale private customization. And there are some world-famous super-luxury master studios. The most expensive diamond suit ever made was from the hands of master stewards. One of a kind in the world. Priced at $100,000. A suit that sold for over $7 million. Yi Yang nodded. This is not bad. You can customize a few sets when you have the chance. Gao Xiaoxin let out a bitter smile. Some small disappointment in Yi Yang. If such a handsome little brother can be practical and down-to-earth, it would be good. Apparently, $7 million for a suit is okay, so it must be bragging rights. In addition to the customized, all the rest of your store, all brands of men's clothing, spring, summer, fall and winter models, all each buy 2 sets, packaged and sent to me to the Yunding Mountain No. 1 Villa on the line. Yi Yang thought of the amazingly large check room in the Yunding Mountain Villa. Even if he bought so many clothes, he was afraid that at best he could only fill up a small area inside. This, little brother you. Seeing that Yi Yang's expression did not look like he was joking at all, Gao Xiaoxin was a little confused. Could it be that he was a moment of goodwill and really hit the big time and ran into a super god? What are you waiting for? Card. Swipe it. Yi Yang directly threw the supreme black card to Gao Xiaoxin. Gao Xiaoxin received it with her hands and feet. Having interned in a luxury store, she certainly recognized the Dongfa Bank Supreme Black Card. It's only for members of the over $100 million in assets club. Now, that made complete sense to her. This handsome little brother in front of me is a real godly man. The few experienced shopping guide masters who came in with the new customers behind them and who had previously mocked Yi Yang and Gao Xiaoxin were also dumbfounded at this moment. Supreme Black Card. He's actually really a god ho. I can't believe I went off the deep end. These guides are in tears. Just now Yi Yang's general purchase of clothes. They have been here for several years. Can be said to be unheard of? Never seen This Gao Xiaoxin has to get how many millions of commission this way ba? It's enough to cover all the commission we've gotten in the past few years. The female guides were all regretful, blaming themselves for being blind and actually not seeing that Yi Yang was a super godly man with a hidden identity. Turns out luxury items aren't as expensive as I thought. Looking at the more than $8 million that had been swiped away from his card, Yi Yang muttered. He bought more than 100 sets of clothes and shoes, which averaged out to about $80,000 a set. Not expensive indeed. The managers of the luxury store were all startled and ran out in a row. The boss was a mature and delicate black silk young woman with a superb temperament, although she was a bit different in appearance from Yu Maimo, but she had a unique charm. Mr. Yi, we will definitely contact designer Brinio for you as fast as we can. This is our store's black gold card. Please keep it. Just contact the Brinio designer and pay the deposit after finalizing the style. At that time, I'll personally go to Hentang Mountain Villa to pay you a visit. Let's talk in detail then. Yi Yang nodded his head indifferently. To him, it was just a mere 10 million level of spending. But for the luxury store owner Chang Wei, it is a big business that dare not be ignored at all. Ding! Detected that you spent 800W on clothing. Rewarding Stewart's Workshop with exclusive all shares. Quite familiar. Yi Yang remembered. Isn't Stewart's the super design master who made the world's most expensive suits and is said to be bullish? That's really what the heart wants. Yi Yang's clothes were all sent to the villa by a special car, and he didn't intend to stay much longer. Turned right around and headed out the door, ready to go next door and buy a watch. Only leaving behind the cadre of guide beauties who were harboring endless remorse and were crying in a storm in their hearts, gazing at his back for a long time. Chapter 18, in the course of his speech, he became the largest shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. If you don't have a watch on your wrist, you're not a godly man. Since I decided to change my entire outfit, I couldn't do without my watch. Vacheron Constantin. Yi Yang looked up at the name of the store. Even though he was just a poor college student before, it didn't stop him from knowing the names of the world's famous watches. Vacheron Constantin, the noble king of watches, the world's leading superlative watch. Sir, with a set of Armani suit worth 100,000 or so, the eyes of the guide beauties lit up. All of them scrambled and jumped up, fearing that if they were late, Yi Yang, a big customer, would be snatched away. That's a bit of a stark contrast. Yi Yang smiled slightly in his heart and shook his head, about to say something. Behind him was an unexpected cry. Yi Yang, raising an eyebrow. Yi Yang turned around. It's actually you? Opposite the boy, a set of expensive summer top men's clothing. The girl beside him, also dressed fashionable and decent, although the appearance is not really top, but because of the temperament, can also add a lot of points. These two are Yi Yang's college classmates. The male is called Su Pengfei. The female is called Kai Mao Mao. Su Pengfei is the hoariest super-rich second generation in his college class, while Kai Mao Mao is the class flower of the class. Kai Mao Mao was previously said to have a crush on himself, and I didn't expect to see these two, by the looks of it, come together as a pair. What a surprise to see you in a luxury store like this. Su Pengfei naturally also knew that Kai Mao Mao was somewhat fond of Yi Yang at that time, and at this time there was some mockery in his tone. The goddess is still a rich second generation after all. Good looking, good studies, but no money. Does it work? After the cloudy greenness of college, when you get out into society, you still have to look at family capital. Thinking of this, Su Pengfei's heart exploded with confidence. What? Vacheron Constantin is owned by your family? I wouldn't have come if I'd known. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and returned indifferently. Su Pengfei was speechless, although his family is quite rich, but Vacheron Constantin, that is a world-famous super watch company. Their family didn't even count for in front of such super companies. I'm surprised that you haven't graduated for a few months and you can afford to wear Armani and have the nerve to step into this store to look at a watch. I'm afraid this money, it's not coming from a good way, is it? When he was in school, Yi Yang shone brightly, but now in society, he still dared to pose with himself and disrespect himself. How could he bear it? Therefore, he also directly mocked with cold words. Okay Penfield, cut the crap. Kai Mao Mao on the side shook Su Pengfei's arm and looked at Yi Yang with a hint of worry and pity in her eyes. She used to like Yi Yang, but after arriving in society and seeing many realities, she could only compromise with the rich second generation. Yi Yang's family condition she is clear. Even if they rely on their own talent to make a small fortune, wear up our money. But, compared with Su Pengfei's family business, or how many levels of difference? Meh. Su Pengfei's jealousy intensified and he directly sneered. What? Which watch do you like? I am familiar with this boss. Do you want me to buy a good point to send you? Don't always look at those 100,000 level broken watches. Otherwise, in the end, it's just a pour. He deliberately revealed the Patek Philippe on his wrist that sold for millions of dollars. And today, he also brought Kai Mao Mao to open his eyes. If the other party can smoothly agree to go to his home at night to rest, to complete the last step, the mood is good. Spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a watch as a reward for Kai Mao Mao. The eyes of the shopper on the side lit up when she saw the $1 million luxury watch on Su Pengfei's wrist. This guest, comparably, looked more luxurious than Yi Yang. Luckily I was late before. Ha ha, now that's a big patron. A group of shoppers were all directly leaving Yi Yang's side and sticking to Su Pengfei's side. Ha ha ha, the corner of Su Pengfei's mouth raised a suppressed smile, as if to say, see, in front of absolute strength, you are simply insignificant dust. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders, but also no longer need to guide. Anyway, the price is here. Directly see which I packing on the end of the matter. Anyway, he came here because he wanted to buy a watch, and it was also convenient for him to spend money. After all, he's got to spend money to make money now. Ha! Seeing that Yi Yang completely ignored himself, as if he was a little worm that didn't need to be taken care of at all, Su Pengfei's face was also flooded with a feeling of dryness. A wave of his own pretenses did absolutely no damage to his opponent. Instead, the other person kept ignoring it, making himself look like a little cutie. Like, well Pengfei, didn't you come to pick out a watch for me this time? Don't be angry. Kai Mao Mao persuaded in succession. Well, Su Pengfei squeezed out a little sound from his nose and also followed Yi Yang into the inner hall. Brat, make a little fortune and dare to go to the inner hall. Don't be scared to death by the price in a while. Vacheron Constantine's outer halls are all under $1 million, and the collections over $1 million are in the inner halls. Well, it was only after entering the inner hall that Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. The price is still appropriate. The watches out there are so cheap that they probably don't give any good rewards. This, and this. Yi Yang casually strolled around, and when he saw the style that was more handsome, or one that matched his aesthetic, he just ordered it away. After coming in, Su Pengfei and a cadre of shopping guide lady just came in to see has taken 7 or 8 prices in the millions of levels of collection level supreme table. Asterisk. What's this kid doing? Su Pengfei was directly dumbfounded. Stocking up here. Think these watches don't cost anything? Just take what you see. He now highly suspected that Yi Yang had myopic eyes and saw the last 3 digits of the price tag. Otherwise, even his father wouldn't dare to buy a watch in such an inbound style. What are you messing around with here? Do you know these watches are worth millions each? If you break them, can you afford to pay for it? Su Pengfei shouted angrily in annoyance. Yi Yang's move also alarmed the store manager of the Vacheron Constantine branch. After all, in addition to that Emerald KV, the other supreme level watches in the store were almost all swept away by Yi Yang, adding up to tens of millions of dollars worth of hundreds of millions. That's it, the rest are too ugly. Yi Yang waved his hand and casually said, Meh. Su Pengfei sneered. Pretend. Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend. You'll have to reveal yourself when you pay in a while. Just when Su Pengfei was ready to see Yi Yang's joke, the system tone came again. Detected that the host spent $75.98 on an ordinary watch, rewarding 45% of the global shares of the Vacheron Constantine company. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. The rewards of the system depend greatly on the type of money he spends. He looked at Su Pengfei with some sympathy. He mocked his own time. He has earned a world-class company. Chapter 19. It's an insult to you to wear a few $1 million trash watch. Swipe your card, right? Yi Yang casually handed over the Supreme Black card. The moment he saw the Supreme Black card, Su Pengfei's heart trembled. The black card represents a personal asset of over $100 million. That's over $100 million in the bank for real. Although he is not a small rich second generation, but to buy a car, to buy a watch, have to manage the family to ask for personal savings, only a few million pathetic just. It's 100,000 miles away from black card access. How could he have a black card? Su Pengfei was baffled. Ding! At the time of the card swipe, the Vacheron Constantine General Information Network also suddenly probed the encrypted message. The branch store manager was shocked. It's rare for this to occur. This means that the owner of the bank card is a super encrypted senior member of the entire Vacheron Constantin company. He looked at Yi Yang with some surprise. Mr. Yi, please wait. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This change should be related to the fact that he had just obtained a controlling stake in Vacheron Constantin. In this kind of big company, even if you are the chairman, it's a big deal to have a 20 to 30 shares. At once, he swept up 45% of the shares and became the de facto owner of Vacheron Constantin. Ha 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 ha, finally showed his face, didn't he? Su Pengfei let out a long sigh of relief. Told you this kid was pretending. Ha ha ha. Kai Mao glanced at Su Pengfei in disgust, doubting her choice more and more. This. Gong Xiaoqing, the branch store manager, entered the store manager's password, and after seeing those decrypted messages, fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on her palms. His body was drenched in cold sweat. He got up in a row and bowed respectfully towards Yi Yang. I'm sorry, Yi Dong, I have no eyes. I really didn't know that you are here. He was sincerely terrified. Obviously terrified. This youth in front of me was actually the actual controller of the entire Vacheron Constantin global company, controlling 45% of Vacheron Constantin. And for such a super godly man to come to his own store and only buy some broken watches that cost a few $1 million is obviously knocking himself out. I'm the one who doesn't know any better. He inwardly regretted. Director Yi, I shouldn't have let these low-grade goods stain your eyes. Please wait for me. After saying that, he was turning around in a row to enter the innermost core of the inner room. What the is going on here? Shouldn't it be that he had no money in his card at all and then got blown out by security? And what did he just call him? Yi Dong? He is a poor. Also deserved to be called Dong. Su Pengfei was completely baffled, and couldn't understand the situation in front of him at all. The shoppers on the side were all blinking their eyes as well. If Su Pengfei was merely confused, then they were feeling horrified. Gong Xiaoqing is one of the 3 general directors of Vacheron Constantin throughout China. It can be said to be a superb status and worth a lot of money. Not even 100 billionaire could make her lower her eyebrows, because there's no need to. Even if you see the richest man in China, at most you will be polite and respectful. It is not possible to be like that just now, as if you have seen your father, scared to the point of cold sweat. This youth, what exactly was his identity that could cause such a great person like shopkeeper Gong to have such a huge reaction? They vaguely and uneasily perceived that the choice they just made was too hasty. A superb person who could make shopkeeper Gong break out in a cold sweat was many levels higher than a rich kid wearing $1 million watch. Yi Dong. These guides were muttering, the call and response hovering in the back of their minds, but not at all willing to believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. In front of the safe in the inner room, clicky-clacky, Gong Xiaoqing was precious and cautious and opened the safe, carefully removed the purple wood and gold diamond-encrusted watch box within it. This watch box alone was worth more than all the watches Yi Yang had just bought combined. Who? This words, think will be able to match the identity of Yi Dong. Will be this offering? Yi Dong should then be able to be slightly satisfied. Gong Xiaoqing is now one of the 3 chief executives of Vacheron Constantin in China. Identity is transcendent. But, he owes his status to Vacheron Constantin. And Yi Yang, the owner of the Vacheron Constantin, one word can deprive him of all honor and position. How dare he disrespect it? Returning to the front desk, he also smiled and said, Yi Dong, this is the only Vacheron Constantin Attic Artisan Series 80253000 or 9593/ assigned to the Huaxia district. And since you need a watch, this one, it barely matches your status. Oh, Yi Yang had only heard of some luxury table names before, and was not too clear about the specific grading. Therefore, on Gong Xiaoqing's words, there is no concept at all. Vacheron Constantin Attic Artisan Series 80253000 or 9593/? Su Pengfei exclaimed, Mr. Gong, what are you doing? Other people are not clear about the Lugu 80253. He, a top-ranking rich second generation who plays with watches all the time, can still not know it. The Vacheron Constantin Attic Craftsman 80253/000 or 9593/ is limited to just 6 pieces worldwide. Not 600. Not 60. There are only 6. One of them, which is still worn by the Tsarist Lusitanian Emperor. Price doesn't even begin to describe this watch, because this watch cannot be bought with money. Want to wear this watch? Need to be supreme respect for the status of power. Yi Yang, a poor beggar, compared to the Tsarist Portuguese Emperor and other great men at the top of the world. Crazy. What for? Yi Dong is the world's chief controller of my Vacheron Constantin company. Only this dial is worthy of his status. There is no reason. Gong Xiaoqing angrily rebuked. He has an impression of Su Pengfei. His father once had a one-sided acquaintance with him. At this time to rebuke this kid, but also good intentions. Su Pengfei a small rich second generation. In front of Yi Yang, not even a worm. If you really want to have a feud, the whole family will have to get involved. Now that he was angrily rebuking the other party and pointing out Yi Yang's identity in passing, he was also trying to make Su Pengfei's head clearer and not make a mistake. Mr. Gong, what did you say? Su Pengfei was completely confused, and his entire mind went blank. Vacheron Constantine's chief global controller, even Kai Mao Mao, who was on the side, could not help but cover her mouth and let out an exclamation of shock as she looked at Yi Yang with endless vibrations in her eyes. If I'd known, I shouldn't have missed out on what could have been the most perfect boyfriend in the world, no matter what it took. Back in college, what was Su Pengfei in front of Yi Yang's status? I must be dreaming. Su Pengfei shook his head. Alas, Gong Shaoqing sighed in his heart. As long as this little brat doesn't cause trouble for himself by continuing to provoke Mr. Yi, everything is fine. He was also realistically taken aback when he realized that such a young youth in front of him was the chief controller. Well, this one's nice and pretty looking. Yi Yang put on the attic artisan 80253/000R and nodded to Gong Shaoqing with satisfaction. You know your stuff. I'll remember you. Chapter 20 Purple Pavilion Restaurant, only 10 people per day? After walking out of the Vacheron Constantin store, he wandered around the sides again, buying a new cell phone and some gadgets he was interested in, spending a few $1 million in total. After strolling through the entire Devil's Six luxury zone, Yi Yang had completely changed into a brand new outfit. Armani set, Vacheron Constantin Louvre 000R, Lamborghini Venom. Finally some of the rich people should look like. Yi Yang looked in the rearview mirror and was quite satisfied with his outfit. People rely on their clothes. Now that the nobleman's clothes were in his body, and with the addition of the national art proficient temperament, Yi Yang, who was originally handsome and sunny, became dazzling. Just standing on the street attracted the attention of countless beautiful women. The beautiful women who could come to the luxury goods area to shop naturally had extremely high vision, but even they could not help but blush at the sight of the dazzling Yi Yang. But seeing Yi Yang in this outfit, these beauties were ashamed of themselves. Where would an ordinary beauty dare to come close to such a super godly man? At least all of them are super confident in their face and condition. Something new? Yi Yang opened WeChat and looked at the new message Lin Shuer sent him. Where is brother Yi now? Are you free tonight? I promised to treat you to dinner cute naughty slash. Yi Yang shook his head. Last night Lin Shuer saw that he rewarded so much and wanted to return the reward money to him. He also said half-jokingly that he would let her treat him to a meal today, and just pay him back with the meal money. I didn't expect this little girl to really take it seriously. It's better if I pick you up and you just take care of picking out a place to eat. Yi Yang returned the message. Okay, drop. I'll meet you downstairs at my place. Naughty. Putting away his cell phone, Yi Yang also drove the car door ready to pick up Lin Shuer. Little brother, you're so handsome. Can you add a WeChat? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and turned his head, his eyes shining. There were many Devil's Six fashionable beauties, but a girl like this in a stunning hanbok with an exquisite pebbled face was still incredibly bright. Can do that. The girl was about 19 or so years old, and the color of anticipation was also shining in her big, budding eyes. For such a pure girl to take the initiative to add microblogging, Yi Yang naturally will not miss. Smiling faintly after adding each other to the microblogging, is to drive a Lamborghini Venom, and went away. So cool. For a long time after Yi Yang left, Ling Shursher's flowery smile on her face did not dissipate. Now look at those little sisters in the circle who still dare to taunt me for not being able to find a Comic-Con CP. If I can hook up with my little brother, I'm sure to flash the whole place. Hiya. In front of the Fuwan neighborhood, Lin Shuer also deliberately dressed up properly before going out. Cherry red lip makeup. Not flashy, but rather set off her delicate face seductively. The cream-colored luxuriant knee-length sari swayed and fluttered with the evening breeze of the summer. The back alone is too beautiful to be possessed on earth. Pedestrians' eyes went straight in order to see Lin Shuer, and there was even someone who crashed his electric car into a pole because of it. It's so beautiful. It feels like none of the stars on TV can catch up with her. Alas, obviously has an owner and is waiting for someone. I don't know which pile of cow dung is called to take up such a beautiful flower. Not your piece of anyway. Get out. The pedestrians were all talking. Lin Shuer was also accustomed to these comments. She was usually well dressed and was bound to be the center of attention in the room. However, at this moment, she didn't have the heart to pay attention to the comments around her. Instead, she looked at the toes of her toes in brown cowhide high-heeled sandals with some nervousness, and looked around from time to time, until a black, speeding shadow drove into her eyes. It was only then that this tension and agitation slowly dissipated from her body. The doors opened automatically with a click. It's been a long time. Inside the car, Yi Yang smiled and waved. Come up. Aha. Michelle Lin nodded repeatedly and got into the Lamborghini Venom. Have you thought about where you're going to eat? Yi Yang asked. I checked half a day last night. The highest spending Michelin 3-star restaurant in Magic City is the Purple Pavilion. A meal is going to cost a few tens of thousands of dollars, but it still can't match what you paid last night. Lin Shuer spat out her tongue and laughed with some embarrassment. She really couldn't find a more expensive restaurant. Violet Court? Yi Yang nodded slightly. Like this kind of high-class restaurant, going to dine had to be ordered a while in advance. Dialed the official website. Hello sir, this is the Mordor Purple Pavilion counseling office. A sweet female voice rang out over there. Hello, I'd like to dine at the Purple Pavilion tonight. Call ahead and reserve a dish. Lin Shuer said. I'm sorry, the Purple Light Pavilion only receives 10 guests a day. The number of guests received today is already full, and the reservations are now lined up for 10 days later. No matter what your status is, you will have to book your meal 10 days later. Yi Yang frowned. With his hearing nowadays, he could naturally hear everything. Although this waitress seemed to be polite, there was also a pride in her tone that made him uncomfortable. A small restaurant that deserves to pose? He looked at Lin Shuer, who was a bit embarrassed, and handed the phone over. Put your boss on the phone, or he'll miss the chance to produce $1 million feast. Yi Yang frowned and said directly, 100 million? The waitress stuttered a little, obviously terrified. The so-called rules of the Purple Pavilion are nothing more than hunger marketing. A meal of tens of thousands of dollars. Even if there is no limit of 10 people a day, there will not be too many people come to eat. And a month of pure profit is just a few million. Moreover, listening to this man's tone, $1 million to eat a luxury meal is as casual as breathing air. She knew that this was the real big shot and didn't dare to delay, and received the call directly to Paul Parrot, who was personally cooking in the back kitchen. Paul is a French national and is himself one of the world's top super 7-star chefs. He came to Mordor to found the Purple Pavilion, also for his ideas and ideals. Only 10 people are served a day, and he makes every dish for every person. Didn't I tell you not to interrupt me in the sacred moments of my cooking unless it's necessary? Paul frowned, unhappy to be disturbed. Although displeased, he picked up the phone after hearing the female operator's statement. Sir, if you're trying to discount my dreams with money, you've come to the wrong person. Paul righteously said. I would never break the rules of the store even if I were closed for the day. I'm professional and bottom line. Rules are rules. Oh, yeah? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up a hint of a smile. Then, from now on, I'm the boss of the Purple Light Pavilion, and the store's rules will be changed to 12 people per day from now on. What kind of crazy talk are you talking about? Is having money a big deal? Paul frowned and wanted to continue stating his ideals, but Yi Yang's next sentence instantly shut him up. 300 million. First, sir, what did you say? Paul was confused. $300 million for your Violet Pavilion. If that's not enough, it's 1 billion. Yi Yang smiled faintly. The more money he spent, the better the rewards would be anyway, and he wanted to see if Paul's pride was hard, or if $1 billion was harder. Chapter 21. Originally I refused, but now he gave too much. This. Sir, are you kidding me? Paul touched his Mediterranean bald head, completely baffled. His Violet Court property was bought for $100 million, and today, with the renovations and outside value, it's valued at $150 million. $300 million at the drop of a hat? Double the premium for Purple Pavilion. Even before he himself had returned the price, the other party had directly increased it to $1 billion by himself. He scratched his head, completely hesitant. Yi Yang was also not in a hurry to say anything else, just quietly waiting for the other party to respond. Gollum. As time went on, the billions kept hitting Paul's mind like a giant hammer. Forget it, I won't force you if you don't want to sell. Yi Yang said indifferently. No. I was just shocked. Of course it's for sale. Paul's spirit was shaken, and he even said that the immortal style of just now had been thrown to nowhere. Originally, I refused to do it, but I don't know why he gave too much. Boss. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It seemed that all the spirits in the world, after all, could not escape the law of ultimate true fragrance. A conversation. Paul, just that proud tone has long since evaporated. A mouth a boss called can be happy. Boss Yi, you order. You eat in your own store. I will definitely prepare the best for you as much as I can. Boss, do you think you need this foie gras flown in from France or sealed in the Champagne district? Boss, well, you decide what you want to eat. I'll serve it when I get there and be done with it. Yi Yang waved his hand impatiently, annoyed enough by Paul's enthusiasm. A mere $1 billion turned the proud chef right into a licking dog. It's pretty amazing what money can do. Lin Shuer on the side cried and laughed. I said I'd come to treat Brother Yi. I didn't expect to make brother Yi break the bank again. Ha ha, no harm done. I also just bought this restaurant because I see some investment potential in it. Yi Yang casually snorted and said, Purple Pavilion just need to drop some money to get the name and marketing right, and then open up the limitations of starvation marketing. It's easy to do double the valuation within a year. Paul simply doesn't believe in the spending power of Mordor, and that's why it's such a failure. Ding! It was detected that you spent $1 billion on the Purple Pavilion restaurant, rewarding the human extreme level, musical instrument proficiency. Oh, Yi Yang was a little surprised. I thought it would also give what company shares actually is a talent. However, he now has the Empire State Building and the Vacheron Constantine head office to his name. With hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, it's not that bad anymore. Abilities like proficiency in Chinese national arts and proficiency in top-tier musical instruments were what he would be moved by. You can't buy these extreme skills for any amount of money. Well, let's go. The meal is still on you. Yi Yang laughed in order to make Lin Shuer realize her wish of inviting herself for dinner. Lin Shuer spat out her tongue and was amused by the serious Yi Yang and snorted. A moment of flair also made Yi Yang a little heartbroken. By the way, why aren't you out on the air today? Yi Yang asked with some doubt. Eating with brother Yi is a time that belongs only to the two of us. Shuer doesn't want anything else to disturb us. Silly girl. Yi Yang smiled and rubbed Lin Shuer's glossy forehead. You're the stupid one. To such an intimate action. Lin Shuer didn't dodge in the slightest. Instead, she took the initiative to lean towards Yi Yang's hand, and a happy smile appeared on her face. The Lamborghini kicked the gas and shot out as a black shadow. Only the group of passers-by who stayed behind Lin Shuer's back were left shaking their heads and sighing. Sure enough, the top beauties are all the guests of the godly hordes. Lamborghini Venom. A $70 to $80 million supercar empire. Hey, of course people's flowers are stuck in crystal vases. Can't they be stuck in cow dung like you? That's not what you just said. Magic City, Marina Road. After parking the Lamborghini in the exclusive parking lot of the Violet Court restaurant, Yi Yang was also leading Lin Shuer towards the entrance of the Purple Light Pavilion. Hey, you guys are late. At the door, a fat man in a suit with gold teeth and holding a black silk sultry beauty said in a conspiratorial manner. Oh, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The fat man in the suit with gold teeth looked straight at Lin Shuer with his eyes, and smiled. Hey, the Purple Light Pavilion only receives 10 waves of guests a day, and we are the 10th wave. You guys can't get in, but if this little beauty wants to go in and see what's going on, I can show you in. As for this gentleman, he'd better go back where he came from. Fatty Golden Tooth obviously had his eye on Lin Shuer and wanted to invite her to eat with him, kicking Yi Yang out in the process. Such blatant trolling. Yi Yang was seeing it for the first time. It's not necessary. Lin Shuer obviously didn't have a good feeling about Fatty Goldtooth either. Frowning and sounding cold. Humph. Just don't know what to do. Fatty Goldtooth snorted coldly, and then he was able to see the classical door of the Purple Light Pavilion slowly open. Dozens of attendants stepped out of them in a respectful parade. Wow. Not worthy of tens of thousands of big meals. This row is big. Ha ha ha. I said you don't need to welcome me with such a sandwich. Hey, what are you doing? Fatty Goldtooth originally thought that such a big battle was prepared for him. He didn't expect that when he was about to receive dozens of people to wait on him in front of him, he was directly pushed aside by these people, becoming an outsider. Hubby, what's going on here? Didn't you say you'd come here to be treated like an aristocrat? The sultry woman on the side instantly quit, daintily shaking the fat man with gold teeth. Fatty Chu Shao Cohen with gold teeth was also trying to air his grievances, but between these dozens of attendants lined up, Paul walked out with his assistant Lilith. Hiss. It's actually Mr. Chef. Chu Shao Cohen of course recognizes Paul. In order to bring his girlfriend to properly come and pretend to have a good time, he secretly crammed a lot of knowledge about the Purple Pavilion. This French cook is so proud that he can make him come out to greet him personally. So it must be a big shot who's coming. Fatty Jin's heart that wanted to curse also collected itself. His appearance dressed up in a man like a dog. In fact, not much money at all. His girlfriend grinding half a month to come to the Purple Pavilion for dinner. He only made a cruel heart to spend 20,000 to properly pretend to be a high-class force. The evening to eat by the way after taking down this demonic. Just as he was guessing who the big man was. Instead, he saw the youth he had just tried to pry and kick out of the game walk up with his heartthrob goddess. Asterisk. Who does he think he is? Laughing me to death. All hard-faced to pretend. A moment to be racked and thrown out is not good. He sneered in cold mockery. But he hadn't finished his sentence. The two of them, Paul and Lilith, then stood and settled respectfully in front of Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. The next moment, dozens of attendants plus Paul and Lilith bowed in unison. In unison, they shouted, "Welcome Boss Yi." At this moment, the fat man with gold teeth is messed up in place. Chapter 22, A Feast Worth Millions of Dollars. Boss. Fatty Goldtooth was completely baffled. A high-spending place like the Purple Light Pavilion was simply unattainable for someone like him who just wanted to come and act like a pussy. Even the master of the Violet Pavilion called him Boss Yi. How high should Yi Yang's status be then? He had actually tried to pry this kind of existence before. I must be out of my mind. He was so jittery that if it wasn't for the fact that he was still next to the sultry goddess that he had licked for months before reluctantly agreeing to come out to eat with him, he would have wanted to just kneel down and apologize to Yi Yang. After all, in Mordor, offending a bigwig could ruin one's future with a single word. Aha! Yi Yang nodded slightly. What kind of status he had now? If such a small person could make himself angry, that would be a drop in behavior. Phew! Seeing that Yi Yang didn't pay any attention to himself at all, it was only then that the gold-toothed fatty Chu Shao Kuan was relieved and prepared to leave with his goddess. How dare you go in for dinner after offending the big man? One is afraid that if he's not happy he won't be able to get out. What are you doing? Demure woman originally looked hot. At this time to see Chu Shao Kuan just a moment ago hardened, now wimped out into a dog's egg, is even more angry nostril smoke. Are you still a man? Whether you get in or not. I'm going to get in today anyway. The woman rolled her eyes. Ah, the owner of the Purple Pavilion. Big man. And also so sunny and handsome. Say anything to find a way to get close to each other. Ah, as for this one around here, it's just a lickspittle. It's just a matter of licking myself comfortable for the past 2 months before I rewarded him by coming to dinner with him. This, well, Chu Shao Kuan let out a bitter smile and also accompanied the woman to carefully follow behind Yi Yang and entered the Purple Light Pavilion. Inside the hall of the Violet Light Pavilion, the decoration was incomparably luxurious. The whole is of classic French aristocratic design. The most conspicuous thing was the ancient but uncluttered piano, on which the beams of the sun struck as if it were the focal point of the room. Behind the piano, a Renaissance shipwreck salvaged for its value. The surrounding walls, too, were made entirely of photonic screens. The environment is modeled after nature, with colorful lighting that is soothing and enjoyable. This setting, it's so luxurious, although Lin Shuer had seen some luxury hotel restaurants, but, compared to the Violet Pavilion in front of her, it was small. Have a seat. Paul and Lilith warmly invited Yi Yang into the chief. Sit down. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer were also seated, dining at the Purple Pavilion. Each table has an exclusive waiter. As for Yi Yang's group, the original deputy store manager, Lilith, was now the exclusive assistant. Lilith was a typical French beauty with a tall and proud figure, her turquoise blue eyes sparkling with spirituality, and her blonde curly hair sliding down like a waterfall, so that people couldn't take their eyes off of it when they saw it. Hiss. Lilith vice store manager actually serves personally. What exactly is this youth? Gulp. Lilith's assistant store manager is so beautiful. I've dreamed of being able to have her serve a meal. I'm really envious. The guests at the next few tables looked enviously at Lilith, who was busy working left and right beside Yi Yang, rubbing her gun and teasing her with her proud figure every now and then. Poof. Lin Shuer looked at the attentive Lilith, and a hint of jealousy flowed out of her eyes, but now that she was in such a high-end occasion, she was too embarrassed to pick a fight. Well, comfortable. Yi Yang didn't order any food. His meals are lovingly prepared by Paul's own hands, and each and every one of them is Paul's specialty. It's an apéritif, a superb Italian Siena that Paul has held for over a decade. Even for himself, he couldn't bring himself to drink it. Lilith personally poured the Siner bitters for Yi Yang and Lin Shuer, adding blue ice cubes. Well, Yi Yang nodded slightly. As a high-level apéritif, Siner Extreme is expensive, and it is Paul's collection. The value of this small cup should be no less than 100,000 Huaxia coins. Not bad. Except that the flavor is still less delicately evocative than the Romane Conti. Yi Yang casually said. Lilith laughed bitterly. Romane Conti, that is the emperor of red wine. If all the wine to compare with it, afraid that all have to go out of business. Aperitifs are primarily about developing the taste buds and giving you a better sense of the nuanced flavors of the dishes for a while. As he spoke, the dishes were served one after another. Let's start with a small appetizer before dinner. Lilith introduced. This is the Golden Phoenix Cupcake. The whole is decorated by gold foil and gold powder, and the world's highest grade chocolate is used. Holy, even the Golden Phoenix has come out. This guy is really ho-hum. Such a small piece, eaten in 2 bites, sells for more than 100,000 Huaxia coins. I've met a real god today. The per capita spending at Purple Pavilion is over $10,000, but for $10,000 or so, you can only order a little bit of that level of the most common meal in the store. Golden Phoenix cake, the world's finest, is naturally not among them. Well, it tastes good. Yi Yang's eyes lit up and his appetite grew. The texture of this cake was truly a rare delicacy in the world. followed by freshly minced French foie gras, white truffle bread, sturgeon lobster omelette, golden caviar, Kobe beef with truffle aioli, crystal king crab, enough for a dozen top-notch dishes. The selling price of each course was in the tens of thousands of Chinese coins. The customers on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. I thought coming to the Purple Pavilion for a meal was high-end enough, but looking at the other party's super divine dinner, and then looking at the dishes on their own table, they could only inwardly curse. What garbage is all this? This meal, counting the bottles of red wine that were opened, must be close to $1 million. Millions for a meal. Today is considered to have seen. Alas, I thought that by coming here to eat, I was already among the upper class. I think it's better for me to go to another berth. A few tables of guests were in awe. Most of the ones who came here were here to bring their girlfriends to pretend. But tonight, under the reflection of Yi Yang's millions of gourmet feasts, their reckoning, apparently, was completely smashed. Their girlfriends, all of them were looking at the handsome Yi Yang by the candlelight with endless envy and love. And in their minds, they had already been in love with this handsome godly man countless times, and even sketched out the specific plot and detailed scenes. These men looked at their girlfriends around them and felt their heads turn green. Ahem. They were sitting on their asses, both ready to take their girlfriends and pull out first. Leaving now is just a loss of tens of thousands of dollars in meal money. But if it's a little later, I'm afraid I'll have to lose my girlfriend along with it. Well, although there are more than a dozen meals, but the French cuisine, the portion is pitifully small, all eaten clean. Yi Yang only feels satiety. It's a bit boring if it's just dinner. Yi Yang was full of wine, stood up, and his eyes also looked at the classical piano on the side. It's a bit of a pity not to have some music at such an idle moment. Chapter 23, Such a young piano maestro? Brother Yi can still play the piano. Lin Shuer's eyes lit up with some surprise. Slightly, Yi Yang waved his hand and was sitting in front of the piano. This classical piano, said to be 100 years ago, the old things of the aristocracy, well preserved. The historical value are very high. By this piano in the first place at least spent a few $1 million. Yi Yang had just been rewarded with musical instrument proficiency, and it was at the human limit level. What is the concept of human limits? His instrument playing skills today had surpassed all the masters, patriarchs, and even the famous figures of the green history who had started their own schools in ancient and modern times. Hands just put on the piano. A myriad of knowledge and wonderful feelings then flashed through his mind. Does this god-awful handsome guy even play the piano? No way. That's too perfect. Rich people just play casually. Do you really think he can play? How good? I'm a professional music theory teacher. Get ready to see him make a fool of himself and be done with it. One of the music theory teachers present had long been tired of seeing his girlfriend's eyes worshipping Yi Yang, and at this time, he directly exited and mocked. Aha! That is, the patrons on the sidelines were helpful, looking to this music theory teacher like a savior. Yi Yang was just too dazzling tonight. If he doesn't let his image suffer, I'm afraid none of the girlfriends here will escape and go back to kicking their asses. After all, some women never look at their own worth, and as soon as they've been exposed to a better man, they don't think their partner is worthy of them at all. Yi Yang moved with his heart. His fingers were like flexible birds of prey, gently playing this classical piano. This can't be right. The music theory teacher had just listened for 10 seconds or so when he was so shocked that his whole body stood up from his chair. What's wrong? It feels pretty good, asked a puzzled girlfriend from the sidelines. More than nice. The music theory teacher closed his eyes and felt carefully. This precise to the extreme scales, the subtle to the extreme control of emotions, the skill of turning the hand to flick the fingers, is simply a master. Not a super music theory master at the level of a patriarch. He was completely unable to describe his shock in words. That's my Prince Charming, the man of my dreams. There were already girls present who were infatuated and intoxicated. Looking at Yi Yang's eyes, their inner thoughts were not even hidden at all. One's own boyfriend was nothing but scum compared to this youth. This is too cool. The halo fell. Yi Yang sat in the middle of the sunlight, his fingers moving in succession, playing perfect melodies, those beautiful melodies, as if they had a special magic power. The listener is instantly immersed in the emotional mood of the piece. Even with Yi Yang's playing, one could immerse oneself in the imagery expressed by the tune. Softly, like a breeze on the face, the bursts were like wild winds. Everyone, even the male diners who were jealous on the head, were unconsciously mesmerized by the sound of the piano. This is Yi Yang's favorite piano piece, Maxim's famous Croatian Rhapsody, known as the world's 10th most difficult piano piece. There was a time when he looked forward to the day when he would be able to play it himself. I didn't expect that it would come true. Today, that hand speed, this precise control, calling it a patriarch seems too frivolous. This is the master of the age. The music theory teacher who had just wanted to pick on Yi Yang and make him get down sank powerlessly into his chair. He's in no position to nitpick at all. In front of Yi Yang, his level of playing the piano, for fear of being someone's disciple's disciple, are far from enough. It's so good. The beautiful women in the room were completely overwhelmed. Handsome, rich, and plays the piano so well. How in the world can there be such a perfect person? And then look at this fellow beside himself, letting him take himself to a 10,000-8,000 meal is asking for a long time. It's really too trashy. The more Sun Xiaoting thought, the more angry. Directly under the table, a foot of high heels stepped on the surface of Chu Xiaokuan's feet. The pain of Chu Xiaokuan grinned and inhaled cool air. What's wrong? Xiaoting. Chu Xiaokuan covered the top of his foot and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. Originally came in and looked at Yi Yang was scared. The goddess also kept looking at each other. It was even more so that he was dumbfounded and could not speak. Look at people. And then look at you. Don't look for me to come out for dinner in the future. I want to find a boyfriend like Yi Yang's male god. Trash like you don't deserve to accompany me out for dinner at all. After saying that, she continued to look at Yi Yang in a flowery manner. You. Chu Xiaokuan was half dead from anger, inwardly holding a grudge against Yi Yang. How could the goddess be at fault? The fault is clearly Yi Yang. If it wasn't for the presence of such a perfect man, how could his goddess move on? Liquors are dogs after all, and the thinking just isn't from a human perspective. Priya Vi here. With the last heavy coda, the hearty performance came to an abrupt end, echoing with a lingering, evocative and unforgettable feeling. Pop, pop, pop. The music theory teacher who was still mocking Yi Yang just now became Yi Yang's fanatic fan, even more so than those gold-worshipping women, applauding the loudest and most positively. Yi Yang also smiled faintly and got up, walking back to his seat. Wow, Yi brother, you're not knowing a little bit of this at all. I still know this piece of music. To be able to play it like this, it's at least master level. Lin Shuer looked at Yi Yang, the admiration in her eyes overflowing. Ha ha, sloppy, I guess. I've practiced occasionally. Yi Yang casually explained. Lilith on the side was also completely at a loss as to what to say. As a French girl, what she eats the most is the set of romance. Just now Yi Yang's superb piano skills, has been from the inside, will be her complete and utter conquest. It's about time. That's it for tonight. Yi Yang smiled and gave a look to Lilith at the side. Lilith immediately understood. Ms. Lin. This consumption totaled 888 Chinese coins, credit card or cash? $100,000? Okay. At this time, the strength of the red wine had already come up. Lin Shuer's little face was already slightly red, looking like a freshly ripened peach, tantalizingly incomparable. After Lilith swiped her card, she looked at Yi Yang's back as he assisted Lin Shuer towards the Lamborghini, and she was also envious inside. This meal was supposed to cost millions, but under Yi Yang's authorization, it was naturally impossible for Lin Shuer to really spend so much. Anyway, he's the owner of the Purple Pavilion. He'll always come back later. I'll always get a chance. Lilith bit her lip and inwardly made up her mind. Phew, finally gone. The male customers present were long relieved. Yi Yang stayed a little longer. They were really afraid that their girlfriend would really run away with someone on the spot. I'll take you back to the Fuwan neighborhood. Yi Yang laughed. No, I'm alone in the house. It's dark and cold. At this time, the wine has completely come up. Lin Shuer's reddish-white tender face rubbed against Yi Yang's chest. Tonight, I just want to be with Brother Yi. Chapter 24, I don't accept takeout. Villa 1 on Hentaying Mountain. Yi Yang helped Lin Shuer, who was a bit dizzy, into the middle of the hall. Am I heavy? Lin Shuer wrapped her arms around Yi Yang's neck and collapsed on the sofa. Her face flushed red as she asked. Didn't feel it at all. Yi Yang is now a master of the national art. He can do all 4 pairs of pounds, and Lin Shuer is only about 100 pounds, so how could she feel heavy? You're drunk. Let me take you up to find a bedroom to sleep in. Villa 1 was too big, with 6 or 7 bedrooms, large and small. There is also a downstairs butler's and nanny's room, 9 bedrooms in all, but the housekeeper and the nanny he hadn't gotten around to for a while. Cher is not drunk. Lin Shuer beamed, unsatisfied. I can still drink. Don't talk nonsense. Your little face is red like that. Yi Yang's face was pressed by Lin Shuer's arms in front of her. Between his eyes, there was only a distance of 3 centimeters, and he could feel Lin Shuer's rolling aroma with the scent of wine coming to his nose. If you keep this up, I'm not going to guarantee your safety. Yi Yang looked at the beautiful and mesmerized face in front of him. Such a great beauty, such almost zero distance contact. He could even feel the other party's body temperature and softness. As a normal person, he naturally had all the reactions he should have. Even his reflexes only got stronger after the physical improvements. I'm not drunk. I also know that the meal just now was because Brother Yi didn't want me to spend more money. Swear just likes Brother Yi for a long time. Now finally let me meet you again. This time, don't want to miss it again. Xi Yingying stared at Yi Yang and tenderly said, Brother Yi, come, good. Yi Yang also relaxed and became each other. Only after a long time did Lin Shuer fall into a deep sleep. Yi Yang scratched his head. Although he knew that he was ridiculously strong after the physique upgrade, he didn't expect that he would actually be this strong. Even when I was busy until the latter part of the night, there was absolutely nothing debilitating about it. After pinching the tender face of the sleeping Lin Shuer, he too fell asleep with contentment. The next day, Yi Yang woke up and opened his cell phone, only to find so many more messages. He subconsciously clicked on his sister Yi Xiaozi's message first. The other party has received your red packet. Holy, older brother, you're so rich. The sun has come out of the west. All of a sudden it's $5,000. Did you win the lottery? /doubt. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth hooked and he smiled as he typed back. Ah, won the lottery. Is your brother good? Not enough to ask for more ha. Before the words were sent, another message came from there. Wow, dude, you got me a new laptop. Surprise. I googled it and the laptop costs over $50,000. Holy cow. Happiness comes too suddenly. Yi Yang smiled. His sister, that old laptop has been used for 5 or 6 years and has not been replaced, has been chanting with himself to change a laptop. It seems that the delivery of Beijing West Express is indeed fast, actually delivered in 1 day. Yi Yang said back, Sister's Day is in 2 days. Don't forget to pick me up from school for a day out. Brother, /smile/treachery. What the hell is Sister's Day? You don't even know about Sister's Day, do you? This is this fairy's own rules, he. Actually just want a brother you la. It's settled. I won't see you in 2 days. Yi Yang bitterly laughed and shook his head. This girl, ever since she was a child, was quirky. Yi Xiaozi studied good, so the family also spent a lot of money to send her to the Magic City to read a good high school. Mom and dad, although ordinary people, but the study is still very important to see, because of the reading is a very bull high school. Go into study, either the family is very powerful, or study is particularly good. Yi Xiaozi is usually very few opportunities to go out of school. It's really been a long time since I counted, so it's good to pick her up for the weekend. Yi Yang also made up his mind in his heart, turning his head to look at Lin Shuer, who was still unconscious. Last night's fierce battle until the latter part of the night, he himself was not doing anything, but Lin Shuer was afraid that it would be hard to get up until noon. Even if I woke up, I'm afraid I'd be too weak-footed to get out of bed. Looks like we'll have to buy her something nice to make up for it. It just so happens that we had Western food last night, so let's order Chinese food for lunch. Chinese dining is so profound that a state banquet of open water cabbage is not analogous to the price of any of last night's dishes. Western food is expensive, but Chinese food is expensive. But there is a market without a price. Although it is rarely selected by Michelin because of the restaurant system, Chinese food is truly the uncrowned king of the restaurant world. The best Chinese restaurant in Mordor would be Han Court. If you have to rate it, a 5-star Michelin rating is not too much to ask for a restaurant like Hankook, which specializes in the highest-end Chinese food. Hello? Hanko? I'm ordering a lunch takeout. Yi Yang casually said. I'm sorry sir, we're a high-end restaurant. We don't accept takeout. As soon as the operator beauty of the Han Court heard Yi Yang's opening statement, the corners of her mouth twitched in embarrassment. What a place Hanko is. Thousands or even tens of thousands for a single dish. Takeout. And the word Hanko, he just doesn't go with it at all. Okay. Oh, are you sure? Yi Yang sneered. I'm going to order at least $1 million for this meal. If I'm not allowed to order takeout, then I'll have to change it? Wait. What did you say? The beautiful woman was completely confused. Millions of meals. Hanko was high-end, but it was Hanko high-end, not her little operator high-end. It's $1 million deal, and if she screws it up, she's not far from getting the hell out of there. Therefore, she also sought out the general manager of Han Court in a row. Hello? Mr. Yi, hello? You have any claims? Please feel free to tell me. Just now that is a temporary worker. Do not understand. Ha. Well, I'm going to have one of your Han Court's top dishes. Just make it at about $1 million. Send it to me before noon. Yi Yang casually said. Fine. Leave your address, Mr. Yi. The general manager tried without revealing anything. Villa 1 Hentang, no need to say anymore, right? Yi Yang hung up the phone after saying that. That head. The general manager put down the phone in shock, his hands shaking. Hentang Villa 1. The asking price is $1 billion or so. It's not just money that buys that villa. The energy and power behind it is top-notch. Thinking of this, where did he dare to delay? He directly informed the back kitchen to prepare the dishes and went. Just put the phone down. The villa's doorbell then rang. Yi Yang casually glanced at the electronic screen, and it turned out to be Umomo and some suit staff. He raised an eyebrow and opened the smart voice-activated Villa gate. Boss Yi, the clothes you ordered and the objects you bought have all arrived. Umomo was still dressed in a hot professional outfit, just like the most attentive housekeeper. Chapter 25, Maid Butler. Master, do you think I can do it? Umomo's gaze was fiery as she sized up Yi Yang. She had long expected Yi Yang to have a high status, and she didn't expect to buy so many luxuries and clothes just after coming in for a day. That adds up to at least $100 million, right? Such a handsome and perfect young godly man is more than Prince Charming. It's simply divine. Ah, these will go in my check room. Yi Yang casually said. Okay, I'll set it up. You silently led the suit staff to the check room. The so-called check room in Yi Yang's mouth. There are 3 in Villa 1. One is a bedroom, private closet, a family closet next to the master bath, and a ground floor stash closet. The smallest of these, the private check room and the master bedroom, is over 100 square feet, and unbeknownst to you, you'd think you'd entered a luxury storefront. Umomo took the staff into the family check room next to the bathroom, a huge space of 300 square feet. After taking a bath, wandering around in it, matching combinations at will, at least for a girl like Umomo, the feeling was bound to be exhilarating. Looking at the oversized check room that was several times larger than even his own home, the color of determination in Umomo's eyes is even more intense. Busy for a good half day, Yi Yang shopping spree, spent more than 100 million to buy a variety of clothing and luxury goods. Hard even medium family check room are not full. Okay, you guys can get out now. Umomo also smiled. Okay. These staff members were kind of enlightened and didn't even empty their minds of the shock when they left. Such a large check room was the first they had seen in all their years in the business. Can't let you work for nothing. I just happened to order a takeout. I don't think 2 people can finish it. Why don't you stay and eat some? Yi Yang laughed. More than 2 people can eat. Umomo's heart trembled. But there was always a chance to get closer to Yishinhao, so how could she miss it? At that moment, he nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. Yi Yang stunned. He was just polite and courteous. You really left. But it really didn't matter to him. It just so happened that the takeout that cost over $1 million. It was estimated that he and Lin Shuer really couldn't finish it. Umomo was in no hurry to ask who the other of the 2 was. For one thing, she wasn't in a position to ask right now. 2 is also that person will always come out when it's time to come out. Right. These days I'm planning to add a few maids and housekeepers to the villa. You happen to be doing this too, so I guess you're very experienced. Any good candidates for me to recommend? Yi Yang asked with a faint smile. Maid butler? A hint of redness rose on Umomo's face. Are all rich people so good at playing air? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. He had clearly said maid and housekeeper just now. Yi boss. You see, can I do it? Jokes aside, Umomo was also looking at Yi Yang somewhat nervously at this time. You? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Aha! Silence is a 7-star gold medal butler on Butler Online. With an international qualification certificate. Very reliable. Definitely won't let the boss. Not. Master, you disappointed. Umomo said evenly. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth lifted. The title of master. He rather liked it. This woman is smart and on the ball. So it might be a good idea to consider making her the family housekeeper. You see, master. This is the generalized upper-class domestic recruitment circle. Yi Yang took Umomo's cell phone. Home Talent Network? That's quite an unpretentious name. Yi Yang looked at the job application information above. Every one of them is a top-notch beauty. And the talent network requires that you have to provide a photo of your face. And even if it's a photo of your face, it's still stunningly beautiful. The minimum is 3 stars and the maximum is 7. Each star also has gold, silver and bronze plaques to represent practitioner performance. Yi Yang smiled. It seems that you are indeed the top talent in there. Umomo was praised by her male god. Even the usually sensible her couldn't help but tilt her little tail and tilt her chin in a very proud manner. Well, good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Umomo was the first beautiful woman to greet him as he entered the henteing villa. It was also considered to be the first beautiful woman that he had newly met after starting his new life as a godly man. For Umomo, he was feeling a little different from others inside. Also being a 7-star gold medal home management talent, Yi Yang naturally preferred to let Umomo be this maid housekeeper. He. Thank you, master. Umomo dutifully said, having the imperial sister bow down and call her master. Yi Yang was also filled with a sense of accomplishment. Since you're a maid butler, I'll have to put together a troupe of professional housemaids. Yi Yang rubbed his chin. These a few a while after dinner call them to come to the interview. You help contact just. Starting salary of 500,000 yuan. 15 pay a year. Willing to come. More. How much? Seeing that Yi Yang ordered all 7-star gold medals, Umomo just wanted to remind Yi Yang that this hiring fee was not low. She didn't expect Yi Yang to give her a direct blow to the head. Told her what a true god ho is. Normally speaking, a gold 7-star domestic helper would earn just $500,000 to $1 million a year, and Yi Yang directly gives $500,000 a month, and give 15 salaries a year. This is just horrible. It's settled. As for your salary, well, first agreed you to take $1 million a month. If you do a good job next year to give you a salary increase. Yi Yang laughed. Even Umumo, who had seen many big scenes, was confused. $1 million a month. 15 salaries a year is $15 million. She previously worked as a service chief in the Henteing Villa area, and her annual salary was only $800,000. Too little? Yi Yang frowned and asked doubtfully. It is reasonable to say that what he gave should not be low. No. Umomo got up in a row. Master, you are so good to Momo. Mimo will certainly do her best to take care of your villa. That's fine. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Umomo was overjoyed in her heart. She didn't expect that coming to help Yi Yang load the cabinet with good intentions would actually directly bring her close to the male god. And she could even be the male god's personal maid. The main thing is, it's $10 million a year. Men's god. No, the master is so handsome. Dropping. Outside the door of the villa, a classic court car was parked. On the palace car, the word, Han Pavilion, was also inscribed in ancient colors. Oh, you came quite quickly. Didn't you say you don't deliver? This is much more professional than a professional takeout, isn't it? Yi Yang smiled. This is takeout. Umomo once again felt like her worldview was being challenged. When did a super high-end restaurant like Hankook start delivering? And, with this show of force, it's hard to believe that the entire restaurant has been moved here. Looking at the 7 or 8 meters of the huge food truck, Umomo messed up in place. Chapter 26. Is it a choice of purity or $8 million a year? Mr. Yi, because your order this time is extremely large, we at Hankook take this very seriously, so we've been specially sent to carry out on-site production. This is our menu. You can order as much as you like. We are all the top state banquet chefs of Hancourt, personally creating a gourmet feast for you on the spot. Several national banquet chefs prided themselves on having seen the world, but they were still surprised after entering Yi Yang's Henteing Hill Villa. This hall, it's so luxurious. It's like a dream ultra-modern abode. Oh, Yi Yang swept a glance and picked the expensive and smooth ones to order. Dragon's liver and phoenix eyes, Chinese cabbage in open water, golden dragon surrounding pearls, undersea Buddha jumping wall, squirrel mandarin fish, 1,000 refined dongpa pork, golden rice, 300 years of wild ginseng soup, diamond fruit cutting plate. Several top chefs were on the sidelines taking down the names of the dishes and preparing the ingredients in a hurry. One side is secretly alarmed. These, the finale dishes and even the grand finale dishes, the most expensive existence in the state banquet. For each of them, the price was in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of heavenly dollars. That's not even a blink of an eye. Be direct. Drink? Yi Yang flipped through the menu with some dissatisfaction. Aren't there any brighter wines? Several state chefs looked hesitantly at each other. It basically lists all the high-priced wines at Hankook. The only one, because it's just too expensive. Being the town's favorite, it's not even on the menu because no one can afford to drink it. Mr. Yi does have a wine that is not listed on it, but the price? Several people asked hesitantly. Oh, tell me about it. Yi Yang also came to be interested in what kind of wine, so that these state banquet chefs did not dare to write on the menu because of the price. National Collection Funjo. When that batch of National Collection out of the cellar, only 20 bottles, all the world's aristocracy for the coaxing. There is a bottle a few times through the transfer. Was my Han Pavilion to 2,988,000,000 heavenly price to buy, as a treasure of the town store. With that said, a couple of the chefs stopped squeaking. After all, although Boss Yu is generous, the kind of multi-million-dollar National Collection wine that was almost equivalent to a collector's item, how could anyone actually buy it as a table wine and drink it at random? That one then. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. This kind of wine is quite attached to his own heart. At least the price. Then the Romane Conti are much higher. Several of the state chefs were shocked. Mr. Yi, are you serious? As a town treasure, it will be sold at a price, which will be in the range of 300. Yi Yang frowned and waved his hand. You're mentioning money to me? A few of the state chefs were just coming back to their senses. Yeah, people live in houses that are over $1 billion. So what's wrong with just taking a few million just for a taste? Is this how rich people think? Millions for a bottle of wine. My house is less than $3 million. Several chefs laughed bitterly. but still contacted Han Court to hurry up and send over the national collection of Fan wine. Because it's white wine, one bottle is naturally enough. Several state banquet chefs were lamenting while cooking the state banquet in full swing inside the large kitchen of Yi Yang's ultra-luxury villa. They were all glowing with enjoyment. The kitchen appliances in the Hentaying Hill Villa are made of the finest and most luxurious international ones. A set of kitchenware may be worth millions and millions of dollars. As a chef, the dream of a lifetime is to be able to cook a meal in this fantastic super luxury kitchen. While the chefs were in full swing, Yi Yang casually turned on the TV in the living room and started contacting these 7-star gold medal domestic beauties on the talent network with Yumomo. Guan Ruoyu? Yi Yang laughed. The name is easy on the eyes. Take it. Call her. Yumomo was also unambiguous. He knew that this was also a test Yi Yang had given her. As the chief butler, of course, you must be sensible and tactful, not cynical. Hello? The call was answered and a voice with a hint of innocence hidden in politeness came from the other side. Guan Ruoyu is a master's degree from the Wharton School of Business, which is ranked in the top few international rankings, and she is 1.72 tall and has first-class looks. On weekdays, she was naturally the goddess in the hearts of an unknown number of licking dogs. The character also carries some pride deep in his bones. This is Hentaying Hill Villa. I am the housekeeper of Hentaying Hill Villa, and I am sending you a formal invitation to hire through the talent network. Oh, want me to come over and manage your finances? What's your annual salary? Any prospects? How is the owner's character? If it is a nasty person, I will not accept it. By the way, I personally want a separate financial management room, to have a special attendant. After all, my seniority. I interrupt. You murmur frowned. We're just going to recruit a maid. What? An incredulous voice came over the phone. Please, did you read my message? Wharton Business School. You're asking me to come over and be a maid? The bite-sized price given over here is $500,000 a month and 15 paychecks a year. Yo. You murmur narrowed her eyes like a cunning jade-faced fox. There was silence on the other side of the phone. Yi Yang vaguely heard the sound of a water cup falling on the floor. After a few seconds over there is sent a weak inquiry. This salary treatment. Is it true? That's right. If you find it acceptable, please come to Villa 1 on Hentaying Hill by 8 o'clock tonight to begin your trial period. Okay, I will be on time. Somewhere in a small house in Magic City. Guan Ruoyu's cup shattered at her feet, and her entire body froze. When she first heard that she was asked to be a maid over there, her entire being was skeptical, and she even wanted to infamously call the other party a psychopath. But when she heard about this pay package, her mental defenses completely collapsed. The financial management program sounds highbrow, but even if she graduated from Wharton on a full scholarship, with no family background and no connections, what ingrate company would be willing to offer her a master's degree with no experience for more than $500,000 a year? Masters returned to the sea for half a year. High-minded and proud of her has not been able to find a satisfactory job, so she had to nest in this small rented room to eat noodles. $500,000 a month. 15 salaries a year. That's $7.5 million a year, even as a maid. So what? 6 months of harsh reality had pretty much destroyed her inner pride. Guan Ruoyu looked at the broken cups around her with determination in her eyes. No matter what she was asked to do, she's all about keeping the job. Master, I'm coming. She hurriedly got up and began to carefully groom herself for tonight's interview. Villa 1 on Hentaying Mountain. Yu silently put down his cell phone. A total of 9 were looked for, and without any surprise all of them agreed. She was also a bit emotional. Yi Yang looks at these. Which one is not extremely well endowed and high-minded? As a result of hearing the annual salary of 7 or 8 million, one and all with the smell of fishy cats in general, cannot wait to instantly have to fly over. It's a good feeling to have money. Chapter 27 Chateau Lafite Rothschild title. Centurion Black and Gold card. Yi brother. Yi Yang turned his head and was seeing Lin Schwer, who was only wearing a home silk pajamas, coming down from upstairs. Her delicate body curves were hidden, and associating it with last night's gentleness and joy, made Yi Yang lick his lips. Because there were no girls' clothes in the villa, Lin Schwer's pajamas last night were worn or Yi Yang's, so they seemed a bit wide. The shoulder collars slid down to the sides, and the white, creamy collarbones and silky shoulders were vaguely visible. Hiss. Yumomo's heart trembled at the first sight of Lin Schwer. She could be confident in her beauty, but meeting Lin Schwer had raised a sense of chess rivalry that she rarely had. Even more, that rare earthly innocence with a hint of softness gave her the feeling that she was slightly inferior. After all, the high society in the drink, between the eyes and face, naturally exudes a trace of deep bone marrow of maturity and nobility. Not that it's bad. Rather, once he met a perfect and pure goddess like Lin Schwer, he appeared to be a level lower. There was not a trace of pretense in the other man's frown. Alas, it seems one can only be at ease as the master's maid housekeeper. Yu silently spat out her tongue, still a bit unwilling inside. No matter what, at least make Yi Yang's woman. And not just because of the sensational $15 million annual salary, also because Yi Yang is indeed the only perfect male god who really made her suppress her feelings for so many years. Awake? Yi Yang smoothly wrapped his arm around Lin Shuer, who was sitting on the sofa, obediently like a small white rabbit, snuggling in his arms, and stroked her hair, ordered a takeaway, and then send you back after lunch. Good. Lin Shuer obediently nodded. She's not good enough to stay here every day, but she was already satisfied. After all, last night had accomplished what she had wanted for so many years, and it would be good to work harder for that status in the future. Yi Yang glanced at Yumumo, who was puffing up her little face on the side and was obviously a little jealous, laughed a little, and introduced them to each other. Friendships between women come most inexplicably. If their identities don't conflict, they may even become instant best friends without words because they like the same guy. From those little fresh meat fan clubs, Yi Yang could see this. He has been worried about the two women meet to tear. The drama did not happen at all, but instead just after meeting is like a reunion of old friends who have not seen for many years, sympathize with each other up. Women's friendships, how strange. What kind of takeout did Brother Yi order? Just as Yi Yang was speechless, Lin Shuer also curiously came over and asked. You'll see in a moment when the food is served. Yi Yang looked at the antique art clock on the wall that was worth millions of dollars and estimated that it was about time. The first of the state banquets. Open water cabbage. The state banquet chef finally prepared all the dishes and began to call out for food to be served according to the state banquet standards. Golden dragon around the pearl. Undersea Buddha jumping wall. Course after course of earthly delicacies was served. It can be tantalizing. Chinese cuisine is all about color, flavor and all five senses. Luxury is hidden in simplicity. Big and clever. Yi Yang had only heard of it before, but today he had finally seen it for real. Sit down and eat with us. We've been working so long too. Yi Yang also waved his hand graciously. With all these dishes, the two little girls plus him certainly couldn't finish them. Instead of wasting it, it is better to sell these state banquet masters a favor, because he also has some small calculations in his heart. Several of the chefs were looking a little embarrassed. This meal is worth several years of their salary, so how dare they sit down and eat? However, with Yu Mumo's full persuasion skills, several chefs were seated. This meal could be considered as the most satisfying meal after Yi Yang became violently rich. Last night's Western food was lavish and delicious, but the amount was just too small. A gold paper cake that sells for over $100, 000, eaten in one bite, cost millions, but didn't fill you up much. The food still depends on me. Wa xia. Yi Yang nodded with a smile and casually opened the bottle of National Collection Fun wine, which was more than $3 million. Come on, 1 cup for each person. No. Several of the state banquet chefs were directly frightened and stood up, shivering. Boss Yi, this cup of wine, to say the least, is hundreds of thousands of dollars. We do not have that life to enjoy. In case Boss Yi is unhappy and makes them AA in a while, they'll have to sell their cars to pay off their debts. Ha ha, don't worry, it's on me. Yi Yang also shook his head and smiled when he saw how frightened these few state banquet chefs were. A few chefs were then put down, respectfully, just about to worship the heavens and the earth, bathing in changing clothes. Seeing this, Yi Yang also shook his head in amusement and downed the wine in his cup. It really is good wine. See Yi Yang's drinking phase. Several chefs are crying and laughing. $3 million of the National Collection of Wine. A mouthful of boredom. After which only 5 words in exchange for the evaluation of, is this the god's hoe? Yi Yang looked at a few chefs wine down. The corner of his mouth picked up. Since the wine is also drunk, I'll say it plainly. I don't have much time to cook here. I need a few private cooks. Do you want to consider being my chef? A few state banquet chefs almost sprayed out a mouthful of wine, saying that rich people are all thieves and bad. How can they be so kind to invite them to drink? The original waited here. How about wages at 10 times your previous rate? Yi Yang laughed. 10 times 10. You're not kidding, are you? We at least get $300,000 to $500,000 a year. Wouldn't 10 times be $3 to $5 million? They were all shaken. Even without this cup of national treasure, $3 to $5 million of fantastic salary. They don't have to think about it at all. Well, then it's a deal. You guys go back and turn in after the checkout in a little while, and stop by for some groceries tonight, and be my personal chef after today. Yi Yang casually said. Holler Boss Yi. Several of the state banquet chefs were crying blood money in their hearts. It was also a very enjoyable meal. Swipe your card. Yi Yang directly took out the Dongfa Supreme Black card. Boss Yi. You spent a total of $4,670,000 this time. Why don't we erase the change for you? Now that Yi Yang was their real boss, these chefs naturally knew who to turn to. It's not necessary. Yi Yang couldn't wait to spend more money now. Maybe it would reward a super prize. A few chefs in Umaimo and Lin Shuer were in awe. That's God's grandeur. $4 to $5 million for a meal is nothing at all in the eyes of others. Ding! Detected that you spent 46.78, 980 yuan on an ordinary Chinese meal, rewarding you with the property rights of Chateau Patel Lafite, France, and an International General Centurion Black Gold Card. Oh, a dinner and a direct award of a winery. Yi Yang secretly cried out as he listened to the system beep. Chapter 28 Piano Man. Fire on the net. Chateau Lafite Rothschild? Yi Yang casually searched. It turns out it's really the same winery that produces the most famous Lafite. This winery was founded in the 14th century, continuing to this day. It is the family chateau of the Lafite Rothschild nobility. I didn't expect the system to be so magical, and to get it directly into their hands. This Chateau Lafite Rothschild is the largest in Europe with the highest assets, valued at 6 billion euros. Although there is a bit of a gap between it and super rewards like the Imperial Financial Building, it is still considered an extremely strong reward. But compared to the Centurion Black and Gold card, there is still a bit of a gap. Yi Yang also didn't expect that this time, he would actually reward a Centurion Black Gold card. It's a status symbol. The only people in the world who can get this card are the top brass of various countries, billionaires and extremely prominent existences. The Centurion Black and Gold card is also known as the King of Cards. The overdraft limit in the Chinese region is $10 billion, and the international overdraft has no limit. It's extremely scary concept. If the Donfa Black card represented that he had stepped into the 100 million worth club, then the Centurion Black and Gold card would represent that he had stepped into the billion worth club. After all the state chefs have left, Yi Yang was also ready to send Lin Shuer home. As for the hygiene in the villa, naturally Yu Weiwei was responsible for finding someone to clean up. Boom! Lamborghini Venom thundered to a halt in front of the Fua neighborhood. After the kiss/goodbye, Lin Shuer was getting out of the car. Yi Yang habitually opened his cell phone to see the new messages, not expecting that the message actually exploded. Yi Yang, is this person in the video you? Okay Yi boss, you're on fire in Shake Shack. Brother, you can still play the piano. I'm afraid it's not a fake. I've never seen you play before. Yi Yang was a bit stunned and clicked on the videos that so many people had sent him. The environment of the scene within the video was clearly within the purple light pavilion. The video shows him sitting in front of a shipwreck, next to a classical piano, amidst a halo of light, his fingers flying nimbly as he plays the Croatian Rhapsody. Handsome face, refined to masterful playing, an incredibly romantic setting. All these factors are also what made him a complete internet sensation. He smiled and shook his head. Yesterday was just in the mood to play a section of the random. Actually was photographed and put on the internet. And, actually inexplicably burst into flames. Turn on the trill. The first video that opens the screen is of himself playing the piano. Likes have reached 2 or 3 million. And there are hundreds of thousands of comments. Yi Yang also clicked on the comment with interest. So handsome. It's so handsome. It's my kind of thing. Love it. My new husband is him. Ha ha. More new material to dream about at night. I'm going to marry him. Give him a monkey. Not only trembling, including B-Station, Watermelon, Fast Hand and other major video apps. Their own video. Have not a small amount of heat. Ugh. I really didn't want a fire. Yi Yang also shrugged his shoulders and was somewhat speechless at the sudden going off the deep end. Back to the villa. Yumomo was also staring at the cell phone screen with glowing eyes. What are you looking at? So mesmerized? Yi Yang swept a glance. It was the video of himself playing the piano. So you're so powerful. Master. Yumomo was even more starry-eyed. You've been named a new generation of grassroots male god of the entire network. If you open a live broadcast to show your face, and take advantage of the heat to create a momentum, you can directly become a big star. Maybe the title of the new generation of Universal Husband will be yours. Ha ha, forget it, Universal Husband. I'm afraid I'm not going to be exhausted. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Umaimo covered her mouth and smiled. It was rare to see this kind of little girl flavor in her. Ding dong. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Who is it? He scanned the display screen, which turned out to be the maids who had applied for the job. Originally, it was still clear and unwilling to come over. I heard that the annual salary of 8 million. Cannot wait until the evening, even make up a makeup. 100,000 fire rush to the Hentang Hill number 1 villa. That's pretty diligent. Yi Yang cried and laughed. Outside the door, Guan Ruoyu gripped her arm in a somewhat tangled grip. She was also a bit worried, in case the boss was a lewd old pervert, and offered such a high price. In fact, in order to do those shameful/hysterical things, then how should one choose then? Is it succumbing to money or? It was while she was torn. The door opened. She took a deep breath. No matter what, after all, it's an opportunity to earn $8 million a year. One must try to grasp it. Guan Ruoyu walked into Villa number 1 with the 9 beauties behind her. Welcome to Villa number 1. I'm the housekeeper here. You Mimo. You silently stood up and resumed her high-flying imperial sister image. Hello, you. My name is Guan Ruoyu. Guan Ruoyu said evenly. My name is Chu Kaoru. Although the several girls had excellent academic ability, it was the first time they had seen a female housekeeper like Yumumo, who was both mature, beautiful and imposing, and they were a little nervous for a while. There's no need to be nervous. I'm just working for my master too. Umomo stepped aside and bowed respectfully towards Yi Yang on the sofa. Lord. Such a shy/shameful and incomparable title made the faces of a few world-weary girls instantly redden. However, when they saw Yi Yang on the sofa looking at them with a smile on his face, their faces instantly turned even redder. Isn't this the piano man that just swiped just now? Several of the girls were wide-eyed. They were all prepared for the owner of the villa to be a perverted/progressive old man of the land. That's a contrast that seems a little too big to be true. For a while several girls' hearts were flooded with shock waves, not the least of which was just now in the comments section wanting to have a monkey with the piano man. Guan Ruoyu is one of them, she inwardly cried out. Not to mention $8 million a year. Even if she didn't want the money, she would still be willing to serve such a perfect male god and rich, and young and handsome, and he plays the piano. There's no need to be formal. Cleaning the house and taking care of the villa is all you have to do. Yi Yang understood what these girls were worried about and explained. No, we'll do anything. Aha, whenever you want. Guan Ruoyu and a few of the girls blurted out, and only after they finished speaking did they react to what they had just said, their faces like ripe apples. Yi Yang scratched his head, not expecting this reaction from the other party. Since that's the case, let's go and familiarize ourselves with the villa structure with Xiaoyu first. The Hentaying Hill Villa dares to sell for more than $1 billion. Nature has its own backbone. 9 in the bedroom alone. It goes without saying how big the entire main body of the villa actually is. Also, a basement is not at all the same concept as commonly understood. The entire interior of Hentaying Mountain has been remodeled. The whole mountain. It's the basement of the Hentaying 1 villa. There's even a big library inside. Before seeing that big library in the basement, Yi Yang could not imagine at all that a rich person would be so capricious. Chapter 29, Golden City Law Firm. College party? After familiarizing themselves with the villa, the several girls were all in awe. As long as the Magic City people all know the great name of Yunding Mountain Villa. The first villa is one of the Villa King, but the only way to realize the luxury inside is to actually see it. If there are no objections, then we'll just sign the contract. With Yu Mumo's efficiency, naturally the contract was ready in a day. Aha! We don't have any problems. Several of the girls were scanning the contract and were impatient. Yi Yang nodded slightly and paid his salary directly. He is not afraid of these girls running away halfway. After all, the breach of contract is also to be compensated, and selling these people is not enough for half of the compensation. Ding! Detected the host paying the maid group an annual salary of 9,000 W in Chinese currency, rewarding the Golden City Law Firm 51%. Law firm? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. As his assets grew, there might be legal issues involved in the future, and having a law firm could be said to have saved him an unknown amount of trouble. Golden City Law Firm. He'd heard of it. The whole of China is famous, at least in the Magic City, can be said to be sitting firmly on the position of the first law firm, who cannot be shaken. Never lost a case, whether in domestic or international disputes. It is called the Magic City Pizza Hut. The relationship network of his firm extends to all levels of society, no matter what lawsuits and disputes, as long as the use of relationship energy can be easily settled. This is the kind of firm that no longer exists where money can easily buy equity. After all, such a team of lawyers who dare to call themselves Pizza Hut, representing a case with a high amount of money involved, can at least share tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars. It can be said that there is no shortage of money at all. There is absolutely no need to sell equity, even if Yi Yang takes more money to smash. I'm afraid that it will not be able to get it done. At this moment, Yi Yang was also once again feeling the power of the system. Almost at the same moment, an office building somewhere in Magic City. Fong Han looked at the secretary in shock. Are you sure? Several other high capital holders have all sold their shares to this Mr. Yi? Nice. The secretary smiled bitterly and said, according to the acquisition information, that Mr. Yi has mastered 51% of our company's shares? This, Fong Han was also incredulous. Golden City Law Firm can be said to be a pot of gold, as long as the pot of gold is guarded. There is no shortage of money at all. Can make those joint ventures to sell their shares. I'm afraid that this Mr. Yi, behind the background of energy that they cannot resist, and a huge amount of money has been invested. Can you find out anything about him? Fong Han calmed down for a long time before he was able to react and asked. The information that can be checked, extremely limited. Can only find out that the other party is the owner of the Magic City Imperial Commerce Building. It seems that he is also the holder of the Centurion Black Gold card. In addition, he has recently injected capital into the French Chateau Lafite Rothschild. It has now become the de facto owner of Chateau Lafite Rothschild itself, or the true owner of Vacheron Constantin watches. We've spread all the resources of our law firm, and that's all we've found out. The secretary laughed bitterly. He knew all too well how powerful the Golden City law firm's network of connections was. There is no news that can't be pried out from the top of the sky to the bottom of the marketplace. Only this Mr. Ye's private information, no matter what, could not be found. Gollum. Fong Han clenched his fist. It seems that this Mr. Yi definitely has a big identity. The Golden City law firm was founded by him, and today the other party was actually able to make this super firm that was famous in China directly change its owner. The original owner himself is still completely unaware. This man is terrible. Fong Han knocked on the table. Go call Saichi and Ai Wei. Our three main capital partners have to go together to pay a visit to this Mr. Yi. Okay, arrange it right away. The secretary also knew that this was a big deal and went to notify the two remaining principal partners in a row to arrange the trip. At night, Yi Yang was also idle. With the formation of the maid corps, the villa was finally a little more busy and smoky. Before, such a big villa just Yi Yang lived by himself. It did seem a bit lonely. When you're bored, you drag a couple of maids over to play flight chess with you, and if you lose, you're punished with a drink. Or go up to that outdoor heated pool on the roof of the villa for a swim with your girl. Living comfortably, so to speak. An ordinary person's lifetime of experience might not even be able to catch up with Yi Yang's one night of exhilaration. It's nice to be rich. It's nice. Master, what are you doing? Come and play. After adapting to the new environment, the several maids were having a high time, and as big as the Hentaying villa was, after all, the 10 of them would clean up together and quickly clear it. When you're done, you'll have a great time with your handsome and golden owner. Heaven isn't even as nice as this place. No. Yi Yang waved his hand and casually opened his cell phone. Instead, I saw the college class group, where no one had said a word for a year, suddenly come alive. It's actually 99 plus? What the hell? Yi Yang was a little surprised. Graduated from college. The class group is almost cool. A year and a half and no one to talk. I can't believe it suddenly burst into flames tonight. It was only when he clicked in and scanned that he saw the announcement. Old classmates, have you passed your graduation internship? If you're free, why don't we get together in a couple days? The one who sent the announcement was the college class president. You success. This one announcement also reignited the college class group. Many of the classmates are starting to catch up and talking about work. Ugh, don't mention it. That chief administrator, forcing us to work overtime every day and telling us that 996 is a blessing. I can go to his mother. It's just that we don't get overtime pay, but I have to thank him for it. You would be good. At least find a job. I'm bitter, and now I haven't found a job yet. Alas, mentioning it is all tears off. Old Su should be doing well, right? He's a rich second generation. Who is Lao Su with you? Old Su is what you call him? Now he's long gone to be an executive in his father's company, and I'm working under Brother Su now. Envious? Not bad for a rich kid. By the way, where's Mao Mao? That's the flower of our class. It's rumored that Su and Kai Mao Mao are now a couple. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth quirked. It's quite a coincidence to say the least. Class touted Su Pengfei and Kai Mao Mao. He happened to run into a few days ago when he bought a watch, and the other party knew that he was the actual controlling person of Vacheron Constantin. His eyes almost stared out. To this day, he still remembers the other man's funny looks. Ahem, I'll pass on this one. Su Pengfei finally showed up. Don't, Brother Su. You're the most powerful man in our class right now. If you don't come, what's the point of this meal? Yeah, man, I haven't found a job yet. Why don't I go to Brother Su's place to make a living too? Su Pengfei was blown to the sky by 3 words and drifted off. Ha ha, well said. Since the buddies are so lifted up, then I'll definitely go ha. Right, where's Yi Yang? When he was in college, he was the male god of our class. Didn't Kai Mao Mao still like him? Wang Dailing's words were not shocking, and a direct sentence made the fluttering Su Pengfei dive directly. Chapter 30, There's nothing good about people, except that they have more money? How do you talk Wang Dalong? Which pot isn't boiling? Dare to expose my brother Su's scars? Wang Guan, the lapdog working under Su Pengfei's hand, jumped out to dislike him. What? Can't you just tell the truth? Wang Dalon was notoriously straightforward, and at this time, he also said back without showing any weakness at all. Just when the two sides were on fire to argue, Yi Yang also sent out a message without any panic. Since everyone wants to get together, it's certainly best to get together. Yi Yang has come out. How's Yi hanging out? I heard that she seems to have gone to a good software company? Yi Yang's popularity was obviously not low. After all, sunshine handsome, learning is also okay, in the class presence is not low. But, in addition to Zhang Xian and a few other rare iron friends, most male students are waiting for him to enter the community after the fall to look at the Joket. More than that, Boss Ye's achievements are not something you can imagine. Zhang Xian saw that someone was actually looking down on him, Boss Yi, so he couldn't help but speak at this time. Isn't this Yi Yang's little follower? What? Still following little Yi after graduation? Not so good. Until now still a mouth a Yi boss. Laugh me to death. All into society. Cannot be realistic. Whoever has the money is the big brother, right? It is what it is. At the mention of this, many in the class echoed with feeling. After entering the society, they do deeply realize the meaning of this saying. The ability is no longer big, but also to work for the rich. Respect you when you say you are a high school student. Do not respect you when, even a dog not as. And the family with power and influence, born into that class, graduated like Su Pengfei went to his father's company as an executive. That would be a goal that most of the people in the class would struggle with for half their lives. As for the rest of your life, couldn't be an executive. Got fired from the company when he reached his age, and then lived the rest of his life in poverty. You guys don't believe it yet. The party will be over when you get surprised by Bossy at the party. Zhang Xian spoke indignantly. Taken aback by him? Don't tease, okay? Yo, I'd like to see what he is that he can scare us. TSK, how much stronger can it be than my brother Su? The boys, led by Wang Guan, were all tremendously sour. Really Zhang Xian? Has Yi Yang gotten rich? Some of the girls are looking forward to it. After all, they also want their former male gods to develop better. But this hope is not big. After all, Yi Yang's family is an ordinary family, and then powerful and can be mixed into what? It might just be that Zhang Xian's little follower was used to being a follower, and Yi Yang's slightest little achievement was just infinitely exaggerated. I'm just a hobo, nothing more. Yi Yang sent a message, stopping Zhang Xian from continuing to speak. Hobo? Fired? No way. Yi actually lost his job right after graduation. Society is really treacherous. The male student who had ventured out looked concerned, but was inwardly tweeting. However, Yi Yang ignored all these messages. With his current status, if he told them, it would instead create a sense of distance when the time came. Good, then it's a deal. 3 days later, Magic City Phoenix Hill Restaurant. What's Bonsan Restaurant? I've never even heard of it, it's too degrading to eat there. Han Cherry, who hadn't said much, spoke. Fengshan consumption is not low. On average, a person must be big several $100s. Most of us are still interns. I think it is high. Yu Xingchang was a bit surprised by Han Siley's tone. Han Shirei did not have a high sense of existence in college, belonging to the kind of relatively low self-esteem, although good-looking, but because she has been treating people with indifference, not keen on group activities, the title of the class flower or whatever, and pressed her not to take her into account. How did such a seemingly complete dislike of group activities suddenly sound so big? Contrasts are often the most eye-catching, and the class was waiting for the other to say something back. I talked to my boyfriend. He said he'll charter a venue for us at Han Court in 3 days. So we can all just go straight to Han Court then. In front of the screen, Han Cherry skimmed her mouth, and the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. Her college never set its sights on this bunch of trashy classmates. Even Su Pengfei, the son of that small boss, was completely out of her sight. She's aiming for the really big boss. Therefore, she seldom activities in the school. As soon as she has time to go out to various nightclubs, KTV mixing, fishing in the meantime, Kung Fu was not a success. 4 years of time, but also let her lucky to find a really big boss, and be someone's illicit lover. Now that we have a class reunion, of course we have to make a good show of it. The best Hanko in Magic City. That super restaurant known as the 5-star restaurant in China. Their per capita consumption at least tens of thousands of we dozens of people get together. That is not hundreds of thousands. What does your boyfriend do? Cherry. I'm so envious of you, for finding such a generous boyfriend. Some of the girls' eyes were red. Alas, he is an ordinary businessman. People do not have any advantages. Is more money. Alright, by the time we all go over on the end. Han Siley's words were overflowing with complacency. So what does everyone think? The squad leader. You success. Asked. No problem. It's a treat from the superstar. I also want to go and meet such a superstar. Maybe I'll be seen as a little follower. That's fine too. I put my hands and feet up in favor of that. The students were all in a row. Most of them had never even been exposed to this class of restaurant. And this time they were treated. So of course they had to go and see what it was all about. Good. Then it's settled. You managed to finalize the message. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently. He was also just going to meet a couple of his good buddies from his college days who were hanging out pretty well. And it didn't really matter too much to him how everyone else was doing. Master. The door opened. And Yu Murmel was wearing a hot black silk outfit. Just one glance made Yi Yang's blood rise. Yi Yang hurriedly put down his cell phone and controlled his breathing. Such a super beautiful woman with a bursting hot body and a full imperial style stood in front of her in a black silk halter, revealing her white thighs. It's hard for a man to stay calm, isn't it? Doing what a maid should do. Serving the master. Yu Mimo showed his teeth. And his gaze towards Yi Yang was also fiery. Gollum. Yi Yang licked his lips. Before he could say anything, Yu Mo walked to Yi Yang's side with her long legs and started massaging. Well, Yi Yang looked at the hard-working girl and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 31, Hanko Honors. The same as Warren Buffett, the god of stocks? Compared to Lin Schwer, Yu Momo had to know more. No matter how it was done, it made Yi Yang happy. Rooms in every location. Balconies and sofas with panoramic views from the bedrooms. Every place brought deep impression and joy to Yi Yang. In the end, it all ended in Yu's silent pleas. It was only after the bath that Yi Yang was contentedly wrapping his arms around the gentle and proud body and fell asleep. The National Art Remodeling had given him an unusually strong body. And naturally, he was able to enjoy a deeper level of pleasure. Whatever the outcome, I've got what I want. Yu Mimo looked at Yi Yang's side face with endless adoration and drifted off to sleep in contentment. 8 o'clock the next morning. The state banquet chefs who had been heavily scouted by Yi Yang to be private chefs were on time to handle the ingredients and prepare breakfast. Senior chefs don't just cook, they're nutrition gurus. They had customized the dietary menu for Yi Yang, ensuring that the most delicious dishes were maintained in the healthiest conditions. And of course, supplements and such were of course rare. This was agreed upon when they saw the cadre of lace maids who were being packaged and fed in the villa. Alas, rich people are good. Such a beautiful and outstanding group of beauties are actually used as sweeping ants. Hey, I take it that's not all they do? Chef Chen, who was on the side, raised his eyebrows and laughed badly. So many. I don't know how the boss insisted on it every night. It's not good if you overplayed and messed up your body. Fart. The head chef chortled. With us top chefs around, we should be ashamed if the boss has a physical problem because of such a minor issue. Yes. Several of the chefs wiped their cold sweat. Give me more tonic soup. Humph. I don't want the circle to mock us for not being able to tone our bodies. The head chef was no slouch and added a number of new complimentary dishes directly to the menu. Phew. After hard work, sleep just smells good. Yi Yang stretched his waist and casually pinched Yu Momo's big white and greasy ass/fart, then got up and got out of bed. Yu Momo's energy was obviously quite a bit better than Lin Schwer's. When he was patted by Yi Yang, he staggered out of bed. However, until Yi Yang washed up and wiped his head and then walked back to the bedroom, he did not see Yu Momo get out of bed. Why don't you get out of bed? Yu Momo's face instantly blushed with shame. It's really painful. Master, you're really strong. Now my feet are still soft. Looking at Yu Mimo's beaming mouth and pampering herself, Yi Yang laughed out loud. Don't worry. Just now I went outside and swept around. There are quite a few great tonic things for breakfast. Enough for you to recover. Yu Mimo's face turned even redder. Master, you're so bad. Breakfast counts maids like Guan Ruoyu and a couple of state chefs. A full dozen or so. But the main dining room of Villa 1 is also large enough. A dozen or so people took their seats, and it didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, it had the feel of a medieval noble family gathering. Yi Yang sat on the main seat and savored the fresh shrimp and egg porridge. This cuisine would cost thousands of dollars a bowl if it were in Hankook. That's right, boss. We came to work for you. And not only did the old owner of Hancourt not blame us, but he also told us to cheer up and do a good job. And in the end, he even asked us to bring you Hancourt's Black Dragon Treading Gold card. Head chef Do Jianfang respectfully handed the Black Dragon card in his hand to Yi Yang. Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, and it wasn't hard for him to understand the attitude of the Han Pavilion's owner. The other party must have known that he was a superb person, and since he couldn't afford to be offended, he might as well try to make friends. This Black Dragon Treading Gold card, what does it say? Yi Yang asked with a smile. The other party actually took this card as an exchange for his own meet and greet gift, so it must be that this card is not a mortal object. The Black Dragon Treading Gold card is the highest level VIP card of the Han Court, and there are only 2 owners so far. One is Warren Buffett, who was invited to dine at Han Court the year before last. And there's Chairman Wang of the Yida Real Estate Group. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Buffett he still knew. The most powerful international financial trader. Known as the stock god by the world. Top celebrities consider it a top honor to have a lunch with Warren Buffett. So this guy even went to Hanko's for lunch. As for Yida Real Estate's chairman Wang Silan, who had occupied the position of the richest man in China for several terms, he was even more of a household name and needed no further introduction. Yi Yang put away the Black Dragon Treading Gold card. With this card, you will enjoy free meals for life at Han Pavilion and become the most honored guest of Han Pavilion. You can enter the highest level, Black Dragon Pavilion, box in Han Court to eat. That's right. The Black Dragon Pavilion is not open to any VIPs below the Black Dragon card, and it's a super box in the Han Pavilion that specializes in banqueting Black Dragon card Supreme VIPs. Several of the state chefs were explaining in quick succession. Straight up free for life? That's generous enough. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. It seemed that his meal of more than $5 million was really scaring the boss of the Han Court. After finishing the business, several chefs were proudly introducing the dishes to Yi Yang. When talking about those few supplements, he even deliberately aggravated his tone, wanting Yi Yang to eat more. Yi Yang was also clear about what was in the minds of the several chefs, and he was a bit teary-eyed. He is now known as the National Arts Master. Long internal energy, chi and blood like the sea. How can he be body deficiency because of that kind of thing? Well, breakfast is done. Yi Yang also asked for the head chef's bank card and transferred $10 million to it. Old boss, what are you? Do Jianfang stared wide-eyed, shocked by Yi Yang's big spending. Ah, this is for your food purchases. Buy things and pick the top of the line straight away. Tell me if it's not enough and I'll pay for it. Yi Yang laughed. Enough. Enough is enough. Do Jianfang couldn't help but cry and laugh. Although the top ingredients were expensive, giving $10 million at a time for the picking fee was indeed a bit too luxurious. Don't save me the ha. Yi Yang is not afraid of spending money nowadays. He is afraid of not spending money. He hates the other party to spend the money in one day. And you. Yi Yang also gave Guan Ruoyu transferred $10 million in the past. Home supplies purchasing this piece you are responsible for. What are for me to pick the most expensive to buy? I guess 10 million cannot be used for a long time. Not enough to say to me, after buying, you can report to your sister you. Okay, 10 million. It won't take long. Is this what people say? Since meeting Yi Yang, all of them felt that their views on money had completely collapsed. By the way, walk me to the 4S store later. Yi Yang looked at Yumaimo who was stealing joy on the side and said, Ha, are you buying another car, master? Yumomo's eyes widened in some surprise. What? Lamborghini Poison? That's not enough for you to drive? It's not convenient to have just one car for everyone to go out and get groceries and stuff, and it's just inconvenient to have 2 seats in my crappy car. Yi Yang shrugged. I'm going to get a big guy. Broken car. Crowd straight call learned. The original in the eyes of Yi Yang. $70 to $80 million of Lamborghini Venom. Actually ING is the only ING 2 seats of the broken car. Chapter 32 A few more. To make up $100 million. What if you want to buy a car? Master, it just so happens that there is a car show in Magic City recently. You can go and take a look. After Umomo was shocked, she didn't forget to propose. Car show? Yi Yang nodded. This saved him the trouble of going to various 4S stores. The Magic City's auto show should have every luxury car imaginable. Well, pack up and let's go straight to the car show. Yi Yang laughed. Good. Yumaimo hurriedly went out to prepare the car. An hour later, Yi Yang stepped out of the Lamborghini Venom. The car show venue has long been packed with people, and most customers are of the mindset that they can't afford to buy a car to have a good time. This car show covers an area of 50,000 square meters and includes all the famous brand luxury cars in Magic City. Yumaimo on the road hurriedly did his homework, and even said, well, get in there. Yi Yang nodded slightly and smiled. He got out of the car and realized that there were already a lot of people around. Holy, Lamborghini Venom. The super rich guy who drives this kind of $70 to $80 million luxury car is afraid that he's going to buy some kind of premium car this time when he comes to the car show. That's right. It's definitely different from the kind of people like us who come for the eye candy. Ha ha ha, we'll follow this godly man in a moment. The surrounding ones were generally car enthusiasts, and their eyes were red when they saw Yi Yang walking down from Lamborghini Venom. A luxury car like this one is one of those classes that the internet says you were born without and basically never own in your lifetime. The venue was bursting with popularity, with many people taking pictures with their cell phones and cameras. In addition to the listing of luxury cars, there are many beautiful car models on the side, with their proud bodies, highlighting the wild and smooth lines of the luxury cars. Looking at these luxury cars, Yi Yang's heart was also quite cheerful. How many of us as men don't like luxury cars? Rolls-Royce exhibit the standard for top-level success. The Rolls-Royce is more on the robust side, but it doesn't detract from its handsomeness and luxury car aura in any way. Especially that little gold man on the front of the car brings out the word trench. The centerpiece of the show, the highlight, is the Rolls-Royce top-of-the-line Phantom, the pinnacle of Rolls-Royce. Look at that calm, massive body and unrivaled bravado. Yi Yang was instantly attracted. Supercars are expensive, but they only seat 2 people, which is always a bit inconvenient if more than one person is out on the road. And for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a super luxury car that has been named one of the top 10 bulletproof SUVs in the world, these problems will no longer be a problem. That's it. Yi Yang casually pointed to this top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom. How much is it? I'll take it. The cadre of spectators at the back who had trailed Yi Yang in and were ready to watch the fun were dumbfounded. Is this the god's hoe? Why does this sound like buying cabbage at the market? Mr. However, the staff and the visitors who were originally in the exhibition area didn't know Yi Yang's identity, and at the moment, they were all somewhat confused as they sized up Yi Yang. The top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom starts at least $40 million. It's put here to hold down the fort, pressing on with no thought of selling it. Sir, are you serious? This Rolls-Royce Phantom is an upgraded top-of-the-line. The price is at $58,888,000. The staff stuttered in shock. I go, this $50 or $60 million this kid really wants to buy it? So young? I'm afraid he's joking, right? Oh, really the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers mouth so big. Now know how expensive. Afraid to run away to lose face. Ha ha ha. The crowd of original showroom visitors next to them were sneering. Only the tourists who followed Yi Yang all the way in were indignant at these sour dogs who were mocking Yi Yang. He's the one who drives a $70 to $80 million super luxury car. How can he not have the courage to talk nonsense like this? Yi Yang nodded. Since it's so cheap, then bring this and this again to make up $100 million. Black lines appeared on the faces of the group of tourists watching. I told you this kid was blowing awesome. Also put together $100 million. Every not have 100 billion body dare to talk like this. Oh, Huaxia over 100 billion bodyguard is still so young. I have not even heard of it anyway. That's it. I don't see his eyes and temperament like normal people. Maybe he really wants to buy these Rolls Royces. But it's just a mouthful of high. Bragging doesn't cost anything anyway. The tourists' comments also made Yumumo, who was on the sidelines, a bit irritated. Swipe your card. Yi Yang does not care about these poor purities. In a moment when he drives these luxury cars away, they will naturally understand who is the jumping clown. The staff saw the Centurion Black Gold card in Yi Yang's hand, and his body directly trembled in fear. Centurion Black and Gold card. This Centurion Black Gold card is only qualified to be taken by the top of society with an extremely high status. I'm finished. Just now actually made a death to taunt a superb person who can get a Centurion Black Gold card can't afford to buy a car. Will I be retaliated against? Ha ha ha. Tell you guys explicitly, people are here in Lamborghini venom. I didn't say anything just now just to see how you guys are getting punched in the face now. Ha ha ha. The tourists who followed Yi Yang in were all roaring with laughter. The few people who jumped the most happily just now are all blushing, lowering their heads in shame, and squeezing toward the outside. This is really a super big man. Don't dare to mess with it. Don't dare to mess with it. Hurry up and sneak. Ha 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 ha. Wasn't that taunting spectrum just now pretty big? The tourists next to him laughed along with them. Well, how much longer do I have to gawk? I have to keep shopping after I swipe my card. Yi Yang looked at Sales, who was in a trance for a while unable to speak, and frowned as he reminded. Aha. Big guy, you wait a moment. I'll take care of it for you as fast as I can. Sales winced. Centurion Black Gold card bigwigs. How dare he slack off? The car payment settlement, which would have dragged on for days, was expedited in a very short time. Mr. Yi, a total of $138 million. The card has been swiped. Please keep it. The sales manager respectfully handed the Centurion Black card back to Yi Yang with both hands. Chapter 33 Rampage Reward, $100 billion in cash. 10 school district houses. Ding. Detected that the host spent 108880000 on mobility tools *3. Rewarding Magic City with 10 schoolhouses. 10 school buildings. Yi Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in his heart as well. 10 buildings, not 10 sets. There are at least 10 units in a building. At least 100 suites, right? 10 school buildings, that's a couple thousand schoolhouses. This is the school district of Magic City. There's no need to even go into how rare and expensive school district housing in the Magic City is. Some of them are speculating into the hundreds of thousands of dollars a square foot. A small home can cost tens of millions of dollars to buy. Let's go with the minimum of 1,000 school district homes, averaging $15 million a set. He or she gained close to $20 billion more in assets all at once. It was awesome. Yi Yang's heart was also secretly overwhelmed. Rent out all those schoolhouses in a few days and you'll have a lot more liquid assets to spend each year. If you're tired of renting, sell it all. Don't ask why. There's plenty of houses to go around. Originally Yi Yang also felt that after having money lying in the pile of money every day, he would live a very mushy life. Now that we have these school districts, we can be a chartered house ourselves for a while. No wonder those rich people have to collect the rent themselves when they could do nothing or just hire someone to do it. Yi Yang somewhat understood the psychology of those godly men. Because, it's too rich to be idle. Mr. Yi. The sales manager on the side also rubbed his hands humbly and laughed. Yi Yang looked at him. These cars? Where do we need to drive you? Yi Yang and the top beauty next to him were only two people together, and with his human nature, he naturally knew that he had to give Yi Yang a car. Just send it to Villa 1 on Hentang Hill. Just explain to my housekeeper exactly. Yi Yang directly pointed at Umaimo behind him. Yes. The sales manager wiped his cold sweat. What kind of terrifying character was this young man in front of him? Buying a car is like buying a cabbage, and exporting it is $1 billion. Now it seems that the king of the villa that the two Chinese horses had fought over was all his. Villa number 1 in Hentang Mountain. Isn't this the king of the Magic City villas that those two richest horses competed for and ultimately didn't get what they wanted? Although the price tag is $800 million. It is said that because of that bidding by the two richest horses, its market price has soared to $2 or $3 billion. A villa $2 or $3 billion. Rich people, is really good. Yi Yang had already gotten used to the marveling of the people around him, and he was also heading directly to the exhibition area next to him. This time, I'm here to buy some luxury cars and make some money by doing so. Nowadays, although his assets have been several $100 billion, but the cash in hand, the big head is still more than $10 billion from the rent collection of the Empire Financial Building. It does seem a bit too little to him now, or at least it doesn't quite match his current worth. With the SUV, Yi Yang had a bottom in his heart, and began to walk into the supercar exhibition area, and bought the ones that looked good to him. There's plenty of money anyway, just buy. A $36 million Ferrari LaFerrari? Buy it. The $73 million, limited to 3 Maybach EXEs worldwide? Buy. What? You need to be a Maybach member for the limited edition cars and spend $50 million on the non-limited edition cars first? No problem. Don't you buy enough for $50 million and be done with it? Bugatti Veyron L6, only $88.88 million? It's a steal. Maserati, Bentley, Aston Martin, as long as it looks good, buy it all. The more you spend the more money you get for yourself anyway, and price is not an issue at all. The tourists behind them, who followed Yi Yang all the way, were kind of enlightened. Many of the small netizens who came here to play did not want to miss this opportunity, and directly broadcast this scene, making the live broadcast room burst into flames. My mom ya! This Yishinhao must have bought more than 10 million level luxury cars by now. This, tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars in people's eyes, can't really be the same as cabbages. Right. It's just horrible. Up ahead is the Koenigsegg showroom. That's the world's top luxury car. I wonder if Yishinhao is interested in brushing up on it. Isn't that a certainty? There's no need to be skeptical. Nowadays, no one questioned Yi Yang's spending power anymore. That Centurion Black Card's tens of billions of dollars of overdraft limit per day is enough for him to empty this car show. The person in charge of the Koenigsegg exhibit had long heard that there was an invincible god at the auto show today. Buy the right luxury car when you see one that catches your eye. At this time, he also rushed out and started to welcome Yi Yang's arrival when he was still far away from the exhibition area. Alas, God's hero is God's hero. Koenigsegg salesman. Usually our nostrils to the sky. Why ever look at anyone in the eye? Today all deliberately ran out so far to greet Yishinhao. Yes, my cousin Uncle How to Say is also a billionaire. Into the Koenigsegg showroom, people hard not even take care of him. This is the gap. Mr. Yi. This is the world's #1 limited edition sports car. And the undisputed #1 of the entire auto show, the absolute king of cars. When he says second, no one dares to say first. The person in charge stood confidently next to the Koenigsegg 11 in the center with a bow and a sense of pride. Is that so? Yi Yang sized up the Koenigsegg 11 and skimmed his lips. It's okay, it just feels a bit ugly. The whole room was petrified. The Koenigsegg 11, which sells for more than $100 million, has actually been evaluated as a bit ugly. Forget it, buy it. Just enough to make up $1 billion. Yi Yang waved his hand. His spending tonight with this Koenigsegg 11 would just about break through $1 billion. There might be a super bonus for this particular number. All the tourists were struck by lightning. Goddamn Big Brother. This is too scary. Just because you have to make up a gee-whiz spending amount, you just decide to buy a $100 million plus supercar. I didn't believe it before, but today, I do. The level of grandeur of the rich in this world is beyond the reach of our imagination. Yeah. While everyone was marveling, the system beep also sounded as expected. Ding! Detected that the host spent 109,898,0000 on mobility tools, rewarding 100 billion Chinese currency deposits. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 billion in deposits, triggering a special reward. Chapter 34 Holding Yida Group, the richest man in the world in terms of assets. Special rewards? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. $100 billion deposit achievement reached, rewarding 51% of the shares of Yida Group. The simple sentence made Yi Yang's scalp go a little numb. 51% of Yida Group. Yida Group, one of the largest and most famous top groups in China. The original chairman of the board of directors, Wang Silan, is with the Yida Group several times topped the richest man in China. Under this group, the most famous is Yida Real Estate. But there are many other industries. For example, Yida Film, Yida Hotel, Yida Information, are all worth a lot of money. Together, these are worth more than $2 trillion, to say the least. Wouldn't getting 51% of its rights mean that his assets today have officially broken $1 trillion? Trillions of dollars, already able to directly arm wrestle with those once richest people in terms of assets, counting Vacheron Constantin, Chateau Lafite Rothschild, and the Empire Finance Building. Even Yi Yang's private assets had surpassed the wealth in the hands of several of them. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't need to market my stature, the name at the top of the Forbes list in China next year would be Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled. The heart can't tell you how good it is. In one night of capricious buying, he had advanced from a super godly man to the level of the richest man in China. Satisfied, Yi Yang also asked the car show staff to go and drive Lamborghini Venom back. He himself took UMOMO, in a crowd of car models' hot eyes, sat on the Koenigsegg 11, just in time to try out the driving experience of the world's top supercar empire, the $100+ million Koenigsegg. Roar! The Koenigsegg erupted with a roar more powerful than poison just as it opened fire. If poison is a giant elephant about to go off the rails, Koenigsegg, then, is a flying dragon about to take wing. Phew! Gently stepping on the gas pedal, the Koenigsegg transformed into a speeding black shadow, darting up in the midst of the bustling neighborhoods of the Magic City. Everywhere he went, there were gasps of surprise. This kind of horrible as hell hundreds of millions of sports car emperors, but anyone who knew its price would be drooling with envy. But then, there's only envy. Hundreds of millions of dollars in luxury cars, and if you're born without one, the chances of owning one in this lifetime are infinitely close to zero. Yes, Yi Yang felt the incomparable pushback feeling and the thrill of speed brought by the top luxury car emperor, and his mood was stirred. Yu Mumo, who was on the side, looked mesmerized, and just as Yi Yang was furiously running and speeding through the streets, Kyoto, Yida Group headquarters, Tada, Guangdong, there is an emergency situation. Wang Silan's most personal secretary walked in and bowed with a pale face. Didn't you say not to come in and disturb me while I'm in a meeting without jeopardizing the affairs of the entire group? Wang Silan, who was rigid and harsh, was very unhappy at this time. Wang Dong, the secretary explained in succession. Something big has happened. The stocks of all the industries under our group were all sold off and forcefully collected. Our surveillance was caught off guard, and almost within seconds, 51% of our shares were all purchased by a single person. What? 51%? 51% of all enterprises under the name of Yida Group. Hiss. This is impossible. There is simply no such a powerful figure existing in China. Could it be that the international financial giants have struck? It shouldn't be. The entire venue was instantly a mess. Everyone was horrified by the news. Every person here is at least a high-ranking person of Yida Group, or even a sub-enterprise general manager. A superb person who usually faces high-level dignitaries and tens of billions of large orders without frowning a bit. At this time it was a complete mess. There, Wang Xiling a knock on the table, apparently also suffered a lot of shock. But, after all, he himself is the once richest man in China after all. The boldness and tactics of the strong outrageous. Forcibly pressing down the shock in his heart, he forced himself to be calm and asked, "What the hell is going on?" The one who forcibly acquired our shares is a Mr. Yi, and detailed information about him can't be gathered at all in a moment. I can only find out the assets under his name, including the Magic City Imperial Finance Building, as well as Chateau Lafite Rothschild, Vacheron Constantin Watch Holdings, and 10 school district houses. Is weird. Wang Siren clenched his fists. The owner of the group is being paid straight down with money for the effort of having a meeting by himself? It's impossible to smash our 51% stake with just these assets. He must have a deeper and more powerful background. If we can't even find out about it, it might be one of those superb men from the back of the world. We'd better try not to provoke them. Since he's already the boss of all of us, it's better to call and confirm if he has any specific requirements for the future of the group, right? Not bad for the richest man. Within a very short time, he had organized his thoughts, accepted the situation and made the wisest choice. I'll contact Mr. Yi by phone, the secretary said evenly. Yi Yang's cell phone rang, and at this time, Koenigsegg had also driven into the Henteing Villa area, parking the car and calling straight out. Yi Yang was just casually connecting. Hello? Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi? You are? I'm Wang Silan, chairman of the Yida Group. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly, although it was the first time he had a conversation with a richest person at the level of the richest person. But nowadays, he was already worth no less than the other party, and he even had to overpower the other party. The bottom line is naturally sufficient. When Wang Silan on the other end of the phone heard Yi Yang's voice so young, he was surprised and slightly stunned, and after feeling Yi Yang's pampered, superior bottom, he was also aware that this youth was definitely not to be messed with. It's like this. You have just spent a lot of money and purchased 51% of Yida Group's equity. As the new controlling person of Yida Group, I would like to ask, do you have any further new instructions for Yida Group's strategy and operation? Wang Silan tapped his fingers on the table and asked tentatively, Chapter 35. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? Demand? Yi Yang thought about it. For the operation of such super large companies, although he was not so ignorant that he didn't know anything about it, he didn't want to bother his brain about it. All he needs to do to make money these days is keep spending it. There's no need to take the trouble to think about this tedious company operation. Operate as usual. But every month, you'll need to give me a financial statement, and you'll need to report to me on any major decisions. Yi Yang said seriously. These richest men are all lordly figures. One's own necessary means of control and threat are still necessary. Yes, it will be as you wish. Wang Sirin hung up the phone and let out a long breath. How about it, Chairman? The crowd of executives asked nervously. Luckily, he just bought the company, so we just need to not make any big mistakes, and we can keep going with the strategy we set out before. Wang Sirin laughed as if he was relieved. Phew, numerous executives were also relieved. That's the Godhawk. One word can send these top elites on a roller coaster ride of emotions. After lunch, Yi Yang received a phone call once again. Fong Han? Yi Yang frowned, then he remembered. The founder of the Golden City law firm? You're the boss now. Fong Han doesn't dare to call himself the founder. Fong Han was incredibly polite. It was different from the likes of Yida who could only guess Yi Yang's background at random. The Golden City law firm is too well connected. Even they couldn't find out about this Mr. Yi. It made Fong Han feel scorn and awe from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha ha, you are quite polite. Yi Yang laughed. We know that people like you are never very busy with your day-to-day business, and we just wondered if you could spare a small amount of your precious time these days, and I, along with the other two main capital holders, would like to pay you a visit. Oh, then come over to my place and sit down for dinner? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth was slightly raised. Can make connections to Fong Han this level? Its own mind power is top. The other side to come here must also be holding the attitude of testing their own weight. The King and Sons law firm is a piece of him that is very important these days. Since the other party was coming to test the waters, he was bound to give the other party enough shock and awe. Headquarters of the Golden City law firm. Fong Han looked at Ai Wei and colorful flag in front of him. I've already made an appointment with Mr. Yi to visit him at his residence in the evening. Visiting that mysterious Mr. Yi? There was also a hint of curiosity on Colorado's face. Ever since he heard that even Fong Han couldn't investigate the bottom line of this Yi Yang, he had become interested in this young godly man with a generous hand and a mysterious life. May. For her part, Evie bristled with unconcern. He is a gold medal ace lawyer of a law firm, and is internationally renowned. What kind of scenes have he not seen before? The pride within him would not allow him to develop timidity before he had even met the other man. Especially you, Evie. Fong Han somewhat uneasily urged. You must be respectful to Mr. Yi. His stature and background may not be something you or I can imagine. Got it. Got it. Evie waved her hand with some impatience. If he is really that capable of conquering me, then I will naturally honor him. Just like you, Brother Fong. If he himself is not someone I can admire, I don't care how much money he earns. Avi is indeed qualified to say this, and with his ability to go wherever he goes, with little assets involved, he naturally doesn't need to look anyone in the face. You. Fong Han shook his head helplessly. Prepare yourself well to go. This meeting at night will be very important to us. Good. Both Flag and Evie nodded and turned to get ready to go. Fong Han sat in his office chair, turning the ballpoint pen in his hand, his eyes looking at the neighborhood outside the office building, his eyes deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Yunding Mountain Villa. Just after putting down the phone, Yi Yang received a message from Lin Shuer. Yi brother, afternoon tea. Date/cute. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. This little girl, she's quite sentimental. Why don't you pick a coffee shop close by? Send me the location and I'll be there later. Good drop. Promise to finish the job. /salute/show teeth. Shook his head. Yi Yang looked at Yumumo. If I come back late in the evening, you will be the one to entertain Fong Han's few first. Oh, I know. Yumimo beamed and made a face towards Yi Yang. She knew what Yi Yang was going to do, but what right did she have to interfere with her master's decision? I was ready for this. She smiled and shook her head. Turn on the navigation and go to Machikoshi Coffee. Yi Yang casually said. Supercars such as the Koenig 11 are naturally loaded with state-of-the-art automatic navigation systems. Roger. Machikoshi Cafe. Straight ahead on Kenkyo Road. Buzz. With Koenigsegg speed, he soon arrived at the Machikoshi Cafe. After parking the car, Yi Yang was stepping into the cafe. Machikoshi is the top cafe in the entire Magic City. With chains opening all over the new first tier, there is a tendency to be number one in the coffee world. And the coffee inside, naturally, comes with a hefty price tag. Just as he entered the door, he saw a man in a suit standing beside Lin Shuer chattering about something. A Rolex on his hand and an inside 8-step. Lin Shuer, on the other hand, had a hint of boredom on her face as she explained something. Yi Yang also frowned when he saw this. Lin Shuer has now been regarded by him as his own woman. This person, some too ignorant of heaven and earth. Beauty. Even if you are waiting for someone, you may as well add my contact information. I'm confident that there is also the magic of the face of the characters. Recognize, and perhaps later can help your boyfriend to find a job? Ha ha. The Rolex in her 8 man appears to be very self-conscious. But this felt good in Lin Shuer's eyes, but it annoyed her even more. Yi Yang. When Lin Shuer saw that Yi Yang had arrived, a look of delight appeared in her eyes as well, and she waved repeatedly. Oh, is this the little boyfriend you've been waiting for? The Rolex in her 8 man raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yi with an unkind gaze. Viewers, move your hands to give this book a 5-star praise. Our rating is a bit pulling the crotch. Boing boing. Chapter 36, Send your face up for me to beat? Get out of the way. Yi Yang said indifferently. Get out of the way? But what about my feet not listening to me? The 8 men inside the Rolex sneered. The surrounding customers were all looking this way, especially a lot of men, who had been salivating over Lin Shuer for half a day, and were naturally extremely jealous of Yi Yang for picking up such a beautiful girlfriend at such a young age. Can't wait for someone to teach him a lesson. Society is treacherous. Ha ha, this little brother. I'm afraid this is the first time he's seen this situation, right? Who let him get such a pretty girlfriend? Sheesh. Yi Yang smiled. Only the smile contained a hint of fury. Can't walk. I'll make you crawl out of here. Out of here. Yo, you're pretty wild, kid. The Rolex in her 8 man shook the Rolex on his hand towards Yi Yang dejectedly. Kid, open your eyes and take a good look. What is this? Rolex Green Aqua Ghost. My god, this hitchhiker dude is really a rich guy after all. The public price of this thing has been speculated to $300,000 or so, right? $300,000 for a watch. Really rich. Those who come here to drink coffee are at least white-collar workers and naturally recognize the prices of luxury goods. Gee, is it the old love meets money scene? I just wonder who the girl will choose in reality. Today Yi Yang is dressed in a low-key luxury models, although a line of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the general public really cannot recognize the brand of this low-key luxury models on his body. So it's all assumed that he's just a normal family boy. So what's the point? Of course it's the choice of money. How many girls these days don't love money? Ha ha, can spend $300,000 to buy a watch? Follow this boss is afraid to eat and drink. Why should I suffer with this poor boy? Shouldn't a woman treat herself better? There were already gold-digging women on the scene who were beginning to advocate their values in a conspiratorial manner. Hear that? Inside 8 Rolex man Li Chaoyang smiled smugly, with me pretending. You have not that qualification. Yo, eyes also fierce up. Ha, want to do it? Let me tell you. My third uncle is the chairman of Heavy Hunting. He is worth $10 billion. If you dare to make a move on me, you'll be in for life. Hiss. Heavy Hunting Company. That financial giant in Magic City? The market value of the company is tens of billions of dollars. No wonder this kid is so crazy. Gollum. Many people were intimidated by the name of Heavy Hunt, and the eyes of those gold-digging women lit up even more. Heavy Hunting? Yi Yang hemmed and hawed, pacified Lin Shuer who was about to get up, and looked at Li Chaoyang again. Originally, I was thinking that teaching you a lesson in person was a bit of a drop in price, but I didn't expect that. You directly sent your face over for me to beat. Kid, I'm afraid you didn't hear what I said. Heavy hunting. The tens of billions of dollars market capitalized heavy hunt investment company in the Empire Financial Building. Li Chaoyang looked at Yi Yang mockingly. Now, what kind of backbone do you have to tell me to get out? On the contrary, if you get yourself out of here and leave this little girlfriend of yours behind, I can consider it and forget about today's incident. Yi Yang sneered. I said that if I let you crawl out from here today, you'll have to crawl out from here. Hiss. Really is too young know each other's background. Still so wild. Ha. You won't be so mad after being humiliated by others in a while. The customers on the sidelines were shaking their heads. You guys, Lin Shuer clenched her silver teeth. Brother Yi is also worthy of your comments. Cut. Once they saw that the goddess was furious, these men didn't dare to make any more mocking remarks, but inwardly they still hadn't changed their initial thoughts. Yi Yang laughed and didn't pay any attention. I'll let your third uncle personally order you to get out. The customers almost spewed out a mouthful of coffee. Why is this kid so crazy? Does he even know what being worth tens of billions of dollars means? Yo, ha. Well, come on. I'd like to see what you're capable of making me. Li Chaoyang, get the hell out of here? Li Chaoyang was emboldened to admire his Rolex. A direct call was made to the Fang Lord's cell phone. Hello? Is this Mr. Fang? When Fang Lord saw the number, his heart trembled. Yi Yang is a big man. Nothing will never find himself at random. What's going on here? He had some bad feeling in his heart, and asked with trepidation. You have a nephew, named Li Chaoyang? Yi Yang asked with a cold voice. Fang Lord stood up from the stool at once, and his heart trembled. Did this kid commit something that directly offended you? Rather than directly offending me, Yi Yang said indifferently. Phew, that's good. The Fang Lord just breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yang then added, however, he is now molesting my girlfriend in front of me and wants me to get out of here. What? Fang Lord's just relieved. Heart attack almost all by this collection and contraction of gas out. 2 days ago he also ridiculed Zhang Wanman under the raised a high general manager. Today this unlucky thing let him run into this little brat, actually dares to disrespect you. Mr. Yi, if you, Mr. Yi, say how to dispose of it, Lord Fang will absolutely not dare to disobey. The Fang Lord said evenly, whether it was a payout or whatever. A financial company can't afford to offend this superstar with potentially hundreds of billions of dollars behind him. The energy of such characters is too frightening. If he really wanted to be offended, a random trip could cause his company to suffer huge losses. Dispose? Have him get on his knees and slap himself 10 times. Then get out of here. Get out. Yi Yang purposely increased the pitch of the word roll. Good. Fang Lord breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as there was a way to fix it, then there was nothing that couldn't be messed with. I'm calling the little brat. Yi Yang put down the phone. Yo, hey, kid, you got a lot of swagger, don't you? You're pretending to be something you're not. Ha, it's a pity that a young brat like you can order a big shot like my third uncle. Oh, do you think I'll believe it? Li Chaoyang sneered and mocked. Yi Yang shrugged. What if I can? There are no what ifs. If what you say is true, I'll eat Ollie. On the ing spot, before the word give could be uttered, Li Chaoyang's cell phone rang. Asterisk. Seeing the caller ID on his back, a cold sweat instantly broke out. Could this young man really know Chairman Heavy Hunt? The crowd of customers were also a bit confused when they saw Li Chaoyang's reaction. Feed. Li Chaoyang's midair was insufficient, and he would connect. Hello, you little brat. Stabbing me with some kind of tomfoolery out there again. Fang Lord's angry voice came from within the phone. Do you realize that whether or not my company is going to get the hell out of the Empire State Building is all at the whim of this boss Yi? I can't wait to kick your ass right now. Because of the confiscation of the emotions of the Fang Lord's rage, many customers are heard within its words. The whole scene. Instant silence. Chapter 37. It's not expensive. Just over $100 million. This, Li Chaoyang was completely confused. He couldn't believe it and sized up Yi Yang. At this time, the eyes that scrutinized the other party were different. The mindset was different, and naturally, he could find many different details. This, Hermenegildo Zegna low-profile luxury built-in customized model. Gollum. This table, Vacheron Constantin Louboutin Artisan Series. Look at the workmanship. The serial number is at the forefront. The price is at least $10 million. His hands began to tremble. He didn't even put this youngster in his eyes at first, just thinking about pretending in front of a beautiful woman. Even if he saw that Vacheron Constantin, he would never think it was real. Mindset that determines judgment. At this time, from the mouth of the third uncle learned the real identity of the other party. He only returned to the taste. He today, to provoke the super big brother. 3. 3333 uncle. You have to save me. Li Chaoyang, this person is afraid of soft. Once he knew that he ran into a real tough opponent. Directly is soft. Save you. You'd better think about how to make Boss Yi happy. Why don't you kneel down and slap your mouth to make amends? Lord Fong angrily shouted. Today's matter is a fight for face. As long as this nephew of his drops his face to the dust, I think Boss Yi won't really pursue this matter too much. Kneel down to make amends. When had Li Chaoyang ever suffered such a loss? At this moment, when he heard it, his eyes turned red. Do you want to die? Fong Wong roared from the other side. This nephew of his, how could he be so ungrateful? Gollum. Li Chaoyang inwardly crossed his heart and directly knelt down, exclaiming, Boss Yi, it was me who was blind just now. I have eyes but no pearls. You are a generous person. Spare me. This instantly made the waiters and customers look confused. This young man turned out not to be crazy. Rather, he really has the capital. The background is so strong that even the chairman of heavy hunting, Fong Wan, has to be in awe. Yi Yang's gaze was calm. It's my woman you're harassing. Kowtow to her to make amends. Yes. Li Chaoyang turned around in a row and rushed at Lin Shuer and kowtowed. It's my fault. Please forgive me for being a dog-eyed. Smack yourself in the mouth for me. I want to hear a ringing sound with every stroke. The Fong lords urged on the phone repeatedly. This, Li Chaoyang hesitated. Come on. The Fong lord roared angrily. Pop. Li Chaoyang directly slapped his face, and bright red slap marks emerged. Not loud enough. Fong lord urged. Keep fighting. Beat me until Boss Yi is satisfied. Snap. Not loud enough. Snap. Go on. Snap. After a full dozen slaps, Li Chaoyang smacked himself blue and swollen, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, topped with a big pig's head. His eyes were blurry. All right, get lost. Yi Yang casually waved his hand. If he hit a few more times and saw a big blood, he would in turn disturb the interest of drinking coffee. Thank you, Boss Yi. Thank you, Lord Goddess. Li Chaoyang gave the two men several more kowtows each before he literally rolled out of the coffee shop, his head even hitting the foot of the table once on the way, causing him to cry out in pain. Only after seeing the other party completely roll out of the coffee shop did Yi Yang retract his gaze. Gollum. The people who had just raised their voices in mockery all hurriedly lowered their heads when Yi Yang's gaze swept over, feeling a hot pain on their faces. They also wanted to hurry up to settle the bill and leave, but the pressure that Yi Yang brought was just too great, scaring their legs and stomachs, and they really didn't dare to get up and leave for a while. The women present, on the other hand, looked at Yi Yang with shyness. That's the kind of man one should admire. Young, rich, and so bossy. It's perfect. Yi brother. Lin Shuer's gaze at Yi Yang was also tinged with admiration. Yi Yang smiled casually. It's just a small matter that is not worth mentioning. Go ahead and drink your coffee? Aha. Lin Shuer obediently nodded and skillfully ordered the store's pastries. By the looks of it, in order to welcome her arrival, this little girl, too, had carefully prepared a lot. And so it was, in either awe or envy, amidst the relaxing afternoon sunshine, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer had a wonderful afternoon tea. As for the little episode just now, Yi Yang obviously didn't care about it at all. With his current status, a small character like Li Chaoyang was obviously not worthy of making him care. Okay, payment is done. Lin Cheryl walked back from the payment counter. Let's go? Yi Yang pinched her little face and laughed. Follow me. What for? Lin Shuer was a bit puzzled. Come and find out. Yi Yang brought Lin Shuer to the Koenigsegg 11. Ha, got a new car? Being a girl, I'm not too sensitive to luxury cars, but I can feel that this car is extraordinary. This kind of sports car, it must be at least several $1,000,000, right? Yi Yang laughed. I'm not driving a several $1,000,000 broken car. Saying that, he opened the car door and looked at Lin Shuer, who poked half of her body in to curiously survey the inside, and the corner of his mouth picked up. This car isn't too expensive. It's just over 100 million. But, when Lin Shuer heard this, her waist almost flashed, and she turned around in surprise. This isn't expensive. It can all buy a villa. Ha ha, okay. Yi Yang patted her little head and got into the car. Let's go. Take you shopping. Ha, what's with the sudden need to go shopping? Is there a shortage of things at home? Lin Shuer asked. No, it's to get you something. Yi Yang turned his head sideways and looked at Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was just about to open her mouth. Yi Yang then stretched out a finger and sealed her soft lips. I know what you're going to say, and I also know what you're thinking. Today this gift, you have to take it or leave it. Woohoo! Lin Shuer's red face was made shy by Yi Yang's sudden dominance. Boom! Koenigsegg launched. Yi Yang knew that Lin Shuer didn't want him to think that she liked him to get her money. She had always been a good girl, but judging by what happened today, if you don't buy Shuer some objects worthy of her status, Won't just anyone come along in the future and dare to have the guts to hit on your own woman? I'm going to make everyone in the world, as soon as they see you, too inferior to come up and talk to you. Yi Yang smiled and wisped Lin Shuer's hair. I want my woman to be the brightest and most unattainable princess in this world. Brother Yi is bad. Lin Shuer blushed even more. Apparently, the feeling of being valued by her beloved made her heart swell. Ha ha! Yi Yang laughed out loud and stepped on the gas. Koenigsegg 11 was like an off-control angry dragon, dashing toward the nearest luxury goods district. Chapter 38, Queen of the Table vs. Queen of the Table? This time, Yi Yang didn't choose Devil's 6th luxury street. The luxury stores over there basically know him, especially that Gong Shaochang from Vacheron Constantin. If he steps into a Vacheron Constantin store to buy a watch, I'm afraid the other guy won't let him spend a dime. How can this be without him spending money? He's got a lot of spending to do to get rich. Extravagant rainbow. Yi Yang looked at the introduction in the navigation. This neighborhood is exclusively for girls and specializes in selling women's luxury goods. Let's buy a watch first. Yi Yang turned his head and looked around, just in time to see a Patek Philippe outlet store. As a super watch industry known internationally alongside Vacheron Constantin, its influence and popularity need no introduction. Sir, are you picking out a watch for your girlfriend? Patek Philippe's staff is obviously more professional and sensitive to luxury goods. After careful scrutiny, is also measured Yi Yang a line of extraordinary? And then see his hand that at least worth tens of millions of Vacheron Constantin Louboutin craftsmen. Naturally, they were all greeted with unparalleled enthusiasm. Well, take me straight to the most expensive ones in the store, Yi Yang directly said. The last time he was in the Vacheron Constantin store, he had seen it all. I would have thought that the inner room was the top table. It turns out that people have core rooms and secret rooms. If it wasn't for the discovery of his identity, this piece of building craftsman 000R, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, he wouldn't even be able to see it. So, this time, he has learned his lesson, and he directly wants the most expensive watch. A few salesmen apparently also sensed the meaning in Yi Yang's words, but they were not sure. Sir, the most expensive one in this store, the Patek Philippe 5002 Star and Moon Tourbillon. We'll take you to take a look at it. Yi Yang waved his hand. Tell me how much first. If it's too cheap, I won't look at it. Sir, this Patek Philippe 5002 Star and Moon Tourbillon, craftsman refined. The price is also very high, priced at around 8,800,000. Very gorgeous and famous. Is the best choice for the upper class people in Magic City. A few shopkeepers heard the expression too cheap to buy for the first time. Immediately a little confused, had to introduce mechanically. Are you guys kidding me? Yi Yang frowned and turned around to leave. This kind of world-class watches in the Magic City branch are the top level. A few $1 million of the table to the ordinary rich people, okay, but never the most expensive level of these watch stores. Sir, several of the clerks were flustered. Apparently, $8 million is too cheap. If they let such a superb patron get away, it would be completely impossible to make up for it. Sir, the level you are asking for is just too high. We are not qualified to make a decision at all. Give us some time and let us go and get our manager to come. Yeah. We're just regular salesmen. The top watches in the core room are out of our reach. Yi Yang stopped in his tracks and was also enlightened. After a while, a mature and beautifully dressed manager also ran out with small steps. This gentleman, I apologize to you for the slowness of the store clerk just now. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Now can you show me the most expensive watch here? Sir, the headquarters stipulates that for the sake of mutual security and credit, entering the core showroom of the Magic City branch requires asset proof, and only the top users with assets over $10 billion are eligible. Please understand. Gao Yuan laughed. Her eyes were also sizing up Yi Yang. Such a young lad. It's hard to believe that just by himself he has tens of billions of assets. It doesn't work if it's just the fathers who have money. As an aristocratic watch business, they only offer their services to the true aristocrats. One must at least have a $10 billion asset to one's name to be accepted and recognized. Proof of assets? Yi Yang smiled and directly threw the Centurion black card to Gao Yuan. Just look at the balance directly. Gao Yuan looked at the Centurion black card in her hand. Her body shook, and she even respectfully returned the black card to Yi Yang, with the Centurion black card. It's already enough. It's my short-sightedness. Please don't blame me. Sir. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The salesmen beside them were all buzzing after Gao Yuan brought Yi Yang and Lin Shuer into the core exhibition area. My goodness. After so many years of selling in the Magic City luxury store, it's the first time I've seen the Centurion black and gold card, yay. The king of cards, which only the world's topmost bigwigs are qualified to hold. Just now he said 8 million Patek Philippe 5002 Star Moon Tourbillon cheap. I thought he was bragging it. Did not expect. Really so kawa. Alas. Too envious of her girlfriend, to be the lover of such a man. Are not sure how many lifetimes to repair the blessing. Yeah. Yi Yang didn't care about the employees marveling. Core table room. This is our Patek Philippe's highest level showroom. At least all of them have to be 10 million level watches to be qualified to be included here. As for the more expensive ones, the headquarters didn't match them to our store. At least all of them are auctioned in the auction. Gao Yuan laughed. Well, just look at the highest priced one. Yi Yang didn't talk nonsense and added in passing. Picked it out for her. Good. Gao Yuan walked to the center of the most central piece of the famous watch that was supplied by the crystal cabinet. The most expensive treasure of this store is this Patek Philippe REF.1527. Made of solid gold and set with 24 diamonds. This watch is a masterpiece of craftsmanship and beauty. It is the queen of watches in the international watch industry. The second highest ranked ladies' watch in terms of price, skill, and other overall rankings. Gao Yuan looked at this gold glittering and sparkling watch. Although she was the general manager. But this watch is still her dream. The price of this watch, nowadays, is priced at 5,000 W Chinese coins. I wonder if you, sir, are sure you want to buy this one? Gao Yuan looked at Yi Yang and asked with some uncertainty. If Yi Yang bought this one, she would directly become rich this month. Sure, just swipe your card. Yi Yang said. Brother Yi, this is too expensive. Lin Shuer waved her hand repeatedly. 50 million. A watch. This is also crazy. Gao Yuan looked at Lin Shuer enviously. With a godly boyfriend who was so willing to spend money for her. Alas. Fairy tales are never someone else's. Right. Yi Yang's words instantly caused a trace of anticipation to rise in Gao Yuan's heart. Did you just say that this watch is only ranked second overall? What's number one? Gao Yuan's heart flashed a trace of disappointment. But in an instant, she straightened up her mood and smiled. The first place goes to Chopin 210 carat. The whole body is made of diamonds and gemstones. Gorgeous. The first in the world. And it is known as the Queen of Watches. Oh, guess we'll have to get it sometime. With Yi Yang's character, of course he wanted the best. That, I'm afraid, is impossible. Gao Yuan laughed bitterly. Chapter 39 Poisonous Chicken Soup Hostess breaking up couples online? How is that impossible? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. There were only 2 of these watches on sale in the first place. One was bought by a mysterious buyer. And the other, in the hands of the Queen of England. Mister, if you're any more powerful, you wouldn't want to take the Queen of England's beloved watch away from her, would you? Gao Yuan explained with a smile. The Queen of England? Yi Yang nodded. There will always be times to deal. Gao Yuan froze and scrutinized Yi Yang. But when she thought that he casually shelled out $50 million to buy a watch for his girlfriend, plus the Centurion black gold card in his hand. Instead, he was relieved. So young and already so accomplished. Then it doesn't seem to be a surprise to say that he could deal with the Queen of England in the future. It's not even outlandish to say that he's already dealt with the Queen of England a long time ago. The formalities have been completed. This Patek Philippe REF.1527 belongs to this Ms. Lin Shuer from now on. Gao Yuan said without envy. Aha! Yi Yang casually put the Patek Philippe REF.1527 on Lin Shuer's wrist, fiddled with it, and put it on for her. It's not bad. It's quite nice. Gao Yuan was petrified on the spot. Lin Shuer, on the other hand, snorted out a laugh. Look at the way you embarrassed people. Where is this? $50 million of the watch, after buying to give a sentence is not bad evaluation. Ha ha. Yi Yang waved his hand indifferently. Let's go. There are still a lot of stores to visit. Good. Lin Shuer also obediently nodded her head, her heart filled with happiness. Ugh, that's so nice. I wonder when I'll get a boyfriend that posh. Gao Yuan covered her forehead. 3 parts God and 7 parts envy. The remaining 90 points, however, are euphoria. With $50 million in watches sold, she's literally made a fortune this month. This one alone tops her sales for a month or more. After walking out from Patek Philippe, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer into the women's clothing mansion. Inside, there were all kinds of clothes and bags for ladies, all kinds of luxury brands. Afterwards, Yi Yang started a crazy shopping journey. Chanel, 2 sets each for spring, summer, fall and winter first. Louis Vuitton? Same, as long as it's top of the line. Money is no object. Buy. Prada? Hermes? Dior? Burberry? Buy them all. Well brother Yi, really don't buy anymore. Buy anymore, my house should be stuffed. Can't even spare a place to get down. Thinking of the limited capacity closet at home, Lin Shuer said evenly. Yi Yang, this take luxury cabbages. Move the hands of 10 sets of 8 sets of large sums of money. Is really let her look dumbfounded. This trip has cost at least a couple $1,000,000 in clothes. Of course, compared to that $50 million sky-high watch just now, these are just a fraction. Well, after the clothes shopping, I'll show you the bags. Don't girls love bags the most? Yi Yang scratched his head and said, before Lin Shuer could respond. The sound of a quarrel coming from not far away caught Yi Yang and Lin Shuer's attention. It's all about the clothing specialties just now. To buy a bag, of course you go to a specialized bag boutique. A Chanel handbag boutique is where the quarrels are coming from. Xiao Lu, this bag is just too expensive. I really can't afford it. The boys begged bitterly. Whatever. They say a man who makes $100 has to spend 101 on a woman. I want this bag. Criminal Xiao Lu spilled the beans. That's right. You can't be too stingy as a man. What are you making money for? Isn't it just to give women flowers? On the side, there is a net red-faced female anchor with heavy makeup sneering and helping out. What does a woman look for in a boyfriend? It's just that he can support you. Otherwise, what's the difference with raising a dog? Upon hearing this, Criminal Xiao Lu became even more furious and angrily rebuked her boyfriend. See, you don't buy me a bag. You're worse than a dog. This noise also caused many people to gather around. What's wrong with this guy? Lin Shuer grunted angrily. As an anchor line insider, she could naturally see that the net red-faced female anchor was relying on stirring up other people's feelings to stir up conversation, and in the meantime, bring goods for the luxury bag behind her. This kind of person is nothing short of a snake. What she said was also full of poisonous chicken soup flavor, and when a girl with a positive outlook like her heard it, she felt revolted to the point of bursting. You! The accused boy glared angrily at the snake-faced anchor. What? It seems like you don't love your girlfriend at all. I kindly persuaded you to prove a little bit of sincerity, and you actually look at me like this. How this kind of man really can't be relied on. It is what it is. This sister hurry to break up with him. This kind of man is not worth spending your best youth to accompany him. What kind of master surrounds himself with what kind of lackeys? The toxic chicken soup anchor's booth is naturally full of idyllic feminism. Xiao Lu, you're not unaware that the one you bought just now has already spent all of my credit card and the salary I've saved for the past 2 months off. I just don't have any more money. The man begged bitterly. Criminal Xiao Lu looked at her boyfriend actually still wheedling. She was furious. Okay, Ali Hua, if you do not buy it for me, it's okay. I'll give you a chance to make up for it. You said. Li Hua said evenly. Get on your knees. Criminal Xiao Lu shouted angrily. Put. Li Hua subconsciously went weak in both knees and knelt on the ground. Wow, this young man moves too skillfully. Ha 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 ha. Haven't been like this on weekdays, have you? Wimp. Deserves a girlfriend like that. Ha. This girl is really good, huh? The onlookers on the sideline shook their heads and sighed when they saw the scene. Reacting, Li Hua looked up, incredulously looking at Criminal Xiao Lu. Shame on you. Seeing that she was ridiculed, Criminal Xiao Lu did not feel that it was her fault at all, but continued to blame her boyfriend. I thought we agreed not to talk about that outside. Li Hua's face was parched red, clenched his fists and stood up to suppress his voice, obviously angry to an edge. What? I haven't scolded you yet, but you're condescending first. Criminal Xiao Lu clasped her arms in a superior manner. Well, hello. Li Hua slammed all of the various women's clothes he had just bought that he was carrying in his hands onto the ground fiercely. You Biaozi, give me as far away as you can. Go to your mom stinking. After saying that, he turned his head and walked away. Seeing that her only source of financial resources actually really dared to shake her head and walk away, Xin Xiao Lu completely froze, followed by endless anger. You go, don't come back if you leave. Half a day's worth of spilling. It was only after realizing that Li Hua had really moved this time that she was completely flustered. She a monthly salary of 3,000 at the bottom of society. Without this programmer boyfriend, a month can only eat dirt, ATM. Alas. No, Li Hua, don't run wait for me. I'm wrong not okay. Yi Yang sighed, the most important thing that men care about is dignity and face. Home is just, outside still so make, really deserve it. Still, it was kind of a standard ending for a lickspill. And he didn't feel the least bit sympathetic. Go, he smiled and led Lin Shuer to get ready to find the next store. Having such a brain-dead toxic chicken soup anchor woman here made him lose interest in spending money. Chapter 40, Set me up? You're still too young. Yi Yang shook his head. There is a market for toxic chicken soup women. All thanks to the support of these lickspittles and wimps. You can't just blame toxic chicken soup for this phenomenon. He personally despises dog licking. A dog is a dog after all. Want to be someone's boyfriend? Then you have to learn to be a human being first. If all men would treat these toxic women as garbage and pay no attention to them, this trend would naturally go away. Having just broken up a couple, Anchor Su Hong's heart was also full of fulfillment. Hey, another little sister has been saved. Do you all think I did the right thing? Sister Hong is simply a living Buddha. Pity the sister who just didn't see it coming and went for the scummy guy who wouldn't spend money for her. The comments section went into song and sales went up quite a bit more. This made Su Hong laugh so hard that her mouth involuntarily split open, and her appearance fell in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers who had normal 3 views, to be as ugly as possible. Ha! New target. Just broke up a couple and set his live room on fire. Having gotten a taste of what's to come, So Hong is also looking for the next wave of targets. Just in time, he saw Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. Lying talent and daughter appearance. It's simply a model boyfriend and girlfriend. If we can break this pair up, the live broadcast will definitely be another wave of big explosions. Ha ha ha, she was so ecstatic that she came up. This gentleman, are you free for an interview? Yi Yang glanced at her and inwardly laughed coldly. It was obvious that this guy was staring at the two of them ready to lay a trap. However, this anchor was still too young to try to set him up. Yeah. Yi Yang had just appeared on camera when the girls in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Holy, so handsome, so classy. This is my ideal male god. Yeah, just feels a little familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere. Sister Red, send a coordinate. I'm going to jet over there. Looking at the hot scene in the live broadcast room, the corner of Sister Hong's mouth was also lifted, and she asked in a confident manner, "This little brother, do you love your girlfriend? Are you willing to max out your credit card for your girlfriend? Max out your credit card? Not willing." Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and directly said. Su Hong directly froze. "I jow. What the hell is this? This is a live broadcast for me. So many people are watching. You don't even pretend. Just say no." However, unwillingness is better. Such a straight-up scumbag. Breaking them up in 3 words. Cut. I thought this little brother was a good guy, but I didn't realize he was a scumbag who wouldn't even max out his girlfriend's credit card. That's garbage. Good looking doesn't help. This kind of scum is the most dangerous. The livestream was all up in arms. The spectators on the sidelines, on the other hand, were all bright-eyed, and many of the boys who had been bullied by their girlfriends were frantically giving Yi Yang thumbs up. What a model for my generation. Great job. Ahem. The first step of the setup failed, and the next step in the chain of getting Yi Yang to max out his credit card to buy a bag won't go anywhere, but it's just as well. She was naturally ruthless as a skillful set of webcams and had prepared several combos. If one set doesn't work, get another. So you don't love your girlfriend enough? Alas. Can't even brush up the credit card. 10,000 800,000 is not willing to give their own girl to spend. Nowadays the man is really thinly veiled. She began to use reverse agitation. Max out your credit card? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up and sneered. I would like to see which bag in the world dares to sell $10 billion? 10 billion. Crap. Groove. The crowd of onlookers exploded. Originally, I came to see the straight man tearing down the toxic chicken soup green tea female anchor, but I didn't realize that the straight man, or a superb man, credit card $10 billion limit. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Snakeface Su Hong was almost paralyzed with fear by Yi Yang's sentence and shouted in a completely unacceptable manner. This wave of dislike, I call it professional. Ha ha ha, that was awesome. It's so relieving. That's the way to dislike this poisonous chicken soup brain-filling stuff. The people on the sidelines were furiously praising, and after their translators were able to come over, they also thought that Yi Yang was joking. What bank card throws a limit of 10 billion? Think about it and you'll know it's a joke. Yi Yang's completely unexpected, jumpy answer left Su Hong completely dumbfounded. This kid is too good. Lin Shuer also looked at Su Hong with a faint smile. Brother Yi is awesome. 3 words dislike this woman speechless. He. This little brother can really joke. Can't afford it. Just say you can't afford it. Dreaming? It's better to go home and lie in bed to do it. Su Hong's eyes rolled as she countered once again. You think I'm kidding you? Yi Yang smiled. Well then, let me ask you, how much is this outfit worth? I'm sure that a super godly man with a credit card limit of tens of billions of dollars will not be dressed in such a shabby manner, right? Su Hong sneered and countered. How much? This is not much. Yi Yang spread his hands. I told you, sir, suggest you daydream more. It's just over 100 million. Su Hong was just about to sneer back when she was directly scared by Yi Yang's next sentence and bit her tongue. Hiss. What did you say? Hundreds of millions. You're wearing the gold saint suit, aren't you? Who doesn't know how to blow awesome? That's it. It must be a pretender. Sister Hong, don't goad him. Hammer this scum. The women on the air once again frantically pried their keyboards to bring the rhythm. Ha! Sister Hong also gained confidence. $100 million when you say $100 million? Can you tell us what it's all about so we can open our eyes? Unbelievable? Yi Yang sneered. I'm all over this. Zegna low-profile luxury built-in customized models. About 700, 000 to 800, 000. The shoes are customized by Seville Row craftsmen, like more than 500, 000. 4 watches. Vacheron Constantin Louboutin craftsman 000R. I don't know how much it costs, but at least 100 million to start with, he said casually. With Yi Yang's commentary, each sentence, like a deep water bomb, caused the onlookers and the live broadcast room to explode into waves of climaxes. Holy, I didn't look closely enough just now. This is indeed a private, low-luxury version of Jessia's customization. My dad, the chairman of their company, wears this. No, it can't be. I thought his off-the-cuff clothes were real. Doesn't that mean that the shoes and the watch, too, are real? The onlookers were stuttering. What kind of superstar is this? A dress that adds up to $100 million. Everyone's worldview is falling apart. Asterisk. It's really the same model as the Russian Portuguese emperor. You can't get it even if you offer $10 billion and no one has the connections and status to get it. Pilgrimage-like exclamations from watchmakers in the audience. Chapter 41, Professional Teams, all visit. If you don't believe me, this Centurion Black Gold card, can it be faked? Yi Yang casually touched the Centurion Black Gold card in his pocket and waved it in front of Su Hong's eyes. Once the black card came out, Su Hong completely wilted. Holy, Centurion Black card. This is a real world-class top godly man. Holy, I remember. Isn't that girl also an anchor named Cher on Tremors? Yes. That carnival battle in her live room 2 days ago was so exciting to watch. That boy. He can't be the Yi Shenhao who was famous for trembling that night. Asterisk. The true God is right in front of me. I'm actually blind. Disrespectful. Is it really him? I've been following him on my trill. I didn't expect to see him in reality. He's really handsome. In the live broadcast room, a group of poisonous chicken soup women directly forgot that they had just mocked people. After seeing the Centurion card and a body of hundreds of millions of dress up, are crazy to send a message to Su Hong to Yi Yang's contact information. Squeezing through the head also want to be with him on the object. Have a monkey. Sisters, I remember. Isn't this the piano man from the Purple Pavilion video the other day? I said, why does it look so familiar? I just actually mocked my own male god. Ooh, I regret it so much. But at this time Su Hong lost all the face. Face hot and painful. Where there is still face still continue to stand in front of Yi Yang. Long ago quietly gray run away. The matter is closed. Yi Yang was also taking Lin Shuer to continue the joyful shopping trip. After buying a couple more top-of-the-line luxury bags, it was only then that Yi Yang was taking the loaded Lin Shuer out of the extravagant rainbow neighborhood. After spending so much, it's only natural that all these luxuries are hand-delivered to your home by the store. The spending along the way naturally had rewards coming in, but most of them are deposit bonuses. Spent tens of millions of dollars today, and the deposit rewarded about 18 billion. However, today, Yi Yang bank card put more than 100 billion, assets of trillions of dollars, 10 or 8 billion deposits, has not been able to let him surprised fluctuations. After sending Lin Shuer back to Fu Hua and pressing the road for a while, Lin Shuer reluctantly went upstairs, until Yi Yang sat back in the Koenigsegg 1-1. It was only then that the system's beep came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending more than 555W this day. Triggering the hidden reward of the day, Sports Omnipotence. Gaining Sports Omnipotence. You will be proficient in all known sports on Earth. With proficiency against the Olympic champion, the human ceiling level. Oh, Yi Yang smiled. The system's tricks were quite a lot, inexplicably triggering hidden rewards. Now the hidden special reward he had triggered 3 times. Once national arts proficiency, once musical instrument proficiency, and this time, again, sports proficiency. Why aren't there hundreds of sports in the world? What's the concept of each of them reaching the level of Olympic champions? It's simply too strong. Today's Yi Yang was not as touched by tens of billions as he was by this special reward. Not bad. Yi Yang was also very satisfied with this reward and looked at the sky. It was almost dinner time. It's time to go back. He stepped on the gas. Koenigsegg 1-1 roared to life. Directly like a furious dragon toward the Yunding Mountain Villa sped away. Hentaying Hill Villa area. A Land Rover top Range Rover pulled up in front of the neighborhood. This Range Rover, landing price, a full 3 to 4 million. If it is in an unusual place, certainly be treated as a luxury car owner. But at Hentaying Hill Villa, it's a bit of a drop in the bucket. A little Land Rover? Is anyone's nanny back from grocery shopping? This license plate is not on the registration form. Several security guards were puzzled and walked out of the security booth. Hello, We're here to visit Mr. Yi of the first villa in Hentang. Fong Han poked his head out of the car window and smiled faintly. Hentang Villa? The security guard looked the Land Rover up and down and smiled. Are you sure you're the king of Hentang villas? The first villa in Hentang? The market price is now speculated to more than $2 billion. What a status! A man who drives a Range Rover is still worthy of meeting people. Ahem. Seeing the security guard's smiling but not laughing eyes, Evie was very upset and said, "What? You don't see us? Yo, foreigners? This is not. The main thing is that the owner of this first villa is really honorable. If you want to visit, we don't dare to let you in easily. Wait for us to call and confirm with Sister Silence." The security guard heckled. Humph. What a pretense. The high-minded and proud Evie instantly had a bad impression of the entire Yunding Mountain Villa area and held a breath in her heart. As a super lawyer, where doesn't he go without a bunch of bosses front and center, greeting him discreetly? I can't believe I was stopped by the janitor here. The key wasn't even to intentionally card him, but because they did appear to be too low-end in this Hentang Hill Villa area. After a few minutes, after finally determining that these people were Yi Yang's guests, several security guards immediately turned back to a respectful smile and opened the door to release Fong Han. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a big one. You're giving us a hard time. Past the doorstop, Evie said indignantly. Cut the crap. You forgot my instructions? Fong Han chortled. Maybe that's the new owners hammering them too. The Range Rover weaves its way through a wide cluster of Hentang Hill villas, surrounded on both sides by water lakes and cascading mountains. In the Magic City, a city of steel buildings weighing people down. This kind of villa area is heavenly. Top rich people are still enjoying themselves. Evie had been holding her breath, and was even more sour at this point. For her part, Color Flag was surveying the paradise-like beauty with crystal eyes. At this time the sun was setting and the twilight clouds were red. The red haze is half fallen outside the clear sky. The green water and the green mountains are 3,000 pavilions. Day, how big is this villa area? After half a day's driving I'm still not there. Evie sked inside. After traveling for a while longer, it was only then that they reached Cloudtop Mountain. Yumomo was also waiting at the door with a few maids. Wow. Even those who had seen the world like Fong Han and Ai Wei couldn't help but gasp out in amazement when they saw this clear color of top-notch beauty-made outfit. Hello honored guests. I'm the housekeeper of the first villa in Hentang. You mimer. The master hasn't returned yet. Please come into the villa first to have a cup of tea and wait a little. Umomo smiled courteously. Understand. Understand. A big shot like Bossy must be busy with his work and day job every day. This must be going out to work on some big project, right? Fong Han smiled and brainstormed. Yumomo smiled on her face, but in her heart she rolled her eyes. He's busy? It's only strange, right? Seeing so many eye-pleasing beauties, the fire in Evie's stomach dissipated quite a bit. Directly, he entered the living room with Fong Han and Colorful Flag and waited. Chapter 42, Aristocrats, naturally, have their own rules. Why isn't it there yet? Evie frowned as a cup of tea was finished. Even though it was clearly top-quality dragonwell, but it still couldn't stop his anxious heart. As the proud son of the Sky General Star Lawyer, this come to visit still have to wait for half-a-day treatment. He is still the first time to experience. Looking at the anxious Ivy, Fong Han shook his head. Ivy the Star Lawyer is good at everything. Is too proud. Humph. I'm not waiting. Evie heaved her teacup back onto the table and got up to head out the door. Just as Fong Han was about to scold him to sit back down. Buzz. A low roar of a supercar came from far away. The master has returned. You murmur chuckled. Rising to her feet, Ivy could just about see the handsome to the point of blowing sports car outside. Koenigsegg 1-1. In an instant, half of his arrogant aura was knocked out, though he prided himself on having seen many big bosses and big names. But it's the first time I've seen a guy who can afford to drive such a horrible sports car empire. Fong Han and Saichi also got up and similarly saw the Koenigsegg 1-1. Hiss. Bossy is quite bold. Fong Han let out a bitter smile. Although he was rich, he couldn't do it to the extent of spending $100 million on a car. Otherwise he wouldn't have just driven a Range Rover in. Master. As soon as Yi Yang entered the house, Yumomo and a group of maidservants had long stood side by side and bowed. This deck. Although Evie was disdainful on the surface, she was envious on the inside. Looks like I'm a little late getting back. Yi Yang smiled and shook Fong Han's hand. Sit down. Yi Yang casually said. The three of them, Fong Han, also took their seats. Saichi carefully sized up Yi Yang, while Ai Wei gave a sideways glance because she hadn't sent out a fire just now. Boss Yi, you acquired our law firm. I wonder if you have any immediate needs for us? Fong Han asked tentatively. There's not much of a need. Just get your own law firm first, just in case, and on weekdays you'll just help me with legal issues and contracts related to the assets in my name. Yi Yang said. Fong Han was sweating profusely, and just in case, he just splashed out a lot of money to buy their super law firm that was famous in Magic City. This rich man's thinking is really different. So what are our company's future plans and personnel changes? Fong Han once again asked his biggest doubt. Now, after all, the Jincheng firm was brought up by him. If Yi Yang had the idea of truly seizing power, then it would be too great a blow to himself. And if the firm had been acquired just out of investment, then everything would have been fine. It's just that the percentage of the money earned that goes to him is less than it might have been in the past. I don't have a problem with any of this for now. Yi Yang spread his hands. He didn't have time to play palace power games with these people. Normal people who want to make money and profit have to think out of the box to do so. But it's enough for him to just keep spending money. With this time to fight for power, he went to spend more money. It does not smell good? Got it. Fong Han's heart was relieved. Yi Yang's words were also a clear indication of his attitude, dispelling his greatest doubts. After removing doubts, the atmosphere was noticeably eased and relaxed. I wonder what contracts the companies in your name have that need to be drawn up to take care of, so we can butt heads. Fong Han asked in succession. There are 2 internationally, a Chateau Lafite Rothschild and a Vacheron Constantin watchmaker. Yi Yang thought for a moment. Domestic words. A little more. The property rights of the Imperial Financial Building is mine. There are tenant contracts for 10 school buildings in the university city to be drawn up, and the development of the Purple Pavilion restaurant's non-competition agreement should also be engaged. Fong Han's heart fluttered as he listened. This one by one. From foreign to domestic. All these seemingly completely unrelated industries are actually under one person's name. Even the ever-proud Evie was shocked. There's also the Yida Group, which is also mine. This should be taken care of in a focused manner. But there would have been a specialized legal team over there. Don't have to worry too much. After Yi Yang thought about it, he said, I guess there are some more. I can't think of them for a while now. I'll tell you guys later when I think of them. He moved to acquire a new company, and said so to explain that he would have one more property later on when he was fine. What? Yida Group? You mean, that Yida Group? All 3 were confused. This is a top group known in China. Its founder's famous line about 100 million being a small goal has caught fire and no one knows about it. Yeah, just collected it 2 days ago. Yi Yang casually said. Fong Han cried and laughed, inwardly calling out Big Brother. If he had known Yi Yang earlier, he was afraid that he could have struggled for 20 years less. At the moment, he simply eliminated all bad, negative thoughts from his mind. This superstar is simply terrifying. If he can climb into any relationship with him, his career can be leveled later on. It would be foolish to think about any power struggle now. He couldn't contain the excitement in his heart, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily flew up. Well, it's almost time to talk. We should have dinner. Yi Yang smiled. Follow the normal small state banquet. A small state dinner is a 9 to 5 meal. 9 dishes and 5 soups were the standard meal rules for small gatherings of ancient emperors. A state dinner? Fong Han's heart moved. In your villa, you won't still be hiding a group of state banquet chefs. Domestic chefs are divided into 3 levels, high school and low school, above which is the special level. The highest honor is state dinner chef. It basically represents the highest achievement of Chinese cuisine. What a rich man! This is it. This exclamation passed through the minds of several people at the same time. Run out of dinner. The conversation with Yi Yang had also completely conquered Fong Han and Saichi. Only Evie had been sulking, but hadn't dared to say anything because of Fong Han's warning. Why has this old brother been silent? But does he have something against me? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Yi boss is easygoing, using money to convince the public. Naturally there is nothing that dares to be dissatisfied. Just that. Ivy has always respected the nobility, not the landed gentry. Yi boss is even richer, but also cannot convince me. Evie shook his head, ignoring the stops of the colorful flag that was pinching his thigh, and blurted out a stream of words that he had been holding in his heart for quite some time. How dare you? How are you talking to Boss Yi? I told you to forget everything. Fong Han's heart trembled as he rose up in anger. He had just confirmed that Boss Yi was a real big shot that he couldn't afford to offend and could only try his best to befriend. This Evie just gives him a hard time. It would be an unacceptable loss to jeopardize the great future of the Golden City law firm. At this time, Fong Han was also anxious and angry. Oh, Yi Yang smiled and understood. Some foreigners did have deep-rooted aristocratic thoughts in their brains, depending on their history. It's all different from the kings and queens of China. So, what do you say? How can you convince me? Ivy is an ace attorney at the Golden City law firm, and it's important to make him convince himself of the same. Seeing Yi Yang launching a challenge, Ai Wei was also not the least bit weak. Nobles, naturally, have rules for nobles. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 43, Golf Course? There's one in my backyard. Ivy. After Fong Han rebuked He also smiled with Yi Yang. Boss Yi. This person, Ivy, is just this nature. Please forgive me for offending. No harm done. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. To be honest, I'm still a bit curious. Ha, a cowardly man can no longer be called a noble. Ivy bristled. Rules of nobility? Yi Yang became interested and raised his eyebrows. Tell me more? Explain. I have been playing noble sports since I was a child. And what I am best at is horse racing and golf. If you can prove that you have attainments in this area as well, and prove that you have the cultivation and connotation that a nobleman should have, then I will convince you. Ivy jumped at the chance. Other bossy is so young. Even if he practiced from a young age, he has practiced for an unknown amount of time less than you. You're being too unintelligent. While Fong Han rebuked on the surface, he was relieved on the inside. It wasn't too hurtful if it was just a sports match. Humph. A connoisseur knows if there's one or not. And I'm not bullying him, so I'll naturally give in to him during the match. Evie said evenly. Ha ha ha, interesting, let's compare then. Yi Yang was eager to give it a try, but he had just gained sports omnipotence, so he just used this opportunity to verify it. Boss Yi. Fong Han looked at Yi Yang's chesty and confident smile, and it didn't seem like he was angry or showing off. It's hard to believe that Boss Yi really happens to have research in this area as well, so young and already a lord in his career, and versatile. Is this a demon? Saichi also looked at Yi Yang with a radiant look, a feeling of admiration rising in her heart. Humph, just showing off. Seeing Yi Yang's confident appearance, Ai Wei's heart was also a bit weak, but thinking of his own superior skills, he regained his confidence. Being so confident now, if you lose too badly in a while, you'll know the gap. Yi Yang smiled and looked at Evie. In fact, what nobility? What sport? It was all just Evie's bull asterisk. He was just simply displeased with himself, and wanted to make himself suffer at his best, to get back at the bellyful of anger he had just felt. What he does best is sports and law. It is naturally unrealistic to compare yourself to him in law, so he picked the sport. Since you're not convinced, I'll fight until you are. Yi Yang clapped his hands. Well, my backyard is a golf course. Just in time. Play and go? My backyard is a golf course. Thought it was just an internet stunt. I've seen it all today for a sake. Fong Han bitterly smiled and shook his head. Following this kind of super godly man, he, a guy who usually boasts of social elites, can't feel his poverty all the time. Master, you Momo came up and asked Yi Yang in a somewhat worried whisper. Yi Yang smiled and scraped her nose, attached to her ear and laughed lowly. Bringing a cheerleading squad to cheer me on the side will be the end of it. See how I abuse this foreigner. Yumaimo blushed and nodded her head repeatedly, then put up her small fist and made a cheering gesture. Hoo. The winds of summer in the Magic City seemed strong on this evening. Evie was in a bit of a bind. Playing golf is afraid of environmental variables. This gust of wind, but also a fart. Only the top big boys, who can ignore the conditions and weather and hit superb caliber approach shots on every shot anymore. Ahem. Looks like it's not a good day for golf. Avi scratched his head. In that case, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to score a single goal. I wanted to humiliate Yi Yang, so don't end up digging a hole and burying yourself. It's a beautiful day with a cool evening breeze, just the right time to play golf. Ha! Yi Yang felt comfortable tonight. Ha! Do you really not get it or are you faking it? Ivy mentally rolled her eyes. Anyone who had taken 2 days of golf lessons couldn't say something so amateurish. Unless you're a superstar. Though, you're a guy in his early 20s who can play golf at a world-class level. It's too much of a stretch. Is it hard to believe that this kid is certain that none of us can get in the hole in this weather and that we'll end up with a tie at best to cover his embarrassment? Since it's a private duel, it's not according to the rules of the tournament's 18 holes. Yi Yang laughed. I'll make a rule. 10 strokes. Let's compare who has more holes. How about it? If my number of times doesn't exceed your 2 times, even if I lose. That was supposed to be the line I was going to say. Evie roared inwardly, but since he had now allowed Yi Yang to grab the word, he also sneered. Humph. Talk big, don't get hit in the face later. How about starting your show? Yi Yang smiled and sat under the parasol, spreading his hands. Just start. Evie picked up her golf clubs and prayed in her heart. By all means. Jesus bless me with a score. Adjust your posture and breathing. Ivy took a direct swing. Shoo. The golf ball tumbled through the sky and flew no more than a dozen meters before letting the wind blow it askew. Eventually landed, not knowing that it was a few dozen meters short of the hole hundreds of meters away. Ahem. Fumble. That was definitely a fumble. Ivy went dry and red and continued to swing at the ball. Unfortunately, on a windy day like this, the stroke trajectory was messy, and for the 9th consecutive shot, one didn't go in. Foo. CK. Ivy was so angry that her hometown words were bubbling up. Last shot. God bless. He kissed the golf ball and took a sharp swing. He closed his eyes. The shot was a pure mess and his mind was long broken. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the maid in charge of scoring in the distance raising the flag in her hand. Asterisk 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 scored. Goal. Yes. My God. Evie nearly jumped up and down with joy. In his opinion it would be a miracle to score 1 goal in this environment. He didn't believe Yi Yang could score more than 2. Ha ha ha. With his head tilted back, the flamboyant Evie walked under the umbrella. Your turn? Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and casually stood up. His hands gripped the golf clubs and his whole body automatically entered a perfect state. The muscles of the body are linked. The waist, hips, arms and wrists, and the joints are transmitted. Everything seemed to come together. The movements were as graceful as if they were banished from the earth. The cheerleaders on the sidelines forgot to wave their signs and holler. The afterglow of the setting sun pours over Yi Yang's confident and radiantly handsome face. Looking at Yumaimo and Saichi, they were both dumbfounded. What's the use of just playing smart? What's this ball even hitting the wrong way? Evie rose straight from her chair. Yi Yang's golf ball trajectory was skewed when he swung out. But who did not expect? Its arc actually drew a circular arc in the sky, borrowing the wind. Back on track. Impartial. Just landed in hundreds of meters away from that small hole. Is this magic? Ivy watched the scoring maid raise the flag in her hand again in the distance, and gold stars came out of her eyes. No, my blood pressure seems a little high. Chapter 44, sorry, a little bit of skill, after all, the first time I played today. It must be a fake. I'm blind. Or else he got lucky. It's a fake. Yeah, he's the one who blinded. Ha, you won't be so lucky on the next shot. Before he could finish, Yi Yang's second shot was swung confidently, connecting rods. Evie looked frozen. Even the top players in the world have to spend a good 10 minutes or so adjusting each shot, right? This Yi Yang didn't intend to take a break at all and just swung the second club. This is too crazy. Arrogance has no good results. You won't get in this one for sure. For sure. He kept his eyes on the trajectory of the golf ball and chanted, God forbid. It must not go in. However, in China, God doesn't seem to work. This ball, flying straight up into the sky, resisted the wind with its own rotational stress, landed and jumped fancy as if calculated, and went fancy into the hole after the third takeoff. Yay! Master is simply wonderful. Awesome. The maid group and Yumaimo cheered when they saw this. Once is luck, twice is strength. The fancy goal on the second shot in particular was just awesome. Even if they didn't know the rules, they could see that this shot, it was bull. Gollum. Evie was directly petrified on the spot. Fong Han also shook his head. His heart was relieved. He didn't expect that Boss Yi was really deep in the world, and was also world-class in golf. So not only would they not hurt each other's face, it might even kill Ivy's momentum. 2 birds with 1 stone. But, handsome is indeed handsome. If I were a woman, I would hate to rely on his bed, right? Fong Han thought maliciously. Next, Yi Yang casually swung the club, barely making any adjustments, swinging the ball, and just hitting it, casually like sweeping the floor. But, it was such a random sweep of the ball. 9 shots and 9 goals. Each shot is scored in a different way. All differently, switching up the holes. No way. Cheating. He's got a remote control in his ball. Evie screamed. This is ridiculous. But the truth just happened before his eyes. He couldn't believe it anymore. The reality was all there. Yi Yang looked at Evie who was jumping in the distance and shook his head in amusement. Bullying him like this seems to be a bit too much. It's better to give him some face. Say yes to him, he said. He swung the club violently. Yikes. Swung crooked. Did not touch the ball. This is also too oolong. Ha ha. He tossed the pole casually to the maid next to him and returned to the shade, tapping Evie on the shoulder who was staring at him with her mouth wide open and her eyes wide. Looks like I'm still too much of a rookie. 9 out of 10 shots I can't help it. After all, I'm playing this for the first time today. Evie cried. You call that a giveaway at the end? That was humiliating. The acting is so bad. Okay. Hit the first 9 balls like a godsend and swung right through the air on the last shot. Cheat on the cutie. What? Looking at Yi Yang's sincere eyes, Ai Wei read his subtext. Right, I'm just cheating the little cutie. What about it? At this time, the scoring maid in the distance was also trotting back with the golf ball. Did I just hear you say that you suspected me of putting a remote control in my ball? Yi Yang tossed the golf ball to Evie. Why don't you dissect it? Boss Yi. I was just joking. Don't mind. Ai Wei completely convinced. This golf ball into the hand. With his experience, according to the light and heavy touch, directly can judge to do not do hand. Convinced now? Yi Yang asked with a smirk. Convinced. AI Wei has lived for 30 years. The first time to see a true hero like you, Boss Yi. Feeling bashful in the face, Evie apologized. How about another horse race? I happen to have a horse arena in my backyard? Yi Yang joked. No. Yi boss, you don't humiliate me. AI Wei no wrong. From now on you are the person I admire the most. AI Wei in the future absolutely to you to obey. Have any lawsuit? We'll do their best to help you deal with it. Ivy conceded the point in a row. A golf ball was enough to make his face swollen, and if he was crushed again in a while, he was afraid that he would really have to find a crack in the ground to drill out of the Yunding Mountain Villa area. Ha ha ha, Fong Han, Saichi and Yumaimo all laughed out loud as they watched Evie's embarrassed appearance. Yi Yang also nodded slightly. Evie was just proud, but if she could conquer that pride herself, she would instead reap the purest respect. I didn't expect Boss Yi to have such profound attainments in sports as well. It's really admirable. Saichi's eyes glowed with a strange look as she looked at Yi Yang. Sloppy, would you guys believe me if I said that this is actually really my first time playing golf? Yi Yang honestly said. Boss Yi, didn't we agree not to humiliate me? Evie cried and laughed. At your level, it's more than enough for you to compete for a World Golf King. How could it be your first time playing? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. In this world, no one believes in telling the truth anymore. It's really my first time playing golf. Okay. After a little more joking and laughing, Yi Yang then sent Fong Han and the others away. After this meeting tonight, these three people, it is considered that all of them are in their pockets, and will certainly work for them wholeheartedly in the future. There's still a great sense of pride in folding into this elite at the top of society. Standing on the villa loft, he watched the Range Rover slowly drive out of the villa area. Yi Yang was holding a glass of Lafite in his hand, and the corner of his mouth also showed a trace of satisfaction arc. I didn't realize that my master's golf skills were so good. No wonder every time you play golf with me, you win so easily. Yumaimo walked behind her from who knows when, and wrapped his hands around her, smiling with his eyebrows. Yi Yang pinched Yumaimo's pretty face. Women don't drive/cars any slower than men. Then tonight, I'll show you what easy means. Yi Yang smiled. The roof of the building by the open-air swimming pool. Chapter 45, Are you the owner? The next morning, Yi Yang was refreshed and washed up. Although Yumaimo had developed to maturity and was more energetic than an ordinary person, she was still too weak compared to Yi Yang, who was proficient in national arts and all-round in sports. A night of fighting/battling. Straight away, she passed out and hasn't gotten up until now. Yi Yang shook his head and casually picked up his cell phone to read the messages. Boss Yi, this is Fong Han. We've already done the school district room thing for you. If you see the message, call to talk in detail. Yo, pretty efficient? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It looks like the other guy went back and got himself some connections overnight. A wise man indeed. Being so dependable. There is some psychological security in entrusting the legal aspects of your men's assets to each other. Yi Yang smiled and also dialed Fong Han's number. Hey, Boss Yi. After only one ring, the phone was picked up, and it was obvious that Fong Han had been waiting for Yi Yang's reply after sending the message. Aha. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. What about the matter of renting a room? We contacted the IKEA agent, and that side has already sent a gold medal sales room like Jean to hand over to me. The contract IKEA agent will also provide. The contract we have reviewed and modified overnight. It is absolutely the best contract. Fong Han was confident about the contract drawing up. I'll send you the phone number of Fong Shijin. Just tell her to bring her clients directly to the entrance of your Linjiang neighborhood and wait for you. Good. Yi Yang was also very assured of Fong Han's work. After hanging up the other party's phone, he also started to contact the so-called gold medal sales fans like Jean. Hey, Boss Yi. Obviously Fong Han had long explained Yi Yang's information to Fong Shijin, and when he saw Yi Yang's phone call, he called out with a mouthful of boss. Well, I'm going to rent a house today. Just call those tenants directly to the entrance of Linjiang district and wait for me. Yi Yang laughed. Yi boss. Forgive me for taking the liberty. I have a lot of customers on hand, and the demand for school district housing is even greater. I wonder how many houses you have for rent. Fan Shijin asked cautiously, weighing his words. Bring as many as you have. Yi Yang said casually. Yi boss. Are you serious? I now have at least a dozen customers on hand who have a need for school district housing. All bring it too. On the other side of the phone, Fong Shijin was completely confused in his mind. When she had just heard Sister Su explain the task to her, she realized that this Boss Yi was not ordinary, but he didn't expect that the other party actually had at least a dozen school district houses in the Linjiang neighborhood. That's the Riverside neighborhood. Not many roads to the east is the Magic City University City. Not many roads to the west is where the Magic City Public First High School and private Noble High School is concentrated. The neighborhood is adjacent to the Mordor River, the closest row, which is considered a river-view home. The most expensive market price is speculated to $25W or even $35W for a square meter, an average 120 square meters for a set. 10 Riverview Neighborhood School District houses. Rounded up, that's $300 million. Gollum. This is a superb client. It must be seized. Fang Shijin cried out in his heart. That's it. Only 10? Unexpectedly, such a response actually came from Yi Yang's side. It made Fan Shijin almost drop his cell phone. First, Mister, what do you mean by that? She asked with trepidation. Was there more than 10 properties on the other side? Okay. I wasn't going to be able to rent them all at once. Just bring someone to the front of the neighborhood and wait for me. Yi Yang casually said. He owns all 10 school houses in the entire Riverside neighborhood. A block of 7 foyers, one foyer of 18 or so stories, with 2 suites on one floor. That works out to at least 2,000 houses. And that doesn't even include the large bungalows above each one. The total value of these 10 school buildings has to be in the tens of billions. 2,000 units. Trying to rent a full house feels pretty tough too. Yi Yang shook his head and laughed. But it's just a matter of time. University, every year freshman people have to come out to rent a room. And many of the Magic City middle class and aristocrats rent houses in the riverfront neighborhoods in order for their children to attend high school. As soon as school season starts in August or September, these houses are pretty much all rented out. Counting on it. It's getting close. Yi Yang turned to look at the sleeping Yumumo. The other party is tired like this. The originator is him. He is not good to call her up. Looks like I'm going to have to do this on my own today. Yi Yang hummed a little tune. Considering the principle of keeping a low profile, it's better to drive a low-profile car for such crowded occasions. It took half a day to choose a cheaper $30 million Ferrari Lafa from the garage. Well, this should be low-key enough. Yi Yang nodded. Most of the cars in his garage are $50 million and up. This Ferrari Lafa is really considered understated. Buzz. Ferrari Rafa, like a red hunting shadow, suddenly is driving out of the Hentaying Mountain Villa area. Hentaying Hill Villa is not far from Linjian Villa. It didn't take long to get there. But Fan Shijin had obviously arrived earlier. These tenants who have a need for school district housing seem to be anxious. Whoa! Ferrari, yeah! Among the waiting tenants, there were obviously people who knew what they were talking about. And when Yi Yang's Ferrari Lafa drove up, he just marveled. A Ferrari indeed. And it's also a Ferrari Lafa. Top of the line luxury car. Looks like it sells for $20 to $30 million. Envious. The pedestrians coming and going were also looking enviously at the luxury car parked in front of the neighborhood. Duh! Get out of the car. Yi Yang perceived the surrounding hot eyes. Some helpless, obviously want to be more low-key to come. Mr. Yi. Fang Shijin came up in a row and respectfully said. Fanish? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd behind her with some surprise. At least 20 people. Didn't they say a dozen? There are actually so many people coming. Is that too much? This was the first thought that came to Fan Shijin's mind. There's no need to worry, Mr. Yi. There are people who came with their children to pick out school district housing. And there are actually only 13 rental claims. A trace of disappointment swept through Yi Yang's heart. But then he waved his hand. It's okay. Mr. Yi, are you sure you have enough real estate? Fang Shijin asked in a low voice after coming closer. Ha ha. Yi Yang didn't bother to explain. He directly just looked at these rental users. Tell me the specifics. Some of these are for kids in middle school coming in to rent. And most of these people want 3 or 6 year leases. Fan Shijin is still very professional. There are also some wealthy people from out of town or the local area who want to rent a room here for 4 years while their daughters are in college. Only one pair is more unusual. Fang Shijin hadn't finished his sentence. He saw one of the youths with gold-rimmed glasses and a hawkish nose walk over, his face glowing with the unique confidence of the second generation of rich people, and looked at Yi Yang. Are you the owner we want to see? Chapter 46, Impossible. The system must be broken. Aha! Something wrong? Yi Yang sized up the youth who was wearing a luxury brand and was obviously from a good family. We, Lolo, are coming over here to attend Mordor Transportation University, and I want you to sell me the house for whatever price you want. And I know you're probably not short of money, but I can pay a premium and even give you a better supercar than the one you have. The man with the golden glasses said confidently. Inexplicable. Yi Yang sneered. A broken sports car wants to trade for my real estate? The rich second generation directly speech. You. This school district housing even more expensive. A set of 20 million is enough. I have $40 million car to you. Premium 2 times. Who told you I only have one house? Yi Yang glanced coldly at this rich second generation, and then he turned his head, leaving him stumped in place. Pang Fei, you completely blinded. His family is good. From middle school is chasing the goddess in the class. Now the goddess Dai Lulu finally graduated. To show his sincerity and strength, he was going to buy her a schoolhouse. But what a precious resource that is. A schoolhouse next to a university town. As soon as the property came out, it was snapped up straight away. It's simply impossible to buy. Rent only. So he was up for it, wanting to buy the house at a premium today directly from the owner. How many of the people standing here today do you think can't afford to buy a house? Yi Yang smiled and looked at the group of tenants that Fancher Jean had brought with him. These tenants are all female except for Peng Fei Yu. Some are young women. Some are college students. That is, young man, you're doing something so unorthodox that I thought you were a gentleman just now. A couple of rich women were clearly not amused. School districts are a precious resource, and they won't rent if they can buy. Being taunted by the crowd, the rich second-generation Peng Feiyu face is also unable to hang on. Directly shouted angrily, I 10 times the premium to buy you a suite. You sell or not sell? Hiss, 10 times the premium? This kid is crazy, isn't he? Oh, what a lickspittle. There were a few rich female college students present who watched coldly. They were all goddesses in school as well, and naturally knew what Dai Lulu was feeling in her heart at this time, which was nothing more than pride and contempt. The mind will only have the thrill of a rich kid throwing away thousands of dollars for himself and serving like a dog, and there will be no adoration. Do you think I lack money? Yi Yang shrugged. Don't say 10 times. If you double this price by 1,000 times, I won't sell it even if I'm in a bad mood. You, Peng Feiyu laughed, 1,000 times? Oh, you really think you are the richest man in China? Tens of billions of dollars to say do not want to do not. Blow powerful also a little bit of spectrum. Okay? That's right, the spectrum is still quite high. Do you think you're the only owner in Linjiang district? If you don't sell, there are plenty of people willing to sell. Dai Luolu also stood out at this time, chiming in with a sneer. Yi Yang glanced at her, sending a shiver down her spine. This look, stern and domineering, was simply terrifying. But no matter how rich Yi Yang was, he was just a homeowner with a few houses. Peng Feiyu is a real rich second generation. The family has tens of billions of dollars in assets. She still had to fish for herself. She could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Yeah, Yi Yang smiled. Then I'll even put my words here today. You really can't rent a house here. Hiss. Fanchijin and the other tenants were all shaken in their hearts. This little brother is young, but his speech is quite domineering. Ha ha, I like it. When I was a teenager again, I was obsessed with such a domineering, rich and handsome little brother. These young women are teasing. The only person who had an incredible guess hidden in his heart was Fanchijin. It's hard to believe that this Linjiang neighborhood is not. That's ridiculous. It's simply impossible. Fang Shijin shook her head repeatedly, kicking that horrible thought out of her mind. Maybe Mr. Yi is on better terms with the other owners. Yo, look at you. You really don't know how much weight you have. There are a few broken houses only. Dai laughed coldly. Yi Yang directly ignored these claims. The entire neighborhood is his. He is the sole owner. In a moment to call the security guards to beat these two fools out and finished. Let's follow suit. Fans like Jean even organized the tenants to follow Yi Yang into the district subdivision gating office. Several security guards also saluted Yi Yang. Ferrari * Rafa parked there. Yi Yang was bound to be not something they could offend. Naturally respectful. Sir, your license plate is not registered. Please prove that you are a resident of the district first. This is also the rule. You see. Several of the security guards were smiling apologetically. Well, how do you prove it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. All of our residents' information is included in the security system, so as long as you report the corresponding address and correspond with your identity information, you can enter the neighborhood. This verification is only required the first time, and once it's entered into the system, it's automatically face recognized for entry in the future. Several security guards were explaining in quick succession. Ha! Not even the face information is included in the system. You're afraid you don't even have a house here. Playing with us. Peng Feiyu sneered cynically. The other tenants were also suspicious when they were told that, since face collection was only required for the first time they entered the neighborhood, how could Yi Yang, as the owner, not be in the inclusion system? The house was just purchased 2 days ago, and today is my first time here. Yi Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, then just lose a random room number. First, sir, what did you say? Several security guards suspected that their ears were broken and asked repeatedly, I say, feel free to lose. All the houses here are mine. Yi Yang frowned, but thinking that his words were indeed a bit shocking, he patiently explained. Ha 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 ha. Peng Feiyu covered his stomach. Did you hear what he said? He owns the entire Linjiang neighborhood. Do you know how much it costs to buy the entire Linjiang neighborhood? Do you know how much it costs to buy the whole Linjiang neighborhood? At least 50 billion. Originally, these rich wives had no concept of this, but once they heard Ping Feiyu say this, they were all surprised as well. They boasted that their families had a small fortune, a few $100 million at least, but tens of billions, that's a completely different concept. It was also something that made them suspicious. Such an incredibly young-looking guy really has tens of billions of dollars in real estate. It does seem a bit unbelievable, or, rather, ridiculous. It's hard to believe that this little brother is really fooling them for fun. Only Rune like Jean cold sweat fine. She also remembered Sue's sister entrusted her Yi Yang when the tone and expression can let Sue's sister or that kind of performance? This Yi Yang may. Just as she was rambling, after the login system typed the word Yi Yang, several of the security guards were screaming strangely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This can't be. The system is broken. Chapter 47 If you marry my daughter, I'll give you a dowry of $88.88 million. After searching for Yi Yang, here's a list of house owners. All of them are him. How much is this? This. The security guard kept scrolling his mouse, flipping halfway to the bottom. From Building A, Unit 1, 101, 1 by 1, rolled up to the final Building G, Unit 7, 18-story large flat. The owner's information, clear as day, is all Yi Yang. Refreshed it several times, thinking about Yi Yang's words just now. Enter any room number. All the houses here are mine. Several security guards were shocked beyond belief as they looked at Yi Yang, their brains somewhat blank. What? Did you find out? Yi Yang frowned, looked at a few security guards' demented look. Check did not check to marry said of course. Several security guards were looking at Yi Yang fervently at this moment, directly saluting and respectfully saying, it has been verified that you are indeed the sole owner of the neighborhood. Peng Feiyu, who was originally still flailing, was instantly blinded. My ears are broken. Am I crazy? Or is the world not normal? A neighborhood with at least $30 to $50 billion worth of production value is all owned by this kid in front of him who looks to be only in his 20s, just like himself. This kid, he has more money than his own father. Dai Lulu's eyes suddenly caught fire, directly forgetting that he had just taunted Yi Yang. Peng Feiyu is no longer powerful, but ultimately is a rich second generation. It is not easy to take out some money, have to beg with the family. Yi Yang is different, driving luxury cars, tens of billions of dollars of real estate in his personal name, and who knows if there are any other assets. A proper super rich generation. To estimate the value, I don't know how many times stronger than Peng Feiyu. I can't believe, really is. Fang Shijin covered her mouth, looking incredulously at the youth in front of her with endless confidence in her light smile. The other person didn't seem to be as old as her. By the looks of it, the entire Linjiang neighborhood is already his. Big client. Superb customer. Wouldn't that mean that the listings that fall into their hands are at least 2,000? What a concept. If all these houses were rented out, the commission she would get, just thinking about it made her shiver. Wow. I didn't realize that this little brother was an invisible super rich man. The rich wives had originally found Yi Yang to be incredibly obedient. The gazes that looked at him again at this moment became complicated. There were even two rich women who had already patted their daughters' hands and leapt meaningfully into action. Since there's no problem, let's go in. Yi Yang casually pointed at Peng Feiyu and Dai Lulu. Remember, these two people are not welcome in this neighborhood, and when you see them in the future, just blow them away. Yes. Several of the security guards were in a flurry of words. Hey, brother Yi, don't go. Dai Lulu immediately replaced her smile and wanted to chase after her, but Yi Yang didn't even return his head. He's seen too many beautiful women. Although Dai Lulu's posture was okay, but when placed in her own maid troupe, they were all unrankable contraptions. The character is still so bad, and the three views are still incorrect. This kind of woman is not qualified to be in one's eyes at all. This lady, please behave yourself. Several of the security guards frowned and directly pushed Dai Lulu away with a casual push. Dai Lulu was in a hurry. Her high heels wrenched, and her whole body fell on the green stone road, showing her teeth in pain. Don't you dare. When Peng Feiyu saw this scene, he exploded with anger and went up to make a move. But the two security guards were so aggressive and sneering like a pot of cold water poured on his head, making him lose his temper. He crouched down in a row, trying to assist Dai Lulu, and said with an incomparable heartache, Lulu, are you alright? Pop. Unexpectedly, Dai Lulu directly threw a slap on his face. It's all you. You stinking pussy-licking dog. If it wasn't for you, could I have missed out on such a perfect godly man? If it wasn't for you blindly leading the tempo and mocking people today, could I have plummeted my image in his heart? With the image of my old lady, what man wouldn't be impressed? Anger and exasperation, coupled with the resentment of being pushed to the ground, caused Dai Lulu to directly disregard everything, tearing her face apart and speaking the truest thoughts in her heart. Snap! After slapping Peng Feiyu 2 more times, it was only then that Dai Lala was struggling to get up on her own, limping angrily off into the distance. Peng Feiyu was confused by a few slaps. He had never imagined that he was such a thing in the heart of his goddess. These slaps directly made him lose the most fragile illusion in his heart. It made him suffer so much that he directly cried in the street in aggravation. This is a miserable pair of dogs. Look at the many rich women just entering the neighborhood, but no one sympathizes with them. On the contrary, they were quite happy. Many of them treated Yi Yang as if he was their future son-in-law. They were all family members. Of course, they had to defend Yi Yang. The next step is to pick a house. The entire Linjiang neighborhood, 10 buildings with more than 2,000 houses are his. There were only about 20 people looking at the house. Naturally, pick whatever you want. Everyone gets to pick the best floor with the best light. However, in an upscale neighborhood like the Riverside District, which is specifically built for successful people, every household is actually comfortable to live in. The difference isn't too big at all. Every home here is finely decorated and ready to move in straight out of the bag. So, it was very efficient. And in just over an hour, it was all agreed upon. Fang Shijin's heart was also happy. She's been working her butt off for a month, and she doesn't necessarily get as much commission as she did in this hour today. You know, these people are all on at least 3 or 4 year leases in such upscale neighborhoods. Rent is not at all the same as a regular neighborhood. A dozen suites, rented for an average of 5 years each, and paid off at once, works out to be close to $20 million. Alas, it's good to be rich. You don't have to do anything. You lie in bed, and you get huge sums of money every month. Fan Shijin projected a little. If they all rent for an average of 5 years, all of the 2,000 plus suites in the Riverside neighborhood will be rented out by September. Yi Yang can directly score billions. She couldn't help but feel a shudder in her atrium at the thought of that number. But accordingly, the IKEA agency gets a nice commission out of it, and could probably all take at least $1 million out of it themselves. $1 million a month. Looking at China, it is the dream of the vast majority of people. I have to serve this big gold master. At this point, the line was looking at good rooms. It's fun and the atmosphere is much more relaxed. Oh, Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Chatting away, a group of young women just started gossiping. You're so young and promising. It would be a shame if you didn't have a girlfriend. What do you think of my girl? She doesn't have a boyfriend either. Yi Yang was slightly stunned. It's hard to believe that these rich women are also part-time bridesmaids. This daughter of mine isn't so bad. And my family, although only in high school, but you wait for her absolutely no loss. My family is in a good position to pay a dowry of $50 million. My family's $80 million. Ha, my family gives away company shares. The originally joyful atmosphere suddenly changed drastically. Yi Yang had a big headache and laughed bitterly. Other families to marry their daughters hate to point more dowry. These rich women think completely different. When it comes to themselves, they all think about how to give more dowry. Can't help it. Good looks are so invincible. Chapter 48 Sky-high property fees? Oops. Mom, I'm still here. The girls present were also blushing, looking at Yi Yang with desire. Such a handsome and perfect godly man is not to be found. How many other people in this world could be better than Yi Yang? Yi Yang smiled faintly. Can be admitted to the Shanghai University City? The grades themselves are all good. Plus they are all rich girls. Temperament is also good. Still, it was too ordinary compared to his vision. Nowadays, around him, even the maids were 7-star gold medal domestic talents. That one was a high achiever from the Ivy League or the top universities in China. Temperament and beauty are naturally not comparable to these girls, but it's too rude to refuse in public. Between jokes and jokes, it was only after being forced to be added to WeChat by some of the girls that the group of tenants were sent away. There is a formal process for signing contracts and making payments. If we talk today, it will be at least a day or two before we can move in. Ugh, what a headache. Yi Yang scratched his hair. The feeling of a group of beautiful young women pestering you to give you their daughters and offering a heavenly dowry was horrible as hell. Ha ha, boss, he can be elected for the title of the most sought-after son-in-law in China. Fang Shijin was in an extremely good mood today and smiled and joked. It can't be helped. Who made me so handsome? Yi Yang shook his head and said seriously. If anyone else had said this, they would have been ridiculed. But there was no way Yi Yang was indeed telling the truth. It made Fang Shijin burst with envy and jealousy. Right, boss Yi. Do you need anything else? I'm all free today, so I can help you out with the work, Fan Shijin said with a good eye. The tenants had all left, and Yi Yang stayed behind by himself, apparently with something else to do. Well, there is one more thing. Yi Yang nodded slightly, looking up and down at Fang Shijin's delicate and mature curves. Mr. Yi, you, Fan Shijin blushed and stood back with her hands protecting her chest. Ha ha, Yi Yang waved his hand. Come with me and help me pack a house. Fan Shijin's heart was pounding. She is a strong woman of the new era, believes in fighting the world on her own, and has a strong character. Even if Yi Yang is a handsome tycoon little brother, she can't give up her bottom/pants too easily. Scared me. She patted herself on the back and hurried on. Building a large flat. Buildings A, B and C are all riverfront buildings. Building A has the best location in particular, with a large flat on the top floor that is arguably the best suite in the riverside neighborhood. The large bungalow in Building A has a height of 8 meters and 2 indoor floors with a dedicated elevator. The balcony can see the whole Huangpu River in front of the waves. Opposite is the bustling scene of the Magic City. If it is at night, when the lights come on, that, too, is bound to be something beautiful, a feast for the eyes. The scenery alone is worth a few $100 million. Yi Yang smiled. The large flat in Building A, the signature of the riverside neighborhood, is priced at $880 million, and if you really want to buy it, the market value is estimated to be speculated to more than $1 billion. It's more expensive than most villas. Building A has a large bungalow area of 500 square feet, and there's a private pool and private lawn on the roof here, and there's a private theater on the second floor of the indoor turn. Fan Shijin introduced. Aha! Yi Yang was very satisfied. Linjiang Villa from his sister Yi Zi read the high school happens to be not far away. He also intends to give his sister to pick a building to live. It was better than living in that bunk bed 6-person dormitory that my sister had been spitting on for over 2 years. It's going to take quite a while to clean this house. Although Fang Shijin said with his mouth, his hands were already busy. Each house was cleaned by a special ant before there was an owner. This large riverfront bungalow is large, but there isn't much to pack in. Yi Yang looked at the bedroom bed, spread the sheets of the competent back. Room like Jean quite/rounded buttocks/rushed to himself. Originally did not have distractions of the heart, but also slightly fluctuated. In the entire Building A, within the 500 square feet of the large double-story bungalow, there were only 2 people, him and Fan Shijin, and in such a sensitive place as the bedroom, it was impossible not to have special thoughts in mind. It seemed that she had also noticed Yi Yang's gaze, and Fang Shijin's face was like a burning cloud. Her subconscious action just now was out of cultivation, but all the way here, she had already prepared herself mentally. In any case, if you can be perfect with such a perfect man once, how to count? You have earned it. After all, she'd been busy fighting her own career for almost all those years, and had never had much fish/water sex. It's okay not to think about it, but once you think about that kind of thing, you feel that deep, bone-deep longing. After packing up the bed, she also looked down at Yi Yang with a shy look, showing a different side of her beyond the strong woman. Mr. Yi is packed. She bit her lower lip and looked at Yi Yang with eyes that were not hidden at all. Good. Yi Yang smiled slightly. He never forced himself on anyone, but he wouldn't turn down a joyful/pleasurable experience that became mutual. If you can't live as you wish, well, it doesn't really make sense to ask for so much money. This, then, is the God Hawk. Room like Jean is still wearing a professional sales suit, a small suit top with black silk high heels. This thrill of making/suiting/seducing/tantalizing in a large empty flat made his day. One movement later, it was only then that Yi Yang smiled contentedly. Claptrap. After cleaning afterwards, Fang Shijin also no longer had the feeling of a strong woman in front of Yi Yang before, but looked quite shy. Well, it's about time for lunch. Yi Yang moved his muscles and bones, and his appetite also increased. Do you know any good restaurants in the neighborhood? My treat. Yi Yang laughed. No. Of course it's on me. Fang Shijin said evenly. Just how big of an opportunity did Yi Yang bring her? How can you let him treat yourself to dinner with such a great nobleman? You have to invite yourself. Ha ha. Just as the two were discussing where to go for dinner, the doorbell rang. Yi Yang frowned and walked into the living room and opened the door, only to see a tall man in a suit. You are? Yi Yang asked. Are you the new owner of this place? The big man in the suit was quite fierce looking, and when he smiled at this moment, he looked more like a robber stopping the road in an ancient costume drama. I'm a property owner in Linjiang, collecting property fees. The cost of the property? How much? Yi Yang didn't explain. High-grade neighborhood property costs are naturally expensive. It is estimated that this set of large flat one-year property costs must be at least 100,000 Hey, $1 million a year. The big man in the suit grinned impishly. Yi Yang frowned. Are you kidding? Chapter 49, he's not the chairman of the homeowners committee, but he owns the whole neighborhood. I have reason to suspect you of robbery. Yi Yang frowned and said. Naturally he wasn't short on money, but that didn't mean he could fulfill an uncaring and unreasonable request for money. Hey, that's the price. If there's anything you don't want, take it up with the homeowners association. The pugilistic man sneered, roguishly. Homeowners association? Yi Yang let out a cold snort. He is the only owner in the entire Riverside neighborhood, and he, himself, is the committee. You're living in a large bungalow, so you must not be poor. What? $1 million a year and you're still heartbroken? The big man scratched his hair in boredom. Most of the original owners of the Riverside neighborhood were busy people, and most of them bought some school district housing for investment. Rarely shows up, so can't organize any committees. There are no owner complaints about property rates. Naturally, any property company will set it. He's gotten bolder over the years. Originally, this large flat property cost up to $200,000 a year. Now it's been raised straight to $1 million by him. Do you believe I'll let your property company get the hell out of here with one word? Yi Yang sneered. The other party should not yet know that the entire Linjiang neighborhood had been acquired by himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant with himself. You go back first. Tomorrow, the property in Linjiang will no longer be yours. Yi Yang casually waved his hand. I throw. It's pretty awesome. The big man in the suit stared incredulously. What's wrong with you? You really think you're the only owner in the entire Linjiang neighborhood? That's true if you say so. Fang Shijin also rearranged her makeup and walked out with faith. Again. The big man Jin Jiang, who was being impatient, had his eyes light up as soon as he saw the visitor. Yo, Sister Feng, why are you here? You know each other? Yi Yang also asked Fang Shijin with interest. I know her. Of course I know her. Sister Feng is a famous name. Not many people in the Magic City real estate industry can be called a gold medal salesperson. We have to deal with these elites in the real estate industry. Jin Jiang smiled continuously. Instead, a trace of disgust swept through Fang Shijin's eyes. Jin Jiang, this person, bullying soft and hard, looking at people, said it was a property, more like a gangster, all by right and left, deception, and took the property qualification of the Linjiang district. However, this person does things worldly smooth, although everyone annoyed him, but also can't do much about him. What did you mean by what you just said? Rumi, he can represent all the owners? Jin Jiang skimmed his lips. He looks quite familiar to me. He's only been here for a few days and he's already mixed up as a steward of the owners association? So what? You can't even get the owners together, can you? The owners can't replace us without 50% joint complaints. Jin Jiang spread his hands indifferently, not in the least bit impressed. Yeah? Fang Shijin let out a light laugh. Then you are still really uninformed. You're afraid that you still don't even know that this Mr. Yi in front of you is already the sole owner of the entire Linjiang district, right? Sole owner. What are you mad about? Jin Jiang glared. Oh, I see. You've joined forces with this little brat to make fun of me. I respect you and call you Sister Feng. Otherwise you are nothing in front of me. Those who have little use for him, he doesn't spoil. Hurry up and pay your property bill, or else. Jin Jiang, large and imposing, stepped forward. Yi Yang sneered and followed further. What? Or else you want to make a move? His physical quality today could be said to be incomparably close to the human limit. It's easy to abuse the world heavyweight champion with one hand, not to mention a property that looks frail and strong. Gollum. Jin Jiang itself is a character of bullying. See Yi Yang actually not afraid of fear. Directly is to jump back. I'm warning you the society of the rule of law, honesty, friendliness, civilization, harmony. If you dare to make a move I'll let the law punish you. Yi Yang was filled with black lines. This old man, you're the one who looks like a robber, aren't you? Long and tall. But he has taken bullying to the extreme. I'm not interested in making fun of a little person like you. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. If you don't believe me, call and ask the developer yourself. And if you keep messing around here, I'll kick you off the big flat. Don't you dare. Bravado on his lips. Jin Jiang himself had long since ducked a few meters away. With a wary and suspicious face, he looked at Yi Yang. Boredom. Yi Yang did not have the slightest desire to take care of this kind of guy who saw the wind at his back. Consuming time with this kind of person was simply a waste of expression. Have you thought about where you're going to eat? Yi Yang turned around and asked. Let's just go to the Peace Grand Hotel. The food over there is very tasteful with the flavor of the old Magic City. Fan Shijin laughed. Aha, let's go. Yi Yang casually closed the door of the room, leaving Jin Jiang, who appeared to be extremely demented and dumbfounded, in a daze. It wasn't until Yi Yang and Fang Shijin went down in the elevator for quite some time. It was only gradually that he relaxed. The only owner in the Riverside neighborhood? He muttered. That has no motive to lie to me. It's hard to believe it's true. But that's just ridiculous. It's not possible at all. Sure enough, you're still lying to me. Humph. He exhaled and relaxed. Walking leisurely up the stairs, he went outside to be blown by the wind. His brain cleared and a chill ran down his spine. No! I'd better call for confirmation. As Jin Jiang dialed the phone, the fiery red Ferrari Lafa had already carried Yi Yang and Fong Shijin to the Peace Grand Hotel not far away. After parking the car, they just go in and go straight for the signature dish. The Grand Peace Hotel is also a relatively famous hotel. Spending per person all starts at $2,000. However, in the opinion of Yi Yang, who had recently gotten used to eating in luxurious restaurants and even state banquets, it was still a bit too simple. It was a good time to talk and laugh while eating the dishes. Chatting and eating with a beautiful woman is naturally an extremely nice experience, just when the conversation was going on. Instead, a couple of middle-aged men in suits with big bellies came in the doorway. One of the guys, obviously a pony boy, was talking openly to the receptionist about something. The front desk lady revealed a difficult look. The little pony boy is again from the pocket directly took out more than a dozen bundles of cash. The look is also quite arrogant and confident. With Yi Yang's hearing nowadays, he could naturally hear what the horseman was saying. What's going on here? Fan Shijin asked, looking at the receptionist's difficult look. A few real estate small general project talk good to come to dinner. Here seat full, is discussing with the front desk to spend 10 times the money to let a table out of the table for them. Yi Yang sneered. The people who come here to eat are basically not very poor. $10,000 a meal. 10 times that would be over 100,000. Who would want to be kicked out in the middle of a meal for that? So, the front desk lady was also in a difficult position. Mister, this our hotel really can't do it. We are a regular big hotel. If you can reach a private agreement with the guests who dine here, then we won't stand in the way. The receptionist could only smile. Ugh, guy who can't do business. Seeing that the receptionist couldn't say anything, the horseman could only take the money and look around the hotel for a week. Only Yi Yang here landscape sunshine is the best. So, also tucked into the wallet, imposing toward this side. Chapter 50. What are you pretending to be if you don't have money? This brother, I'd say you've hit the jackpot today. The horseman looked at Yi Yang and said with an alms-like face. Yi Yang glanced at the horseman and simply ignored the other party. After all, he already knew the other party's intention. Seeing that Yi Yang didn't pay any attention to him at all and left him hanging there, just like a little cutie. Like that, the horseman's face suddenly couldn't hang on. Straight away, he said, our Mr. Wang is happy today. If you can give up this table to our Mr. Wang, we'll give you 10 times the cost of the meal. If you get 10,000 for this meal, we'll give you 100,000. Spend your money and have fun. Both ways. Yi Yang sneered. Happy? Do you think you guys are rich? At this time, a few of Mr. Wang also came over, and happened to hear Yi Yang's words, and his eyebrows were wrinkled down. I say this young man, you shouldn't be too exuberant. He looks like he just got out of the society, right? Being so sharp, sooner or later you'll suffer from society's poisonous beatings. Yi Yang laughed and inwardly spat. Do you think this is a gangster drama? Although the heart is also a heroic surge want to return to him a sentence, do not be angry is still called young people, but with a twinkle in his eye. Yi Yang also thought of a more flirty maneuver. You're sure you want to buy our table, right? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up a playful arc. Yes, not only buy it, but buy it tenfold. The horseman arrogantly patted the wallet bag in his hand. Seeing that Yi Yang finally had the intention of loosening his tongue, Mr. Wang's face eased a bit. Count on you to be sensible. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved at the waiter next to him. Hello sir, what can I do for you? The waitress Xiaoya approached. She also hated these guys who forced people to spend money to let them go, and originally sympathized with Yi Yang. But seeing that Yi Yang actually compromised for a little money, his heart was a little sad at this time. However, as someone who had come out to work outside the home, she understood. This society is so treacherous that more is better than less. Alas, she inwardly sighed silently for Yi Yang. Come and count for me. How much is my table? Yi Yang casually ordered the dishes on the table and looked at Mr. Wang next to him with a smile. Well, although Xiaoya was a bit puzzled, she still did as she was told. 9-headed purple abalone, 5,000 apiece, 2 pieces in total, totaling 10,000 whole. The horseman's heart trembled. This one dish alone would almost exceed the budget in his bag. This, steamed golden rice, 1,000 for one tail, 8 tail in total, 8,000. Tasseled fruit mousse, 18,888. Immortal 8 phase soup, 666. Fishing ginger fish terrace, 13,000. With the sound of the inventory, Mr. Wang, a few faces are getting darker and darker. The eyes of the surrounding diners also converge. Without looking, You took stock and went straight to numbness. This is all the signboards of the Peace Grand Hotel pressure box. Usually one of these dishes per table is a luxury. This gentleman, actually, just ordered all. Gradually, the corners of her mouth are flooded with a hint of a smile. Knowing Yi Yang's intention, smilingly looking at the side of the face suddenly darkened down the face of Mr. Wang and others. But her mouth is not stopping to continue to inventory. When she clicked on the last one, Xiaoya was instantly surprised and a bit disoriented. However, out of professionalism, she quickly calmed down and said with conviction, "Silent Ship Snow White Champagne, 188W per bottle, 2 bottles of 376W. The Silent Ship Blanc de Blanc Champagne is the Grand Hotel de la Paix's crushing house wine. There are only 2,000 bottles in the world. I don't know how much it took to retrieve 5 bottles from the outside, and only 1 bottle has been sold since the store opened in the past 100 years. This incredibly young-looking little brother actually ordered 2 bottles at once." Fang Shijin covered her mouth with a hint of shock in her eyes. It was Yi Yang who ordered the meal just now, and she had no idea that the champagne she just drank was actually close to $2 million a bottle. No wonder it's so good. If she had known that this bottle of wine was so expensive, she wouldn't have dared to ask for it. Just now, he was talking big about inviting Boss Yi to dinner. Thinking of this, the room seems to be. Jean laughed bitterly. They are proud of the millions of commission, but not enough to drink a bottle of champagne they are now worth. Ooh, this kid actually ordered the Ship of Silence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Invisible super duper goddess. Rich people are so low-key at I threw, without saying a few $1 million to order a meal. This restaurant owner doesn't come out and take a knee? The boss went abroad a few days ago. Otherwise he would have been shaken out just now. I said it. Ha 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 ha. Everyone look at that bull asterisk 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 Mr. Wang. His face is green with fear. How dare you say something about paying 10 times as much to get people out this time, pretending to meet a true godly man. This face is not to be desired. Mr. Wang's arrogant behavior had long attracted the attention of the people around him, but no one wanted to cause trouble just now, so they didn't dare to discuss anything. At this moment, just as soon as they heard the price of this order, they knew that this youth was not simple. The last 2 bottles of the silent boat, but also like a deep water bomb, directly let the whole Peace Hotel clamor up. Sir, your spending on this meal, erasing the change, totals, 418.8868.88, Sayaka said, also numb with shock. Okay. Yi Yang looked at the 2 shivering little chiefs next to him, and said with a smile on his face, how is it? I'm not bullying you. I'm generous as hell, so I'll just wipe that 88 cents off the top, right? Pay up, transfer or credit card. Mr. Wang's face was red and purple and black and green at this time. Constant skepticism. He was arrogant and good-looking in his own right. Otherwise it wouldn't have done this. I didn't expect to meet an even more arrogant one today. Over $4 million for one meal. It's doubtful they'll ever get to $10 million in pure profit on a project. Over 40 million. Mr. Wang was inwardly vomiting blood. He couldn't come up with that kind of money even if he sold a few of their small general managers. I was kind enough to wipe out the change for you. What? No money? Yi Yang asked suspiciously. You still have no conscience. You wipe 88 cents is also considered to wipe zero. Mr. Wang is bitter in his heart, but there is nowhere to vent it, so he can only shiver. At this moment, Yi Yang's complexion suddenly turned cold and angrily rebuked. Since you don't have any money, what are you still coming out to pretend? This sudden rebuke, so that now the already weak-minded several small chief directly weak knees, if not the follower support, almost on the ground to kneel. Holy, that's so bossy. Awesome. What's the point of coming out and pretending if you don't have any money? This is God's honor. The surrounding diners were all shouting their heads off. This face slapping. It's too good to be true. Fang Shijin also looked at Yi Yang with adoring eyes. Although she was a strong woman, she could only be a little fangirl beside Yi Yang at this time. Just as Mr. Wang was gasping for air, as if he was about to have a heart attack, the door of the Grand Peace Hotel was suddenly pushed open. A hasty, large-bodied man in a suit burst in and looked around. When he saw Yi Yang's table, his eyes lit up and he even stumbled over. Chapter 51, Think of me as a fart and set me free. Boss Yi. Boss Yi. The hasty figure stumbled in. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the figure staggering over. It looked quite familiar. Yo, isn't that Jin Zhang from earlier? Fang Shijin looked Jin Zhang up and down and raised his eyebrows, looking at the other party's wretched appearance. He also measured that Jin Jiang had obviously called the developer's site to confirm the information. At this time, he also smiled and joked. Ha, Uncle Sam. Mr. Wang, who was being embarrassed next to him, scratched his head and rubbed his eyes before finally confirming that the one in front of him was indeed his third uncle. Jin Jiang has always been good to him, and he was able to enter the real estate circle before all thanks to Uncle Sam leading the way. Even today's celebration of this contract was obtained because of Uncle Sam's connections. Although Jin Jiang's bullying is annoying, his ability to make friends and make connections is outstanding. What are you boys doing here? Jin Jiang swept a glance at Wang Sihai with some surprise, turned his head and left him behind. The most important purpose of coming here today is Yi Yana. Yi boss. I just confirmed with the developer's side. You are indeed the only owner of the Linjiang neighborhood today. It is me who has eyes without pearls. It is me who just made a death wish and actually spoke disrespectfully to you. Jin Jiang was now regretting it in his heart. The main reason was that this matter was indeed too ridiculous. Anyone else would have to think that Yi Yan was playing him. An entire neighborhood of school districts was owned by the young man in front of him alone. What a concept! If others are not clear, he, the property owner, can be. Linjiang district, the market price is calculated by all, at least 35 billion. I wonder how many publicly traded companies have a market capitalization that is not enough to cover a fraction of this neighborhood. And what a powerhouse it must be to qualify to buy a school district. The thought is so fine. It's almost scary. Thinking that I just actually wanted to forcefully charge such a superb person $1 million excess property fees. And he shivered. Nowadays, it's trivial to have his property replaced. If Yi Yang held a grudge, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to mix in the Magic City real estate circle in the future. Today others are in their 40s. Leaving your original circle is basically a waste of time. Yeah, didn't we just say we'd keep our heads down? Yi Yang snickered. Why are you pretending to be a grandson now? I was just kidding. You just hold your head high and let me go like a fart. Jin Jiang groveled and pleaded. No, third uncle, who is this kid? You're at least a figurehead in the real estate circle. Is it necessary to be like this with him? Wang Sihai could not understand Jin Jiang's behavior today at all. You shut the up. Jin Jiang let out an angry cry. A single word from the young man in front of him could make him directly lose his biggest financial source, and even make him get out of the Magic City real estate circle. This nephew of his own is young and impetuous. In case his bad words offend this Mr. Yi, I'm afraid that he really has no hope at all. Ha! Yi Yang let out a faint smile. But speaking of which, is this your nephew? You have raised a good nephew. Jin Jiang was just now worried that his nephew, who was a bit arrogant and well-behaved in his actions, had offended Boss Yi before, and this had really happened. Boss Yi, did this little brat offend you? I'll teach him a good lesson today. He now owes me $40 million, and he's kicking me out of this hotel. How do you settle this account? Right? Yi Yang sneered. What? Jin Jiang's eyes almost glared out. Why are you little brat netting me trouble? Say, how do you owe Mr. Yi $40 million, and you want to kick him out? You've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Wang Sihai's aggrieved face was twisted into a chrysanthemum. Uncle Sam, it's not what you think. Pop. Jin Jiang directly slapped his mouth on Wang Sihai's face. How dare you argue? It's really not. Snap. Jin Jiang gave Wang Sihai 2 more mouths. Do you know that this Mr. Yi in front of you is the sole owner of the entire Linjiang district? The property alone is tens of billions of dollars. It's several times more powerful than that chairman of yours. Where the hell did you get the courage to mess with such a big shot? It's just blinding. Originally, Wang Sihai still felt aggrieved. And when he heard Jin Jiang say this, he was a bit scared out of his wits. Tens of billions in real estate alone. Then its total assets must be hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions of assets. Definitely already ranked in China. He himself was actually making a fool of himself and stirring up trouble in front of such a terrifying big shot. Third uncle, I really don't know. I just got the project. Happy. Want to come over here to pretend. Who knows actually met such a superb person. Wang Sihai was now aggrieved to the bottom of his heart. The surrounding diners, however, listened in awe. So young, and just the real estate alone is tens of billions. No wonder it's so ostentatious. It's too awesome, right? I just thought he was a bit pretentious for spending more than $4 million on a meal, but now it seems like, it's simply too low-key, right? Gollum, the sole owner of the entire Riverside neighborhood. The people present were all astonished and marveled by Yi Yang's identity. Jin Jiang see his fan also almost, only to let Wang Sihai will be the cause and effect of all the explanation. After hearing that, he was also speechless. You say you pretend not to see an opponent. At least take a look at the food on the table before you say something mean. Also, your level of underhanded ponyboys is really crap. No eyesight at all. He didn't feel that Wang Sihai's behavior was wrong in the slightest, but he was only angry that Wang Sihai's ability to bully and fear hardness hadn't been learned. And he didn't even mess with the other party without taking a look at it first, and then he boasted about it recklessly. But cursing, his face suddenly stiffened. So, he did not just go out of sight. Now that's a good thing. Swearing brings you in. You little brat. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? Jin Jiang slapped Wang Sihai on the head. I was wrong. I was wrong. Mr. Yi. Wang Sihai bowed repeatedly, changing his previous bravado. Don't just move your mouth. Ha! Yi Yang waved his hand. Fang Shijin then knowingly took out the portable card machine and looked at Wang Sihai with a smile. Originally, the room seemed to be very beautiful, and the smile was refreshing, but now her smile fell in Wang Sihai's eyes like a demon that wanted to eat people. Uncle San, I just sold my house, but I can't come up with $40 million. He was on the verge of tears. Ha ha ha, the diners around them all burst into laughter. Just came to say so full of words. Do not know thought how many millions of dollars, but it turned out to be a sold the house cannot match the other 10 meals of the poor pussy. Chapter 52 A surprise prepared by your sister? Waste. Capable of causing trouble but not capable of calming it down. Jin Jiang sighed deeply, and with a twinkle in his eye, he pulled out his bank card. Boss Yi, my nephew's debt. Let me, as an uncle, pay it back. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It wasn't that he didn't know exactly what Jin Jiang was thinking. Give yourself this money. One is to resolve the previous unpleasantness. The second is also to spend money to avoid disaster. Trying to make yourself not to change the property of the Linjiang district. Heir. Jin Jiang trembled his hands, and his heart was filled with flesh. The Riverside neighborhood has never been full of people, and it's only been a year or two since the building opened. Full stop yourself. You've just raked in about $100 million in property fees, minus the money you've spent punting and upfront supplying the big boys behind the scenes, plus the money you've already spent. It's only about $50 million in hand, a stroke of $40 million. 2 years of hard work, and it's all cheap for this kid. He hates it inside. But as long as you keep the qualification for this property, you can always make more in the future with a little water. He was so determined that he just swiped the $40 million. Yi Yang's side also received the message and nodded in satisfaction. You guys can go now. Ahem. Boss Yi. That property thing? Jin Jiang asked cautiously. What I say will not change. Tomorrow, you will no longer be a property in the Linjiang neighborhood. Yi Yang frowned. The fact that I didn't expel you from the Magic City real estate circle is already the mercy I gave you. This, Jin Jiang's heart trembled and his eyes dimmed. He was meant to be a judge of character. Yi Yang is not at all he offended. A word to him to withdraw. Reasonable and legal. He simply cannot take the other side. Then power in dark means. Wealth is not even in the same segment. So the power and black hand behind people can be smaller? To be honest, he was utterly and completely wimpy. It's nice to be able to keep from being ostracized from the circle. With his ability to get things done left and right, it's never too late to eat. Then, Boss Yi, you eat and drink well. I'll leave first. Jin Jiang accompanied a smile and kicked Wang Sihai in the ass. Get lost. Yes yes yes. Wang Sihai see mixed 20 years of magic real estate circle of the third uncle can only concede. He himself naturally have no way, can only run away in a mess. The surrounding diners watched the twists and turns, but also secretly said that today's meal was worth it. That's not even as good as the plot in the movie. Sure enough, art comes from reality, and in reality, the awesome and extravagant nature of these godly men is only unimaginable to the scriptwriters, and there's nothing that people can't do. Finally gone. Yi Yang turned his head with a smile. Eat in peace. Aha. Fang Shijin was now completely worshipping Yi Yang, and naturally did whatever he was told. After eating, Yi Yang also swiped his card and crossed over $4 million. Ding. Detected that you spent 418W for dietary consumption. Rewarding the world's #1 security company, Hurricane, with 51% equity stake. Yi Yang's heart stirred. Hurricane Security. He hadn't heard of the company at all. But to be evaluated by the system as the world's #1, one must still have 2 skills. Just been threatened by that Jin Jiang. In the heart just want to find a few security guards it. Yi Yang pondered. This reward is quite a coincidence. Or is my previous judgment not correct? The system doesn't give rewards based on how much money is spent. It gives rewards based on recent random events and inner needs. The exact incentives can only be worked out slowly later. But he was more than satisfied with the security company that was rewarded today. Where is your house? Just in time to take you back. Yi Yang asked. Fang Shijin laughed. Then I would like to thank Boss Yi for the house I rented in Qingyuan district. A rented house? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. You're a gold medal salesman. You haven't made enough money to buy a suite? Room like Jin smiled bitterly. Difficult Magic City's house prices, you are not unaware of, has long been expensive to the sky, a set of tens of millions of dollars. I won the gold medal sales for 3 years, up to now, also did not earn enough for 1/3 of the house. Sales is an unstable career, and a down payment on a house might not pay the mortgage one day. Yi Yang was also slightly silent. He thought of himself before he got the system. At that time, I was just an ordinary software intern. After graduation, with the tide was recruited into a company. Busy work, do not know where the future. Even after the transfer, a salary of 10,000 a month. Want to buy a house in the Magic City, have to not eat or drink for 100 years? By the time he saves up enough money without eating or drinking, he'll be over 120 years old himself. Thinking like this, Yi Yang surprisingly had some emotions in his heart. But, fortunately, everything has changed. He patted Fang Shijin's shoulder. Pack up and move to Linjiang district in a few days. The big flat in building B. It's yours. Now Fang Shijin is his woman. The woman of God's greatness goes out and rents a room to live in. It's not too ridiculous. With thousands of houses in his hands, it's only right to give one to his woman. And, the future of renting the remaining 2,000 homes will depend on her. The main thing is, he realized that collecting rent was really tiring. It took that long this morning to shop a couple dozen houses. If he had to go door to door to collect rent, it would really make his head spin. Just let the room like Jean live in the Linjiang district. Later to help themselves to collect rent and run errands or something is also convenient. Yi boss you. Fang Shijin covered her mouth and looked at Yi Yang with disbelief. Still calling me boss Yi? Yi Yang smiled and patted Fang Shijin's small face. Brother Yang. Fang Shijin shouted back and forth. Don't look at her as dry and mature, like a royal lady. That's because she came out to work after high school. A body of maturity and competence. Are the social circle exercise out? Eat out of suffering. In fact, her real age counts. Normal is still in her junior year of college. And she is still 2 years younger than Yi Yang. Aha. Yi Yang nodded. Pack up. Directly call the moving company to move over. I will do it for you and send it over by the key party. Good. Fang Shijin completely removed all her defenses in front of Yi Yang, turning from a royal sister into a little sheep. Boom. Ferrari Lapa sped through the twilight of the bustling Magic City, bringing up the evening summer breeze and countless sounds of awe. After a long time of racing and stimulating with Fang Shijin, Yi Yang was only able to send her back to the Qingyuan neighborhood. Remember to move there as soon as possible. Definitely. Fan Shijin nodded his head, watching the delicate figure walk up the stairs. It was only then that Yi Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at the message on WeChat. Brother, we're free on Sunday. Promised me before accompany Violet out to play on Sunday. It turned out to be a message from his sister, Yi Xiaozi. A trace of warmth flooded Yi Yang's heart. Yeah, well, when the time comes, I'll give you a big surprise / handsome. What a big surprise / doubtful. Yi Xiaozi was hooked. Is it still a surprise when you're told in advance? / pig eyes. Humph. Stinky old brother. Violet has prepared a surprise for you too. Yo, don't be surprised then. / proud. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This little ninny actually managed to prepare a surprise for me? He was also a bit expectant up. What is the sisters' so-called surprise? Chapter 53, Beautiful Bodyguard Sisters. Drove the sports car back to the Hentang Mountain Villa. Yi Yang then inquired about the Hurricane Security Company, but found that there was almost no introduction to this company on the internet. The only information is that it's an offshore security company with joint funding from multiple countries. The company is headquartered on an island in the high seas and is not subject to any legal controls. Sounds awesome. Yi Yang's heart also trembled, sensing the extraordinary nature of this hurricane security company. The cell phone is ringing. Yi Yang looked at the offshore number on it, and his heart was also moved. This should be the hurricane side calling. Hey. Yi Yang picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi. We have received the news that from today onwards, you are our real boss. May I ask, are there any orders? The foreign-flavored Chinese coming from over there made Yi Yang almost laugh out loud. Apparently it was a Chinese girl who had been abroad for too long and was suddenly a little uncomfortable speaking Chinese. Command? Yi Yang thought for a moment. Send me a copy of the company's details, then send 2 beautiful bodyguards nearby. The top kind. Okay, boss. We understand. The girl over there said. Right. Yi Yang gave another reminder. All of you practice your Chinese numbly and stop speaking to me in such a strange tone. Yes. Only after confirming that Yi Yang indeed had no other orders did the girl hang up the phone. Looks like the bodyguards will be in place tomorrow. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Hurricane Security. As a security company evaluated by the system as the #1 security company in the world, should not be slow in its efficiency. Before going to bed, Hurricane Security also sent company information. Look no further. I go to. Is this so mysterious? Yi Yang glared. The entire Hurricane Security Company, with its immensely broad range of businesses, is not at all limited to one security business. Among them, security, mercenaries, reconnaissance. It encompasses almost every business related to violence. security and bodyguards in countries governed by the rule of law, and a myriad of forces and mercenaries of their own waiting to be dispatched in countries in turmoil. There is nothing they can't reach, only what is not in this world. The heads of some medium-sized countries are asking their people to take refuge. Once again, after reading some of the events and the history of this security company, Yi Yang also completely put his heart down. Such companies, hidden in the corners of the world, have energy that radiates all over the world. It's simply impossible to put a dollar amount on it. If it's not really a big shot, I'm afraid it's not even qualified to know the existence of the other company. Thinking about it, Yi Yang directly fell asleep. Second morning, Yi Yang was awakened by the roaring sound of a helicopter. He walked out of the Yunding mountain villa and inquired about Yumumo beside him. What's going on? A black helicopter came in, the details of which are still unknown, and is now parked on the tarmac in the backyard of the Hentang Hill villa. Yumumo was also baffled and had no idea what was going on. Yi Yang's heart stirred with some understanding. It should be Hurricane's people arriving. What a hurricane! Yumumo had never heard of this company at all. You'll see in a moment. Yi Yang walked to the backyard. It was to see that a pair of sisters came down from the black carrier helicopter. The sisters, one in leather, looked like iceberg queens. A baby-faced, petite and cute, like a flag-robed knife girl in a Saturnian red robe. You are Boss Yi, right? The sisters had obviously seen Yi Yang's photo in advance, and when they saw Yi Yang at this time, they also called the boss directly. Aha, you're the beautiful bodyguard sent by Hurricane? Yi Yang smiled faintly. Not bad. You're saying it's not bad when you don't even know what we're capable of? The iceberg leather-clad queen chortled flatly. I said good-looking. Yi Yang smiled. You should already know my name. What are yours? Yi Yang asked. My name is Xiao Qingxian, the leather-clad queen said in a cold voice. My name is Xiao Xiaozhu, the girl in the little red robe off to the side said. Well, it looks like it's really sisters. Yi Yang laughed. Yes boss, I'm a sister, Xiao Xiaozhu proudly said. You're the sister. Yi Yang blinked. Xiao Xiaozhu, look at that baby face. Say it is 18 years old or people believe. Actually sister. Sister Xiaozhu is the best at disguises. Don't look at a baby face. The number of top big shots that have been poisoned and assassinated by her is too many to count. Xiao Qingxuan's words made Yi Yang couldn't help but tremble, so he had to re-examine Xiao Xiaozhu. Hey, you're our boss law. We will be 100% loyal to you. Xiao Xiaozhu waved her small fists. How she looked human and harmless. In the future, Sister Xiaozhu and I will have one light and one dark, one civil and one military, so we can protect your safety 100%, Xiao Qingxian said in a cold voice. Yi Yang was a bit baffled. Aren't you security guards? How come there's a man? That's right. Security is also divided into civil and military line. The martial line is naturally pure fight their own force. The civil line is to move the head of the work, such as poisoning, assassination and so on. Xiao Qingxian spoke these horrifying words indifferently, as if these things were a common household occurrence. Yi Yang slowed down for a long time before he was pulling up a hint of a smile. Just now you said Xiao Xiaozhu is the assassination path. So you are the martial arts path? Aha. Xiao Qingxian looked at Yi Yang's gaze. Boss, if you think I can't fight, feel free to find 20 strong men to fight me. You can beat 20 strong men? Yi Yang marveled. The martial arts masters on TV were just like that. In 3 minutes. I promise I'll make sure these 20 people never breathe again, Xiao Qingxian faintly said. Yi Yang let out a bitter smile. Cough cough. Is this the confidence of the world's top beauty bodyguard? Xiao Qingxian sighed, knowing that Yi Yang must think she was bragging. Casually picking up a nearby golf club, he effortlessly twisted it into a twist. Yi Yang's face showed the color of meat pain. A golf club is not cheap, although he is not short of money, but he does not want to waste money for no reason. However, the golf clubs are extremely well made and can be twisted raw, at least strength-wise. It had far exceeded normal people by more than 10 times. He was also a master of the art of statecraft nowadays, but whether he could twist a golf club or not, he hadn't tried yet, although he was curious to know who was stronger between himself and Xiao Qingxian. However, looking at the other party's appearance of wanting someone's life at the drop of a hat, he still curbed the thoughts in his mind. I guess this girl had too much pressure from her previous mission, and I still have to slowly let her adapt to the rhythm of daily life in modern society. Yi Yang also understood. Hurricane do the field, can be said to stand on the chaotic side of the world. The two sisters can go to the top bodyguard this level. Experience everything naturally is not their own can imagine. Chapter 54, to keep a low profile, let's drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom today. There's no need to be so tight all the time, and I don't have anything to resort to violence for the time being, so it's good for you two to acclimatize yourselves to the villa environment first. Yi Yang smiled. Good. Xiao Qingxian was already concise. and after she and Xiao Xiaozhu exchanged glances, they separated on both sides and began to line up. What are you doing? Yi Yang scratched his head and asked. Check for security risks. Draw up drawings. Prepare to install security systems and measures in a while. Eliminate all assassination dead ends. Mark the possible ambush locations of snipers around the area. And plan an emergency evacuation plan. Xiao Xiaozhu explained as she searched. Anyway, there's a lot to do. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Xiao Qingxian faintly added a knife. Yi Yang spread his hands helplessly. But it was good to line up a check. Let them go. They should be able to relax once they familiarize themselves with the country and the level of social stability. Eating lunch. The beautiful bodyguard sisters finally finished all the surveying and setting up and came to the table together. Boss Yi, this villa of yours is simply false and undefended. The security awareness is too poor. If I want to harm you, I can think of 10,000 ways to do so. Both sisters sputtered. Yi Yang had a black line on his face. In fact, the villa was supposed to have a security system, but in the eyes of such top professionals, there was not much difference between it and a false non-defense. But we've taken care of all that for you, and the next step is to keep you safe 24/7. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu both said with resolute expressions. I know. Eat quickly. It's been hard work. Yi Yang smiled and waved. A meal. Yumomo and the maid group also got to know each other with these two beautiful sisters. I'm going to a class reunion tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. Yi Yang casually instructed Yumomo. Class reunion? Where is it? Do you need us to go step on the explosives in advance? The Xiao sisters stood up straight away, their occupational sensitivities coming back up. No need. Yi Yang waved his hand repeatedly. These two sisters before the implementation of the in the end are what tasks are. They've been killing people, detonating explosives, and being snipers? Well, the sisters went down with a disheveled interest as well. Yi Yang rubbed the shoulders of the two men. There's no need to be so tight all the time. It's appropriate to enjoy life as well. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu both had a shock in their eyes, looking at Yi Yang. These words, something they had never dared to hope for in all their years, having been adopted by Hurricane from a young age for brutal, top-notch security training, and having lived in extremely high-pressure and dangerous situations all their lives. This kind of thoughtfulness and gentleness is incredibly precious to them. Then at least let us guard and escort the outside, Xiao Qingxian said after a moment's pause. Well, that's up to you guys. Yi Yang smiled, and was preparing for tonight's class reunion to go. The party was dinner, but the class group was buzzing at this moment. Everyone get ready. I checked with Han Cherry and she's booked a 6 p.m. meal. Let's just meet in front of the Han court at 5:30. The squad leader. You success. Sent a message. I can't wait holler old Benjamin. A group of people below were responding. It's Saturday and everyone is free most evenings. Yi Yang's heart moved and sent a message to Zhang Xian. What time do you get off work at night? I'll pick you up. As a programmer, 996 is inevitable. And you have to work on Saturdays and take a day off on Sundays. Boss Yi, how dare I let you pick me up / bad smile. Come on, don't be fake polite with me. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. Just know that Boss Yi is good. I should be done by 4:30 here. This early? Yi Yang was a bit surprised. Cough. Of course there is a special reason. Need in a while to say. Boss Yi, I'll finish the work in hand first. Okay. After Yi Yang sent the message, he went to the garage to pick a car. Today, he had to drag Zhang Xian and the bodyguard sisters, so naturally it was impossible for him to ride in a sports car with only 2 seats anymore. Rolls-Royce Phantom, you're it. After Yi Yang looked for a while, he picked what he thought was a medium car of $60 million, so that it didn't look too ostentatious, but also didn't lose face. However, if he let the gang of students know about this idea, he was afraid that his eyeballs would fall off in shock. Just graduated less than half a year. Except for the rich family, there are not many in the class to buy a car. Not to mention this level of super luxury car. I'll be the driver. I'm a good driver. Xiao Xiaozhu was naturally familiar with all kinds of luxury cars. This is a Rolls-Royce top-of-the-line Phantom, right? It's called a small tank. If it could be modified with a wave of modifications and a few 50mm vehicle-mounted machine guns, it would be perfect. Well, better have another self-testing anti-terrorist bomb system or something. Xiao Qingxian added seriously. Yi Yang shuddered at the sound of it. He sort of realized that as long as these two guys are around, he is afraid that he will live in the illusion of riots and bomb threats at any time. Ahem. No need for machine guns or anything. Drive your car in peace. Yi Yang said with a dark face. Oh, Xiao Xiaozhu beamed. But Xiaozhu still wants to spit. Boss, your security awareness is too poor. Yi Yang cried and laughed as he nodded. You're right about everything. As long as you don't put any machine guns on my car. It's all up to you. The sisterhood sat in the front row. Yi Yang, on the other hand, looked like a big boss, lying on his back in the wide seats at the back. He wasn't worried about Zhang Xian's character, but in case after he gets on the car in a while, he is judged by Xiao Qingxian as a dangerous molecule, I'm afraid that he will not be able to avoid a search and capture. So in order not to scare this diehard, it is better to let him sit in the same row with himself. Dropping. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in front of the Empire Finance Building, the glittering little gold man causing everyone around to cast envious glances. Rolls-Royce Phantom, a unit of at least $20 to $30 million. Right. I really don't know which chairman's precious car. Alas, envy cannot come. This thing, birth did not bring, a lifetime do not have to think. Yeah. At this time, Zhang Xian also followed a few colleagues out of the building's entrance. Chatting with his colleagues while looking for the license plate number, Yi Yang said, "Holy, little gold man, or a phantom." A few co-workers just went out and saw this super luxury car and couldn't help but marvel at it. Zhang Xian compared several times before he was dryly confirming that the car, indeed, belonged to Boss Yi. Hey, Zhang Xian, what are you doing? Do you want to take a picture with a luxury car? The human owner seems to be still inside. That's not very polite. Although we'd love to go. Zhang Xian cried and laughed as he waved his hand and casually said, "My friend is waiting for me in the car." What? A group of colleagues were all confused, and then they all seemed to remember something and suddenly realized, could it be him? Chapter 55, The Bodyguard Sister's Strange Thoughts. That legendary intern. Just shut up you. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. That's the owner of the entire Imperial Financial Building. Several co-workers were looking at Zhang Xian, who was sitting in the Rolls-Royce, with envy. Unsurprisingly, they'll never get to experience that kind of luxury car for the rest of their lives, and have nothing to do with it. At the thought, they all inwardly lamented. It's just nice to have an awesome old classmate. Looks like the rumors from that day were true. When that big shot came, the chairman of the entire financial building was so shocked that he came out to greet him. The ones on the other floors had obviously heard about Yi Yang's deeds that day, but because things were so ridiculous, they had been treated as people from the software company blowing awesome. Such a great guy is working as an intern in your software company. It wasn't until they saw Zhang Xian in this kind of luxury car today that they really believed it for 3 minutes. This Zhang Xian, because of this old classmate of his, can be considered to be flat out really envious. Just after sitting in the car, Zhang Xian was wide-eyed. Hiss. Boss Yi is bullish. Pick up 2 girls at once. Zhang Xian was just an ordinary person. Where had he ever seen this kind of stunningly beautiful sisters in reality who were more beautiful than those packaged movie big stars by an unknown amount? Xiao Qingxian turned her head, her eyes cold and sharp, just a little mean in the eyes. Zhang Xian directly egged out. He, an ordinary person, was a little weak in the knees in front of the iceberg aura of such a top bodyguard. Ha ha, this is my old classmate. A dead friend, no need to be so guarded. Yi Yang waved his hand and said evenly. It was only then that Xiao Qingxian was twisting her head. We've seen a lot of them, and they're all from people who think they're very close to each other who can successfully poison them. Yi Yang cried and laughed. According to the brain circuit of these 2 sisters, this world is afraid that there is no good silver. This. Young Hyun was shivering. Why was he suddenly talking about such a horrible issue? This is the bodyguard I hired. His brain circuits are a bit different from normal people. Just get used to it. Yi Yang explained with a bitter smile. Bodyguard? Zhang Xian was even more shocked and blurted out. This thin arm and leg can be a bodyguard? You want to try? A dangerous sheen appeared in Xiao Qingxuan's eyes. Xiao Xiaozhu, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed lightly, knowing that this brat was afraid that he would be out of luck. Ahem. This is a tough guy who can twist a golf club into a twist, so you'd better hurry up and apologize. Yi Yang kindly advised. Holy, it's my disrespect, warrior woman. After Zhang Xian heard this, his little face turned white with fear and he bowed and apologized. Humph. Count on you to know what you're doing. Xiao Qingxian withdrew her fury chi and was sitting back down. Well, drive. Yi Yang smiled and waved. Boom. Rolls-Royce, as the seat of successful people, has never been known for its stability and atmosphere, and although it is not as strong as a sports car when it is started, it is still strong enough to make everyone feel the oppression from the $60 million luxury car. How have you been lately? Yi Yang asked. Thanks to Boss Ye's blessing, I've been directly converted in the past few days, and this month, I'm sending out the salary of a full-fledged employee, $12,000 after tax. Hey, finally have money in my hand. Alas, Zhang Xian lamented, if it is not Yi Boss Yu, we still need at least 2 months to turn it. It is said that the above is considering to do this project on the promotion of me to become the deputy team leader of the project team. Well, count on Zhang Wanmin to do something. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Zhang Xian's ability he is clear. Do project team leader and so on? More than enough. But unusual companies will card your work experience. You are no longer good. You can only be a trainee for 3 months first, getting paid a pittance to squeeze your labor. Everyone could see what was going on when Zhang Xian was able to turn around so quickly and was even going to start getting promoted. But no one dares to talk about it. After all, people aren't bad at their jobs and they're easy to treat. The main thing was that Yi Yang's status was really too high, and they didn't know how to open their mouths if they wanted to talk about it. It even makes too much sense. What's more, some people feel that this is too unfair to Zhang Xian. With this relationship and ability to directly raise the project manager are enough. However, this is exactly how Zhang Wanmin will do things. Not too publicized, considering the face of both sides, but also take care of Zhang Xian's reputation, so as not to be chewed on behind the scenes. It's all because you're a cow. Boss Yi. Called you boss for more than 10 years before you show your cards that you are a super rich second generation. It's really not enough, Zhang Xian muttered. And although he said that, his heart was proud. He had long been treating Yi Yang as his own brother, and how could he not be proud of his own big brother's greatness? Actually, it was all to test you. Yi Yang patted Zhang Xian's shoulder in a fussing manner. Seriously fake. I'm credible. Boss Yi, is there any property rights I should inherit? Zhang Xian also pretended to be calm. Get lost you. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. But speaking of which, this dude was really interesting enough. It's hard to find a job now, and at that time he was able to stand up to himself against Jin Jiangwei. And that was at the risk of losing his job and going to the police station. Not to mention all the things they went through between the two of them during their school days. Such a good brother, in today's times, is too rare to be cherished when encountered. If I hadn't been able to take care of Jin Jinli that day, would you have regretted coming forward? Yi Yang asked casually. I regret it. I won't care about you if this happens again. Zhang Xian scratched his head and said sheepishly. Ha ha ha, your habit of scratching your head when you tell lies just won't change. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly. Also, when the classmates get together in a while, there is no need to say too much. They are all old classmates who haven't seen each other for half a year. It's good to have a happy meal. There's no need to get into any right and wrong highs and lows. Oh, no boss Yi. As long as they don't go overboard, I won't say anything, Zhang Xian muttered. Originally, he still wanted to give Yi Yang a good beating at the reunion in a while and raise his eyebrows. After all, back then, there were a lot of male students in the class who were jealous of Yi Yang and hated to see him finished. If they're aggressive, it's not my fault, Zhang Xian silently added in his mind, as the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along. In front of the Hankiori, squad leader Yu Xingcheng got out of the BMW. He is considered to be in good condition in the class. Just Work family bought a BMW 5 Series. Wang Guanyu, this mix is really good. Follow Peng Fei mix or driving a Mercedes-Benz? Yu Success was surprised. Ha ha, I'm just driving a bus for the company. It's all because Brother Su lifted me up. Although Wang Guan was modest, he had a sense of superiority in his heart. No matter what, he drove a car that was ultimately better than the squad leader. The class president's family is better off than he is. The university had most of the wind in its sails than he did, and now he could only praise him. I'm opening the way for Brother Su, whose car will arrive later. You're not talking about this Rolls-Royce Phantom, are you? Chapter 56, Can't Beat the Car. Even the female companion was abused into a slag. Rolls-Royce. What Rolls-Royce? You guys don't even recognize luxury cars? At the end of his words, Wang Guan, who had turned around, directly cracked in place, because he saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Asterisk. A big luxury car, ah. Brother Su's father didn't even drive such an awesome car. Wang Guan muttered. Su Pengfei drove a low-profile Porsche 911, full of 1 or 2 million. Even a Rolls-Royce wheel is estimated to not top even Su Pengfei's father, driving just 7 or 8 million Mercedes Maybach. It's a lot worse than a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I think it's the chairman of whichever family is here to talk business, right? Really envious. Don't think about it. On our highest salary of 18,000, a lifetime of salary saved together. Not necessarily enough for people this a car money. Ha ha, ugh. You kid. Where's the pot calling the kettle black? Can't you dream? A group of students were sighing and lamenting, but when they saw that the car was indeed driving toward them, the hearts were shaking. Why do I feel that this car is driving towards US? No way, right? I haven't heard that any of our classmates are super rich. Is it possible that he won the lottery? Bull asterisk. He could only afford this car if he won the $5 million lottery 10 times in a row, right? If he had that kind of luck, he'd be in outer space already. Why would he still be our classmate? Says so. Just as the students were talking, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop in front of the crowd. Hiss. is really coming for us. Carda. The door opened. Zhang Xian stepped out of it. Holy, it's actually Zhang Xian. Has this kid gotten rich? Sacrificing his sex to a rich woman? I think it's possible. Inside the car. Originally, Yi Yang had planned to get off first. However, the two bodyguard sisters were arguing over who would accompany Yi Yang inside. One light and one dark to be well guarded. I should go. Close protection has always been my specialty. Xiao Qingxian said. Things are different this time. It's better if I go. Xiao Xiaozhu discussed. You tell me. Who's going? Xiao Qingxian turned around and looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang let out a bitter smile. It's better for Xiaozhu to go with me. I'm afraid that you'll go in later and hang and whip all these old classmates of mine. Okay. Xiao Qingxian wilted like a frosted eggplant. Xiao Xiaozhu, on the other hand, gave a victory gesture and directly opened the door to get out of the car. See Xiao Xiaozhu get out of the car. A crowd of students marveled. Zhang Xian really did fall for a rich woman. Asterisk. This is too cute and pretty. I'm dying. How can this be? Zhang Xian made a big red face. The beautiful women and luxury cars are all boss yes. I'm just hitching a ride. Ha! It was only then that the group of students were able to see Yi Yang, who slowly walked out of the car. So it's Yi Yang who has a rich woman. Ha ha ha. After all, Yi is so handsome that I can understand. This was a relief for the students. Yi Yang had a black line on his face. This group of old classmates is also strange. How full of brain is evening rich women? Cannot be their own sudden fortune. Rich. You guys are underestimating Boss Yi too much. This luxury car is Boss Ye's beauty. Humph. Xiao Xiaozhu glanced threateningly at Zhang Xian. Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Xiaozhu. I'm Brother Ye's girlfriend. After Xiao Xiaozhu stopped Zhang Xian, she directly smiled sweetly and took Yi Yang's arm at once. What? Even Yi Yang was dumbfounded. What a script. Disguised as a girlfriend to better carry out the protection mission. I've said that I'm a bodyguard. The thugs will surely notice me well. Boss, you're too amateurish. Xiao Xiaozhu leaned over Yi Yang's ear and spat in a low voice. Okay, you're right about everything. Yi Yang could only surrender. Che, it's not still a rich woman. The group of students were waving their hands and snickering, but inside they were all flooded with a crazy sea of acid and envy. I hate that I don't have a handsome face to seduce such a beautiful young and cute loli. What are you waiting for? Go in? It was suggested. Even the Rolls-Royce Phantom had arrived, and there was such a heavy dose of cute and beautiful girls, that everyone had left the matter of welcoming Su Xiao and Han Sili behind. Yeah, go. Hey, the students intended to crowd Yi Yang and Xiao Xiaozhu directly into the Han Pavilion. Forget it, the person who invited us to dinner today hasn't come yet. It's not good to just go in like that. Yi Yang smiled. Just talking. A Porsche 911 with a tawdry drift dump came into view. Su Pengfei also walked out of it with Kai Mao Mao in a dignified manner. The pride on his expression was overflowing. Why don't you take a look at my awesome and explosive ride? Look at your former goddess. My current girlfriend. But tilt your head and deign to do so for half a day. And I didn't see any exclamations of surprise or envy. It made the smug expression on his face freeze up, growing more and more awkward. Only Wang Guan bumbled his way up. Welcome our Xiao Su. However, it was hard for the students who had just seen the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the super cute beauty to gush out any surprise from the bottom of their hearts. This comparison, Su Pengfei, is simply too low point. Ahem. Listen to the sparse welcome around you. It was only then that Su Pengfei realized that something was wrong, carefully surveyed the surroundings, and the moment he saw Yi Yang, his heart was completely abashed. He remembers things from the Vacheron Constantin storefront well. He is now the chief capitalist of Vacheron Constantin International and actually holds the shares. You could say he's at the helm of Vacheron Constantin. Tough as nails. Even his own old man was just an unusual character in front of others. With another sweep, he saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom at its side. Gollum. Su Pengfei is even more bitter inside. No wonder no one marveled at his 911. Turns out a super luxury car with tires worth a 911 debuted long ago. But so what? How many I still have beauty? Women. Me day. Su Pengfei saw Xiao Xiaozhu on the side again and directly exploded in place. A car can't keep up with someone else's one wheel. How is it that the beauty is so different too? I hate it. Kai Mao Mao, although in the class, is considered a class flower beauty, but really on a grand scale, it's not particularly impressive. And Xiao Xiaozhu's sweet looks could be described as bright and unparalleled, coupled with the temperament she had cultivated over the years. When you compare the two, the difference doesn't even need to be said. Directly abused to scum. Ahem. Embarrassing. Su Pengfei simply wanted to find a crack in the ground at this point. No more condescending Thai vibe from when I first got out of the car a while ago. Chapter 57, This is called a rich woman. This is clearly a rich loli. Su Pengfei directly fell silent. and the arrogance he had just now was no longer present in the slightest. It was only then that Kai Mao Mao was sizing up Yi Yang with a strange color in her eyes and regret in her heart. Alas! If when I was in college, I wasn't so short-sighted and poured everything into getting Yi Yang's heart, how happy I would be now. Su Pengfei swept aside Kai Mao Mao's eyes and felt that mentally, he already had a prairie over his head. Hey, you're young and talented, Mr. Su. That's unrivaled in the class. Wang Guan didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, and was still trying his best to help Su Pengfei advocate on the sidelines. Angry Su Pengfei was so angry that he directly gave Wang Guan a brain crash. Enough! Give me a pair of glasses for bad eyes. After saying that, he also did not wait for others. Bashful red face, with Kai Mao Mao directly into the Han Pavilion. Han Siley has already told them in advance that they will be arranged in a while in the Hanchi box. TCH, what's with the rush? It doesn't work either. Wang Dalong skimmed his lips. But, looking at the polished Su Pengfei didn't even dare to pretend to be a pussy. Getting off the car and letting Yi Yang give a second. A group of students couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ahem. Guan Ping at this time afterthought tasted out the flavor. Sardonically smiled. Excuse me. Su Young, you wait for me. The group said to trust Su Xiao to find a job. A few students at this time also gave up on Su Xiao. The eyes flooded with glowing eyes looking at Yi Yang. This is the heavenly tree. Although there is a suspicion of a rich woman, but after all, people are driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A fart is also more useful than Su Pengfei grinding his lips. However, before they could open their mouths, a beautiful Ferrari came racing in. In the car, the pretty shadow stepped down in Bulgari high heels, dressed in all the luxuries, bright as a movie star. If Xiao Xiaozhu wasn't here to calm the scene, I'm afraid the other party would be the brightest star in the room. Who is this man? Why does this look familiar? Hiss. Or a few girls recognized Han Cherry first. After all, they lived in the same dormitory. Even if the other party's existence was small when they were in college, and now they have changed even more. It's only been half a year, so it's not so bad that they can't recognize each other. Han Chairi. What? She's Han Chairi. Who's Han Chairi again? When I went to college, Han Siley almost rarely in school. Do not live in a dormitory. May have graduated. Do not know there is such a classmate. Even if there is some impression of the other party, at this time Han Cherry's dress and impression of the difference is too big. Shaking eyes really do not dare to confirm. Oh, this dress, bejeweled, luxury atmosphere comes to the face. At least $100,000, right? Where did this make a fortune after Kalori graduated? A few of the girls in the same dormitory couldn't help but ask with some acidity. 100,000 or so? Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. The other hand that Vacheron Constantin watch he did recognize. At that time felt too cheap, did not take. But it seems to be worth close to 2 million. Looks like the other guy picked up a nice boyfriend. But whether it's a boyfriend or an old friend remains to be seen. Hello everyone. Han Cherry also had a slight smile on her face. Only the smile exuded some sense of distance. She never looked at these classmates. To come back now is to raise her eyebrows and reassure herself that she made the right choice. That while everyone else was studying hard and building up their work experience, she went and invested in herself and ended up having a better life than any of these busybodies. And millions of times better. It's all in a Ferrari. This is what my boyfriend bought for me. It's not expensive. Only about $10 million. He said he'll drive it for fun first, and when he gets married in the future he'll get me a better one. Han Siley laughed lightly, pretending to be disgusted. This car is indeed of a lower grade. The students must be driving a much better car than mine, right? Her move is called backing off and understating her financial power. But she did not expect, with the presence of the heavenly fury Lone Star Yi Yang, today, she is destined to miscalculate. Well, Siley, your car is indeed considered one of the best among your classmates. I envy you for finding such a bullish boyfriend. But, compared to Yi Yang, it's still a few notches behind. Classmates into the social experience for a few months. Where can not see Han Cherry want to pretend? As former housemates, the other party mixed so well. They are still squeezing the bus, under the psychological imbalance. At this time where can let the other party so comfortable? If it wasn't for Yi Yang, they wouldn't have anything to say. But, the situation is quite different now. Yi Yang? When listening to the first half of the sentence, Han Siley's heart is beautiful. The second half of the sentence, as soon as she exits, her face changed, and she said, it's hard to believe that that little white boy actually made a fortune. In his heart, he secretly said that it was bad, and after casually scanning around, he saw the dazzling Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gollum! She couldn't help but swallow. Even her boyfriend drove this car, and her boyfriend's age is still. Damn it! I was just trying to compete with my Ferrari when I was blinded by the Rolls-Royce little gold man. But how can he afford such a super luxury car that costs tens of millions of dollars? Han Siley's inner waves were raging and the sky was turning over. But on the surface, She forced herself to remain calm and barely smiled. That's really congratulations. You can actually afford to drive a Rolls-Royce. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. What's there to congratulate? It's not a good car. The whole room of students fell silent, and inwardly roared in unison. So you're the real king of pussy. Yi Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom is indeed to be low-key to come. No one believes the truth in this day and age. Ahem. Siley, didn't you say your boyfriend was treating you? Why didn't he come? In order to ease the embarrassment, the squad leader, you success, asked in succession. He is too busy. After dealing with the company's business, he will come over. It's okay, let's eat first. There's no rush on his side, Han Cherry explained, her eyes dodging a bit. Oh, then since that's the case and everyone is here, let's dine in the first Han Pavilion. Squad leader you success smiled. Come on eat. I'm starving. Ha, haven't seen you in half a year. The king of big appetite is still my king of big appetite. A group of students' brain were one after another limousine. Beautiful women smashed confused. At this time mentioned to eat before reacting to today's original is to get together. Han Siley was a bit nervous, and along the way, she also inquired a little bit about Yi Yang. So it's also a rich woman. Han Cherry's heart eased up with relief and joy. However, after she saw the so-called rich woman Xiao Xiaozhu in the mouths of the crowd, her mind directly exploded. You call this a rich woman? This is clearly a little lowly. Han Cherry's boyfriend appeared before Yo. You may want to guess a wave of his boyfriend's identity. He. Chapter 58. This surprise seems a little too big. Hello, have you reserved a private room? Several waiters were greeted up. The Han Banner booth. Han Siley and Yi Yang were now the most colorful of the day and were naturally surrounded by a crowd of students. At this time, Han Cherry was also proudly reporting the box number. In any case, today was her boyfriend's treat after all. It's her home turf. Aha, okay, please come with us. Once the waiter heard that it was a Han Banner box, he also gained a bit more respect in his eyes. Hanchi is one of the 4 major boxes under the Black Dragon box. You can't really get it without some status and strength. Those who could book the Han Banner box were at least chairmen with a nodding face in Magic City. Touché. The group of people all followed the waiter to the Han Banner box. This guy looks a little familiar. Hey. The receptionist lady looked at Yi Yang who was surrounded by a crowd of people going up the stairs, and her finger tapped her lower lip. Isn't this the Black Dragon card guest that Manager Lee asked us to enter the other day? A side of the person slapped his head. Manager Lee also let us remember this appearance. Other people's homes to us here. We still do not know. Slowing down people. You know, there are only 2 Black Dragon card VIPs in Han Court. One is a household name, Warren Buffett, who naturally cannot be mistaken. The other one is Yi Yang. These great godly men, however, tend to keep a low profile, and are sometimes reluctant to show their Black Dragon treadmill gold card when they come to dine. Therefore, Hang also made the front desk remember Yi Yang, the super top big VIP. Quickly, report to Manager Lee. The first front desk lady who reacted said evenly, aha, then here you watch first. The other front desk lady even found Manager Lee and explained the situation. Hiss. Manager Lee trembled. This kind of big shot, I am not qualified to receive it. You quickly inform the boss that Mr. Yi is here. I will first invite Mr. Yi to the Black Dragon treading gold pavilion. Yes. The young lady nodded her head back and forth. Just as the staff of the Han Pavilion were shocked and busy with Yi Yang's arrival. The Han Banner box. I have to say, Han Court is really the best Chinese restaurant in Magic City. This decoration, this taste, TSK, it's really worth it. A group of students were like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden along the way, unable to stop their gasps of amazement. As a contemporary college student, I pride myself on having seen some of the world, and have even eaten large meals that cost several $100s a person. However, the environment of those restaurants and the Hanko can't be compared. Pure sandalwood decorations and even some authentic Republic of China paintings and calligraphy decorate the corridors. The staircase wood carvings are masterpieces that have been carefully carved by masters. Walking here is like walking through a corridor of art and time, and the setting alone is mind-blowing. It's awesome. No wonder it's said that the per capita consumption of a meal is tens of thousands of dollars. Just this decoration alone. It's worth this price. That's right. Cherry's boyfriend simply has a great eye. Great taste. Listening to all this boasting around her, Han Cherry's heart couldn't be more beautiful. At this moment, the unhappiness of being crushed by Yi Yang in every aspect at the doorway had dissipated quite a bit. Yi Yang, on the other hand, smiled faintly at this, nothing fluctuating. He was still the only VIP of the Black Dragon treadmill gold card. However, today he had intended to come to meet a few close old classmates, so he should still try to keep a low profile. Well, Understatement is its own character. Can't you see that you only drove a $60 million car out on purpose today? Yo, Su Pengfei? I said, why did I see you outside? So I came in first. Han Siley let out a faint smile and looked at Su Pengfei, who had long been sulking in the Hanchi box, and saw at a glance what had probably just happened. Seeing that someone was in the same boat as himself, the unhappiness in his heart just now was again reduced a bit, and he directly resumed his self-confidence bursting with ownership. When Su Pengfei saw Han Siley, his eyes went straight, and he secretly said in his heart, if I had known that Han Siley was so beautiful when she was dressed up, I would have stopped chasing Kai Mao Mao and started chasing Han Siley when I was in college. What he didn't know, however, was that Han Cherry's target wasn't the rich second generation at all, but the rich first generation. So even if he put his target on someone else, it was useless. The goal becomes to make Han Chai-ri his stepmother, which is probably even more plausible. Yo, our class flower. She's getting prettier and prettier, haha. Also became boyfriend and girlfriend with Xiao Su. Congratulations. Han Cherry narrowed her eyes. When Kai Mao Mao was named the class flower, she was still out fishing, and it would be a lie to say that she didn't care. However, this is the moment, and she's going to take back everything that's rightfully hers today. Oh, not as pretty as you. Sister Cherry is so funny. Although Kai Mao Mao was unwilling, she could only admit that today's Han Siley was much prettier than she was dressed up. Ha 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 ha, class flower, you're welcome. Han Cherry smiled back. Just as everyone was detecting the sharp odor of this, the sound of borrowing also came from the distance. The students looked over in puzzlement. Ahem. Hello everyone. I'm Manager Lee from Han Court. Manager Lee bowed slightly, looking courteous with a smile. Oh, hello manager. What can I do for you? Yu Shengcheng asked suspiciously. I think it's my boyfriend who specially instructed Hangul to make some kind of arrangement, right? Alas, he's a person who likes a little romance. Han Cherry couldn't help but start brainstorming. I really envy Chai-ri, having such a sweet, romantic and rich husband. That's just it. It's all human. My poor boyfriend, he won't even buy me a few tens of thousands of dollars bag. The difference is so huge. The crowd of girls were envious. Han Siley waved her hand. Called husband or a little early. Married or not married is not my say. Manager Lee looked at Han Siley as if she were a little cutie. Like looking at Han Siley. I don't know what this is mad about here. However, out of professionalism, he still smiled and said, Han Court has prepared other boxes for you all, so please move over. After saying that, he also looked at Yi Yang, and only after seeing that the other party had no objections did he put his heart down. It seemed that Mr. Yi was also satisfied with this arrangement. Don't think I don't know. Han Flag is the best box in Han Pavilion. You guys aren't going to substitute second best, are you? Han Cherry frowned and got upset. The Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion is a supreme box. No one can go in at all, much less allow them to go in. It can be described as a decoration for ordinary people, directly removed from her consideration. Ahem. Manager Lee shook his head. Don't misunderstand. We are trying to invite you into our Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion to dine, and we have carefully prepared a feast of the highest standard for you to enjoy. Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion. Students who know the details of the Black Dragon Pavilion are all in a deep shock at this moment. Even Han Cherry was baffled. He knew that his husband liked to prepare small surprises for people, but this surprise seemed a little too big. Chapter 59, Black Dragon Treads Gold Pavilion. Tang Rugwa pays a visit. Please follow me. Manager Lee smiled faintly and led Yi Yang out of the Hanchi box with his classmates, heading to the Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion. As a manager, if he did anything wrong in front of Mr. Yi, he would directly have to be fired. So as smart as he was, he wouldn't be looking for trouble on his own for nothing. All of these misunderstandings would naturally be solved when the boss of the Han Pavilion arrived in person in a while. In here, that's where the Black Dragon Treading Pavilion is, Manager Lee said with a smile. Ooh. A group of students looked at the gate in front of them, and a sense of awe suddenly rose in their hearts. The gate was over 3 meters high, carved from a full block of heavy black marble, reflecting a respectful shine. On both sides of the gate, each one, there was a sinuous black dragon carved, wantonly meandering with great visual impact. Ta-da! The gate opened slowly. A dining interior that exceeded all perceptions was revealed to everyone. Is this Wonderland? The students walked into the Black Dragon Treadmill Pavilion and were in awe. Inside, it is a self-contained cycle with rockeries and running water, and even fish and shrimp can be seen. A huge round table made of rosewood is on display, a poignant reminder of the room's fairy tale and trenchant atmosphere. The Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion is the boss's favorite place, and it cost more than $100 million just to create this one supreme private room. Manager Lee once again bowed to Yi Yang. Enjoy your meal. I will retire first. The boss will come to pay you a visit later. Hear that? This is a supreme private room that cost over $100 million. My god. What am I doing to be eating at such an awesome place? These students are sitting on the edge of their seats. After all, in case you touch something here, I'm afraid you can't pay it back for a lifetime of working. This is too dignified. What exactly does your husband do? Siley, how rich does he have to be to get this kind of treatment? Originally said that the invitation to dinner is Han Cherry's boyfriend, and now changed the box. Everyone naturally subconsciously think that this is Han Cherry's mouth, the surprise prepared by her boyfriend. In a while, I heard that the owner of the Han court will come to meet him. That's awesome. A crowd of students were either jealous or envious, and they all surrounded Han Cherry. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was chatting and farting around with some of his best buddies he played with in college. This box was clearly changed for Boss Yi. Zheng Xian deflated his mouth. He could see that the object of Boss Li's conversation had been Yi Yang, and Han Siley had stood beside him, which was why she was misunderstood by everyone. Ha ha, what do you care? I'm looking forward to his boyfriend's dumbfounded expression when he comes in and gets lost later. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up and smiled badly. Serve the dishes. First course, 9 dragons raiding the pearl. Second course, the 8 immortals. The third course, the 7 starlights. One by one, the feasts were served, each one making the students exclaim that they had opened their eyes. So that's how dishes can be made. The plating is also too fairy-like. It's like a work of art. I'm embarrassed to move my chopsticks. This flavor. It's perfect. A beautiful, colorful dish comes up, temporarily suspending the blowing, complaining and trolling among the students. Gollum Gollum. The beautiful and excellent temperament waitress personally poured the wine for everyone, introducing in passing, this is 20 years of Daughter's Red in Shaoxing yellow wine. Absolutely excellent wine. 20 years of Daughter's Red? A small jar sells for $200,000, right? Su Pengfei, who always ate luxury restaurants, smacked his lips, and he, who had been struck by Yi Yang and didn't even want to speak, couldn't help but venture out and marvel. He usually just orders a few $1,000s worth of red wine and pretends, this kind of 200,000, a small altar of Daughter Red, but never dared to touch. TSK, the flavor, it's perfect. He took a bite and said with an intoxicated expression, your husband is really big and bold. The students were complimentary. Alas, this person is like this. There is no merit, just a bit of money. Do everything so wasteful? Han Cherry was just about ready to put on another wave. The gates opened again. A middle-aged man in a slightly blonde tang suit walked in elegantly. Seeing this middle-aged man, Su Pengfei directly stood up. He, who often mixes in high-end restaurants, naturally knows clearly that this is the owner of Han Court, Mr. Tang Rugua. The ability to make a restaurant the #1 in the Magic City and internationally acclaimed. It's even been valued in the billions. It's simply too much of a great thing. It's a lot harder than going into business and creating a tens of billions of dollars company, because Hankook has no investors, much less an IPO. It has reached billions of dollars purely on its own pure value. Many bosses with market capitalization of tens of billions or tens of billions of dollars admire this Tang Rugua. Su Pengfei speculated that the background behind it should not be small. Yi Yang also had some guesses about this point. State banquet chef. State seller fun wine. Not money can get. He's the owner of Hankook? Han Cherry also picked her chin proudly and walked forward, ready to accept its handshake. Unexpectedly, Tang Rugua just smiled amiably in front of her. This young lady, please make way. Now everyone was confused. The Hangul boss actually didn't come to see Han Cherry. At this moment, everyone reacted and looked at Yi Yang in shock. Could it be? Looking for Yi Yang. This black dragon treading gold pavilion was also arranged by Yi Yang. Is this him more than just a soft touch? That can't be right. Only Su Pengfei, who knew the tip of the iceberg of Yi Yang's strength, let out a bitter smile in his heart and whispered, it's really like that. Mr. Yi, Mr. Tang has heard about your name for a long time, and I finally got to meet you today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tang Rugua took the initiative to hold Yi Yang's hand and smiled. It's still true. My god. Boss of the Han Pavilion with this kind of status actually came specifically for the sake of meeting Yi Yang. What's the situation? Didn't you say you came to find that boyfriend of Han Cherry's? You're stupid. Is your reflexes that long? This looks like he's here to find Yi Yang. I can tell. Wang Dalang looked at the unresponsive female classmate next to him in a forced manner. You dead straight man. The face of the female classmate on the side instantly reddened. Only Han Cherry stood there dumbfounded. Her mind complex. Her face burning like charcoal, a mixture of shame, disbelief, and dismay, making her completely at a loss as to what to say. Boss Tang. Yi Yang also smiled and returned the salute. The other party had come to see him specifically. He couldn't afford to leave people out in the cold. You are one of the only 2 holders of the Black Dragon Treading Gold VIP card in this store. Coming to dine in this store. I should have come out to greet you. Laziness, laziness. Tang Rugwa took out a jade bottle from his sleeve. This immortal brew was passed down from my family's ancestors as an indemnity. Ha ha, don't push back. Mr. Yi, Black Dragon Treading Gold VIP card holder. All those present were shocked by this term, including Han Siley. They all turned around with wide eyes and looked at Yi Yang with disbelief. How can it be? Chapter 60. It's all a lie. He's a big liar. Since Mr. Yi has an appointment today, I won't bother you much. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will find Mr. Yi privately to have a knee-to-knee talk. Tang Rugwa said smilingly. Good. Yi Yang nodded his head slightly. The other party was really like a spring breeze, worthy of being a big shot who could make a restaurant to be valued at billions. Tang Rugwa was also very discerning, and after delivering the immortal brew and expressing his goodwill, he turned to leave. Is he really a Black Dragon card VIP? Not by that rich woman beside him. A Black Dragon card VIP herself. My God, how is this possible? What the Black Dragon card VIP meant had long been rumored just now. Right now Hankook's Black Dragon Tap Gold card is only available to buffet. Wouldn't that mean that Yi Yang's status could rival Warren Buffett's? Yeah, or do you guys think I'm blowing smoke? Zheng Xian finally found a chance to raise his eyebrows. Now that the paper cannot wrap the fire, he naturally does not intend to keep a low profile. Yi Yang does not want to make his classmates feel unfamiliar, but he is not used to seeing Boss Yi being seen as a white boy who is a rich woman. At this moment, he also let out a cold smile. Boss Yi's identity, even if you think about it, you'll never be able to think of it. Can't even think. It's hard to believe that he has tens of billions of dollars in assets. In fact, he's a big shot who shook the Magic City. It can't be. Tens of billions? You guys are underestimating Boss Yi too much. Zheng Xian was indignant. The entire Magic City financial building belongs to Boss Yi. That alone is worth a few $100 billion. What? The Mordor financial building is all his. The students were all dumbfounded by the heavy bomb thrown by Zhang Xian. The Imperial Finance Building is famous throughout the Magic City, and is on the verge of becoming a landmark building in the Magic City. Something like this, which only existed in the news and rumors, actually belonged to Yi Yang. So you're not just the de facto controller of Vacheron Constantine. The entire Imperial Finance Building is actually yours. Su Pengfei blurted out in surprise. Originally, the fact that Yi Yang was the chief controller of Vacheron Constantine had already caused him to lose his mind for several days, and now that he was bombarded with this news, he was directly confused. If Zhang Xian is Yi Yang's little follower, there is the suspicion of helping Yi Yang to support the scene. Then, Su Pengfei this sentence in everyone's mind, but the meaning is completely different. Old Su, what were you talking about just now? He has a Vacheron Constantine company under him. Su Pengfei's number one lapdog, Wang Guan, was directly paralyzed in fear in his chair. This kind of far-away character, just now he actually taunted the other party in the group as a rich woman in the evening, is screwed. This is outrageous. The students' brains were a little foggy at this point. They all knew that Su Pengfei and Yi Yang were also considered old enemies. If they were not shocked to the limit, Su Pengfei would not have grown others' ambition to destroy his own. They had long guessed that Su Pengfei knew some of Yi Yang's background. Now, it's a direct confirmation of this speculation. Yi Yang is really superb. At least 2 major industries, Vacheron Constantine and the Empire Finance Building in Mordor. Hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. No. That's impossible. You're just a little white boy who's been hanging out with rich women. Han Cherry was thoroughly agitated. Originally, it was hit hard enough today. Because Yi Yang is also relying on other people, she balanced a little bit in her heart. Now Yi Yang keeps taking away the glory and admiration that should belong to her. And it's even confirmed that he's actually a real rich guy. Assets in the hundreds of billions. More money than you'd get for that old man. Endless remorse and jealousy surged to her heart, causing her mind to directly break down a bit. Are you guys talking about me? Xiao Xiaozhu smiled faintly and walked to Yi Yang's side. From the beginning you guys have been strange. In fact, I'm just my boyfriend's driver. I myself am also considered a small rich woman, but it can't be compared to my boyfriend at all. As a top bodyguard, the bounties, bonuses, and commissions from the missions completed over the years, added together, amounted to billions. It's true to say she's a little rich, but, compared to Yi Yang, who has trillions of assets and hundreds of billions of cash flow, it is small. But, some students covered their hearts on the spot, stating that they simply couldn't take such a big blow. It's almost like a bipolar reversal. Yi Yang had all of a sudden gone from a little white boy who relied on rich women to a super rich man who made beautiful little rich women fall over. Looking at how one sentence of his own disliked these guys who had just mocked the boss and made them mute and skeptical, Xiao Xiaozhu bared her little tiger teeth in triumph. Yi Yang looked at Xiao Xiaozhu's smug little expression, smiled helplessly and rubbed her little head. All the students had their mouths open, not knowing what to say. Many were close to crying on the spot about the injustice of fate. Han Siley, on the other hand, looked at Yi Yang with a cold smile. I see. That car was actually rented by you. Your girlfriend is also an actress. This is all a fake. Fake? The students blinked their eyes. This Han Shiri can't be so jealous that she lost her mind. Ha, my boyfriend is from the Empire State Building. He'll be here in a minute to break you up. Han Cherry looked around. We'll all wait and see who the real big liar is. We'll be updating 6,000 words a day. Plus 10,000 more if the ad money or rewards meet the amount I have in mind. Update time no special accident. Should be in the afternoon to the evening this time period. The bottom of 2,000 words 3 times. Or 1,500 words 4 times. Everyone think which is good. You can also leave a message to say, Chapter 61, you're a big-eyed man. You're playing with flowers behind your back. The students were confused. Han Cherry's boyfriend could be in the Empire State Building. And he's certainly not lowly. How dare you call Yi Yang a liar if you're not completely sure? But if he's not a real big shot, how could a person like Tang Rugwa come to pay his respects in person and be so polite? Even saying that he was a Black Dragon card user. If he's not a real bigot, how could a cool pretender like Su Pengfei be so well-behaved and low-key in front of Yi Yang? If he's not a real bigot, how dare Zhang Xian bite the bullet and say he's the owner of the Empire State Building? After all, Zhang Xian also hangs out at the Empire State Building. When a classmate doesn't know who to trust, only Su Pengfei sneered and shook his head. At that time Gong Xiaoqing's expression after seeing Yi Yang's information, he still remembered vividly. Even if Yi Yang is not the owner of the Empire State Building, just the identity of the Jiangshi Danton Master Controller can be cross-pressure all the chairman of the board of directors within the Empire State Building. Even Lord Fong was not qualified to rival Yi Yang, and Zhang Xian was even more sure of it. He almost thought that day that he and Boss Yi had beaten up Jin Jiangwei and both of them couldn't walk out of the Empire State Building. That dozens of chairmen of the board of directors came together. And finally the arrogance to Yi Yang. He was vivid in his mind. Pathetic women. Xiao Xiaozhu looked at Han Siley with pity and was quite bored. Just an actor. What's the big deal? Han Siley was stabbed through her most complacent shell at this time, revealing her inferior and fragile heart. Looking at Yi Yang with a face of forced confidence and pride, Yi Yang let out a bitter smile. This woman was also too inexplicable. I'm not here to show off my wealth. I think you'd better take it easy. Don't piss yourself off later. Yi Yang wanted to persuade Han Cherry. Nay, his words were too straight, and when they fell on Han Cherry's ears, they had long since ceased to mean the same thing. Don't you get cocky. There will be a time when you can't be cocky in a while. My boyfriend will be here soon. Han Siley was so angry at Yi Yang's kind admonition that she opened her teeth and claws. Ta-da! The door to the Black Dragon Pavilion opened again. The man stood outside the gates, a little rattled. He'd just been to the Han Banner box, but hadn't found his lover's class reunion. After inquiring, he realized that his girlfriend and classmates had been invited into the Black Dragon Pavilion. He knew too well what the Black Dragon Pavilion meant in the Magic City. Gulp. Afraid that it is not his classmates hidden in what super big shot with Siley that nature. But do not offend people. He admitted he still liked the lover. Knowledgeable and sweet. And crucially, superbly skilled. He was soothed every night by the service. Even if you know that the other party is only pretending to be so perfect in front of him, wouldn't it be the same with someone else? Might as well find one who pretends to be better. That's why he's willing to spend money for each other. But the other man himself was a man of what kind of person he was with his eyesight. And he could see it all too clearly. At this time is also anxious. Afraid that Han Cherry offended his classmates that super big brother. Touché. The door opened. The moment he saw Han Cherry and Yi Yang, who had become the center of attention, he directly froze on the spot. Yi Yang looked at the visitor and was also slightly stunned. Zhang Xian, who was on the side, looked at the visitor, and directly his mouth opened wide enough to stuff down a peach. It's actually you? Zhang Xian and Yi Yang both couldn't help but ask in unison. Geez, hubby, you're finally here. Han Siley directly pounced on him, as if showing off a rare treasure, holding the man's arm, the pride on her face, overflowing. Man, this guy bragged that he's the owner of the Imperial Financial Building. I just straight up debunked him. Hey, I'm good. Right. What did you say? The man was directly scared and pushed Han Siley to the side, and even looked at Yi Yang. Cough cough. Boss Yi. What a coincidence. We meet again. TSK. Yi Yang sized up the man with interest. The visitor was no one else but his former chairman, Zhang Wanmin, the founder of Wanmin Software Company. I didn't expect Didn't expect to see you this thick eyebrows. Secretly play quite flower ah? Han Siley was kept in the dark, but he can be clear. Zhang Wanmin that is a long time ago to start a family. The child is 20 years old. This makes the truth of the matter obvious. Han Siley is just a lover that Zhang Wanmin keeps outside. This is still a mouthful of husband. Fantasizing about people marrying her later. It's pretty sad and hateful when you think about it. Gu, Han Cherry you're a bit old for a husband. Wang Daolang blurted out. Zhang Wanmin look at the age of let's say have to be 40 or 50. You hold your tongue. What a pot to piss in. A few students on the side were stopping Wang Daolang in succession, saving him from committing another offense. Stop me gahaha. I was just concerned about her face. I would have said that this old man is more than enough to be her father. But several of the girls in the class who had been souring into lemon extracts were laughing out loud at this point. Honey, you actually pushed me. Han Cherry's heart trembled, knowing that the big thing was not good. Push you? Did you just disrespect Boss Yi? I want to beat you to death now me. Zhang Wanmin blew his beard and glared, his veins rippling with anger, but his heart was aggrieved. How do you offend this fierce god? But you have gotten yourself into a mess. Chapter 62 500 million is not much, but it's always money. Hiss. This person actually treated Han Cherry so well because of Yi Yang. Doesn't that mean that what Yi Yang said is true? The students' mouths were wide open. A bit hard to accept. In just under a minute, Yi Yang's image had directly undergone a sea change. From a white boy who only eats soft food, he has become a rich, big shot who is so powerful that he explodes. From Tang Rugua's visit, to the testimony of Su Pengfei and Zhang Xian, to the current confirmation from Han Chili's boyfriend himself. That's basically hard evidence and facts. I'm a little confused. Our class actually produced such a big man. I actually lived in a dormitory with the owner of Magic City's Imperial Finance Building, the chief controller of Vacheron Constantine. This is something I can damn well brag about for the rest of my life. A few buddies who were close to Yi Yang had big glows in their eyes and marveled. For them, their buddy being awesome was something to be quite proud of and even feel honored with. But those who were jealous, those who had problems with Yi Yang, those who had counted on him, then they were all shivering, and angry, and jealous. I also counted him. In the beginning this ing finished such a horrible big man. Say a word can let me completely disappeared in the Huangpu River. No. A moment after the party dispersed I have to find an opportunity to kowtow to ye brother to confess. Asterisk. How can this kid be so lucky? God is not fair. Cluck. Some of the boys had their teeth itching with jealousy, but they didn't dare show it on their faces. As for the girls in the class, they all changed their previous attitudes and all looked at Yi Yang with different colors. It's a super perfect God's man, college classmate, young, handsome and rich. There will never be a more perfect future husband in the world than Yi Yang. I was really blind at first. I actually didn't see that Yi Yang was a super invincible potential stock. I would like to see, but people simply do not see me. I initially also scolded him high and mighty heart no ability to hard pretend. Did not think that today is considered to know. Is my toad want to eat swan meat Whoa. If these girls weren't in the way of the wrong atmosphere, they would want to rush over and kneel down Yi Yang right now. Yi Yang looked at the reactions of these students and secretly sighed, knowing that after his identity was exposed, he would not really be able to talk properly. College isn't like high school, where you say you're in the same class, but that's about as far as the relationship goes. After graduation the identity is pulled apart and immediately you look like a stranger, or you are feared or hated. In a materialistic society, girls like Cher's icy cleanliness are rare indeed. Yi Yang shook his head, inexplicably remembering Lin Shuer. This chairman, this girlfriend of yours has properly humiliated my brother Yi. Xiao Xiaozhu watched the fun without thinking it was a big deal and added fuel to the arching fire in succession. What? You? Zhang Wanmin's eyes were a little black. The building's board of directors had learned about Yi Yang's background in the past few days and found out the assets behind his name. And all of this information would be publicized online as time passed. And it wasn't difficult to find out. The more they looked into it, the more the directors felt that their decision to collectively go to greet Yi Yang that day was wise. Various assets under his name that are famous in China and even the world. Add it all up and you're long over $1 trillion. It has to count. Yi Yang's fortune is now truly the richest man in China. This will have to be publicized once the Forbes list comes out this year. Offend the richest man. Zhang Wanmin's hands trembled in fear at the thought. You loser. Don't come back to me in the future. I have nothing more to do with you. You don't want me for such a white boy. Han Siley was well aware of Yi Yang's true identity now, but the huge shock made her unwilling to accept the reality and she just cried unreasonably. Bah! Zhang Wanmin sneered, and his gaze toward Han Siley turned cold. Lover he is not the only one. Although this makes him linger, but can do great things people. Naturally no things light. 1,000, 10,000 Han Siley were not as important as one Yi Yang. Boss Yi. Although she and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Do with her as you wish. Zhang Wanmin rolled his eyes and said with a hefty smile, I'll turn around and transfer another 500 million in rent to your account as an indemnity. These 2 times are really too sorry for you. That previous time was naturally the one between Chief Executive Gao and Jin. 2 times in a row was also something that scared him completely. If Boss Yi really had his sights set on him, he was a small software company, so what the hell would he open? Aha! Yi Yang gave a casual Originally, this matter also had little to do with Zhang Wanmin, but since the other party wanted to send money, he naturally would not refuse. 500 million isn't much, but it's still money. He's a thrifty guy. Then Boss Yi, if you eat and drink well, I'll go to the front desk to settle your bill first, and won't stay here to bother you. Zhang Wanmin bowed and prepared to go out without even looking at Han Cherry. Chapter 63 Boss Ye's little brother? Stand still. Zhang Wanmin, didn't you say you love me? Did you lie to me? You have no intention of marrying me at all. Han Siley looked at the desperate Zhang Wanmin and shouted hysterically. Marry you? We're all adults. Grow up, will you? You can tell by my age. My old man's kids are in their 20s. You're just a lover I keep. Zhang Wanmin couldn't believe his ears. I've always thought that you're such a smart person. You actually understood the relationship between the 2 of us in your heart a long time ago. So are you such a stupid mother? You? Han Siley was dumbfounded as she looked at Zhang Wanmin with disbelief, her head falling into a blank. I'm billions of dollars. I'm 40 or 50 years old. I'm just playing with you. And you really expect to marry me and share my billions of dollars of family money? Am I or are you? You're out of your mind. Women like you are truly naive. Zhang Wanmin shook his head. Originally he thought that Han Siley was quite smart. Did not expect that it was actually an ambitious woman with such a childish idea, okay? Originally I still feel a little reluctant to give up. You this kind of brainless woman. Or don't be by my side, causing trouble for me. After saying that, he just walked away directly without looking back. The entire Black Dragon Treading Pavilion was silent. Everyone's mouths were open. They had just entered society. Where had they seen such a battle? Is this the thinking of the rich? Yi Yang also smiled slightly. Women like Han Chai-ri don't deserve sympathy. They're in their 20s. Their brains are horribly naive. They think the rich generation are all cuties. What? The rich are so rich because they don't have a little cutie. Expecting to climb up to a rich old man just to wait until he dies and inherits his family's fortune. It's laughable. It's just an unrealistic fantasy. There are a lot of women like that nowadays. Han Chai-ri is just a microcosm of that. Zhang Wanmin, I'm going to kill you. Aha. Han Cherry had absolutely no face to stay here any longer at this point, and the feelings of shame and humiliation caused her to completely lose her mind. She thinks she's incredibly mature and never looks down on people who are struggling, thinking that she can change her life and get rich if she falls for a rich man. Now it is found that the original, the most childish and ridiculous, actually is their own. Looking at Han Cherry who ran out, the classmates were somewhat speechless. Obviously you are a gold digger yourself. Why are you now resenting others? Ahem. People don't have to spoil the mood for one person. Class President Yu Shengchun laughed continuously to regulate the atmosphere. It's all thanks to Yi Yang's blessing that we can get into such a good box and eat such good dishes today. We should all toast Yi Yang. Yeah. The students are reacting. Han Chai-ri to everyone was not a high sense of existence. And now it is not easy to angrily brush a wave of existence. Results also fell into this. Everyone does not want to recall the situation. The spotlight then naturally returned to Yi Yang, a truly great godly man. Yi Yang. Oh no. Now I have to call Mr. Yi. I was blind when I mocked you as a gigolo just now. I'll make amends to you. Punish yourself with 3 cups. Feel free. Yeah. Me too. 3 drinks for myself. The male students who knew how to be flexible were up for a series of penalties. Yi Yang, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head. Just now these people were so unclean in the mouth. In the twinkling of an eye, they began to be licking dogs. It's money. Indeed. Yi Yang, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but you're actually so powerful. Hey, brother Yi, if it's not fun at night, you can call me. Get lost you. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. He's rich and handsome. How can he be uninteresting? Toad wants to eat swan meat. Ugh, don't you think the same thing? The female classmates, on the other hand, were like bees who saw honey, frantically gathered around, pouring everything they had to show off their poise, trying to attract Yi Yang's attention. But even Kai Mao Mao, who had been named the class flower at the beginning, and Han Siley, who was radiant today, couldn't get into Yi Yang's eyes. These were at most upper middle class looking ones, and naturally they were even more unable to move Yi Yang. Both smiled perfunctorily and didn't pay much attention. Xiao Xiaozhu puffed up her little face somewhat gamely on the side. This bunch of women. Really shameless. Well, at least I'm still here as a temporary girlfriend. You guys are digging your feet in front of me. Oof. Xiao Xiaozhu narrowed a dangerous arc in her eyes, and those who know her would look sympathetically at Yi Yang's female classmates if they saw her smile at this moment. Because they are definitely going to have bad luck tonight. Alright, old Zhang. Did you know that Yi Zong was a super invincible potential stock from the beginning? And that's why you followed him. That's right. No wonder you turned so fast. You are going to be the deputy team leader. It turns out that there is a general manager Yi this heavenly tree behind Zhang brother, you do not misunderstand. I mean, in the future I will mix with you. When you boss little brother of little brother. He. Yi Yang was crowded with people around him. And some people couldn't squeeze in. So they had to settle for second best and started to flatter Zhang Xian. Yi boss's little brother's little brother. That's not Yi boss's little brother. Zhang Xian cried and laughed. How does this title make people feel flooded with a sense of evil? Chapter 64. Does the boss know martial arts? However, Zhang Xian was Yi Yang's little follower before. After graduation, not many people continue to contact him. At this time so many people come together, but also let him have a little starry-eyed feeling. With his intelligence, he naturally understood what these pursuits were because of, but it didn't stop him from enjoying the feeling. Being blown away is an immediate need of the human heart. Thus, this post-internship class reunion came to an end with laughter. Yi Yang raised a glass of wine at the end as a way of returning the toast that these classmates had just made, drawing a chorus of cheers. Gone. Yi Yang greeted Zhang Xian. Ahem, Boss Yi. It wouldn't be convenient for me to follow, would it? Zhang Xian scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. What's the inconvenience? Yi Yang froze. Ahem. It's all about the booze and the beauty. Zhang Xian looked at Yi Yang with a bad smile, revealing a smile that all men understand. TCH, you kid. You look like a decent guy, but you're secretly a. Yi Yang immediately understood and laughed. Then let me call you a car. Holler. Zhang Xian nodded without objection. Xiao Xiaozhu on the side had a small red face. She and Xiao Qingxuan's sisters were on a mission and were already deeply involved in the world. What didn't they understand? Although they understood what it meant, they were still intact after all, and their minds were a little messy at this time. Doorway. After calling a car for Zhang Xian to leave, Yi Yang then looked at Xiao Xiaozhu with a bad smile. Hey, boss, you wouldn't want it? Xiao Xiaozhu pursed her lips and looked at Yi Yang like a wary kitten. What? No? Yi Yang snickered. Xiao Xiaozhu clenched her teeth and was also a little torn inside, and finally shook her head stubbornly. It had to be said that Yi Yang was the most unique, perfect and attractive opposite sex she had ever seen in so many years, and even she admitted that she was somewhat fond of Yi Yang nowadays. But that doesn't mean she's a random girl who does that kind of thing just because of that. So that's the end of your temporary girlfriend status? Yo? Yi Yang flicked Xiao Xiaozhu's glossy little brain. You, boss, you are bad. Only then did Xiao Xiaozhu react. In fact, Yi Yang did not have any evil thoughts at all. Just now he was just teasing her. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand, and while he was pleased that he had succeeded in teasing the beautiful maiden, there was a sudden coldness behind him. You're having a pretty happy time. Though, this voice, like the 9 ghosts, carried a ghostly and cold air. What a demon. Yi Yang was startled and turned around in a row, but he saw Xiao Qingxian who had a grimace on her face and sighed in relief. So it's you. You two are in love. Leaving me out to drink the northwest wind, Xiao Qingxian said somewhat gamely. It had to be said that the iceberg beauty's petulant look of gambling was rather more charming. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Yi Yang was a bit surprised. Nonsense. I've been diligently keeping an eye out, but strangely enough, there's no movement tonight, and there aren't any assassins or suspects. Xiao Qingxian muttered. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. It's only strange. This is China. Where are all the assassins? Let's go. It just so happens that I'm not full, so I'll take you to a nice place to eat something delicious. Yi Yang beckoned and smiled. Yummy. Xiao Qingxuan's eyes lit up, almost revealing her deeply hidden foodie attribute, but then she reacted and snorted coldly. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you treat me to a midnight snack. Whatever. Yi Yang spread his hands and looked indifferent. You. Xiao Qingxian clenched her silver teeth. This boss was also too infuriating. We've both been drinking. You drive. Yi Yang asked Xiao Xiaozhu to throw the key to Xiao Qingxian, and then he sat his butt into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boss dog. Although Xiao Qingxian cursed on her mouth, her heart felt an unprecedented ease, and the 10 years of killer career that she had lived before, it was completely different. From the extravagant sense of ease, she was a little torn about this sense of relief, because once she relaxes, she's afraid that her guard will drop. Such a good boss, can't let anything happen to him? or she'll blame herself to death. That's not true. It's clearly Boss Dog. Boss Dog. Ahem. Xiao Xiaozhu nodded Xiao Qingshuan's ribs. Xiao Qingxian collected the beautiful thoughts in her heart and looked towards Xiao Xiaozhu, and after seeing the serious expression on the other party's face, she also asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Xiaozhu looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom on the side and muttered, "This boss of ours, he's not simple." Ha! Xiao Qingxian blinked. Just now when he flicked me in the forehead, it should have triggered my warning mechanism, but with his speed, even I didn't have time to evade. There's also the fact that you suddenly appeared behind him just now, and he obviously reacted subconsciously before you appeared. Our boss, he's not low on power. Xiao Xiaozhu squinted her eyes, savoring all that Yi Yang had just said. This, Xiao Qingxian, this is to react. The boss just now, the reaction speed is by no means ordinary people can have. Hey, whatever. Isn't it better that the boss himself knows martial arts? However, it's good to find a time to give him a good try. I think it'll be fun. Chapter 65, a snack stand. More delicious than a $4 million meal? Just like that, Xiao Qingxian drove in front. Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang sat in the back. Where are we going? Xiao Qingxian asked. Yi Yang pretended to be mysterious and entered an address in the navigation. Just go here. You'll know when you arrive. I can't believe they're making it mysterious. Xiao Qingxian beamed. Although she rarely came to Magic City to carry out missions, however, she had searched in her spare time. Han Pavilion was the pinnacle of Chinese food in Magic City, and Purple Pavilion was the pinnacle of Western food. Are there actually any top restaurants besides these two pavilions? Dropping. What's with the sudden bit of traffic? Yi Yang asked with some doubt. There seems to be a traffic cop up ahead, checking for DUIs. Xiao Qingxian probed and confirmed. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. It's really coincidental, if not to leave Xiao Qingxian outside tonight directly to be deducted points. It was only after lining up for a while that it was Yi Yang's turn for them. Hiss. Seeing the little gold man in the front of the car, the traffic police, even if they don't know that this is a phantom, they know that this is a Rolls-Royce, and their attitude is not afraid to be too hard, knocking on the car door cautiously, and their attitude of service is also very good. Hello, checking for DUI, driving. Upon seeing Xiao Qingshuan's face, even the traffic police, who had seen the world, froze slightly. The look, that temperament, absolutely, dropping. The results are out, and the traffic police are still trapped in Xiao Qingshuan's beauty and can't extricate themselves out of the results. It was only when Xiao Xiaozhu reminded the other party of the results that the other party was able to react. The traffic police side, and while he was struggling to get a contact information, he glanced at Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang in the back. A mouthful of old blood was almost spewed out. An iceberg beauty and a girl next door. All of them are superb. This young man is simply blessed. Ugh, let it go. Let it go. Knowing that the competition is hopeless, the traffic police boy had to let go. Hate it. All DUIs detected today. All punished severely. Driver in the back? Buzz. The Rolls-Royce sped to the location Yi Yang had marked. This, Xiao Qingxian rubbed her eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Isn't this just a stall street? It's actually made so mysterious. Yi Yang smiled and said, this isn't just any stall street. This is a street of big stalls in the Western District. What's the difference? Xiao Qingxian said with contempt. It doesn't really make a difference. If I have to say what difference it makes, here's my youth. A trace of remembrance passed through Yi Yang's eyes. Almost every college has a snack bar. Yi Yang's university naturally did the same. He hadn't been able to get out over the wall to visit the snack bar at the time. Buy a bag of chicken lockjaw, order some barbecue, open a few beers, and talk to 3 or 5 of his buddies here and there. Today's college reunion also brought back memories of this place, just in time to come back and rediscover youth. I was just surrounded by a bunch of people asking about this and that, and it didn't even taste very good. Just in time for some late-night snacks here. Yi Yang laughed. Xiao Xiaozhu pulled back her green silk and also said, I was busy watching over my boss's well-being just now, and I didn't eat much. That's just right. Yi Yang snapped his fingers. But, can this groundhog be good? Xiao Qingxian said suspiciously. They were on top-level missions and protected big shots, so naturally they didn't have much experience of eating on the ground. You've never eaten at the ground floor? Then you're missing out on earthly flavors. Yi Yang was a bit surprised that there were actually people who hadn't eaten groundlings. So exaggerated. Xiao Qingxian blinked her eyes. Then I'll have to give it a good try. Yi Yang is like returning to the university, with 2 beautiful bodyguards through the crowd. The Northeast grilled cold noodles, handheld pancakes, mashed potatoes, fried chicken lockjaw, Guangdong boiled, fried skewers, grilled chicken thighs, buy one. When Yi Yang was concerned about his living expenses, Even if he came to the snack street, he did not dare to spend too much. Tonight it's all about the spending. Needless to say, this sense of accomplishment of making up for old regrets was much more enjoyable than even that $4 million meal he had at noon. My God, so handsome. Is it the schoolboy of which university? The college girls on Snack Street were starry-eyed. I can't, I'm going to get a nosebleed. And these two beauties are too powerful. Damn rich people. The attention of the boys around these girls, on the other hand, was not on Yi Yang at all. Rich people eating groundlings? Humph. I think it's just a flamboyant scumbag. The girls' boyfriends are all in a succession of sour dislikes, fearing that they are, on a spiritual level, head over heels in a green meadow. The face value and temperament of Yi Yang's trio was just too outstanding. Walking among a group of college students naturally caused a great deal of awe and admiration. It actually tastes pretty good. Xiao Qingxian was surprised. It was obviously cheap and actually gave her a completely different and delicious feeling. It's a real treat to eat a big meal every day and come for a snack bar once in a while. Yi Yang bit into a fried skewer and lamented. Recently really eat too much delicious. Eat to eat. Actually think the snack street more delicious point. Ha ha. Of course, this was under the premise that Yi Yang was somewhat tired of eating large meals. Normal people must still find big meals fragrant. Auntie Zhang. 100 skewers and a dozen beers. Yi Yang skillfully greeted Auntie Zhang of the barbecue stall. 4 years of college, always coming, long familiar with each other. 1054/117/329. Chapter 66, I resigned. Why? Because I bought this company. Phew, if it isn't Sayaka. Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang in surprise and said enthusiastically, didn't you graduate? Isn't it because I miss you and Uncle Zhang's handiwork? Yi Yang hemmed and hawed. You kid, your mouth is still so sweet. Auntie Zhang laughed. Okay, wait, I'll roast it for you right away. Just now, trailing behind Yi Yang's trio, there were female students who wanted to look at handsome men and male students who wanted to look at beautiful women, and a swarm of them grabbed every seat in the barbecue stand. Ahem, boss, a barbecue. Me too. Auntie Zhang is also confused. What's going on? Why is business so good tonight? Uncle Zhang was busy at the side, smiling but not saying anything. Men naturally understand men the most. After a while, barbecue and beer were served. Yeah, I saw you just now. Xiaoye, when did you get two such beautiful girls? As soon as Auntie Zhang's words left her mouth, she made the boys sitting around the table next to her all perk up their ears. Everyone wanted to learn how he picked up such awesome babes. And, well, two of them. It's a skill that just makes their mouths water with greed. Ha! Yi Yang scratched his head and dragged it out for a while pretending to be puzzled. Come on. The boys on the sidelines were scratching their heads in anxiety. Probably because, I'm so handsome. Yi Yang hemmed and hawed. Cut. Day. Harm. A group of boys instantly deflated. Have to admit, Yi Yang is really handsome. This kind of innate hardware conditions. They want to learn also cannot learn But, you, still so skinny. Aunt Zhang covered her mouth and smiled. She really hadn't seen Yi Yang for a long time. And at this time, she couldn't help but ask about his recent situation. Xiao Yi, you graduated for half a year now. Your job is stable, right? Work? Yi Yang scratched his head. The eyes of the girls next to him were all lit up. The more perfect the male god is, the better. Naturally, there were also dreams to be had at night. Some of the boys who had just spouted off about the evils of capitalism were also lifting their spirits. You got two great girls just by being handsome, and they even asked them out at the same time. They don't believe it. 80%. No, 10% because of money. Right, I quit my job. Yi Yang smiled. Am I right? Who has the money to bring his girlfriend to a food stall? Why don't we have Western food and a big restaurant? The boys from earlier sneered. Looks like a flamboyant scumbag. Then why did you take me to a food stall too? Could it be that you're a scumbag too? Or a poor scumbag with no money? The girlfriend on the sidelines said indignantly. I'm different. I haven't graduated yet. The boy snapped and scratched his head, mocking the other man for burying himself directly in the pit. Ha! Fancy words, the girlfriend said angrily. Cut. It's not. You don't even have a job. Just a handsome face to get two big beauties. Geez, give me a cut. Singles expressed strong indignation. The bachelorette boys on the sidelines were angry and grieving inside. Neither one cares, so can I do the third? Some of the beautiful women in the room were eager to try. When Auntie Zhang heard this, she frowned. Xiao, we young people can't be overly ambitious. A job is the only way to make a good living. And even if you're wronged, you can't give up halfway. Aha, got it Auntie Chang. Yi Yang knew that Aunt Zhang was also doing it for her own good. Say, why did you quit your job anyway? Auntie Zhang still asked with some uneasiness. Because I bought that company out. Yi Yang cried and laughed back. Silence, total silence. Even Auntie Zhang froze. Really fake Xiaoye. You said that company had a market capitalization of billions. You bought it? Yi Yang nodded. It's not quite right to say that it's buying. It's sort of becoming a major shareholder. Zhang Wanmin how have 500 million in cash to take out. Naturally take the shares against the debt. Today he is the largest shareholder of Manmin Software outside of Zhang Manmin. So it's not a lie to say he bought it for the company. Aha. Sure enough. It's still the evil capitalism. The boys next to him were dumbfounded. This is human language. I quit. For what? Because this company is now mine. Oh, my god. You're a super duper pretender. The boyfriends in the room nearly spit blood. Look, the major shareholders of other companies are bringing their girlfriends to eat at barbecue stalls. You poor bastards. You're still mocking people. Humph. If you guys had that kind of temperament, you'd be rich already. When the girlfriends compared their boyfriends with Yi Yang, they immediately felt that they had lost money, complained back to back. Ahem. What kind of sins did I do in the first place? I should have known that I should have taken my girlfriend and left in a hurry. I actually made a fool of myself to come and watch other people pretend to be a bully. The boyfriends were bitter in their hearts. Maybe it's just there to blow awesome. That's all they can do to comfort their girlfriends. Oh, people girls and not blind. So beautiful two girls. People have no money can with him out it. Do you think everyone is as shallow and gold digging as you are? In a fit of rage, the boyfriend blurted out the truth that he had been holding in his heart. What did you say? Try saying it again. The girlfriend was poked and prodded and got irritated. Ahem. We don't need to have a conflict over a liar. Hey, calm down. I'll take you to buy a bag tomorrow. The boy apologized repeatedly. Yi Yang was afraid that Auntie Zhang wouldn't believe him, so he also took out the Rolls-Royce key. If you still don't believe me, Auntie Zhang, this is my newly bought car. Like the book to leave a 5-star praise. By the way, a bounty. Jiu Yang thank you. Hey if the results can go up, next month will be added to the yo. Now 4 chapters a day. In the Tomato is also considered a diligent author. P.S. If you like online games, you can check out the author's old book, Online Games. I have countless evolution points. There's one more chapter in the evening. Jiu Yan yards away. Chapter 67 I'm a guy who wants to marry him. Hiss. Auntie Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air. Living in the Magic City. Luxury cars running everywhere. Who are more or less aware of some luxury car key information. What's this? Old death riddance. Aunt Zhang thought for a while before she was uncertain. Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh and corrected. It's a Rolls-Royce. Oh, yes, 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 Rolls-Royce. Auntie Zhang patted her head and laughed. Now you have something to say. The girlfriend on the other side was originally quite happy to hear that she was going to whore out a bag. As a result, he instantly exploded with anger when he watched Yi Yang pull out the keys to the Rolls-Royce. How can your own boyfriend be so trashy? At most, you can buy yourself a bag. And when they shell out, it's a Rolls-Royce. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The boyfriend's face was on fire. Feeling slapped in the air again, so he had to bite his teeth and say, that's just a lighter. I've seen the same one on Taba. Day. Originally, Xiao Qingxian was quite amused watching this pair of gold-worshipping female doglickers tearing each other apart earlier, but this was making her a little angry. She asked Yi Yang to come over to the Rolls-Royce car key and directly pressed it. Drip. In the distance, the heavy Rolls-Royce suddenly turned on, its dazzling lights flashing. Even if it was hundreds of meters away, it still gave people a clear sense of what a top-class luxury car was. Hiss. At this moment, no one present dared to scoff anymore. Everyone was confused. There were even exclamations of surprise from those who knew about cars. That's no ordinary Rolls-Royce. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Worth a lot of money? $40 million to start. If it's top of the line, I'm afraid it'll go for $50 or $60 million. Hiss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All the people present let out a gasp of surprise. Ah! My girlfriend is going to be furious, you trashy guy, and mocking people for being lighters. Oh, you look like a lighter to me. When she said that, she was so humiliated that she just carried the bag her boyfriend bought for her and turned away angrily. Hey, Ting Ting, don't go. The dog-licking boyfriend stumbled after his girlfriend as soon as he saw that she was angry. Aha! So damn envious. Tens of millions of Rolls-Royce. So young, he's a super rich second generation. I want to be a big boss too. Just you. I think being a rice bucket is more like it. Ha ha ha. Che. Still won't let me dream? Can't compare ah. Rich and handsome. A man want to marry him. Not to mention these two beauties. The clean-looking boys are starting to move. Ha. That's disgusting. The boys on the side of the room were disgusted in turn. Don't you think so? The clean-cut boy scorned. Cough cough. disliked the clean-cut boy's companion parched red face, directly buried head to pick up rice. It seems that Xiao Yi you are really rich. Originally I was also thinking that you come over again I'll introduce you to an object. Alas. It seems that you can't use Auntie Zhang. She doesn't deserve it. Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang with some regret and envy. If her son has 1/10 of Yi Yang. No. 100% out of interest. Are not so that they are so old. Still outside in the cold winter and heat. Day and night stalls. Eat this bitter. Yi Yang nodded his head as he cried and laughed. Ugh. You guys eat first. I'll get busy first. Aunt Zhang just complained a little bit about her son and then sorted out her mind and went back to busy. Who let them be parents? No matter how bad the children are, they are still born. Yi Yang looked at Aunt Zhang's back. His heart was also a little emotional. He thought of his parents. In a few days, it's time to go back and see mom and dad. Today he is considered to have achieved the ultimate financial freedom. With all the money coming in that you can spend lying down. Of course you have to find a way to really change the conditions in your home. What's up boss? Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu had been orphan sisters since they were young and depended on each other, and were not sensitive to a father's love and a mother's love or anything. So at this time, they did not understand what Yi Yang was thinking. Nothing. Yi Yang picked up the beer bottle, and once he clinked glasses with the two women, he drank the beer in the glass. The surrounding boys and girls, too, were well aware that such a dragon and phoenix among the people was not their match at all, so they all ate honestly and silently, occasionally glancing at Yi Yang's trio to satiate their eyes. Just when the wine and the food are done, a black Toyota Barracuda barreled into the snack bar. The snack street would have had narrower aisles. People are more crowded. This bully car as its name. Driving is also arrogant and overbearing incomparable. Come in with the windows open. Go to each stall next to stop for a moment. A direct reach. The stall owners then had to smile and hand over varying amounts of money with both hands. If the amount wasn't satisfactory, the bully wouldn't drive away. Once again reaching out of the window. Here we go again. Yi Yang frowned, very much disliking this kind of behavior. He had seen it many times in person when he was in college. However, when the city management sweeps the streets in the name of cleaning up the cityscape, the vendors who set up stalls have to slip them money so that they don't lift up their stalls. The American name is city management tips, but its essence, in Yi Yang's eyes, and before the gangsters collect protection/fee in the end, what is the difference? I guess some people are going to say it's unrealistic again, but this is something the author has seen with his own eyes before. Fiction comes from reality, but reality often exceeds fiction. It's just that in reality, the means are euphemistic for certain things. Chapter 68, Greedy Body by a Little Tayukai for being too handsome? Are the city police here to collect security fees? Well, it doesn't look like a car, does it? Someone off to the side muttered. You're a new student, right? This side before the city manager was reported, and now hired relatives to collect. Something happened, someone to protect, not accident, also follow the share of money. A student who was obviously used to what was going on explained. Holy, it still plays like that? 6. Apparently everyone had seen this sort of thing before, and although they looked a little uncomfortable, they didn't say much. Dropping, the Toyota Bajaj quickly drove up to the front of the barbecue stand. Ha! A large hand with a gold watch reached out of it. Ha ha, Brother Zhou is still working hard to come out and collect money this late, huh? Uncle Zhang smiled continuously and handed over a tip that had been prepared long ago. A puzzled voice came from inside the car, and once again the hand was extended. Uncle Zhang made a mistake, but still endured the pain and took out a few more red tickets and stuffed them in. Ha! Zhou grunted coldly and extended his hand once again. Brother Zhou, you this. Uncle Zhang's face changed. You're fully booked. You're making thousands of dollars a night, right? You're just going to give me a couple $100 and call it a night? Zhou frowned, clearly not satisfied. I'm trying to make a profit here too. Although Uncle Zhang wanted to spit, he dared not say anything, so he had to stuff a few red tickets in again. Well, it's basically another half night's work for nothing. Well, only then did Brother Zhou nod in satisfaction. That's more or less the same. Good luck with your business, huh? With that, Bully started up again, ready to go to the next stall. Yi Yang looked at this scene, but also shook his head. This is the way of survival of the snack street. Never so, even if he did not like to look at the other party to beat up the other party, and even use the relationship to get rid of all the people behind him. There will be the next Wang, Leopard or whatever to collect the money. It's not like he's here all the time, so naturally he can't always manage. The Toyota Land Rover had just started up when a loud laugh came from inside the car and stopped. This, Uncle Zhang's heart trembled. Why don't you leave? You're not satisfied with the money, are you? Hey, that little white boy over there? Half of Zhou's body peeked out of the car, his chin raised, and he nodded to where Yi Yang was. Xiao Qingxian sensed the other party's unkind intentions, and a cold aura instantly condensed in her eyes. Xiao Xiaozhu also subconsciously began to prepare the poison. Yi Yang's heart fluttered and he felt a trace of embarrassment. It wouldn't be that the Triad/Society would want to rob/lust when they saw their beautiful bodyguard was too pretty, right? That's too lame. It wasn't impossible though. After all, the three of them did stand out too much sitting in a bunch of students. I went to. So these two chicks are so pretty. Originally, the two women had their backs to him, and with only a back view, Joe didn't pay much attention. But times have changed, and they don't dare to do things like forcibly robbing people's women in the street. Otherwise, once they are exposed online, they will have a hard time under the heat of public opinion. I'm drooling at the sight of it. It was better a few years ago. I could do whatever I wanted. Joe secretly cursed in the bottom of his heart. But his face has a smiling look. That little white boy. My sister looks at you. Get in the car and brother go. Tonight the money has you a share. Yi Yang was confused. Dare not look for the two beautiful bodyguards beside themselves, but to find their own. That's right. He suddenly remembered that the Chinese law only protects girls, and boys don't have to be legally responsible if they are raped/violated. So the triads have now gone from robbing women to robbing good women and men. My day suddenly felt a little dangerous. Luckily I hired two beautiful bodyguards. Yi Yang sneered in his heart. The students on the sidelines were confused. The script was a bit off. Originally, they were all planning to spectate the mongrels robbing them, with their cell phones out and ready to take video. It turned out to be looking at that rich kid. I'm going to. My lord, times have changed. But the college students next to him were thunderstruck by the scene. Your sister? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Where is your sister? The car door opened. A short, fat, black, red-haired little girl was winking at him with a winking smile on her face. But Yi Yang just drank a mouthful of wine, and the moment he saw the other party, he directly sprayed out. Just now I envied this dude for being rich and handsome. Now I suddenly sympathize with him. This short winter melon little too. Also this old black knee day. Really extreme. The college students on the sidelines were covering their faces. No wonder this old girl is so hungry/thirsty that she wants to rob a man in the street. The original own hardware conditions are so poor. What the do you mean? Joe kicked open the car door. He was used to being ferocious in the snack street. But tonight, it was good that someone dared to mock his sister. She's ugly, but it's not like she doesn't pay for it herself. Oh, don't look at what kind of crooked-looking person you are. And you're worthy of craving my husband's body? Xiao Xiaozhu continued to play the role of a temporary girlfriend. That's it. Xiao Qingxian came back with another left and right embrace, giving the short winter melon little Time a double bludgeoning injury. Brother, they humiliated me. Dwarf little Taiyukai cried out. Chapter 69, I don't have superpowers, but I do have money power. You guys are brave. Zhou Yan's eyes also turned cold. 5 or 6 men in black huffed and puffed out of the baha. Now, the college students gathered around couldn't stop laughing, even if the other party didn't dare to go too far due to the current climate of public opinion. But, in essence, they were still black/social after all. It's possible to really piss people off and get into trouble. Ahem. Brother Zhou, don't get all snippy with a kid. People obviously already have appointments. Auntie Zhang saw that the situation was not right and came up to talk it out. Even if Yi Yang is rich now, but he is here with so many gangsters, the good man will not be defeated. It wouldn't be cost-effective to really get beat up by these punks and make up for it afterward. Get out. Brother Zhou didn't even look at the ticket that Auntie Zhang stuffed in, and directly gave Auntie Zhang a push to fall into a chair on the side. The dignity of Laozi's sister is worth these few broken dollars. Seeing Zhou Yan being so brutal, Yi Yang's eyes were also cold and stern. Aunt Zhang hadn't taken care of him when he was in college. I advise you to hurry up and apologize to Aunt Zhang. What? Apologize? Zhou Yan buttoned his ears, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. You're teaching Laozi to do things? The college students on the sidelines were a little scared as they watched the scene get heavier and heavier with fire. Lin got up and headed off into the distance, pulling out his cell phone in the process. Ready to take video. All ing put down your cell phones. Anyone who dares to take a picture will be beaten up together later. The two little ponies behind Zhou Yan were both waving the wooden sticks in their hands and screaming shrilly. Damn a ground-eating little brat. How dare you pretend to pose with me? Seeing that he had scared these college students next to him, Zhou Yan sneered and roguishly walked up to Yi Yang. It's only because I think highly of you that my sister looks at you. A poor student. The money I collect in one night is more than your parents planted half a lifetime of land. Asterisk. How dare you stomp your nose? Now immediately give my sister kneel down to kowtow and apologize. Then get your ass in the car and forget about this after tonight. Or else. He sneered and waved his hand. The few black-clothed men behind him also came up with arrogant expressions. In Zhou Yan's opinion, most of the people who eat this food stall are poor students in the university, so as long as they are scared, it's not a handful, and they are directly scared to their knees and beg for forgiveness. But he had obviously underestimated Yi Yang too much. Otherwise, what can you do? Beat someone in the street? Yi Yang smiled and was calm. The two beside themselves. Golf clubs are twisted into a twist. If it falls on the human head, I'm afraid that the ceiling can be lifted off. Fighting doesn't scare him. Then relations, lawsuits. In the Magic City, no one beat the Golden Sage law firm. More than money. Then I'm sorry, I don't have superpowers. Only money, so to speak. The end was settled long before it had even begun. Now he's just waiting for the other guy to make the first move and give him the benefit of the doubt. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. You really think that now that you guys have a few broken cell phones to shoot at, I wouldn't dare to screw you. Tell you what, beat you to the brink of death. And the people behind me give you a minor injury sentence. It's just a big deal to cover your medical bills when the time comes. You think I don't dare to you? Little pussy, you weren't even born yet when I was in society. Zhou Yan was furious at Yi Yang's indifferent attitude. When he thought about it, he would have slashed his way up, which is like this now that even a poor college student dares to look down on himself. Is the black/mob really falling out of favor? So it's just a medical bill? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth quirked. If I'd said that, it wouldn't have been over. Heh, looks like you don't see the coffin. Ha! Zhou Yan approached up and tried to slap Yi Yang's face. Yikes! Many of the timid girls closed their eyes, not wanting to see their male god get punched. Some of the boys were excitedly picking up their cell phones to record. Maybe they will be the next one to be on the hot search to increase their fans. Call 911. Aunt Zhang was also anxious, and even took out her cell phone and was ready to call the police. However, as Zhou Yan swung his hand in midair, it was gripped by a tremendous force. Fixing his eyes, it was actually the petite, beautiful woman he thought was an iceberg beauty on the side. Boss, what's the deal? Xiao Qingxian had been holding back waiting for Yi Yang's order. Otherwise, with her temperament, Zhou Yan would have been lying on the ground unable to get up by now. Just do what he said. A minor wound and a kick in the teeth to teach him a lesson. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. Of course he could do it himself. With his physical fitness nowadays, it would be a piece of cake to knock down 10 or 8 big men. But taking on a couple of punks in person is just too much of a drop in the bucket. Holler! A hint of excitement flashed in Xiao Qingshuan's eyes. With a twist of his wrist, he directly twisted Zhou Yan into a wrist fracture. Pop! With a kick, Zhou Yan was directly kicked out more than 3 meters away by this kick, lying on the ground, directly bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this little? This power? This instant? Auntie Zhang's hand stopped pressing the number. The college students in the audience were also blindsided, dryly holding up their cell phones and forgetting to tap the record button. Chapter 70, Direct Seconds. Bipolar reversal? This, savage girlfriend. That kick was really hard. It seems to have kicked in that area. So I guess this gang leader won't be able to get up for the rest of his life. Ha ha. Only after a few breaths did the crowd slowly accept the scene in front of them and murmured, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and shoot. The plot tonight is ing better than the movie. If it doesn't blow up, God forbid." I don't know who yelled, but the crowd was all hitting the record button, ready to film the whole thing. Zhou Yan covered himself under his belly, his body twitching in pain, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. What are you waiting for? Give me the old man to these little brats to death. The several black-clothed gangsters next to him were obviously also startled, and it was only when they were shaken back to their souls by Zhou Yan's roar that they took the wooden sticks in their hands and swung them towards Xiao Qingxian. There's no need to bother my sister. I've been looking at these trash for a long time. Let me let off some steam. Xiao Qingxian persuaded Xiao Xiaozhu. This sister of his either didn't make a move, or if he did then the consequences would not be as simple as a broken third leg. Die for me. 5 punks rushed up on the strength of their numbers. Meh. Xiao Qingxian shook her head. On international missions, facing hundreds of heavily armed mercenaries, she had to protect her employer to break out of the siege. These few minions were really not in her eyes. Unaware of the sky, her body is light. Directly is jumped up more than half a person high. A foot one is kicked in the head of the two waving the stick rushed to the punk's face. Put. Broken teeth and blood instantly exploded and flew out of the two punks' mouths. The body also flew out horizontally and fainted directly. The 3 in the back were stunned at the sight. This dazed effort. Xiao Qingxian landed on the ground and swept a sweeping leg in a smooth manner, sweeping down the 2 people close by. Rising up and stepping forward, he stomped on the 2 fallen men, and with each footfall, one of the punk's chest ribs was vigorously crushed. Gollum! That's a high-heeled shoe. It's going to puncture your chest and ribs. The people on the sidelines were shaking with fear. Auntie, I was wrong. The last punk directly threw the stick in his hand aside and turned around, ready to run. However, he was kicked in the back waist by Xiao Qingxian with a lift of her foot, and directly fell on his face. The jaw is broken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A stunning beauty. A few breaths to kill 5 stick-wielding dudes in seconds. The visual impact is simply stunning. If I hadn't seen the prequel, I would have thought they were making a kung fu movie. Gulp. I didn't realize that this beauty was as terrifying as it is. This flying 2-kick is simply awesome. Awesome. I have a feeling my vibrato is going to blow up. This video is definitely going to be a hit. College students' eyes shine, while the vendors next to them were waving their hands and shouting. This Zhou Yan was usually flighty and domineering, basically equal to robbing them of their money. Today is finally the day to get what you deserve. Xiao Qingxian casually walked up to Zhou Yan, who had endless fear in his eyes. Who the hell are you guys? I'm telling you, there are so many cameras around. If you beat me to death, you won't survive. My second aunt's husband is from the institution. Zhou Yan also blinded. He mixed 20 years, so fierce, really rare. Before those times encountered this kind of 1 to fight 10 tough, that are serious big bosses around the super bodyguard. Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and shoot. Shoot. He watched Xiao Qingxian approach step by step and roared angrily at the onlookers beside him. Ha, I thought we weren't allowed to shoot just now. Whoever shoots even fights with who? Where's that arrogance from earlier? The crowd of college students were originally not used to seeing Zhou Yan's ruffian behavior, and at this time, they all spoke out in mockery. You guys, Zhou Yan almost spat out another mouthful of old blood. How did I know just now that the other party was such a powerful and absolutely ruthless person? But what makes a college cub? Before he could think about it, Xiao Qingxian then chopped her foot on his face, and with a grind of her high heel, she directly chipped a few of his teeth. Hiss. Looking at the inexplicable shine of excitement that surged out of Xiao Qingxuan's eyes, Yi Yang's body turned cold. Please let my brother go. I won't dare hit on your husband again. We were wrong. The short winter melon little sister knelt directly in front of Xiao Qingxian, begging for mercy. Boss? Although Xiao Qingxian hadn't had enough fun yet, she still understood and looked towards Yi Yang. Cough cough. Almost. And then focus on the fear that Fang Han is not good for lawsuits. Yi Yang wiped his cold sweat. Although he had known that Xiao Qingxuan's kung fu was awesome, he did not expect it to be this powerful. 5 big men in seconds in the blink of an eye. And with bare hands too. Okay. Xiao Qingxian shrugged her shoulders and withdrew her high heel from Zhou Yan's face. Count yourself lucky. In the future, if you dare to not grow your eyes and mess with others at will, 1 foot will stomp on your head. Zhou Yan's mouth was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with the celebration of stealing his life, and in his heart, he silently swore that he would never dare to run out and disgrace himself again. The moment his teeth were stomped on just now, he could really feel that stunningly beautiful thighs really did have a huge force that could stomp on his head. It was a deathly scent. It's good to be alive. He gasped for air and coughed violently. Brother, are you okay? It's all my fault for not knowing better. Ooh-hoo. The little Taimei cried with pearly blossoms and assisted Zhou Yan back to the Toyota Bully Road. For medical bills, it depends on how good your lawyer is. Oh. Yi Yang coldly laughed and added. Also considered the original words to accompany him. Go. Now that he was almost done eating, Yi Yang casually pressed the car keys. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is like a sleeping beast that awakens with a bang. In the moment of seeing that beast in the darkness, Zhou Yan just wanted to blackmail some high medical bills, instantly shaken out of existence. Chapter 71 Special Reward. 200 billion Disney ownership. It's actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Yan stared with his eyes and mouth open. So young to be able to afford tens of millions of dollars of super luxury cars. That kind of status. I'm afraid that they are the kind of small citizens who rely on the convenience of their profession. Cannot touch the existence. This kind of existence, even if they really beat you up in the street. A lawsuit can drag you down. Never mind compensation. And blackmail people in return. Not to mention the fact that he was already doing something that wandered into the gray area of the law, and it was too late to avoid a lawsuit. Once public opinion picks up on what he did tonight, I'm afraid that's the end of the money. You could be charged with racketeering. He winced, only then reacting to how much trouble he'd gotten himself into. I was thinking of blackmailing people. Now I'm just praying that they never sue them. Otherwise, one is completely screwed. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you shaking all the time? This time, we must let our second aunt's husband take care of that kid, and we won't stop until he pays out $1 million. The short winter melon little Taiyukai said indignantly. Pop. Zhou Yan slapped the short winter melon in the face. Brother, you actually hit me. The little Taimui was arrogant and bossy, All because Zhou Yan had spoiled her, and she rarely even scolded her on weekdays, let alone beat her up. It made her freeze in place, completely confused. Woohoo! With his teeth shattered. Even if he wanted to stink up his sister, Zhou Yan couldn't speak, and could only uncontrollably let out a whimpering sound. Look as funny as you want, Auntie Zhang. This table and chairs are also smashed quite a bit. I'll compensate you at the price. Yi Yang looked at the mess around him and said with some embarrassment. No, no, no. It's good that you're fine. Just now you scared Auntie Zhang to death. Auntie Zhang patted her chest and was a bit scared even now. Ha ha, don't worry Auntie Zhang. If they still come to trouble you, just ask him to call me directly and tell them that Yi Yang will be there to the end. You have my phone number, right? Yi Yang could not help but transfer $3,000 to Aunt Zhang at that time to compensate for the consumption of smashed items here. Ding! Detected that the host has made a special purchase. Special Blitz reward, ownership of Magic City Disneyland. Yi Yang's hand that retrieved his cell phone shook slightly and unnoticeably. Special consumption. Should be that this consumption is not a normal consumption and is more peculiar, but this special Blitz reward can be a bit outrageous. Magic Disneyland ownership. You know, the Magic City Disneyland. Valued at close to $200 billion. It's not just a matter of making it your own. You know, you only spent 3,000. Blitz. Doubled 100 million times. Blood money. Yes. Yi Yang shouted in his heart that it was smooth. In a good mood, he said goodbye to Auntie Zhang, got into a Rolls-Royce, took the beautiful bodyguard sisters, and took off. The surrounding college students, however, were slow to disperse. For a long time to come, the snack street will be left with the legend of Yi Yang, passed on by word of mouth and will not dissipate. Quickly post the video from just now. Ha ha, let's make us hot too. Someone urged in quick succession. As a college student, what doesn't want to make some hot videos? You guys are moving too slow. I've already posted it all. I'm vibrato bombing. It's only been a minute, right? It's gotten thousands of plays. Holy, it's still going up. It's going up like crazy. The man exclaimed. After all, most people who painstakingly make a video without kryptonite to fill it with promotion would be lucky to get a few thousand plays in a few days. This just posted a few thousand plays, obviously to be the rhythm of the popular Come on, what are you waiting for? Punch it while it's hot. A bunch of those who had just recorded what happened were posting videos in quick succession with shocking body copy. Shocking. A beautiful woman in Mordor beat up 6 thugs with her bare hands. The scene is as powerful as a martial arts blockbuster. Absolutely real. In the night market of the western district of the Magic City University City, the little Taiwanese girl forcefully robbed the handsome man. But she didn't know that the handsome man was actually a super godly man. She was slapped in the face by the bodyguard of the superhero. I'm on my knees tonight. I actually bumped into something more bizarre than a novel plot in public. Realistic magicianism. The passionate collision of the god Ho and the mob/mob. All sorts of strange captions. With a swift and rapid momentum. Rush to seize the entire Shake Shack night traffic. Airplay and like sword. Instantly. Tonight, it went straight to the top of the Hot 100. Even super hot topics like a big star's new arrival to the Shake Shack bandwagon, and a fresh meat's insistence on filming a scene even after he cut the skin on his hand, are not going to be able to stop the momentum of this thing tonight. Strongly dominating the number 1 spot on the list, the heat held down a second number of times to a staggering 689.8 W. The comments section is also completely high. Asterisk. This is too damn cool, isn't it? Punishing the evil and doing good to the great and good. This is a movie, right? A woman jumping over a meter out of nowhere? It just looks fake as hell. Chinese Kung Fu is all about flowery fistwork. It's impossible to use it in a fight. Not to mention having a woman defeat 6 big men. It's fake. It's all fake. Even though this divine magnificent little brother only has a side face, I vaguely recognize that this is my long-lost father of the family. Chapter 72. What do you mean by international lawyers? This is, but, looking at the hot comments, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. What is it, boss? Xiao Xiaozhu's head came over, and after seeing Xiao Qingxuan's valiant figure reach number 1 on the hot list, she smiled narrowly and nudged Xiao Qingxuan's shoulder, who was driving in front of her. Hey, you're famous. Going to be a big star. Ha! After Xiao Qingxian parked her car, she also turned on Shakeology. The opening screen is a video of himself just now when the gods came down with a hammer 6. Che, what a fuss. She shrugged. If she posted a video of her fighting hundreds of mercenaries in an international battlefield, she wouldn't be canonized? In fact, there were quite a few such people she knew, and there were not many more powerful than herself. It's just that these kinds of people go out and perform tasks at a higher level, and they're rarely photographed by the public. Some say it's a new type of hype to make you the next big star. Xiao Xiaozhu squeezed and smiled. When you become a big star in the future, don't forget to honor your sister. Asterisk 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 off you. You little rich girl. Who needs to honor? Xiao Qingxian rolled her eyes. Every time you do a mission is Xiao Xiaozhu take the lead. On the assets. Although she also has $1 billion or so, right? But compared to Xiao Xiaozhu, it is still a lot worse. Che, cheapskate. Xiao Xiaozhu beamed. Yi Yang laughed as he watched the two women bicker there. Suddenly the call came in. Brother Yi, is that person in the video you? Although it's a bit blurry. It turned out to be Lin Shuer. She's the anchor of Shakeology, so naturally she's going to have nothing to do to brush up on the hot list. Ha, right. Yi Yang also graciously admitted. What the hell is going on? Are you okay? Lin Shuer was also quite worried about Yi Yang. After all, no amount of money can keep you from being pestered by scoundrels. And it's still a pain in the ass in case you're targeted by trash. It's okay, it's all worked out. Yi Yang laughed. If they are willing to file a lawsuit, I happen to have a law firm under me. Only then was Lin Shuer relieved and hung up the phone. Ding! This side just put down the phone. And Feng Han Weixin sent him a message over there. Originally, Yi Yang wanted to find the other party to talk, but he didn't expect the other party to find him first. Boss Yi, we already know about you. Feng Han incidentally passed over that Shake Shack video as well. Well, what do you think about this? And roughly how much do you need to pay out? Yi Yang said back. Compensation? Nah, leave it to us. We'll not only get them to counter-indemnify, we'll send them to jail for a few years. Feng Han was confident. That good? Yi Yang was a bit surprised. After all, tonight this was a matter of the other party striking first, but in the end, it was Xiao Qingxian who let the other party beat him up so much that he couldn't even see his human form. Of course, now there are both private and public settlements, and if you're of a mind to go private, we're sure to get no less than $10 million for the settlement, and they'll be begging to send it. Feng Han confidently said back. Are you sure it's $10 million? Yi Yang was a bit confused. Originally thought that he had to cover some medical expenses, so it seems that the other party has to compensate himself. Exactly, because what they're trying to protect is the entire Mordor network, the many characters involved in this gray industry. Feng Han returned. The 10 million I said was just the worst case scenario. Ideally, we can get around 100 million. Yi Yang couldn't help but applaud Feng Han. What does it mean to be an international lawyer? This is. Having an awesome law firm on hand is a godsend. Then this is in your hands. Yi Yang smiled. Is that a mail or? Feng Han was a bit puzzled. You think I'm short of money? Yi Yang asked rhetorically. Clearly understood. Feng Han secretly cursed himself for being such a cutie, actually failing to understand Boss Ye's intentions. By the way, the money spent on the lawsuit is coming out of my pocket, so give me a report. Yi Yang smiled. With a spend and get rich system, there is a place to spend money. Of course he cannot let go. Phew, comfortable. Reunion. Snack stand. It was a nice day. Yi Yang, comfortably paralyzed on the Becker sofa in the hall, casually glanced at the classmate group, but did not expect the group to be on fire again. This is Yi Yang, right? Although Yi Yang only has a side face, the two big beauties beside him, I would recognize them even if they were turned into ashes. Oh my god. He actually has two girlfriends and brings them both out. That's awesome. My boss Yi is awesome. Can't I? Zheng Xian disgruntledly disliked it. No, Zheng, this is pure envy on my part. By the way, how come all the speakers tonight are male students? Where are those girls who like the water group? Ouch. But don't tell me. I just got home tonight and I have diarrhea. Whoops. Still squatting in the bathroom and can't type. I suspect there's something wrong with the food at Hankook. Oh, it's your poor stomach that can't enjoy such fine dining, isn't it? None of us feel anything. We even feel refreshed. The male students were all in a row. Watch the class discussion. Yi Yang looked at Xiao Xiaozhu beside him with a black line on his face. Xiao Xiaozhu spat out her tongue mischievously and said arrogantly, "Who let them pry my temporary boyfriend in my face?" Hiss. Xiao Xiaozhu's drugged kung fu was really cowhide. Even Yi Yang didn't notice anything at all. Yi Yang laughed bitterly and had to give Xiao Xiaozhu a thumbs up. Well done. Chapter 73, Super Stretch Bentley. Land first class. You two have rooms that silence has already found for you. Yi Yang also smiled and looked at Yumumo. No, we're both going to be guarding the boss all night. Xiao Xiaozhu laughed proactively. Aha! Xiao Qingxian also nodded in a seemingly serious manner. Seriously, Yi Yang was a bit moved. After all, they were stunning sisters. It was exciting to think about it, right? Of course it's fake. Xiao Xiaozhu smiled heatedly, fearing that Yi Yang would scold her. She directly took Xiao Qingxian and scampered away. Yi Yang laughed and shook his head. After so many years of driving, he actually let the two little girls backstab him. How was the reunion today? Did you have a good time? Yumomo took the sisters and flowers to the bedroom prepared for them, and came back and pounced on them at once, softly lying beside Yi Yang and asked with a smile. Happy, all happy to be number one on the hot list. Yi Yang rolled his eyes and snorted to himself. Yumomo also crowed when she heard about the night market. Looks like I have to keep an eye on Master. It's too dangerous out there. It's all female perverts, craving for Master's body. Ha ha. Yi Yang shook his head, pinched Yumimo's cheeks, and asked with a bad smile. Still holding up? Yumimo blushed and nodded. Then I'm welcome. Yi Yang hemmed and hawed and began his nightly routine. Tonight's exercise is not too much. After all, tomorrow, he still has to go to see his sister. In case he makes Yumimo too tired to get up again tomorrow, it would be troublesome. On the second day, Yi Yang woke up at 8 o'clock. Phew, after washing up, he was ready to go to his sister's high school. Ahem, I can't believe you didn't call us when you went out. Just after opening the door, he saw Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian standing in front of the door, giving Yi Yang a shock. You two walk the aisles like cats, all without a sound. Yi Yang waved his hand. I'm planning to go out with my sister today. If the two of you want to go along as well, then take the Bentley. Bulletproof stretch Bentley, transformed into a divine luxury model. It is known as first class on land. The car is nearly 8 meters long, and it's furnished like a luxury parlor, with a matching refrigerator and wine cooler. Wine and food are available. You can also sing karaoke inside if you wish. It doesn't seem like a lot to hold 10 people at once. In the eyes of successful people, it is a sign of negotiation and status. But in Yi Yang's eyes, it can be considered a must-have boutique for home travel. Well, it's only $40 million, but it feels like it's worth more than a $100 million Koenigsegg. Yi Yang didn't like racing cars, so he didn't care at all about speed or horsepower. He preferred this land first class with its many features. Which one of you wants to drive? Yi Yang's car keys dangled in the air and looked at the bodyguard sisters. As for Yumomo, she was left behind by him to organize the information of Disney. The system just acquired Disney yesterday. Let her negotiate with the Jin Chang law firm today to hand over the details of the contract. I drove it when I got back yesterday, and today my sister drove it. Without saying anything, Xiao Qingxian directly sat on the back seat, opened a bottle of champagne, and savored it. Line it. Xiao Xiaozhu shrugged and said with a bad smile. Then I want the boss to sit in the passenger seat. What? Xiao Qingxian, who had just taken a sip of champagne, stared. Then why do I still need to sit in the back? Hey, I can't read your little mind? Xiao Xiaozhu smiled inwardly and looked at Yi Yang. Boss, you choose where to sit. Yi Yang's head is a bit big. Handsome is really too annoying. After a greedy body battle, Yi Yang still chose to sit at the back for the sake of comfort, because Yi Yang's family emphasizes education. So, although the family was not rich, they still managed to scrape together the money to send their little sister to a private school in Magic City. Yi Xiaozi has always been good at studying. Private schools with an international background are more likely to get full Ivy League scholarships. This will also give you a little better job prospects when you return to your home country later on. But that's all been considered before. Today's Yi Yang has a different mentality, because he has realized the ultimate goal of the average person learning. To get rich, a stretch Bentley drives down the road with a luxurious body that is more eye-catching than even a sports car. After all, most people can't really tell the difference between sports car brands, but this kind of super stretch limousine, at first glance, it's a thief's worth a lot of money. Holy, a stretch Bentley Mulsanne. This should be a modified version, specially upgraded. Otherwise it couldn't be this long. At least the landed price must be $30 to $40 million. Is this another one of those super bosses going out to negotiate a contract? Ugh, envy. The Bentley drove smoothly down the road. Magic City Poly Private High School. There are many famous families in Magic City concentrated here. It can be said that, except for the ordinary children who come to spell out their future by studying thieves, they are all kinds of second generation. What official second generation? Rich second generation. A brick smashed down. I do not know how many to be smashed to death. Home only a few 100 million kind. In this kind of school, all dare not big breath, for fear of an accidentally provoke the super big brother family of a second generation. Chapter 74, The Big Scene. Shangshur confesses? Sister Zoe, you'll see in a moment. My brother is old and handsome. Yi Xiaozi pulled a stunningly beautiful sailor uniform girl and walked while saying in a fastidious manner. I know. Didn't you show me a picture? It's really handsome. Li Wanru smiled. She was able to guess a few things about her own best friend's little heart, but she just hadn't made a move on anyone since she was a little girl, so she was a little shy about today's events. Hiss. Two big beauties appearing together. Bali High School's most beautiful scenery. Many of the students along the road who saw the scene had their eyes straightened. An aristocratic high school like Bali naturally has a school flower list. Among them, Li Wanru was the first, and Yi Xiaozi could only be ranked second because of her lesser noble status. But there were many people who secretly called her a commoner goddess. Li Wanru, on the other hand, has excellent looks, family history, and academic performance. It was rated number 1, and deservedly so. Alas, if I could pick up one of them, even if I were a ghost, I would still have a good time. Some of the boys swooned. Just you? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Don't you? A pair of shoes from Li Wanru is enough money for your family to earn for a year. The high-flying man at the side struck the man with glasses in front of him and straightened his collar. Only a high-flying man like me is barely worthy of these two goddesses. Ha! The man with glasses sneered. It's a joke, at least on the road to chasing a goddess. You and I are standing at the same starting point. Bah! Gao Fu Shui shrugged his shoulders, disdainful of the glasses man's words. I think you two can stop arguing. Even Wang Xiao has been chasing him for so long. You two are nothing in front of Wang Xiao? Someone in the back added. In this instant, the high-flying, eyeglassed man wilted. Gao Fu Shui's family is only a few $100 million. Compared with the Bali 4 young Wang Tai Hao, it is indeed the difference between a firefly and a white moon. Bali has a list of schoolgirls and naturally a list of boys. Wang Tai Hao is the number 1 of the 3 lists, namely the list of male gods, the list of young masters, and the list of scums, and is the most popular legend in Bali. With a ridiculously large family history, a good-looking guy, and a knack for playing with girls' emotions. Though many guys ostensibly rate Wang Taeho as the number 1 scumbag in Bali, but secretly they are all envious of the chicken explosion, wishing that they were Wang Taihao, spreading across the world, without any disadvantage. Back then, Wang Xiao made a bold statement that he would slaughter the entire school flower list. Now the top 10 school girls, 8 of them have been rated by others, leaving these 2 still holding out. But I reckon that it's only a matter of time. You dare to think of something other than his prey, young Wang? In the midst of the discussion, both Gao Fu Shui and the man with glasses sighed deeply. Yes, they can just mouth a little bit of self-high, really let them go after it, but also completely dare not. Hoo. The roar of a helicopter came. Several people were looking up into the sky in confusion. Asterisk. What the hell? Several helicopters. Yay for helicopters. The roar attracted a crowd of students. Sunday is the most casual day at Bali High School, and naturally the crowd of onlookers is extremely large. Hula. From the helicopter, countless rose petals were scattered. It was like a rain of flowers that encompassed the entire main street of Bali High School. Flower rain. My God, it's so beautiful and romantic. Is this some rich young man confessing again? Could it be to confess to me? Many girls are starting to fantasize. Stop daydreaming there. Can't you see who's right in the center of the rain of flowers? The male student next to him splashed cold water. Well, the moment they saw Li Wanru and Yi Xiaozi, these girls knew that it couldn't be a confession to themselves. These 2 are 2 of the brightest jewels of Bali High. Could it be that Wang Xiao is finally launching a general attack? These girls were starry-eyed. High school is in the flower season, a high age for girls to commit nymphomania. Even a freshman far away who had nothing to do with her could call her husband and cry with obsession. Not to mention the superstar rich kid who lives beside them, knowing full well what the other person is like. All of these girls also hated that they could also be among the school flower list and have a 2-day date with Wang Taihao. So sour. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be picked up by young Wang, and these 2 still don't agree. If I had already cleaned myself up and sent myself to the door. Some of the girls were indignant. It is what it is. Her best friend at her side, who naturally had similar values to her, nodded in agreement. Amidst a rain of roses, a handsome, beautiful Bugatti Veyron came whipping around. The car was also stepping out of a sunglassed teenager with flowers in his hands. The teenager was all luxury and wild. Thinking that he was very handsome, he tossed his hair and directly sent the flowers out with one hand. He looked at Yi Xiaozi. The corner of his mouth raised a hint of a domineering president-style evil smile. Xiaozi, can you be my girlfriend? Whoa. Aha. It's so romantic. If I were Yi Xiaozi, I'd be moved to tears right now. I'd say yes straight away. The girls in the audience were screaming. You think people's schoolgirls are as casual as you are? The male student scorned. At this moment in time when all eyes are on us, the descent of a super luxury car directly diverted everyone's attention. In the car, Yi Yang looked at the scene of helicopters scattering flowers in front with interest. The scene is quite big, and I don't know what kind of airplane is in the works. Chapter 75, The Exasperated Wang Taihao. Holy, what's the pattern here? A super upgraded version of the Bentley Mulsanne. At least $40 million. It's more than double the cost of a Bugatti Veyron. Could it be some big shot coming to our school? Or is it some other session arranged by young Wang? The students were a little surprised after seeing the Bentley limousine drive in. Wang Taihao frowned with some displeasure in his heart. After all, today was the big day of his confession. This super luxury car drove in to attract eyeballs. That was tantamount to sweeping him off his feet and destroying the atmosphere he had painstakingly created. I'll clean you up later. He was a little upset, but it was clear that confession was a higher priority. I don't want to. Yi Xiaozi frowned and clearly refused. I've said many times that I don't like you. It was tempting to tell the other guy to get lost though. However, Yi Xiaozi knew that she was just an ordinary family, and if she angered the other party, she would be in big trouble. So although she felt unhappy in her heart, she still had to soothe the emotions in her heart. To be honest, she felt that people like Wang Taihao were very disgusting. People have many feelings. There is no excuse for a godly man to have the resources and the ability to realize that multiplicity of feelings in his heart. But, Wang Taihao chases girls all to prove his own awesomeness, to belittle others for the awesomeness he once bragged about, simply to save face and be horny. There is no emotion in it. The first 8 schoolgirls are proof of that. As soon as you managed to sleep with Slash through it, you were kicked the next day. The other guy is just trying to fulfill his grandiose ambition of sleeping with Slash over the schoolgirl list. Originally being stirred up the atmosphere made Wang Taihao a bit upset. Seeing Yi Xiaozi still having the same argument as before, the smile on his face directly tapered off. I'm sincere to you, and I've even messed up today's scene for you. If you don't agree with me, you'll be giving me too much face. Do you want to embarrass me in front of the whole school? Yi Xiaozi frowned. What's it to me if you're embarrassed? You like me and I have to be your girlfriend? What do you take me for? Goods? Wang Taihao let out a cold laugh. In his heart, there was really nothing wrong with this statement. However, his face was still far-fetched and squeezed out a smile. I know that you are concerned about the fact that I have too many ex-girlfriends, and I've cleared my relationship with all of them. I love you with all my heart. Hell no. Yi Xiaozi didn't want to tangle with him anymore. Get out of the way. I'm going out with my brother today. Don't delay me. With that, he pulled Li Wanru and wanted to leave. I'll go. The only one who dares to hit young Wang's face like that is Yi Xiaozi in the whole school. Hey. Love it. Not bad for our plebeian goddess. Yi Xiaozi, being talked about in such a way. Wang Taihao's face directly grimaced as he reached out to stop Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru's path and threatened in a low voice. Don't you give your face away. Before, my energy was all on those 8 behind you. Now that you've been targeted by me, there's no way you can escape. So I advise you to be sensible. I've made enough money setting up the grounds today for your whole family to earn a lifetime. Just a few days of your time with me and you'll reap far more rewards than that. Li Wanru couldn't look at it any more completely. Wang Taihao, don't you go too far. Hey. For Li Wanru, even with Wang Taihao's background, he didn't dare to offend too deeply. This was also the reason why he had set Li Wanru to chase after her last. She's the toughest bone in the whole Poly High School. Wanru, this is a matter between Yi Xiaozi and I advise you to stay out of it. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness coloring his voice. Violet's business is my business. Li Wanru stood in front of Yi Xiaozi and looked at Wang Taihao without showing any weakness. Wow. This is the main event. A sister and a brother going toe-to-toe. This is a great scene. Gollum. Li Wanru's status among the girls was the same as Wang Taihao's status among the boys. All of them are at the top of the campus heap. The confrontation between the two was also a direct climax in situ for the onlookers. Li Wanru, advise you not to mess with me. Wang Taihao coldly said. Your family has some power, but compared to my back, it's just so. If I want her today, the King of Heaven won't be able to stop her. Just a girl from an ordinary family. How dare you pose in front of my old man? Then you try. Li Wanru was also clenching her silver teeth, but it was obvious that there was some lack of energy. She was only a weak woman after all, and if the other party wanted to come hard today, she wouldn't be able to protect Yi Xiaozi. Previously, Yi Xiaozi was safe because Wang Taihao's main focus was not on him. Li Wanru could help her block the harassment of ordinary rich kids. But today, the genus is in danger. The students also saw the situation and secretly sweated for Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru. Drop. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, and at any moment, he might get annoyed and make a direct move. A discordant horn sounded. The trumpet sound was thick and mellow, yet high-pitched. It instantly became the center of attention. Holy! Wang Taihao turned around, his face black with anger, and after seeing that it was the Bentley, he directly scolded. Intent to have a hard time with me. Click. The car door opens. The two beautiful sisters escorted Yi Yang on the left and right and walked out of the Bentley. The atmosphere becomes, for a moment, subtle. Chapter 76, Are you deaf? What the hell? Who is this guy? Looks so young. And these two girls next to him are superb. Isn't here to cross the line, is it? There was a great deal of discussion, and almost all the students were drawn to the sound of the hooter, whose provocative significance could not have been clearer. That atmosphere of saber rattling. It's arrogant to just honk your horn and destroy everything, not giving Wang Taihao any face at all. Hiss. Driving a land first class and accompanied by such a beautiful woman. I guess this faceless youth has a powerful background too. Yeah. What level of rich second generation does it have to be able to afford to drive this tens of millions of dollars super luxury car? And he even dared to tear down Wang Taihao's stage. The guts are really big. Hey, there's a good show. These students are close to management on weekdays and rarely look at their cell phones. So naturally they haven't seen last night's Shake Shack Hot 100 #1 video. Otherwise, they should be worried about whether Wang Taihao would get a beating. After all, Xiao Qingxuan's terrifying force value was not just words. Who are you? Wang Taihao frowned, looking very nonchalantly at Yi Yang, who stepped out of the car with a full aura and a superb temperament, subconsciously rising hostility. Interrupting my Wang Taihao 3 times. Is it too long to live? Yi Yang's gaze was also quite cold. He didn't even look at Wang Taihao in the eye, and directly walked towards Yi Xiaozi. Brother! Yi Xiaozi was directly shocked and blinded when she saw this domineering appearance of Yi Yang, and it was only at this moment that she was confirming that this young man who drove a super luxury car with 2 bodyguards, and whose aura of superiority permeated his body up and down, was her own biological brother. This cry of brother caused the entire room to fall silent. Then, an endless stream of discussion suddenly erupted. What? This youth is actually Yi Xiaozi's brother. Didn't they say commoner goddess? This ing brother who drives a Bentley is a commoner's family. Then what is my family? Beggar family. Maybe it's a superstar he knows out there? Only recognizing the brother? It's possible. The people eating next to him were all confused. It's really a bit too much of a contrast. Originally, everyone can think that Yi Xiaozi is an ordinary family. It turns out that this one super upgraded Bentley Mulsanne drove in. It made everyone's jaw drop. He your brother? Li Wanru blinked her eyes, obviously surprised as well. He had seen Yi Yang's photo before, sunny and handsome. But, compared to him today, he doesn't look like a person at all. That air of superiority, that transcendent refinement and powerful and incomparable self-confidence. Under the tense state of urgency and some fear, seeing such a youth gave Li Wanru a strange feeling in the bottom of her heart. When Yi Xiaozi saw Yi Yang, a wave of courage rose out of nowhere, and she directly pushed away Wang Taihao's arm and directly jumped into Yi Yang's arms. Her body was trembling a little. Just now she pretended to be strong and stubborn, but facing the intimidation of a super prince like Wang Taihao, how could one's heart not be fearful and terrified when there was no one to rely on? And the moment Yi Yang appeared, it directly disintegrated the toughness she had forced herself to put on. Felt his sister's slightly shivering body. At the bottom of Yi Yang's eyes, ice coldness crossed. Wealth had gotten to him, and there were very few people and things that could touch his emotions. But today, he was angry. Defending my sister's business. Thanks. Ignoring Wang Taihao, Yi Yang smiled lightly and nodded to Li Wanru, who walked over in style. I should. After all, Violet is my best friend. Li Wanru's eyes glistened as she sized up Yi Yang. The confidence in this youth's eyes is not at all a disguise. It's a manifestation of an absolute bottom. To be able to drive such a luxury car and bring such a stunning girl out, I think this brother of Xiaozi is far from being as simple as she said. However, even if he has a certain amount of power, but how can it be compared to Wang Taihao? Such as this, in all kinds of second-generation rampant Bali are ranked at the top of the list. The super prince. She smiled faintly, mentally intending to remind Yi Yang of Wang Taihao's identity, lest today's matter become too big. Before she could speak, however, infinite jealousy just rose in Wang Taihao's eyes. How could he throw himself at another man when the woman he had set his sights on had long been considered his personal property? Who the hell are you? He spoke in a chilly, angry tone. He knew Yi Xiaozi's family well, and he didn't think that Yi Yang was really her real brother. Are you deaf? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up a cold smile. Yi Yang, Yi Xiaozi's brother, have a problem? Hiss. This sentence instantly caused the onlookers present to suck in a breath of cool air. Don't even cover up anymore. Come up and dislike It's awesome. The people who usually look down on Wang Taihao were all crying out in their hearts. Dare to scold Wang Xiao for being deaf. This youth is also too brave. So manly. So secure, right? I wish I had a brother like that. Some of the girls were looking at Yi Yang with starry eyes. Messing with Wang Xiao. I don't think he can walk out of Bali High today. The same people directly finalized the end of Yi Yang. First shift. 3 more to go. Chapter 77, Show me the cards. I'm your uncle. Are you a drag? Wang Taihao sneered. And then he also remembered what Yi Xiaozi had just said, that he was going to go out with his brother for a day today. A few moments of surprise rose in his heart. The other party's family conditions he understood were definitely just ordinary. How is it possible to have a brother who drives a Bentley Mulsanne? Although he was a little stunned in his heart, he still smiled slightly. So it's a great uncle. Ha, since it's a family, I don't care about that bit of unhappiness before. Who's your great uncle? Yi Yang sneered. You're the kid who just bullied my sister. Hiss. How big is this person's origin? Actually dare not give Wang Xiao face at all. In the eyes of the onlookers, Wang Taihao had taken the initiative not to pursue the matter just now, giving Yi Yang a step down. But as a result, Yi Yang actually didn't give the other party any face at all. A direct dislike. I think it's 80% that he doesn't know the identity of young Wang, right? Hiss. It's really possible. If he knew the identity of Wang Xiao, how would a normal person dare to be so arrogant? No matter what second generation, he would have to be incredibly polite. Che, maybe he has a bigger background than Wang Taihao? There are people outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. Don't talk too much. The classmate who couldn't look at Wang Taihao sneered. So we'll just wait and see? See who punches who in the face and be done with it. Various second generation people are also quite serious about face, and at this time, they are also arguing. Wang Taihao's eyes narrowed. This is a tough encounter today. If it is unusual to give the other party a step by himself, then he would not be able to smile and brag about himself. As a result, this kid in front of me obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. Seeing that there is something wrong with the atmosphere over here, a few of Wang Taihao's personal bodyguards also came over aggressively. In their opinion, he was the only man on Yi Yang's side. Even if they did fight, it would be at their expense. You probably don't know who I am. Wang Taihao puffed out his chest with great confidence. I hope you still dare to speak to me so stiffly after knowing my identity. Ha, line ah. I would like to see. Which family brat have the guts to mess with my sister? Yi Yang sneered. It was naturally best if the other party wanted to declare themselves. It's just as well to shock even the people behind it and save all the trouble in the future. Do you know who my grandpa is? The corner of Wang Taihao's mouth lifted up an incomparably confident smile as he asked out of the corner of his eye. I'm your uncle. Yi Yang smoothly picked up. But the originally tense atmosphere of swords and crossbows had caused the onlookers to have sweaty palms. But at this time, they all couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little brother can dislike too. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I'm cool with it. I've wanted to screw Wang Taihao like this for a long time, but my identity doesn't allow me to do so. Anyway, this dude, I'm convinced. From now on, he's my big brother. So cool. The students next to him watched the tit-for-tat exchange with secret amusement. He's just playing with his mouth. If he angers Xiao Wang in a while, I'm afraid he'll have to leave Bali High School sideways today. There were also quite a few little fangirls who worshipped Wang Taihao who angrily complimented him. The students all stopped talking. After all, Wang Taihao's accumulated authority was too heavy on weekdays. Wang Taihao was so infuriated that his face turned a little green. Oh, my grandpa is the richest man in China nowadays. A household name. Wang Xilin. You dare to disrespect his old man in front of me. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yang froze for a split second, and then he burst out laughing. He thought the other party had some background, but it turned out to be just a nephew of the richest man in China. What's more, the Yida group under the name of this so-called richest man in China was now all his own. Whether it's the name agreement of the richest man or the wealth of the other, give and take, it's all up to you. Pretending with such a thing to yourself and trying to subdue yourself. It's absurdly funny to think about. Wang Taihao was confused. What the hell? Hearing the name of his grandpa, the richest man in China, this kid couldn't help but turn pale with fear and immediately kneel down to offer his sister with both hands. It's a straight-up scare. This laughter also caused the surrounding students, including Li Wanru, to be confused. Is that so arrogant? Wang Sirin's great name was offered up, but it turned out not to be taken seriously at all. If he's really capable of this, what a horrible background and strength he must have. I think it's just incapable of hard pretending. It's going to show in a while. Cut. I don't think so. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon in China. The richest man in the open is just the richest man in the world, but there may not be no one who dares to mess with him. The students had different opinions, but they were all obviously shocked by Yi Yang's maniacal laughter. Brother, what he said is true. Yi Xiaozi pursed her lower lip. Her eyes were a little red. In her opinion, even if her oldest brother seemed to have suddenly made a fortune recently, it was impossible for him to have any say in front of a figure of Wang Xilin's caliber. Ordinary people are just so powerless in the face of power. Yi Yang smiled and rubbed her little head. A small Wang Xilin's nephew can dominate the ragged high school. It seems, Bali is also this way. Well, brother, Yi Xiaozi looked at Yi Yang's confident smile and a glimmer of hope actually rose within her heart. Don't worry. After today, I guarantee that no one in this world will dare to mess with you again. Yi Yang's gaze is biting cold, looking at Wang Taihao's eyes, containing infinite coldness. Since you're so conceited, then, let's take you first to set an example. Second shift. 2 more to go. Chapter 78, I made him the richest man in the world. He's the one who. You mean, you're not going to fulfill my request? Wang Taihao couldn't help but laugh out loud as well when he heard Yi Yang's words that seemed to him to know no bounds. Who do you think you are? And you dare not mess with anyone. Today you can't even stop me, my old man. So you'll try it? Yi Yang sneered. As for that grandpa you look up to, I let him be the richest man he is. If I make him lose all his money, all it takes is a single word. What? The students around them were blowing up. He's not talking about any of his elders. He's talking about himself. With a single word, he can make Wang Silin come down from his position as the richest man in the world, and even lose his family's fortune. This is so fake. Some of those who had originally disliked Wang Taihao were all a bit shaken under these grandiose words of Yi Yang. After all, Yi Yang's words were just too ridiculously outrageous and beyond the limits of everyone's imagination. Impossible. It's simply impossible. Ha! I told you this was blowing kids' cowhide. That car and pretty girl are probably rented and used to fill up the face. As long as you're in the business world, who dares to talk to Wang Silin's nephew like that? Next to him, Wang Taihao's little brothers and fangirls all seized the opportunity to ruthlessly mock a wave. Ha ha ha, I had thought you were some kind of a big shot. And with that statement, I can decide that you're just out of your mind. Wang Taihao breathed a sigh of relief and became arrogant, and one sentence made my grandpa lose all his money. I'll let you say 100 million sentences now. Speak until you die. Let's see if you can make my grandpa go bankrupt. Is it hard to believe that you know some demonic magic? Ha ha ha, amused me. Heh, I've checked your family. It's just an ordinary working family. What's the point of pretending in front of my old man? For a bottom feeder like you to have the honor of being looked at by Lao Zi, that's a blessing you've cultivated in 8 lifetimes. Give back the face. I'm telling you, even if I let you wash your sister and hand deliver her up today, you'd still have to be grateful. Snap. Wang Taihao's arrogant words hadn't even finished. A slap sound that could be said to resonate around the area caused the entire world to fall into dead silence. Every single person, including Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru, was completely confused. They were in total disbelief. The hearts of the students next to me were jumping into their throats at this point. What did they see? Yi Yang actually directly transformed into a residual shadow, went up and slapped Wang Taihao, sending him flying out upside down in a spin. Grass. It took a long time before someone slowly let out this heartfelt sentiment. Is this still human? When this slap goes down, the person flies out 5 or 6 meters and his head is slapped, right? My god. There is actually someone in this world who really dares to make a move against Wang Taihao. Too fierce. Awesome. There really isn't much to say. It's so awesome. I'm kneeling for Brother Yi today. Plenary orgasm. This slap could be said to have made all the girls who had been bullied by Wang Taihao and the male students who were not used to seeing him come out with all the anger in their chests. He's dead. How dare he beat up Wang Taihao like that? Doomed to a lifetime of jail time in the future. That's the person who dares to slap young Wang in this world hasn't been born yet. Wang Taihao's brainwashed fans were all filled with righteous indignation at the moment. Oh, if people dare to fight, it proves that they have that strength. Brainwashed fans don't beep here. The man on the sidelines was galvanized by the slap and ranted against the brainwashed fans. You dare to hit the young master. It was only then that the few bodyguards on the side reacted. After all, Yi Yang's movements just now were simply fast beyond the limits of human beings, and his power was also so great that it was beyond their imagination. The consequences of the instant strike gave them all a dumbfounded look. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian glanced at each other, both of them without any more nonsense, directly striking out. Xiao Xiaozhu appeared to be soft and weak, but she was covered in concealed weapons and poisons, and in 3 strokes, as long as they were touched by her body, all of them instantly went limp on the road. Xiao Qingxian, on the other hand, seemed much more violent. 1 foot at a time, 3 or 4 bodyguards, directly kneeled and wailed, for a time afraid that they would not be able to get up. This, are all fierce. Is this a martial arts expert? It's really awesome. The students around them looked stunned. 7 or 8 bodyguards, all put down by 2 sisters in one go. At this time, Yi Yang also slowly walked to Wang Taihao's side. One hand was squeezing the other's neck and lifting it up. Wang Taihao's face was smashed by his own slap, and he probably didn't have a few teeth left in his mouth. Little brat, remember, there's a sky beyond the sky, and there's a man beyond the man. In this world, I, Yi Yang, am the one you can't afford to mess with. Yi Yang sneered. He had never advocated that a gentleman should not report overnight grudges. It's all touching this bottom line of your own family. If you don't take revenge on the spot, it's really a waste of time. At this time, Wang Taihao had long been almost slapped to death by this slap, and had long been between the boundary of wakefulness and unconsciousness. At this time, when he saw Yi Yang, the whole person was only conscious fear, trembling all over, and his mouth issued a slurred plea for mercy. The third shift. There is one more, brothers and sisters who like this book. Don't forget to reward in 5-star praise. Oh, Chapter 79, A Luxury Car. 4 Beauties. This scene left everyone in deep shock. In everyone's mind, Wang Taihao is the highest mountain in Poly High School. Even the headmaster and principal dare not regulate each other. He is unbeatable in picking up girls and is the first of the 4 young men among the boys. But at this moment, he is like a dead dog being carried in mid-air, whimpering and begging for mercy. After today, I am afraid that there is no more arrogant and domineering face. Gulp. There's actually someone who doesn't put Wang Silin in his eyes and directly makes a move. I just don't know. What is the background of this person? Really fierce. Yi Yang took a deep breath, directly threw the other party onto the ground fiercely. After sobering up, let your grandpa come to the school to apologize to my sister. Otherwise, he, the richest man, doesn't have to be the richest man. Let Wang Silin come over a trip. Can be confirmed that what he said is true? In the future this high school will never dare to mess with his sister's people. But by now, Wang Taihao had already been knocked out by the fall. After Yi Yang thought about it, he also looked at the black-clothed bodyguard lying on the ground aside. When he wakes up, tell him that if he dares to have any bad thoughts about my sister again, I'll make him cease to exist in this world. The bodyguard shuddered. The deep chill hidden underneath Yi Yang's words sent chills down the spine of even a professional bodyguard like him. Ordinary people are not involved in huge interests, and the living environment naturally seems to be stable and peaceful. But as long as there are people, there will be power struggles and competing interests. The closer we get to the core, the more chaotic and terrifying it becomes. There were thousands of ways to do something like making someone completely disappear. And being in the middle of this class, the bodyguard naturally knew exactly what Yi Yang meant. He nodded his head back and forth to show that he remembered. Aha! Only then did Yi Yang turn around. The fury on his face instantly dissipated. He laughed and patted Yi Xiaozi's little head. Scared you, didn't it? Yi Xiaozi shook her head repeatedly. But she was still a little worried. Is brother really okay? You don't trust your brother? Me? Yi Yang laughed. I'm a model good brother who never lies to my sister. Che hell no. It was only then that Yi Xiaozi snorted out a laugh. Yi Yang's furious appearance just now made him a bit strange. But now this warm and witty youth instantly made her feel familiar. This is still his good old brother. Well, there's no need to get hung up on such trivial matters. I'll take you for a fun day today. Yi Yang smiled. Li Wanru on the side looked at Yi Yang. Her heart was also fluctuating. With her eye for people, she naturally heard that just now Yi Yang did not have a trace of exaggerated emotions. Every word, spoken with a strong inner confidence and reliance. Put it this way, did he really have the strength to not be afraid of Wang Silin, who was once the richest man in China? I came out with Sister Zoe this time. Yi Xiaozi smiled and looked at Li Wanru. Just experienced just now. Also do not know she still have the heart to go out to play. Will not just brother too fierce to give him a bad impression. If that happens, things will fall apart before she's even a matchmaker. I haven't formally introduced myself just now. Li Wanru. Li Wanru graciously extended her hand. Yi Yang. He smiled back politely and shook. Just because he's amorous doesn't mean he's a bottomless sex fiend. But the momentary handshake still struck a chord in his heart. These are the hands of an aristocratic girl. It's true that it's not like the regular ones. The silky smoothness and the wonderful feeling of it is simply unforgettable. Together? Yi Yang smiled and invited. Yeah. Li Wanru pulled back her green silk and agreed. Yi Xiaozi, the self-appointed little matchmaker, had been nervous for half a day on the side, and only after seeing Li Wanru's agreement did she inwardly breathe a sigh of relief, and turned a little smug. Sister Zoe actually agreed. Hey, it seems that the first impression of my brother is not bad. Get in the car first. Yi Yang inwardly celebrated. Fortunately, he drove the land first class out, and there was enough space inside for so many people to sit. If you come out in a Rolls Royce, had to call the maid again to get a car. Envy. 2 big school girls, and 2 extremely beautiful girls. How can this be? Oh, it's so cruel. I'm still a single dog and people are being embraced left and right by 4 super beautiful women. Ha, you can do the same when you have the strength to fatally beat up the richest man's nephew straight up without a care in the world, believe it or not? Ahem. Better not. I guess I can't get to that point in my life. I've decided that he's my new man crush. Witnessing the lengthened Bentley Mulsanne slowly driving out of the campus, many students were either envious, jealous, or adoring. and all looked on fondly. Don't just stand there. Get to the infirmary. Yeah. Only a few doglegs who were more loyal to Wang Taihao went to the infirmary, looking for people to rush in to save the big brother who had long been unconscious. Today is really wonderful. This is something I want to post to my friends. Those friends of mine will probably say I'm bragging. Ha ha. Looking at the miserable Wang Taihao, who was carried away on a stretcher, these students couldn't help but feel. Chapter 80, he's the perfect man I've been waiting for. Stretched Bentley Mulsan Center. Yi Yang also opened 2 bottles of luxury fruit drinks for his little sister and Li Wanru. After all, they're still all in high school and it's not good to drink. Yummy. It was only after chatting with each other for a while that a few people were able to soothe themselves from the tense atmosphere they had just experienced. By the way, brother, you were joking when you said that this thing about letting Wang Xilin come to apologize to me, right? Yi Xiaozi took a sip of orange juice. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Drinking this cool drink in the middle of summer clearly made her feel immensely satisfied. Just wait. Yi Yang didn't explain either. After all, let the richest man come to apologize for this matter. No matter how you look at it, it seems ridiculous. No matter how you say it yourself, it's difficult to make others believe it. It's better to use the facts to speak when the time comes. Aha. Yi Xiaozi nodded her head repeatedly. Boss, you really do have some skills after all. Xiao Qingxian looked at Yi Yang urgently, a little surprised in her heart. Judging from the previous details, Yi Yang should have practiced and had some kung fu in his body. This incident today had completely exposed Yi Yang. That moment of striking out, even the two of them didn't have time to react. The power of a palm that directly slapped someone out more than 5 meters was something that they, too, might not be able to hit. That's more than just knowing martial arts. And the kung fu has reached an extremely high level. Ha ha, know a little bit about it. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Originally he did not intend to hide it from others. He did not say it before purely because there was not much chance to explain it. Brother, you've changed too much. I can't believe you even know kung fu now. That slap you gave just now was simply awesome. Yi Xiaozi heatedly smiled. Maybe after today, you're going to become a legend of Baoli High School. Yi Yang wasn't interested in whatever legendary title these little kids gave them. He just needs no one to bully his sister in the future. That's enough. By the way, don't you usually come out with that housekeeper? How come she didn't come out with you today? Xiao Qingxian asked with some doubt. I've arranged for her to take Fang Han and the others to go butt heads with Disney's legal department. Yi Yang looked at Xiao Qingxian's somewhat surprised eyes and explained with a smile. I just acquired that Disney in Magic City in the past 2 days. Oh, Xiao Qingxian nodded without caring. Even Storm Company could be acquired. Yi Yang's identity and background didn't need to think about it to know that it was ridiculously large. It's just a matter of acquiring a paradise. Naturally. What? Brother, you bought out Disney. Yi Xiaozi is directly confused. Disneyland, are fast becoming a landmark of the Magic City. Mentioned the park, the international scope. Do the most successful is Disney. Disney now has 5 major theme parks around the world. There are a total of 2 in China, except for the one in Shangwan, which is the one in Mordor. The Magic City, a Disney theme park, is even valued at close to $200 billion. Wasn't it said some years ago that paradise was worth over $100 billion? That's a lot of zeros. How much would that be? Yi Xiaozi was not a stupid person. She felt more and more that her brother's identity nowadays seemed to be a bit too big. In that case, it may not even be a tease to have Wang Sirin personally come to Bali to apologize to himself. Mr. Yi is indeed a rare talent of the world. On the side, Li Wanru listened with radiant interest. Acquisition of Disney, said lightly, more than $100 billion of big projects. Directly let the secretary and lawyer team to hand over. Do not even need to go over themselves. What kind of confidence and vigor is this? And the Golden City Law Firm. She'd heard of it. That's one of the few most famous law firms in China. At least in Mordor. The other side called Pizza Hut and has never lost a lawsuit until now. Even internationally, there are a few prestigious names. Such law firms, all serving this Mr. Yi. Then the energy and network of relations behind him. A little thought. Can feel out? Simply big horror. Plus Yi Yang himself was so handsome, knew martial arts and was so protective of his loved ones. Another brother of his best girlfriend. The cordiality and impression of this can skyrocket. Unlike Wang Taihao's kind of relying on his grandpa to pretend. The Jincheng law firm and Disneyland are obviously Yi Yang's own. A truly rich generation. A true young talent like this is what I've been chasing. Li Wanru had to admit that she had never moved on boys, but on this day, she was struck by a few. After all, everything about Yi Yang seemed too perfect. Sloppy. Being praised by a beautiful woman was of course a good thing. Yi Yang smiled with some small smugness. Ha, what does Sister Zoe call Mr. Yi? This is my brother. It's too raw. Yi Xiaozi. Once she saw that there was a show, she flung herself in succession. What's that called? Li Wanru smiled and asked back. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yi. Yi Yang said seriously. He was at least 3 or 4 years older than the other party, so it was normal to call him brother. Li Wanru froze for a moment, then pulled the green silk in front of her forehead and smiled a smile. Yes, Brother Yi. First shift. 3 more to go. Chapter 81 Top Ticket. Reward, Gaming Mastery. Wow. Yi Xiaozi looked at Li Wanru in surprise. It was the first time she had seen her best friend would be so relaxed and cozy in front of the boys and blossomed into such a heartfelt smile. Hey, there's definitely something going on. Inwardly longing for a while for the love of 2 handsome men and women, her best friend and brother. Yi Xiaozi giggled. What are you giggling about? Yi Yang flicked Yi Xiaozi's head. Oops, brother, I'm fantasizing about marriage. Yi Xiaozi was shattered out of her fantasy and grumbled with a beak. What marriage hall? Yi Yang and Li Wanru were both looking at her in uncertainty. Ahem, I just made that up off the top of my head. Hey, Yi Xiaozi's eyes turned, and she said evenly, Brother, didn't you say you wanted to give me a surprise last time? What is the surprise? Oh, that one. Yi Yang smiled and said in a mysterious manner. First, I will take you to Disney to play around for a while, and then I will reveal the mystery on the way back from sending you back. Che, Yi Xiaozi beamed. Selling secrets again. Stinky old brother. Say, that surprise of yours, what was it again? Yi Yang asked rhetorically. Humph, I brought such a big beauty to accompany us out to play. Hey, isn't it a surprise? Yi Xiaozi hugged Li Wanru's arm and giggled playfully. Feelings I call you girl sold. Li Wanru smiled and nodded Yi Xiaozi's nose. Ha ha. Yi Yang also shook his head. His own sister is really consistent people, small children. Quirky. Originally he was thinking of taking his sister somewhere. Now it just so happens to have acquired Disney. So why not go there and have some fun? Let's go. Disneyland. Yi Xiaozi cheered. Xiao Qingxian on the side was also looking forward to it with immense anticipation. She and Xiao Xiaozhu had never wandered on the edge of death and danger. It's considered a luxury break to go for a fine cuisine during the free period of a weekday mission. Not to mention where Disneyland is built specifically for fun. The stretch Bentley Mulsanne is a sight to behold and marvel at wherever it is driven. This is much more recognizable than an unusual luxury car. Hoo. The Bentley sped off to Disneyland to the envious and awestruck eyes of the crowd. After parking in the exclusive parking lot next to Disney, Yi Yang then took the 4 girls out of the car and walked towards the Disney ticket office. Now that the handover procedures are not known to be completed, Yi Yang does not need to show his status as a boss just because of a few $1,000s of ticket money. After all, suddenly tell the conductor, I'm your new boss. You'll be treated like a psychopath. He would have made more than a few $1,000s a long time ago with that ink. It wasn't particularly crowded today. After a few minutes in line, it was their turn. Sir, here are our rates. Which service would you like to order? The ticket lady smiled politely in her Disney princess outfit. Yi Yang swept a glance and directly chose the most expensive 2666 package. Let's go with this one. 5. Yes sir. That's $13. 330. It's been scanned and paid for. Here are the tickets. The ticket-selling lady looked at Yi Yang with her eyes full. Such a handsome little brother. Followed by 4 beautiful women with excellent temperament. A shot at $10. 000 to buy the most expensive tickets is obviously not an ordinary person. If there weren't still tourists lining up behind her, she would have wanted Yi Yang's WeChat. Aha! Yi Yang casually took the ticket and felt some emotions in his heart. That's over $10. 000, which is a month's income for many families of 3. It is worthy of the international class park that Magic City is famous for. The tolls are pretty damn expensive. Ding! Detected the host spending $13. 330 on entertainment spending. Rewarding gaming proficiency. Ha! Yi Yang's heart was happy. He had just complained that this 10,000 or so was expensive to spend. And all of a sudden a nice reward came. Gaming mastery note, you will possess the ultimate level of human gaming talent and gaming caliber. Unrivaled in all kinds of video games. Money is not a huge amount for him to move anymore. These special rewards are what caught his eye. Gaming proficient? Doesn't that mean that whatever game I play in the future will be at the top human level? Whether it's operation or awareness. It's a superb level. It's just right. I'll be able to bring my girl to eat chicken someday, he. Thinking about that scene, Yi Yang also gave a hefty laugh. What are you laughing at, brother? It's the first time I've seen someone so happy spending money. Yi Xiaozi is very incomprehensible. Shopping hands should not be very painful. Why is his own brother so happy to spend money? Is this the strange logic of the rich? It's nothing. Let's go. Yi Yang waved his hand and directly said, okay. She was clearly more interested in the rides at Disneyland than her oldest brother's odd logic. A 2666 ticket for 12 rides and 6 shows, enough to keep you entertained today. Yi Yang laughed. Aha! Except for Li Wanru. Several girls were visiting Disneyland for the first time, and they were all quite looking forward to it at this time. Finish buying your tickets. It's time to start checking, and after a security check, you can go in and play. This check is too slow. Yi Xiaozi looked at the crowd in front of her as she slowly advanced. What the heck? In addition to the security monitoring machine, there's actually a body search to be done. Second shift. 2 more to go. Chapter 82. Explosively dropping the molester. A cat or a dog? Really? It's not like it's a secret base. Going in actually requires a body search. Yi Xiaozi muttered. But come to all come. Money are spent. She cannot turn her head away. Can only endure the heart of a small upset waiting for the security check. Yi Yang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Now that he owns Disney in Magic City, he has read the news on the internet about this body search rule, and had thought it was a trivial rumor, but he didn't expect it to be true. Gonna have to cancel this thing in a couple days. Yi Yang shook his head. Going through security is proof enough of everything. Having to conduct a frisk that is offensive to the mind is a bit much. Dropping. All 5 went through the security gate casually. Seeing Yi Yang and his party coming over, the frisking staff's eyes lit up, and one of the male employees, who was clearly dressed in a more upscale manner, said something in an attached ear to the woman next to him, who had to nod her head in silence, apparently taking the male employee's words for granted. Snap. Yi Yang frowned. Looking at the lewd face of the male employee, he felt some subconscious revulsion. Well, get over it, get over it. The male employee had a hawkish nose, small eyes, and appeared to be very lewd. At this time, he just slightly patted Yi Yang's body and let him pass, obviously a little impatient for what was coming next. Yi Xiaozi saw that the male employee actually did not retreat to the side and wanted to proceed to search himself, and subconsciously just stepped back. Frowning, he asked, "What do you want?" "What for?" The male employee gave a hefty laugh. "Do you understand the formal process? If you want to go in, you'll be good enough to be searched by me. There's clearly a female employee next to you." "What do you mean?" Yi Xiaozi was obviously a bit upset. "Why is your sister so unreasonable? Hurry up and get over here. There are people waiting for you back there." The male employee frowned, and instead chided forcefully. If it was an unusual little girl who was heartbroken about the $1,000 or $2,000 ticket, she might just have to suffer a little. I don't know how many beautiful women's beans eaten with that trick. Today was clearly imperative as well. The female employees on the sidelines were also oblivious to the fact that they were obviously used to this and didn't want to care. It's just a bunch of students who came to Disney on a Sunday for vacation. They didn't dare to offend this male employee with some background because of it. The male employee lewdly came up and held out his sinful hands. "Do you not want to go in there? Hurry up and give me." Before he could finish his sentence, the male employee felt a huge force coming from the back of his neck. The next thing that happened was that the sky turned over and the body went into a state of weightlessness. Boom! Ahem! He stared in disbelief as his entire body was thrown against the wall 3 meters away by that tremendous force, hitting it hard before he fell heavily to the ground. The whole person fell to the ground and almost spat out blood. The female employees on the side were obviously startled as well, and a hint of horror passed through their eyes as they looked at the youth who was clapping his hands indifferently. Why does this man just say he's going to do it? And the strength is terrifying. My sister, is she also qualified to be touched by a dog like you? Yi Yang indifferently clapped his hands and looked coldly at the male employee who was obviously badly hurt by the fall. How dare you hit someone? Believe it or not, I'll call the security guards? The male employee hissed and rolled to his feet, coloring. Feel free. Yi Yang sneered. I'd like to see. Is this how the old boss of Disneyland restrained his men? What a lack of tutelage. You. The male employee felt like he had broken a few bones and his eyes were fierce, but what he had done was a violation after all, and he didn't dare to actually call the security in. His sharp eye swept the backpacks on Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhi's backs, and with a twinkle in his eye, bad water rose in his heart. A few other female employees encountered a tough opponent. Know that the bad thing. This is a succession about to say good words to Remedy. Sir, we've come to check on your sister. Right. Yi Yang laughed. What? They were all lying next to each other just now, and now they're swindling? The several female employees all lowered their heads in shame, not daring to dislike them back. They don't have a background like the male employee. Things got so bad here, they had to be fired straight away. In order to keep his job, he didn't dare to talk back to Yi Yang at this moment. No problem. After the inspection, several female employees were apologizing to Yi Yang. Enough. At this point, the male employee finally straightened out his anger and stood up with a grimace. There's no problem with the body, but you guys should know that Disney doesn't allow you to bring your own food in. This isn't some lowly amusement park where cats and dogs can get in. Third shift. One more to go. Hey, I saw everyone's rewards. There are actually close to 100 gifts. I'm very touched there were too many small gifts before. And space is limited. So I can only say thank you all together here. Today, I'd like to thank you for the big gifts I received before. From now on, 9 Sons will thank everyone for their gifts at the end of the chapter. Chapter 83 Claim 250W. You call this kindness? Oh, Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. A cat or a dog? Exactly. Didn't you guys prepare your own food and water because you couldn't afford it because you thought the food and drinks sold inside Disney were too expensive? Oh, the male employee sneered. A poor man like you deserves to come to this noble Disneyland. It's simply disgraceful. Ha ha ha. Either you leave everything you're carrying outside, or you still can't go in. Hey, you guys are too bossy. The tourists in the back who were originally prepared to watch the show in the back complained when they heard it at that moment. They were supposed to be here to have fun too. Yi Yang's previous violent beating of the lewd man was much more exciting than playing the game. They were also happy as could be to watch, and naturally they were in no hurry to go in. Many of the tourists here had brought their own food and water, and at this moment, when they heard this man's clamor, they were all unhappy. After all, one's own interests are involved. The internet says you can bring your own. What the hell? You guys are paying over $60 for a small burger here. What's the difference between that and a money grab when we're not even allowed to bring our own food? Tickets are expensive enough as it is. It is what it is. These tourists are a cluster asterisk. If you can't afford to come, don't come. You poor bastards. Is this the place for you to come? The lewd man who had just been violently beaten up and lost all his face sneered. And at this moment, he found his confidence and was arrogant. Do you think that we bring food in because we can't afford to eat what's in there? Yi Yang felt a hint of amusement. What? Isn't it true? Do I have to shake the contents of your bag out and make a public spectacle of you before you'll stop your sophistry? The male employee sneered. Fine. You can check what I have in this bag, but one thing counts as another. And if there's even a hint of damage, you'll have to pay me in full later. Yi Yang smiled lightly and casually dug a hole for the male employee. Ha! Laugh me to death. A few loaves of bread and a few bottles of water are worth a few dollars. Do you think I'm a poor bastard like you? I'll pay for it. The male employee, tension, sneered. A hand. Give me the bag. You. Xiao Qingxian had a hint of fury in her eyes. Wouldn't it be better to give it to him and have him pay for it later? Yi Yang smiled. Fair enough. When Xiao Qingxian thought of this, a smile rose in her eyes. And instead, she looked at Tension with some sympathy. You're afraid that your entire life will be accounted for here. This. The tourists on the sidelines also rose in interest, and they were all obviously puzzled as well, but they could see that Tension had been knocked out by the fall before he was a stupid horse. How could a guy who could take 4 big beauties and strike without fear, a guy who struck out with a power beyond normal, be an ordinary person? I can't believe it's so big mouth. What the hell is in this bag? Any more expensive is just some food and drink to eat and drink on an outing. Not so expensive that this guy will be hitching a ride for the rest of his life. All these tourists are constantly talking and don't want to go into the amusement park. Obviously the scene here attracts them more. I shucks. Zhongli fell to the ground, and at this time, his resentment was so great that he directly shook out all the things in those 2 backpacks brutally and slammed them on the table. Click. The first bag, spilling out, was all chilled luxury drinks and various expensive champagne kept cold by layers of dry ice. At this point it was roughly shaken out, and several bottles were directly knocked over. Crackle. In the other bag, all sorts of extravagant, beautifully wrapped gold leaf cakes and supreme desserts were spilling out. Quite a few cream products that are fouled up. This, Zhengli has some background. With the uncles of the family, naturally some insight. This. He saw a broken bottle of wine. His heart suddenly is a tremor. Ice warm Lafite red wine? ING. Who come out for a little fun and still bring red wine and high-end cake? ING family has a few 100 million. He was a little confused and could only console himself. It's all a lie. It must all be fake. But he knows very well that the possibility of it being fake is extremely low. Okay, there is no need to count one by one. I count you cheaper. Give you a discount. These 2 packages of damaged things. It will cost you $2.5 million, proving that you are a 255 well. Yi Yang casually said. Hiss. 250W. This. Seriously. The tourists on the side were a bit confused. 2 packages of food and drink were worth more than $2 million. Yi Yang was also a bit helpless. He directly packed in the things in the Bentley Mulsanne. These things were all prepared for him by Yumomo. He didn't know exactly how much they were worth, and he casually reported a number at this time. Even Yi Xiaozi was in a bit of disbelief and covered her mouth. And Li Wanru, who was completely from the aristocratic class, smiled and counted. This is Ice Point Lafite. A bottle is about 17W Huaxia coins. This is Brazilian Sunshine coconut juice. A bottle of about 5W Chinese coins. This is a bottle of Landau original champagne. A bottle of about 35W Huaxia coins. And this is the best Solofa drink. These are about 67W RMB. She shifted her gaze to the other side again. With her offer, Tension's heels had long since gone weak, and what little illusion remained supported him as he stood there. Gold foil carrot cake. 30W Huaxia coins per small square. These you're hitting the flowers with are estimated to be worth $1.5 million or so. There are other bits and pieces that you broke that are worth around $5 million. Brother Yi is already being kind by letting you compensate $2.5 million. Zhongli listened to Li Wanru's offer and almost fainted with a black eye. You call this kindness? Chapter 84, a boss's voice surprises the four. And who are you? You're lying. Zhang Li colored and shouted angrily. It was while he was forcing himself to be calm. There is also a honking sound coming from inside Disney. The crowd was looking that way in confusion. Disney imports and exports are divided into 2 lanes. Ooh, I can't believe I drove out. That's awesome. If you're a tourist, naturally, you can't drive in. Now, on the other hand, it's a limo going out, obviously a Disney executive. Disney is a super amusement park worth more than $100 billion anyhow, and the executives in it, naturally, have a high status. The faces of the onlookers also showed a hint of longing. It's a top-of-the-line Maserati, isn't it? $20 or so million. Gee, these big bosses. They really don't take money for granted. Look at this row. It's not just any big boss. But how come this Maserati is followed by a Range Rover? A bit of a drop. The top-of-the-line Maserati is, after all, a $20 to $30 million super luxury car. Although the Range Rover is also $1 or $2 million. If placed in other scenarios, it will naturally attract a wave of eyeballs. But following the Maserati ass, it seems a little out of place. However, Yi Yang was familiar with this configuration. The Maserati was the one he handed over to Yumumo in the morning, and the Range Rover behind it was naturally the communal signboard of Fang Han's law firm. It is reasonable to say that Fang Han less said also have $1 billion or so, actually do not match a good point of the bus. Really thrifty dropping, behind the Maserati and Range Rover, a clear line of luxury cars, apparently complementing them. Phew, finally going to send these ancestors away. That Fang Han deserves to be a gold medal lawyer. Simply too scary. That Ivy literally knows all the legal provisions backwards and forwards. The programs we prepared did nothing at all. They were shot down one by one. This new boss is really powerful. The old owner is not taking a single extra advantage today. The limo in the back. Disney executives were in a flurry of emotion. Acquisition of this kind of super big project close to $200 billion. Do not even show up in person. Directly let the subordinate lawyers and assistants to negotiate. For this new boss, they were filled with awe and faint fear. It would be a real honor to meet this new boss with his superb tactics. All of them at the top were lamenting. In the middle of a discussion, the Maserati and Range Rover in front of them stopped at the same time. Holy, why did these ancestors suddenly stop? The executives were taken aback. Originally, when Disney changed ownership, they were worried that their hard-earned positions would be cut by the new policy. And it turns out that the ancestors who came today are ridiculously professional. The old owner was swept right out of the door, with no extra benefits at all beyond the terms of his contract. The sleight of hand really shocked these executives. It's not like they're going to suddenly change their minds and lay us off with the powers given to them by their new bosses. Is it? My day. Heaven and earth. I was respectful just now, but I didn't dare offend these ancestors at all. After all, what the Umaimo few represented was Yi Yang, so how would they dare to slack off? Touché. The car door opens and closes. All of these ancestors, as they called them, got out of the car respectfully and trotted over toward the entrance. Phew, luckily it doesn't look like it's coming back to haunt us. What's going on here? The person who can make them so respectful can't be. The new boss is here. A sudden chill ran down the spine of the group of executives at the thought of this possibility. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out of the car. Whatever the reason, it's only fair to go and confirm it first. Not daring to delay any longer, these executives were all getting out of the car and jogging towards the door. Seeing these company executives trotting over in unison, the security guards who ran the exit gate were frozen. What's going on here? Why are all these executives trotting towards their side with a weird smile on their faces? Why is this scene a little creepy? What are you waiting for? Why don't you salute? The head of security on the side reminded in quick succession. However, these company executives were in no mood to pay attention to them, and directly ran after Yumumo and Fang Han's trail. Entrance. Seeing Yumumo and Fang Han, Ai Wei, and Saichi. The four of them came down from the super luxury car. These tourists in the queue didn't dare to have any objections, and they all subconsciously slightly moved out of the way. Boss. The four Yumaimo stood still, all bowing respectfully to greet Yi Yang in front of them. Hiss. The spectators next to them were all confused. The super beautiful woman driving a tens of millions of dollars Maserati called him her boss. What a big shot this has to be. No wonder the food in the backpack alone is worth millions. Now, no one doubted the authenticity of the $5 million of food just now, and they all looked at tension with sympathy and amusement. And at this time the tension, legs and feet have long been soft, that a boss, directly crushed his only remaining last fantasy. First shift. 3 more to go. Book friend Jun Sheep, 1054/117/329. Chapter 85, suddenly remembered to buy Disney. Came to play just for fun. What brings you here in person? Boss? Yumaimo asked with some surprise. I took my sister out today and suddenly remembered that I think they just acquired Disney. So I came to hang out. Yi Yang casually laughed. Asterisk. What does it mean to suddenly remember? What do you mean it looks like an acquisition? My day. Disney was bought by him. It can't be right. He looks like he's just in his early 20s. Disney is valued at close to $200 billion. Oh my god. This is too dreamy. Did I just witness a scene where the new Disney boss is microdosing and beating up unruly and lewd employees? Ahem. I don't believe it. I don't read much. Don't lie to me. Aha. After hearing Yi Yang's explanation, Umomo rightfully nodded. Several Fonghan were also relieved. They thought it was Yi Yang who doubted their ability and came to supervise them on purpose. Brother. This is... Yi Xiaozi blinked her eyes. Yumomo's looks and figure were all one of a kind. Enough to make any girl subconsciously feel envious. Her name is Umomo. She's my assistant. Yi Yang introduced with a smile. This is my sister. Yi Xiaozi. Master's sister. Hello. Yumomo subconsciously called out the private name. Her face slightly red, but with her power of determination. Naturally, she no longer cared with a disinterested smile. Gollum. Yi Xiaozi glanced at Yi Yang incredulously, inwardly spitting madly. My day. Older brother. I didn't expect you to look honest and play so tie in the interior. Yi Yang sheepishly touched his nose. It's not what you think. Cough. It doesn't seem to be too far off. Yi Xiaozi even looked at Li Wanro with some worry. But her good girlfriend had received a professional aristocratic cultivation course, and at this time, she couldn't see what she was really thinking. Ahem. Yi Yang coughed lightly, ready to break this mini shura. Alright, let's not talk about this. Are we done with the handover talk? Well. Lawyer Fong and Lawyer Ivy are really worthy of the most professional. All of them are solved in 3 clicks. The solution I will send to you. The boss. Tonight. You murmured heatedly laughed. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly and looked at Fong Han. Trouble you guys. What the boss said. Just when Fong Han wanted to say a few polite words and pat Yi Yang on the back in the process, a host of Disney executives then flocked to the table. They had all watched Yumimo's deference to Yi Yang just now. However, when they really looked at Yi Yang's handsome and excessively young face, they were all confused. However, they didn't dare to slack off. Although their hearts were in shock, physically they still subconsciously and skillfully bent over and bowed. Boss. As the first witty senior bowed, all of the seniors behind them followed suit and bowed en masse. Ooh, this, arrogance in front and respect at the back. What a grand gesture. The tourists were dumbfounded. This row of suited and booted executives bowing and curtsying in unison was simply eye-popping. Hiss. That guy at the top I recognize. Oh, tell me about it. That bald guy was on Magic City TV. Seems to be Disney's brand image operations officer. The ones in the back that were on stage with him at the time. I can still recognize that finance beauty general manager and that big-breasted chairman's secretary. That's all you can remember about big boobs and beautiful women. But, in that case, these are the real top brass of Disney. They actually collectively called this young boss together. My god, doesn't that mean, what he just said, all of it is true? Did he really just suddenly remember that it looks like he actually bought Disney, so he came over to check it out? Oh my god. Visitors to the site were stunned. After all, seeing a 100-billionaire right in front of you with your own eyes is not at all the same level of shock as seeing it on TV. And this rich man is so young and handsome. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly. There's no need to be so formal. Boss, just come and say the word and we'll naturally welcome you in personally. So why bother lining up here? These executives are incredibly polite. After all, it's the new boss. And there's nothing they can say about kicking them all out if they're not happy. Just here to have some fun. Was in a good mood. Just a shame that the frisker seemed a bit unreasonable and spoiled my millions of dollars of on-the-go snacks. Yi Yang shook his head and said with some regret. This. Which ungrateful one dares to block your boss out? Dog eyes blind. One of the executives cursed angrily as he tried to behave himself in a row. Ahem. Second uncle. It's me, Zhongli responded with a sobbing voice. Second uncle Sun Fuyan was confused. It's you. How come it's you? He looked at the few beautiful women behind Yi Yang and instantly understood. His heart suddenly collapsed. Just now I was thinking about how to please my new boss. This sperm/braindog nephew actually stabbed himself in the back like that. He wants to smother tension in a hole. Well, Zhongli was completely scared and directly knelt on the ground. Boss, I really don't know. You're a big man. Let me go. Chapter 86, Boss Yi is really a master. The female employee next to her and a group of tourists saw this scene. It was all sighs of relief. Just now he was making things difficult for people to take advantage of their sister. But it turned out to be a good thing. And now he didn't take advantage of it. And he even messed with a big person. The job is definitely lost. That's several $1 million in compensation. I'm afraid he can't afford it. One can only fall to one's knees in a sorry state and beg for forgiveness. What the hell is going on? Give me some clarity. The GM on the sidelines asked. Yes, it is. The female employee on the side was seeing this kind of super high level for the first time, and was obviously so nervous by all that was happening in front of her that she was stumbling over her words. But it kind of describes things in quite a bit of detail. Well, the GM nodded, while his mind was in a state of panic. This is a big oops. The new boss just arrived and made such a bad impression. They didn't think that just now when Yi Yang said he was here to have some casual fun that he was really here to have some casual fun. They mingled in the mall and managed to climb to the top. The guessing of a leader's mind can be out of this world and perfect. Every word, every move of such a money-spinning Super Lord Rich Man is not unintentional. Boss Yi Yang is obviously here for a private visit. How much can you know about the real situation by only touching the top? You can only feel it by experiencing it firsthand. Brilliant. Worthy of being a lord who can make hundreds of billions of dollars. Once we compare ourselves to Boss Yi, the realm pattern is inferior by an unknown amount. Boss Yi seems to be doing nothing, but he is actually doing something. That's the real high man. All of these executives were guilty in their hearts and sighed repeatedly. If these thoughts were known by Yi Yang, he would be dumbfounded. He did suddenly remember that there was a paradise in his hands, purely to have fun. Humph. Disney has been in business for so long and created a good image, and it's all been ruined by this nephew of yours, leaving such a bad impression on the boss. Old son, you're confused. These executives have dumped on Sun Fuyan. That's it. You see to it that it's resolved. One slip up and the boss fires you, and it's your own fault. You guys. Sun Fuyan was so angry that his teeth itched. Between the high level, the open fight, this is obviously to fall on his own However, at this time, the best way to solve the problem was to make Yi Yang comfortable first. He repeatedly smiled at Yi Yang. He has absolutely nothing to do with me from now on. I want to sever the uncle-nephew relationship with him. In order to make amends to you, I'll pay for half of the $2.5 million. In addition, I'll also transfer to you half of my men's equity. Oh, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This Sun Fuyan is quite good at doing people, dealing with problems decisively and resolutely, worthy of being able to mix to this point. Uncle, you can't leave me alone. $2.5 million. How can I afford it? You're the one who set me up. You can't have anything to do with this. You have to help me. Tension was practically crying. I'm ing. Sun Fuyan was almost angry. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. His mouth said no matter what, purely want to save themselves first. After the fact, behind the back of the money stuffed to their own sister to pay for compensation, the Leaf boss is bound to turn a blind eye. It is unlikely that for the sake of this area of 2 or 3 million things deliberately blame him. As a result, this nephew actually this cannot see. Looked like I was about to get out of this quagmire. One sentence yanked me back. Did you grow up ing eating? He growled. Went up and gave Zhangli a kick. Was originally dropped by Yi Yang was miserable. This foot containing Sun Fuyan infinite anger kicked, so that Zhangli directly fainted dead. But these executives next to them cannot help but smile. This Sun Fuyan really have a good nephew. The two competitors, in particular, were close to laughing out loud. Okay, it's not worth it if someone really dies later. Yi Yang also waved his hand. Just tell him to find time to credit my account afterward. My time is also precious. Phew. Sun Fuyan seems to be furious to dash out of reason before striking out, but he understands in his heart. Nowadays, letting himself this nephew hurry to lose the ability to speak is the best choice. It is also the best means of solving today's problems. At this moment, when he saw that Yi Yang really did not pursue the matter any further, he finally let out a long sigh of relief inside, and said with a smile, Boss Yi is right. This kind of garbage is not worthy of holding up your time at all. I will immediately let the security guards come over to clean up the scene and restore order. I'll put the money in your account right away. Well, that's it. Yi Yang also lost interest and casually waved his hand. Right. Find a few people to go back to my car to get some more food and drinks. Yes. Sun Fuyan nodded repeatedly. Yi Yang brought these top-notch luxury foods and it was really hard for them to buy them all at once. Soon the scene was in a flurry of high-level endeavors. Efficiently back to normal. Go! Yi Yang smiled at the four women behind him and waved his hand. Boss, what about us? Yu Murmur asked. Blinking. Go back and pick up a car. Drive to the entrance of the Linjiang neighborhood. I'll send you a tweet in a while with the specifics. Yi Yan laughed. Oh, Yu Momo beamed her little mouth, showing some gloominess. Yi Yang also knew what Yu Momo was thinking, patted her little head and said with a hefty smile, Don't I spend a lot of time with you every night? Ha, got it, boss. Yu Momo reacted. Shy red face. Even back to run to the Maserati. Prepare, Yi Yang said, matters to go. Third shift. One more to go. Chapter 87 Thrill Route. A day full of benefits. Yu Momo and Fan Han, under Yi Yang's instructions, they each went about their own tasks. You guys don't have to follow. I'm just here to have some casual fun. What's it like for you to follow? Go do whatever work you need to do. Yi Yang entered the park, found that behind these managers and so on actually still respectfully arrogant, helplessly smiled and said, This. When these executives heard this, their hearts sank as they kept thinking about the meaning of Yi Yang's words. It must be our presence here that makes the boss feel like he's lost his microaggression. He must want the most original experience. Alas, I actually hadn't comprehended this meaning of bossy before. What a shame. After half a day of speculation, these executives also thought they had a good idea of what Yi Yang was thinking. Boss, understand. Understood. We're leaving now. Aha. These executives ordered a couple of staff members to come over just as these executives were walking away from the front door. You guys take care of the boss the whole time. If anything like that happens again, get the out of here. These executives were also having palpitations at this time. Give boss Yi super supreme VIP service. Get it. Let him personally feel that our Disneyland is a home away from home for our guests. Yes. Leaders, rest assured. These staff members all nodded their heads in succession, not daring to resist in the slightest. Well, only after ordering this did the executives go back to their office areas in a jittery manner. The hearts were all praying for boss Yi to have a good time. Make life easier for them. Next, Yi Yang cut his teeth on the Disneyland home away from home treatment. The beautiful lady was dressed in a princess outfit and whispered to them to plan their trip. Every step of the way, and everything in the garden was all free and at their disposal. Well, in that case, this tour can be categorized into the fairy tale route, the adventure route, and the sweet route? Yi Yang asked. Yes, there are a lot of facilities in the park, and it's a bit difficult to try to experience them all in one day, so we are also introducing different route guides. The two princess-dressed, long-legged, beautiful staff members were both smiling. Which one are you going to play? Yi Yang turned around and asked. Violet is going to take the adventure route. Yi Xiaozi jumped up and down and said, Weekdays are too boring in school. Of course, we have to take risks to stimulate the excitement. And if Zoe-chan gets scared later, she might even be able to have a passionate embrace with Lao. Wouldn't it be great? Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian felt like sleeping when they heard the other routes, so of course they chose the adventure route. Li Wanru also laughed. When I was a child, my family took me to play the fairy tale line already, so this time it's the right time to try the adventure route. Well, that's settled then. Yi Yang smiled. The next thing he knew, he was following the princess's lead and embarking on the thrill route. The first is to create the speed of light wheel, then the jetpack flying machine, interspersed with a golden fairy tale extravaganza performance. The next is the dwarf mine car, crystal color flight, rope challenge course, thunder mountain rafting, and finally in the Caribbean treasure war indoor rafting in the end of the tour. These programs are all thrilling and exciting at the same time, but Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian hadn't seen any big scenes before. Sitting on a flywheel and riding the wind and waves on a drifting boat all felt like child's play, and they even talked and laughed. For them, it was the excitement of not having to worry about danger at all, and it was still very different from being out on a mission, so it's all good fun, too. And although both Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru were not unusual girls, when they encountered this kind of thrilling and exciting scene, they were still a bit scared after all. Every now and then, he would burrow into Yi Yang's arms. It's been a long day. Whether other people stimulate Yi Yang does not know. Anyway, he is stimulated. Stimulated nosebleed. Although Li Wanru looks pure girl type on the outside, and can even be said to feel a little flat, but after really sticking up, that curve is also absolute. Gollum. Finally coming down from the pirate ship, Yi Yan was still a bit unfulfilled. although the last program was in the water. Now he was feeling a little thirsty. It's so exciting, Yi Xiaozi exclaimed in unison. Yeah, that's the essence of an amusement park. The fairy tale lines I played with as a kid were so boring in comparison. Li Wanru also felt refreshed. It was a great day experience. For a couple $1,000, it's worth every penny. Yi Yang smiled and said, if you don't have the little part of having to search your body, the overall experience is perfect, and it's still worth a visit. Hey, boss, Yi really doesn't forget to advertise his industry everywhere he goes. Truly worthy of being a business giant. Li Wanru squeezed half-jokingly. A day of exciting project experience down. And Yi Yang chest for a day. Naturally, also made up. Each other's feelings subconsciously enhanced a lot. It's all about being able to joke around freely. Ha, ha, I'm just going to talk about my feelings off the top of my head. Yi Yang scratched his head and laughed. It's true that when a person is rich, everyone around him will start to unconsciously and magically make up for it. Fourth shift arrives. Chapter 88. Cruises are not expensive. A full day of touring is obviously physically demanding as well. After playing the program and watching the show, Yi Yang and the four girls were then taken by the princesses to the Sea Cruise Ship restaurant. It's also Disney's most expensive and exclusive super fairy tale restaurant experience. The dinner here is named the Star Ocean Dinner, and the roiling candlelight and the gentleness of the waves will accompany you throughout your meal. The princesses were laughing. Is this dinner a boat and a table? That's a great value, Yi Yang said with some surprise. The entire cruise ship isn't small, and the open-air level has all been converted into a lavish dining hall. There was also a special band playing soothing and fairy tale-inspired tunes. The princesses were smiling, not denying or admitting it, but they were all crying inside. Cried out repeatedly, how can that be? This cruise was expedited and refitted just for you. One of a kind in all of Disney. However, the executives commanded to silently give Yi Yang's line of super supreme VIP treatment, so that the boss thinks that this is the treatment of normal people before. Therefore, the princesses looked at Yi Yang actually believed it, and their hearts silently wept. The world of the rich we do not understand. Eating on a cruise ship is quite a treat. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel the ups and downs of the ship and the water vapor that filled it, as well as the elegant dining environment and food. It's just super enjoyable. This is too cozy. Yi Xiaozi laughed. I wish I could eat on a cruise ship every day and feel this good. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's not impossible, as long as you want it. Ha? Yi Xiaozi blinked. What do you mean? Yi Yang rubbed his chin. That reminds me. I happen to like this feeling as well. Saying that, he directly dialed Yu Mumo's phone. The waiters on the side and the princesses serving Yi Yang were all frozen. What is this for? Even Li Wanru tilted her head and looked at Yi Yang in confusion. Murmur, get me a water cruise restaurant like Disney's later. Ha! Yu Momo over there was obviously stunned by Yi Yang's opening statement. But then her professionalism is to let her calm down. Boss. Ahem. Even if it's just a river small cruise ship, want to give a short time to buy down. The price. You know, the price doesn't matter. Yu Mimo a choke. But thought of Yi Yang shopping a car show with the same as buying food. A night to buy a car spent more than $1 billion. In fact, a small dining cruise ship on the river counted down. Maybe completely inferior to the car show that night's consumption of more. The thought relieved her. When do you probably want it? Time? Just ship it to me in 3 days. And put it in that public river recreation area next to the Linjiang neighborhood. Yi Yang thought about it. Okay boss. I'll get in touch to get it done as soon as possible. Yu Murmur agreed to it in a row. Well, that's it. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Oh yeah, did you finish that Ferrari I asked you to mention? I'll go back to the Linjiang neighborhood after taking them shopping in a while. It's okay, master. You still don't trust me? Ha ha ha. Yummy came across the phone for a kiss. Of course don't worry. Aha, good. Yi Yang put down the phone and realized that the people around him had long since frozen. The waitresses and princesses next to them also looked like they had been immobilized as human puppets. Why don't you eat? Yi Yang asked with some doubt. The waiters and princesses were all roaring madly inside. Big brother, you are too trenchant and inhuman. It simply stunned us alright. You're going to just buy a cruise ship because you think it's a good dining experience. Holy, is this the mindset of a godly man? At least hundreds of millions of dollars of amusement and consumer goods just casually ordered over dinner. You sounded more casual than buying a piece of bubblegum at the supermarket. This one call shook the waiters and princesses out of their money sense. Ahem. Even Li Wanru was so shocked that she coughed. Her family is from a good background, but buying a cruise for hundreds of millions of dollars isn't so easy and relaxing. Brother, you're not really going to buy it, are you? Yi Xiaozi had a question mark on her face. She just casually mentioned it. But. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. It's just a cruise ship. It's not that expensive. If my sister likes it, then it's not just a matter of buying it. Brother, Yi Xiaozi was touched beyond words. The corners of her eyes were moist. Ahem. I actually think it's good to eat like this. So buy it for your own future enjoyment. Yi Yang muttered somewhat sheepishly. Humph. I knew it, you stinky old brother. Yi Xiaozi was just about to be moved to tears when she was amused with a poof of laughter. Ha ha ha. The people around them also laughed. After the wine and dinner, there was also a butler who came over with a beautiful photo album. What is it? Yi Yang suspiciously swept a glance at the photo album and said with some surprise. This is the Record the Goodness Value service only available to Supreme VIP. The wonderful moments of your day at Disney with your companion have been captured by our photographer and made into the best crystal album for you to reminisce. The butler bowed courteously. First shift. 3 more to go. Chapter 89, Meeting the Successful Queen of Poisonous Chicken Soup on the Road. Hear the applause? Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow and took the crystal album, casually flipping through it. The photographers really are masters of their craft. The moments captured are either heartwarming or hilarious, and every one of them is comforting. With all my heart. He nodded and put away the album. We have prepared a total of 5 identical albums, one for each person to keep as a souvenir. Just leave your address and we will send a professional to personally deliver the albums to your door. The butler dress staff member said courteously. Good. Yi Yang also explained the address information. Li Wanru smiled and shook her head. Normal top-tier tickets do come with a capture service, but with this much care and a photo album for each person, and even a personal delivery home, this has never been heard of. Apparently, it's all because of Boss Ye's position. After eating the Star Ocean dinner and getting off the cruise ship, Yi Yang and the 4 girls were then led by the princess attendants out of Disneyland. Boss Yi has left? Is there a smile on your face? Phew, finally gone. In the office area, after a group of executives received the confirmation message from the security chief in front of them, they all sighed with relief. Looks like the boss is still having fun today. It's finally a relief. Originally, all these Disney executives wanted to see Yi Yang off at the door, but mindful of Boss Ye's desire for an authentic experience, they didn't dare to deliver it. Phew, had a great time today. Yi Xiaozi bounced around and her heart was relaxed. After all, before she studied and lived, she carried the hopes of her entire family, and everything in the future had to be worked for. But now that her oldest brother had suddenly become so bullish, it also made her unconsciously feel much lighter inside. Looking at Yi Xiaozi's relaxed and happy appearance, Yi Yang's heart was also slightly warmed. Now that the sun is setting, the golden twilight light spilling over the streets is warming. Walking to the parking lot where he parked, Yi Yang slightly raised his eyebrows. Throughout the parking lot, most of the cars parked are those of tourists visiting Disney. So, luxury cars are not in the majority. A quick glance at his own unique and ridiculously long land first class, in front of the extended Bentley Mulsanne at this time, there's a rather coolly dressed internet face sitting at the front of the car, scratching her head, and is saying something to the camera. Off to the side, his killer boyfriend was changing positions to give her a pat on the back. Half a dozen shots and several pose changes and still not satisfied. It's close to getting down on the ground and taking a full tilt view. The surrounding tourists, too, looked at these two with envy, apparently thinking they were the owners of this luxury car. Where would you dare to touch such a luxury car like that if you weren't the owner? If you do any damage to someone else's car, it's not enough to pay for it even if you spend your whole life on it. Families, you all said I was bragging before. Now see what I'm capable of? Ha ha. Thank you, good big brother, for the carnival, love you so much. The net red face anchor woman scratched her head while rubbing against Yi Yang's car to show off. Now you believe it, don't you? I, for one, am a success. An independent woman of the new era. Female president. What about earning my first $10 million? It was when I was 12 years old. The pop-ups were warming up at this point. Oh my god. It's actually a real female president. It's too awesome, right? This is a customized model of the extended Bentley Mulsanne. The full price is tens of millions of dollars. Queen Lily is awesome. Worthy of representing our new era of independent women. Netflix Lily winks and lifts the corners of her mouth. And seeing that her persona of a successful independent female president is well constructed, she begins to brainwash. Sisters, don't love men who don't give a damn about you. If a guy doesn't give you money, or has money and doesn't stay with you, he doesn't deserve your youth. Hawk hawk sister. At the age of 12, she earned $10 million, and at the age of 15, her assets exceeded $100 million. Relying on what? All thanks to my own independent woman's strong fight. Women, be your own queen. Invest hard in yourself. To hell with men. The live feed got even more lively. That's just it. Queen Lily is so right. I'm going to be bowled over by her. This is our role model. It's so cool, isn't it? I'm going to record the screen and send it to my loser boyfriend later. He delivers food from morning to night and only earns about 10 $000 a month. He can't afford to support me. I don't even have enough money for cosmetics to go to my girlfriend's discos every month. It stirs/teases the audience's emotions. Netflix Lily hastened to capitalize on the situation. Sisters, do you want to know why Sis is so successful? Just click on the cosmetic link below and buy 100 copies. And I'll send you my secrets of success in a private chat. Viewers of the live stream began to place frantic orders. Watching the sales go wild, Netflix Lily grinned from ear to ear. But Yi Yang watched with interest as she blew her power there, and thought how powerful this was. But in the end, it turned out to be a lulling brain-damaged fans to buy fake goods and collect IQ tax. So he couldn't help but directly laugh and spray out. If she didn't give this bandwagon link at the end, Yi Yang would have wanted to give her a round of applause. A few of the girls around him also had goosebumps of embarrassment. It was the first time he had seen such a retarded live set in reality, but the effect seemed to be really good. No wonder the toxic chicken soup culture is so prevalent these days. Second shift. 2 more to go. Chapter 90, This Car Is Mine. Looks like there's still a good audience for toxic chicken soup, even from a distance. Yi Yang was able to see the order reminders and gift messages flying up in that screen. As long as you guys get my secrets of success, you can also become successful female presidents like me, and become new age independent women and gain a boyfriend who looks like a dog, like I do. Netflix Lily turned the camera around and aimed it at the licking dog who had gathered around to take pictures of her with disdain in her eyes. You know why? When a woman is successful and good, all these guys will gather around like dogs. Too handsome. So right. Yeah. The pop-ups are once again a gift frenzy. Ha ha ha. Yi Yang finally couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Ha! Queen Lily had already believed everything she said at this time, and was so deep into the drama that she really thought she was a super successful female president. And at this time, when she saw that Yi Yang even dared to ridicule her, she directly raised her willow eyebrows. Stinky brother over there, what are you laughing at? Yi Yang shrugged. Nothing, I'm just curious. Why did you call yourself a piece of? What did you say? Netflix Lily was pissed off. Wasn't it you who said it yourself? A man pouncing like a dog and having a pack of dogs fighting over something that looks like nothing but to me. Yi Yang shrugged and spread his hands. Bold. Netflix Lily directly jumped out of the car. Her attitude arrogant. Poor like you like to attack successful new age independent women like me, because you are afraid of the times. Fear of women awakening to a sense of independence. The essence is poor. Looking at the somewhat graphic Netflix Lily, Yi Yang smiled disdainfully. Sisters on the air. Swipe gifts for me. Let him see the fighting power of our new age women. Lily rode the wave of successive victories. Why do you need someone else to swipe your gift to prove your worth? A new age woman? I think it's better to call it new age retard. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly and didn't intend to ink anymore. Alright, you'd better stay wherever it's cool. Just looking at you makes me feel sick to my stomach. I'll hide away. Are you kidding me? Lily straightened up, puffed out her chest and raised her head with an expression of arrogance. Look, this is the old lady's car. This is a lengthened Bentley curtain. Tens of millions of dollars anyway. You hurry to the old lady, roll aside. Otherwise you'll scratch my car later. You can't afford to pay for it with all the money you've earned in your life. The brainwashed female fans in the live broadcast room saw how strong Lily was, and they all went crazy with adoration. And the gifts were once again brushed up. It is. This is my goddess's car. My goddess is so naturally beautiful and young. You guys hurry up and get out of the way. Don't ruin my goddess's aura. The dog licker man on one side jumped even more, not the least bit mortified that Lily called him a dog licker in front of everyone. This kind of person, really cheap to the bone, out of the category of human species, become pure dog. You're dreaming. Hurry up and wake up. Yi Xiaozi gritted her teeth and said indignantly, this is clearly my brother's car. God reversed. The passers-by on the sidelines had their eyes lit up, and they all gathered together. If the limousine didn't belong to the anchor woman at all, then her successful persona would naturally go out the window. When that happens, it will be a disgrace. You're full of. Lily freaked out, which is only slightly awake a little bit from the beautiful dream. The car seems to be really not their own. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly and didn't bother to argue. He directly took out the car key and casually pressed it. Boom! The stretch Bentley Mulsanne awakens with a bang. It's like a sleeping super beast. 8 meters long body, bright and regal radiant lights, in the twilight, showing infinite fangs. This sense of power and oppression. Let Lily Queen directly legs went soft. If not licking dogs see the opportunity, hastily assisted her. Afraid that really want to sit on the ground with a butt. Get lost you. Stinking lickspittle. Are you worthy of touching this queen? Netflix Lily disgustedly pushed the smelly licking dog out of the way as she crashed into the Bentley. In the next instant, her mind went blank. This is a super luxury car. If they really get wrecked by this, how will they have the money to pay for it? She didn't think of this licking dog as a human being from the bottom of her heart. Something that didn't even have dignity and still deserved to be loved. How is that possible? Even the sight of the other man made her sick, and she wouldn't have brought him out if the lickspittle hadn't obeyed her and really acted like a dog. The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. There was a steep silence in the live room. Holy, this car really does belong to this young man, and call it a fart lad. He's a super guy. Right. This woman. Thanks to the old man just now almost believed. The onlookers were outraged. The live broadcast room also set off countless scolding sounds, and many people directly blushed and exasperatedly exited the live broadcast room. What are you still looking at here? Get lost? Yi Young coldly glanced at Netflix Lily, then led the four women toward the Bentley Mulsanne. Third shift. One more to go. Chapter 91, The Killer Sisters Song. Your high and mighty image in my mind has completely crumbled. Take off. Never again. That's just it. Turns out to be pretending with someone else's luxury car. Oomph. Or the limo of someone who dislikes you. It's so humiliating. Fans are furious beyond belief and are taking it all off at this point. However, Wang Mei didn't care about this at all at this point. This one in front of me is a super godly man who can afford to drive tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars. If you can evening this super godly man, then, you still shape the image of a successful female president. The best image building and the most successful cargo carrying doesn't necessarily earn a super luxury car for decades. After all, there is an upper limit to the audience of poisonous chicken soup, and she is not destined to really become a super netizen. That, little brother, just now is my wrong. You look at me this, have eyes not recognize and tie. Dog's eyes look down on people. Wang Mei directly lowered her stance, completely dumbfounded the fans who hadn't left the live room yet, the passers-by next to them, and the dog-licking boyfriends. This and her previous image of an iceberg queen could be completely two extremes. If you don't mind, let me do anything. Let me pay for what I have just ventured with everything I have. Wang Mei had a springy look on her face, her hands resting on her center, accentuating her breasts. This kind of rouge and vulgar powder. It would be good if Yi Yang didn't spit it out when he looked at it. He had never been a big fan of Netflix faces, especially this kind of plastic-formed snake face, which looked especially out of place. It's hair-raising. Resisting the urge to throw up, he went straight to the Bentley Mulsanne. Hurry up and drive. Holler. Xiao Xiaozhu couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at Yi Yang. But honestly speaking, the feeling of this kind of neat and somewhat deformed snake face actively scratching its head is indeed as powerful as a biochemical weapon, making people feel that all of their bodies and minds have been subjected to a huge attack. This is more powerful than any of my poisons. She lamented. She drove when she came, but now it was also changed to Xiao Qingxian driving. Xiao Qingxian stepped on the gas pedal, and the Bentley Mulsanne turned into a black shadow and left far away. Leaving alone messy Wang Mei burst into tears in situ. Makeup or crying, a big gold mine in front of you. I actually told myself to do away with it. Beautiful, don't be sad, he doesn't have a vision. It's still me. The dog-licking man is completely devoid of humanity. Even if the goddess explicitly said that she wants to chase other boys, she is not angry in the least, and even feels that this is his chance to perform, and even came up to help Wang Mei wipe her tears. Get lost you. If it wasn't for your garbage, could I have missed out on such a perfect guy? Wang Mei slapped a slap on the face of the iron-licking dog, looking at the phone screen that was madly dropping points, so angry that she directly dropped the phone. Incredibly pissed off. Ugh. Beautiful. Don't go. Just hit me a few more times if you're not relieved. The dog-licking man's heart is very aggrieved, feeling that it must be where he has not done enough to provoke the goddess angry. Even chased up, the Bentley Mulsanne sped down the street. Where to, boss? Xiao Qingxian asked. The nearest luxury store here. I'm going to make Violet a real princess. Yi Yang smiled. Brother. Yi Xiaozi was touched. Silly girl. Yi Yang rubbed Yi Xiaozi's head and smiled. Not only did he want to buy clothes for Yi Xiaozi, but he also wanted the whole school to know that Yi Xiaozi was his sister, and he was the one person their parents couldn't afford to mess with. Don't worry. After today, you won't have to live carefully anymore at Poly High. This sentence instantly struck Yi Xiaozi's heart, causing her eyes to redden in an instant. Noble high school. All kinds of second generation gathered. All kinds of strange things that are rare in other schools appear to be common under the fermentation of power and money. In the midst of this environment, a child of an ordinary family can only hold his tongue and dare not be too vocal. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Wanru was her good best friend, in these 2 years, she didn't know how much more aggression she would have to suffer. But the good news is, today, it's over. No more aggravation. She, Yi Xiaozi, can also live confidently in Boli High School, with her head held high. Holler. Xiao Qingxian hummed. Xiao Xiaozhu also had a happy face. they hadn't hummed in a long time. Intense training and bloody battlefields filled the entirety of their once life. It's not an exaggeration to say that today was the best day of their lives. Xiao Xiaozhu looked at Yi Yang's side face and a strange warmth flooded her heart. It was this man who changed the course of their lives. Let them know that the original world, not only blood and fighting, life can be so relaxed. Turns out, people really can be happy all day long. In a good mood. You're humming, Yi Yang joked. Aha! Xiao Qingxian hummed a ballad from an unknown country. I learned it from the local gypsies when I was on a mission. How is it? It's quite catchy, right? Yi Yang scratched his forehead. With all due respect, it's just the opposite. You big straight man. Xiao Qingxian grunted angrily, but in her heart she was happy and continued to hum a cheerful gypsy ballad. Chapter 92 Blitz Reward. The Second $1 Trillion Company. In this way, a car full of people were talking and laughing, and in the midst of the laughter, Yi Yan also received a call from Yumomo. Master, I've already made contact. The Berry Cruise Company has a ready-made restaurant sightseeing and dining cruise. I've already paid a deposit of $50 million, and when the cruise ship sails over and arrives at the place, then I'll settle the payment. Murmur reported. Good job. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Ding. Detected that you spent $150 million on a cruise ship. Blitz reward. Rewarding Tencent with 51% equity. Yi Yang's heart trembled and felt a hint of shock. Tencent, which is arguably one of the biggest companies in China really. The market capitalization is over $4 trillion. It's a lot scarier than Yida Real Estate. The reason its founder, Mark King, doesn't dominate the richest man position is because he doesn't have many shares. But now Yi Yang was sitting on 51% of the share equity all of a sudden. With the Vin Express alone, it was enough for him to sit at the top of the Chinese Forbes list, and even make his way to the international Forbes list. That's significant. No less. His assets have, today, officially surpassed $3 trillion. It is more than the total annual income of some small and medium-sized countries. It can be said to be truly rich. Receiving this reward, Yi Yan was also excited. If his main assets were previously dependent on Yida Real Estate, now there was another pillar. In this way, the certainty of having Wang Xilin come to apologize was not known to be much greater. It was fantastic. A trace of uncontrollable laughter spread across Yi Yang's face. What are you giggling about? Yi Xiaozi on the side looked at her brother's sudden demented smile and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Yi Yang froze and collected his smile. Cough cough. Nothing. Keep driving. Acquiring hundreds of billions of dollars in assets isn't quite as scary. But if he said explicitly that he had just acquired 51% of the shares of Fujicom, he was afraid that he would directly make the crowd cry out that it was impossible. After all, that is in China, are considered the top few super trillion level companies. The Bentley Mulsanne sped along. Treasure Bay, the closest luxury area to Disney, is a little known in the Magic City. Yi Yang surveyed the environment of Exposure Bay and frowned slightly. It feels like this place is a bit smaller than Devil's Six and Rainbow Block. That's for sure. Devil's Sixth and Rainbow Block are the first level of luxury areas in Magic City, and this side of Baoguang Bay, which is rated second, can't be compared to the first two in terms of both size and quality, Li Wanru said with a smile. So it is. Yi Yang nodded. It was worthy of being born as a nobleman. That is, he was knowledgeable and knew clearly about luxury goods. This is the closest luxury area to Disney. Devil's Six and Rainbow neighborhood are too far from this side. Now that it's getting late, I chose to come here. Xiao Qingxian explained. Aha, then we'll just have to buy some here to make do. Yi Yang nodded helplessly. Li Wanru cried and laughed. Even though it's only the second level, it's still considered very high. There are first-tier cities where a second-level luxury district doesn't even exist. Listening to Yi Yang's tone, how does it feel as if it's condescending to buy things here? Ha ha, okay. Yi Yang pointed to the entire neighborhood in front of him. Tonight, this is our purchasing ground. Take whatever you like. Aha, okay. The women all smiled and nodded. Wanru, you're so discerning and experienced. Why don't you match my sister with a decent matching set? Yi Yang smiled and invited. It's no honor. Li Wanru smiled and nodded. Obviously this kind of thing of giving her good girlfriend's clothes, she was also very enthusiastic about it. Looked around and headed straight for the Chanel boutique. From hats to bags to shoes, all meticulously matched. Li Wanru was also clear about Yi Yang's mind. It wouldn't hurt the money at all. And he doted on his sister, as she had seen today. So when picking things out, I didn't really care about the price, purely to look good with it. Aha! Yi Yang watched from the side with satisfaction. People rely on their clothes. My sister was already good looking, but now with the addition of these beautiful clothes, her temperament has gone up a notch. From now on, she was going to metamorphose from a commoner goddess to a true super goddess. Violet is so pretty. This time when you go back, the number one on the school flower list might be you. Li Wanru couldn't help but admire Yi Xiaozi as she looked at the well-dressed Yi Xiaozi. He. Sister Zoe, don't make Violet happy. Yi Xiaozi was happy inside. Which girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? Out of understanding. They won't talk about it, especially Violet. Who will say that these cheap clothes also fit and are comfortable? But, when they wear the beautiful clothes of their dreams, that feeling of happiness was also uncontrollably flowing down her face. That's nice. Yi Yang also enjoyed this feeling. Just tried a total of 15 sets. Li Wanru nodded her chin. I think the best looking ones are these sets. You can buy. I think they're all very nice. I'll tell you what. Buy them all. Yi Yang waved his hand. The atmospheric look makes the beautiful guides on the side of the eyes of gold. After a long day on the bus. Haha, first shift. 3 more to go. Chapter 93. How expensive can it be? 10 figures? Ahem. Li Wanru smiled wanly. She almost forgot how Ho Yi Yang was. Brother. This dozen sets matched together less than a few hundred million. Too expensive. Yi Xiaozi was taken aback. I had thought that buying one would be satisfying. But it turned out that Yi Yang actually wanted to buy them all. Never mind the irrelevance. Yi Yang smiled and touched Yi Xiaozi's head. I'm going to tell you tonight. In the future, I want you to be the real princess. Other than that, everything is no longer important. Yi Xiaozi's eyes were slightly red. Older brother. You are also too melodramatic today. Xiaozi is going to be moved to tears. I haven't seen you cry much since I was a kid, so you can cry all you want. Ha ha. Yi Yan laughed badly. Stinky old brother. You're so rich and still so gangly. Yi Xiaozi rolled her eyes. Ahem. Yi Yang rubbed his nose and waved his hand. Anyway, wrap these up. Older brother. The locker in my dorm can't hold so many clothes. There's really no need. Yi Xiaozi weakly said. Who said these were going to your dorm? Yi Yang smiled mysteriously and sold a secret. After swiping his card, he gave the address to the manager of the store. After packing them, send them all here. Understood. The manager smiled back and forth. This lord is a real super godly man. Tens of millions of dollars of clothes, without blinking an eye. Just buy it. It's a great patron to take advantage of. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly and turned to look at Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Xiaozhu. You two don't stand next to me foolishly? Go and choose your clothes quickly? Ha, do we? The killer sisters were a little incredulous. Of course, it's for everyone who comes today. Yi Yang smiled and looked at Li Wanru. You've also worked hard to build clothes for my sister. As a reward, the clothes in here that you like. Feel free to take a few sets as well. Good. Li Wanru was also not polite. A day of warming up feelings. There is no barrier between her and Yi Yang. On the contrary, some hate each other. Yi Yang didn't have that smell she didn't like on the unusual second generation. Instead, it felt incredibly kind and gentle. Well, get on with it. The crowd picked after half a day. Yi Yang also swiped the card together and each instructed the delivery location. The manager also made a careful and cautious note. After all, this kind of big patron cannot be rare. Ding! It has been detected that the host has spent $2584W8569 on clothing, rewarding $10 billion in cash. It has been released in the underground vault of Cloudtop Mountain. It's actually cash? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, but whether it was cash or savings, it was always money, and he didn't mind. Finished with the clothes, going to look at jewelry and watches, Yi Yang beckoned and continued to stroll around Baoguang Bay. When you walked to the last jade store, apart from the quality of the clothes on Li Wanru's body, which wasn't considered to be a big change, the remaining 3 women were simply crows turning into phoenixes. Although Xiao Qingshuan's and Xiao Xiaozhu's previous clothes were good, they were obviously still several notches behind this set. Especially Yi Xiaozi's back and forth contrast is so great that when she returns to Bali High School, she is bound to amaze the entire campus. How much for the bracelet and earrings? Yi Yang asked. This emerald bracelet is $500,000 and the white gold earrings are $288,000. The guide smiled as she introduced herself. Yi Yang frowned. Sir, the one you took is more expensive. If you think the price is higher, we still have these styles here you can. The shopper obviously completely misunderstood Yi Yang's meaning and explained. Too cheap too. Is there anything more expensive? Yi Yang directly put back the jade bracelet and earrings from before. The guide was a bit tongue-tied. My goodness, that's close to $1 million worth of jewelry. You're too cheap. The shopper opened his mouth and cried and laughed. It seems that there are really a lot of super rich people in this magic city. She continuously brought Yi Yang and the others to the treasure area. These are all real super jewels. The unit price of each one of them is not less than $1 million, belonging to the aristocrats among the jewels. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, casually grabbing a sapphire necklace and comparing it to Yi Xiaozi. How much? Cough. Sir, this guardian blue. worn by the British royal family in the 18th century, is one of the most expensive treasures of our store. The one in your hand is a replica. If you want to buy the genuine one, only then will we fetch it for you from the safe room. It's just more expensive. The shopper was crying and laughing. Why did this handsome man just grab the most expensive one right away? Expensive? Yi Yang smiled. 10 figures? Ahem. That's not true. Of course not. The shopping guide was scared by Yi Yang's 10-figure aura as soon as he exited. His legs softened, about 8-figure back end. If you are seriously want to buy this guardian blue, I am not qualified to guide for you. I'll go and ask our chairman right now. Get on with it. Yi Yang casually waved his hand. Brother, this night, Yi Xiaozi was able to experience the feeling of a super shopaholic to the fullest. Still feeling giddy at this point. Do you think it looks good? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Of course it looks good. Just, Yi Xiaozi said evenly. If it looks good, wear it. Yi Yang rightfully said. Second shift. 2 more to go. Chapter 94, When you go to college. I'll get you a better car. When the chairman Yuqin was shocked by what the guide said and ran out in a row. Noticing that Yi Yang had already grabbed a large handful of imitations of fine jewelry, he waved at her. The real ones of these, by the way. Fetch them for me as well. Yuqin just slightly swept a glance at those jewels in Yi Yang's hands and was so scared that she almost threw herself to the ground on the spot. These jewels, the cheapest, are tens of millions of dollars. So a large handful, less worth a few hundred million. An entire chain of jewelry houses may not be able to sell such high-value jewelry in a year. Today, it was all in the hands of a youth. Said, by the way, I bought all this jewelry. Sir, you've basically swept away the treasure of our town. Yuqin slowed down for half a day before she was able to calm down. Her lips numb. I just took whichever one looked better. Yi Yang smiled. It seems that I have a pretty good eye. And all the ones I took were not bad. What do you mean it's not bad? Yuqin inwardly cried out miserably. Which of these jewels, when placed in the international jewelry world, is called a name? Having one is enough to shine in the top social circles. This grade of jewelry is available by the handful. It was the first time she had seen it after more than 10 years in the jewelry world. With all due respect, sir, you are so big and bold. It is the only thing Yuqin has seen in his life. Yuqin carefully asked. However, these jewels are really too much value involved. You still need to prove your assets before we can rest assured that we can give you a lift from among the safe warehouses. Is this enough? Yi Yang understood Yuqin's meaning when he heard half of it, and directly pulled out the Centurion Black Gold card and casually threw it to the other party. Pick up the goods as soon as possible, and swipe the card, by the way. Centurion Black and Gold card. Yuqin saw the pattern on the card and felt the unique feel of the card, and her whole body was immediately energized. A little bit of skepticism is gone. Joke. The Centurion Black Gold card has a credit amount of tens of billions of dollars even in China. Not to mention that internationally, its overdraft limit is theoretically unlimited. These jewels seem precious to her, but the value is really calculated. Altogether, not 1/10 of the overdraft limit of other people's huaxia. This kind of super ID that only trillionaires have. It already says it all. Sir, I'll contact a secure warehouse right away and guarantee immediate delivery. Where would Yuqin dare to slow down a super rich man of this caliber? The overdraft limit of one of her bank cards is enough to be higher than the market value of her company. Aha! Yi Yang nodded slightly. Fruity. After revealing his black and gold card identity, the real bodies of those jewels he had chosen were soon escorted over. This is yours. This is yours. Yi Yang casually looked like he was handing out candies to a small child. Yuqin, who was watching from the side, was envious. Alas, although it's a little bit philandering, but this kind of super godly man, it's really still charismatic. I so want to be the fifth. Inside she began to think about it. Apparently, they had misunderstood the relationship between the 4 women and Yi Yang. Well, that's perfect. Yi Yang looked at the 4 women wearing top quality jewelry. These jewels, like the finishing touch to that one, so that the temperament of the 4 women are upgraded a lot. Looking at the sky, Yi Yang also smiled. It's almost time to buy. It's time to take you to see the surprise I prepared for you. Yi Xiaozi blinked. These aren't surprises today. In her opinion, Yi Yang had been giving her constant surprises throughout the day today. One wave is bigger than the other. I can't believe there is a reserved item. Sure. Yi Yang smiled and rubbed Yi Xiaozi's forehead with a handsome tilt of his head. Let's go. This will take you to see. Boss Yi. Take your time. Yuqin enviously looked at a line of 5 people left. The heart of the beautiful idea is still prolonged. Alas, if I were 10 years younger, I would definitely compete with these little girls. Ha ha. By now, the sun had fully set. The stretch Bentley Mulsanne travels through the bustling neighborhoods of the nightmare capital. It eventually stopped in front of the Linjiang neighborhood. At this time, the entrance to the Linjiang neighborhood was crawling ambush of Ferrari Lafa that was as fiery as blood. This sexy and extremely expensive Ferrari company beauty setter attracted countless envious stares just by being parked. Tick-tock. The long silent Ferrari Rafa shines at this point. Yumurmo walked out of it in black silk and bowed with a smile. Boss. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Good job. After asking for the car keys, he also turned around and looked at Yi Xiaozi. Xiaozi, from now on, it belongs to you. This. Yi Xiaozi hesitated for a moment, and in the midst of Yi Yang's encouraging gaze, she trembled as she took that car key. Ferrari Lafa. Over $30 million. Li Wanru marveled, but halfway through her words, she fell silent again. Because, Yi Yang actually sighed and said helplessly, you have not graduated yet. Cannot send you to good car? When you get into a good university, brother will send you a better one. Li Wanru inwardly frantic. Listen. Is this human language? Third shift. One more to go. Chapter 95. Don't think too much. Young man. Auntie is a decent person. Thank you, brother. Yi Xiaozi hugged Yi Yang deeply, and just after she let go, she wanted to jump into the car for a test drive. She's 18 years old, has a driver's license, and is already in school part-time. Ahem. That's not the surprise I was talking about. It's a small gift. There's no rush. The car will be yours from now on. There's plenty of opportunity to drive it. Yi Yang laughed. Ha! This is just a little gift. Yi Xiaozi was so shocked that she didn't rush to get on the car for a test drive, but just mechanically followed Yi Yang into the Linjiang neighborhood. Ugh! Envy. Even Li Wanru, who came from a rich family, was completely envious of Yi Xiaozi today for having such an ox and a very pampered brother. The family behind Li Wanru was very powerful, but the tilt of resources that really fell on her was actually not a lot. The mansion is deep and not as breezy as it seems. She wasn't a lowly one, but after all, she was only 18 and still in high school, so she couldn't possibly be too over the top. What tens of millions of dollars in supercars and hundreds of millions of dollars in jewelry and clothing? There's no way there could be. But, Yi Xiaozi has it all today. Before Yi Xiaozi nothing will always envy her material conditions superior. Today can be considered a complete bipolar reversal. Just walked into the Riverside neighborhood and walked down the Greenway. It was the sight of a group of figures coming out of the entrance of Building C. The figure at the head of the group. Yi Yang recognized it at a glance. The form and temperament of the other man was so remarkable that he would not be forgotten if he saw it. Ha, boss. You're free to come in person today. Fang Shijin's eyes lit up as she looked towards Yi Yang, and her heart was also happy. However, after seeing that the 5 girls behind him were all absolutely stunning, a hint of gloom passed through their eyes. However, the dimness disappeared in just a moment. The moment she fell in love with this man, she knew that it was unavoidable. How can a guy so perfect not be surrounded by beautiful women? Or rather, it would be preposterous not to have such a situation. The 4 women other than Yi Xiaozi also subconsciously detected some sort of sixth sense when they saw Fang Shijin. You can't hide the way you like someone's eyes. Potential love interest. With just one look, Yumomo recognized Fang Shijin's identity. Well, this is Violet, my sister. I'm showing her today the big flat we packed for her the other day. Yi Yang was completely oblivious to the strange sixth sense among women and explained with a smile. Ah, room like Jean Hart a relief. The original is not all competitors. Ah, hello. Fang Shijin shook Yi Xiaozi's hand in succession. By the way, why are you so late? Yi Yang asked with a smile. That's not true. You have more than 1,000 housing units, and they are all in the school district. The demand is just too great. I'm now working 3 shifts a day to bring these tenants to see the housing, and I'm still too busy to do it. Fan Shijin smiled. What diligence? Yi Yang gave a thumbs up. If I were your boss, I'd at least give you a king sales rating. Hey! Although Fang Shijin was a mature and capable image in front of others, in front of Yi Yang, she unconsciously removed her disguise and returned to the shyness that her age should have. Yeah, who is this young man? So handsome. Some of the rich women in the back of the room had their eyes lit up. This is the one I told you about. The sole owner of the entire Linjiang district. Yi Yang. Mr. Yi. Fan Shijin smiled as she introduced herself. Hiss. Not only these tenants, but even Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. The entire Riverside neighborhood. To buy a Disney amusement park, you just need normal commercial purchases, but to buy the entire Riverside neighborhood, that takes more than money. That takes a horrendous amount of connections and background. Otherwise, it's simply not possible. That's too young and promising. Auntie likes lads like you the most. The rich women were all in a row. Oh, Yi Yang felt his chrysanthemum/flower tighten. Ahem. Young man, don't get me wrong. I mean, I like your kind of son-in-law the most. Ha ha. That's right. Don't you misunderstand the ants. The rich women were all in a flurry of explanations. Yi Yang's face darkened. It is okay that you do not explain, but once you explain it, the more you smear it. These ants. It seems that their daily life is very wonderful and rich. How many are rented out today? Yi Yang asked. Linlin has rented out close to 100 units in the last few days. Fan Shijin smiled proudly. Great job. Keep up the good work. Yi Yang smiled and encouraged, and then led Yi Xiaozi's 5 girls towards the large flat floor of Building A. That's a nice one. This young man. Alas. Looks like my daughter has quite a bit of competition here. Gotta hold on tight. All these rich women were lamenting. If it was an unusual boy following so many girls around, he would have been called a scum, but with so many beautiful women following around, God ho, that's success. Charming. The double standard thing never changes based on age. Hey, I say girl, you know that young man well, right? Can you push his WeChat to my daughter? Yeah, I want it too. Give me a micro signal and I'll rent it for another 5 years. Heck, I'll rent it for another 10 years. These rich women were as passionate as fire, making Fong Shijin cry and laugh. Fourth shift is here. Chapter 96, Pool Party at First Light. Now is the time for miracles. Yi Yang casually took the room card and scratched across the slot. Drop. Electronic room card unlocked successfully. 500 double-story large flat floors were then openly displayed in Yi Xiaozi's eyes. Wow. Just seeing the first sight of the large flat, Yi Xiaozi fell in love. This oversized space, this luxurious decor, this wonderful feeling. Extinct. Brother, you're fantastic. Yi Xiaozi was incomparably excited. Don't be surprised. Yi Yang smiled and brought Yi Xiaozi and the remaining 4 girls to the huge balcony. Hoo. The evening breeze of late summer in the Magic City blew in. At the beginning of the lights, the surface of the Huangpu River, starships like falling, both sides of the 10,000 lights, skyscrapers, the stunning night view rushed in head-on. The beauty is shivering. This is the surprise I'm going to give you. Yi Yang looked at Yi Xiaozi, who was already looking frozen on the balcony, looking at the stunning night scene below, unwilling to remove her eyes, smiling and spreading her hands, as if she wanted to embrace the entire magic below into her arms. From now on, this night, all this beauty, will belong to you. Yu Momo and Li Wanro were all looking at them with eyes that couldn't stop their envy. Any girl can't resist the breathtaking beauty of this place. It's so romantic. Li Wanro couldn't help but lament. That's it. The remaining few women all nodded their heads in succession, expressing infinite envy. Brother. Yi Xiaozi jumped into Yi Yang's arms and fiercely kissed him on the cheek. You are the best brother in the whole world. Silly girl. Yi Yang smiled and touched Yi Xiaozi's little head. This room card will be placed at your place. This place will be yours from now on. If you want to bring your little sister to play, or have some kind of party or something like that, you can. Here's the number for the new property. So if the house gets dirty, have them send someone over to clean it up. Aha. Yi Xiaozi couldn't stop nodding her head. Well, let's get you familiarized with your surroundings first. Yi Yang smiled and took the 4 girls to stroll up the large flat. Is this a private elevator? Love it. Never in my wildest dreams did I think my future home would come with its own elevator. Ha. Several of the girls were looking around constantly with amazement in their eyes. Even for Li Wanru, not many large flat floors of this level have been seen. There's also a private theater and a private K-bar. It's so cool. This would probably be so high if we had a party. Yi Xiaozi was pleasantly surprised. Walk up to the head over the terrace. Wow, an open-air pool. Love it. The crowd walked to the oversized outdoor pool enclosed by a private lawn on the roof of the building. What are you waiting for? Just have a pool party. Yumomo offered with a hefty grin. Yeah. Yi Xiaozi turned around. I'll go prepare the champagne. I'll prepare the fruit. I'll get the party dress ready. Several of the girls are enthusiastically starting to prepare various party items. The lights, the night, pool, bikini babes. Yi Yang sat in a lounge chair in the pool, ate a floating fruit plate, drank a good red wine, and watched the beautiful bodies of several girls, which were displayed in front of his eyes. The churning of the water, the girls' silver bells of laughter, eye and ear candy. Ha! Silent Sisters is so big. Yi Xiaozi's mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. Yu Momo proudly straightened her chest, the corners of her mouth carrying the confidence unique to mature girls. Ha! Sister Zoe, you're deeply hidden. Yi Xiaozi looked at her own breasts, then at Li Wanru's breasts, and muttered in a stifled voice. It seems like Xiaozi's is the smallest. Not fair. Li Wanru's pretty face reddened as she directly splashed a handful of water over. Hey. Yi Xiaozi dodged sideways and immediately returned the favor. Several of the girls' delicate bodies bounced in the water bouncing off their delicate skin and reflecting even more brilliantly in the light. Gollum! Yi Yang took a sip of red wine and swallowed. It had to be said that these several girls, their bodies were all perfect, each with their own special characteristics. Such a forest of jade legs, delicate and absorbent. Just looking at it, it was enough to make ordinary people's nose bleed. If it were a 10,000-year-old virgin, I'm afraid that he would have to bleed on the spot and bleed out of his 7 orifices. Rao Yi Yang, who could be called knowledgeable nowadays, felt that his heart was hot and embarrassed. After playing for a while, several girls were tired of playing. After going ashore and getting dressed, he directly drove Yi Yang into the middle of the private theater. Private theaters aren't small. There were 3 rows of seats. Yi Xiaozi purposely arranged Yi Yang and Li Wanru in a row. The 3 Yumermos also had the good sense to sit in the front. They knew in their hearts that no woman was worthy of possessing such a brilliant and perfect man alone. Trying to get a normal man so brilliant and perfect to fall for one person alone. Or this person looks like a fairy and crushes the world. Or to accompany this person in his rise from poverty and stay with him all the way. They both met Yi Yang halfway. It's impossible to truly monopolize his heart. Wanting such a super godly man to love a woman alone after his success. One is not the one who looks like a fairy. And the other is not the one who accompanied him in his rise from poverty. Dreaming? It's just comical. They ask themselves that they are not qualified for that. Much less for that reason. There is no way in the world that this is true. Either. First shift. A godly man who doesn't open a harem is a fake one. With the exception of a few exceptions. It's completely against reality. I always follow reality when writing books. Chapter 97. Did you enjoy the movie? It was awesome. The lights dimmed and the movie began to show. This is a recently released suspenseful movie. The atmosphere was a little scary. Seeing that Yi Xiaozi had been hugging Xiao Qingxian on the side. Rao Yumaimo, this kind of mature, psychological tolerance better Yumaimo, are afraid, grabbing Xiao Xiaozhu's hand will not let go. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian, on the other hand, smiled and shook their heads. Reality is never more outrageous than in movies, TV shows and novels. The plot of this movie was a little scary and bizarre, but the two of them had personally experienced I don't know how many missions that were even more bizarre and scary than this. Naturally, I'm not afraid at all. Last row. Li Wanru and Yi Yang sat together. Yi Yang watched the movie, while Li Wanru tilted her head to look at Yi Yang's side face. This boy, by far, was the most special boy she had ever seen. Everything seemed so perfect, yet so perfectly real. Handsome, young, and in control of at least a few $100 billion in assets. Sunny, humorous, down-to-earth but not casually promiscuous with a bottom line. Do boys like that really exist? But he just literally and suddenly burst into his life. Even, breaking into her heart. She has never been in a relationship so far, but today, she has a thumping heart for Yi Yang. Love is like wildfire. Once it burns, it is no longer governed by reason. Especially Li Wanru, a girl who had never borne this kind of feelings for him, faced for the first time that kind of impulse in her heart with curiosity and some slight fear. Yi Yang lowered his head and looked at Li Wanru, who was silently looking at him with a light smile. Silly, looking at what? Li Wanru pursed her lips, wanting to say a lot. But when it came time to say it, she realized that she could not say anything at all. Solely, just don't say anything. She closed her eyes, and the curiosity and affection within her overcame her fear of the unfamiliar, and her lips imprinted gently. Yi Yang never refused the advances of a girl he also had a crush on in his heart. He could provide them with the best life and assurance in the world, and he had the confidence and the ability to do so. If that's the case, why reject a love that is twofold? The first time she kissed, Li Wanru still seemed clumsy. But gradually, when she familiarized herself with this kind of warmth in the middle, she fully understood herself. Even to the end, she lowered her head. This kind of thing comes from the most innate human desire, as if born without a teacher, and after encountering it, it comes naturally. Throughout the second half of the movie, the plot went from bland to brilliantly stumbling, and from brilliantly stumbling to the end. When the movie comes to an end, so does everything. The lights suddenly came on and Li Wanru grunted, tilting his head. He looked at Yi Yang's smirking demeanor. Li Wanru instantly blushed with shame and hurriedly ran out of the theater, fearing that the remaining few women would see the wretched look on her face. What's wrong with Zoe-chan? Maybe it's an internal emergency. Actually ran so fast I didn't even see it. Hey, even though the front is a little scary, the back storyline of this movie is really cool to watch, isn't it? Brother! Yi Xiaozi turned around with a smile and looked at Yi Yang in the back row. Ahem. It's so good. It's violent. Yi Yang scratched his head, and a hint of a meaningful smile flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xiaozi wrinkled her little face and scrutinized Yi Yang. always feeling like there was something wrong with this statement. Ahem. Kids don't need to know that much. Based on Yi Yang's words and Li Wanru's actions just now, Yu Momo obviously guessed the approximation of what had just happened. And at that moment, she also smiled and patted Yi Xiaozi's head. Oh, the plot was so intense. I didn't even dare to catch my breath watching it. I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Xiaozi cheered and ran to the restroom. Just as he entered the restroom, he saw Li Wanru, who looked a bit frightened. Ugh, Zoe-chan? Yi Xiaozi blinked. Ahem. I don't have anything on my face, do I? Li Wanru asked somewhat sheepishly. Yes, Yi Xiaozi said rightfully. Ha, this. Li Wanru's face suddenly turned red. You just washed your face and it's all watery. Yi Xiaozi said seriously. Ha, Li Wanru glared. That's what you're talking about. Or what? Yi Xiaozi blinked her eyes and asked suspiciously. Ah, Li Wanru was overwhelmed by the dislike. Fortunately, Yi Xiaozi didn't care about this point at all, and directly asked, Hey, Sister Zoe, how's the relationship with my brother? Just now there is no, absolutely not. Li Wanru waved her hand repeatedly, not even holding hands. Too bad. Yi Xiaozi's face was filled with pity. Ha, you're talking about holding hands. Li Wanru let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Xiaozi looked at Li Wanru suspiciously. What's wrong with you, Sister Ro? Are you sick? Why is it weird? And my brother, he also became weird just now. Oops, don't ask. You're not going to the bathroom. Li Wanru changed the topic in a row. Oh, right. Being mentioned by Li Wanru, Yi Xiaozi immediately felt it and hurriedly went into the toilet to solve her problem. Phew, almost swindled out of this girl. Li Wanru continuously fanned herself with both hands. She could feel the heat rising in her face now. After washing her face once more to make sure there was nothing on her face, she was only able to let out a long sigh of relief. Remembering what she had just experienced, the corners of her mouth lifted into a shy smile as well. That's nice. She actually missed that feeling. Preoccupied. I just opened the restroom door. Then she bumped into Yi Yang, and instantly, her face reddened once again. You, why are you here? Going to the bathroom. Yi Yang scratched his head. Some inexplicable. Come to the toilet, not to go to the toilet. Is it for you? Didn't say that though. But looking at the promising smile in Yi Yang's eyes, Li Wanru a heart then feel a burst of chaotic beating. Chapter 98, Chinese Martial Arts. Flowery Fist? After washing up, Yi Yang also settled Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru in the middle of building A's large flat. Now with a sports car and living in a school district, it's easy to get to school. I'll go back to school tomorrow and pack up my stuff so I can live here from now on. Bye brother. Yi Xiaozi waved her hand to Yi Yang with some reluctance. I'll come and keep you company sometime. The cruise ship is expected to arrive in a couple of days. Ha ha, we'll have dinner together then. Yi Yang also waved his hand, and after giving Li Wanru a meaningful glance, he turned around with a smile and left with a few of Umaimo. After returning to the Henteing Hill Villa, it was about 10 o'clock at night. With his physical strength and energy nowadays, that appetizer just now naturally couldn't satisfy him. It was only after another in-depth discussion with Umaimo that he went to sleep contentedly. The next day, he had just sat down at the breakfast table when he felt something in the eyes of the group of girls at the table. What's the matter? Got something to say? Yi Yang was a bit puzzled. Boss, look at this. Xiao Qingxian took out her cell phone and showed it to Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. In the video, it first intercepted a video of Xiao Qingxian striking out at the night market that day, and then a big, bald man appeared, splitting 3 bricks with one palm, and a backward air kick that shattered a one-person high tile jar behind him. After doing so, a karate salute was performed. Fans, I'm the grappling champion of the Chinese and Island Joint Grappling Tournament, and I can say that I represent the top level of Western stream grappling in the world today. I once told you guys that Chinese Kung Fu is all flowery, and this video just now, I concluded from a professional point of view. This is acting. It's fake. It's fake. The purpose is to increase fans and become popular. Look at this little girl. With her thin arms and legs, there's no way she can beat 5 big men. I just specialize in counterfeiting. Ha! You guys have been blowing this little girl up as the light of Chinese Kung Fu these past few days. I'll make it clear here today. She is trash. Chinese Kung Fu is garbage. Saying that, he even gave a thumbs up before pointing his thumb at the ground. I, Fan Hu, am here today to challenge this woman in the video by name. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let one hand fight you, as long as you dare to answer the battle. I respect you for having a bit of courage. If you can beat me, I'll get down on my knees, kowtow to you and call you grandma, and then I'll quit wrestling from now on. Okay. Oh, fans, give me all the credit. Give me top hits. Let the other side see this. After fan who arrogantly made a mocking gesture again, the video comes to a screeching halt. Open up the comments section and say whatever you want to. Xiao Qingxuan's fans and advocates were defending Xiao Qingxian, but after all, it was Fanhu's comments section, and its own fans were quick to control the comments and take control of the conversation. The front row is full of comments favoring Van Hook. That woman looks like she's just filming. Chinese Kung Fu is just a bunch of fancy moves that look good and have no lethality at all. Oh, he's a combat champion, Tiger, karate master. What honor does that woman have? She's still on a par with Tiger. I'm laughing my ass off. I'm putting it out there that the woman with the flowery fists doesn't even dare to show her face. If she responds to this video, I'll go live and eat upside down. Humph. That's right. If she answers, I'll wash my hair in a ing upside down spiral. This video has also provoked the melon masses' high energy. The Chinese martial arts in the end cannot fight. This has been the Chinese people are very concerned about a point. Especially a few days ago out of the Ma Lian with this kind of fake master. But also let the Chinese martial arts into a crisis of confidence. The video of Xiao Qingxian violently beating up a strong man in the night market 2 days ago had created so much heat and shake again. So, this challenge video. It's very hot today. It hadn't even been long since it was posted. And it already had hundreds of thousands of likes and was trending to become a super hit. After Yi Yang watched the video, a cold color also appeared in his eyes. This kind of rubbing Xiao Qingxian the wrong way. Claptrap garbage. He couldn't look away. Boss, look at me. Xiao Qingxian restrained her inner rage and maintained the basic quality of a professional top bodyguard to consult the boss before anything. Yi Yang spread his hands. What the hell is this? Beat the hell out of him. If it was unusual for any public figure to be pestered by such a clown on the internet, they would most likely have to avoid it and ignore the other person. To put it nicely, it's sanity. But, in reality, it's about being incapable and afraid of trouble. Yi Yang. No. He now has the ability to sweep all the garbage he doesn't like to look at into the garbage heap. Since the other guy had to jump out like a bedbug, well, let him shut up once and for all. Holler boss. Xiao Qingxian sighed in relief. This was the Yi Yang she knew. I'll personally arrange this for you. And don't worry, when the time comes, you'll have to take it out on me. Yi Yang smiled faintly. With the power he has today, trying to fire by rubbing traffic and disgusting people? Don't even think about it. After Xiao Qingxian received Yi Yang's affirmation, she directly then typed down in the comment section, I, Xiao Qingxian, officially answer the battle. That's 9 short words. It was instantly topped by fans who supported Xiao Qingxian. Many melon-eating passers-by were also excited and helped to top the comments in succession. Finally, many people gloated and rushed to leave comments under the second hot comment. The rightful owner has come out to respond. You can eat live. And the upside-down spiral shampoo guy. Chapter 99, I really don't want to be an internet celebrity. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. He had made up his mind that he was going to make the other man lose the biggest face in the entire network before giving him a complete kick out of the circle. At least for the rest of his life. He's kind of not going to be a netizen. It's that ho-hum. It's just a matter of disgusting others. To come and disgust those around you is a death wish. Next I'll personally post a video announcing this match. Don't worry. With me here, no one will let you guys get aggravated. Yi Yang smiled. Xiao Qingxuan's eyes flowed. Before, when she went on a mission and got aggravated, her bosses didn't care about her feelings in order to look at the big picture. This protective sentiment of Yi Yang made her feel a completely different kind of warmth than before. Ha! I suddenly have a lot more fans. Xiao Qingxian flipped through the backstage. 10 short minutes. And she's got over 100,000 more followers. And that number is still skyrocketing wildly over time. You're the warrior woman from the other day. That's great. This time, you must bring honor to our Chinese martial arts. Missy, you're so handsome. Support. Support. Watched the popular video and came here specifically to support you. These fans, all of them, left messages for Xiao Qingxian. Yi Yang smiled and looked at it. Looks like you're going to be on fire. When the big internet star goes to the peak of life. Xiao Qingxian rolled her eyes. Don't think I don't know. Boss, you have over 8 million followers now. Yi Yang smiled and scratched his head. Oh, exempt. Poked and prodded. At that time, he won the title of Yi Shenhao in the Shenhao battle in Lin Shuer's live broadcast, and directly increased his powder by more than 5 million overnight. After that, the piano video of Purple Pavilion made him gain many more fans one after another. By now, on his number, he has more than 8 million followers. It's kind of a superb internet sensation. It is also the only one in Jitterbug, who has never posted a video or opened a live broadcast, and has risen to the existence of 8 million followers with a single name out there. Today, on Yi Yang's number, the first video was finally uploaded. I am Yi Yang, and will be hosting all the processes of this friendly exchange tournament. A brief video that instantly made huge waves. Yi Shenhao finally posted a video. After a while, Yi Yang looked at the hot comments. I was expecting the hot comments to be all about fans on both sides tearing each other apart and arguing about who is better in Chinese martial arts and karate. Results: wow! Yi Shenhao has finally officially shown his face. It's so handsome. Love it, love it. I'm going to faint with happiness. So handsome and so rich. And such a magnetic voice. It's like the perfect man. Yi Shenhao, is that beauty on your side? Originally, I still believed Fan Hu, but I've now become a firm fan of Xiao Qingxian. Not because of anything else, just because she's on your side. Yi Shenhao is invincible. Yi Yang looked at it with a black line on his face. Didn't we agree that it would be the two sides that would start the war? How did this picture style turn out like this? The focus has been completely shifted. Okay. Ha, boss, you're absolutely brilliant. Xiao Qingxian, who was originally a bit annoyed and was about to save up her strength to teach Fan Hu a lesson, couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yi Yang's hot comments in the comment section. Ha. A few other girls watched and couldn't help but laugh. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly. This was the trouble of being handsome. Mime, contact the Villa District Chief. I want to rent that wrestling gym in the Villa District as a venue. Yi Yang said. Yes. Yu Murmur smiled faintly. She was originally the head of the maid troupe in the Hentaying Mountain Villa area, and was familiar with those administrators of Hentaying Mountain. It's just a matter of saying hello. Hentaying Hill Villa area as the top rich area. Even private horse farms, fight halls, council chambers, public social halls and whatnot are naturally equipped. That day Yi Yang said there was a horse farm behind his golf course. Not exactly a joke. In fact, behind the golf course is really a racetrack. After the call, Yu Momo reported back. Boss, all the arrangements have been made. The manager said that the wrestling hall will be rented to you for a week at no cost. You can use it whenever you want. Notify him before you use it, and he will help you to clear and set up the venue. Aha! Yi Yang nodded slightly. This manager, on the other hand, knows his stuff. This is something that, on Shakeology, has created a big wave of fervor. Videos of the challenges and responses have been trending. It became the new #1 in the Shake Shack Hot 100. Fighting champion testifies against Chinese Kung Fu woman. Yi Shenhao personally showed up and promised to host the entire tournament and provide a full live stream. So everyone go pay attention to Yi Shenhao. At that time, people will go live. Ha, this is going. That's all. As soon as Yi Yang opened his cell phone the next day, discovered his Jitterbug fans actually directly exceeded 15 million. Come on, I'm really not trying to be an internet star. Yi Yang cried and laughed as he shook his head and lamented. Chapter 100. The $1 trillion man misunderstood as wire fraud? 15 million followers. Even if you look at the whole internet, it is still considered to be the most top streaming superhuman internet celebrity. And in the process, Yi Yang only posted one video. This achievement, I'm afraid, is going to cause an uproar all over the internet. While preparations are actively underway for this Karate Kumite vs Chinese martial arts showdown, Deep City, headquarters of Fujicom, Mark King felt his hands and feet go cold as he looked at the acquisition statement in front of him. As the founder and chairman of Fujicom, sitting on a 20% stake in the Fujicom Group. However, it lost 51% of its equity outright in a very short period of time. The whole of Fujinjin changed hands yesterday. This, without having to think about it, Macon could feel an inexplicable fear. The market capitalization of Fujicom is 4 trillion Chinese dollars. In a very short period of time, he directly took out trillion-level money and annexed him, the largest communication, gaming and entertainment sector group in China. How terrifying must the strength and background of that acquirer be? Therefore, he didn't dare to contact Yi Yang in the first place. Instead, he ordered his men to look up information about Yi Yang, 22 years old, just graduated, ridiculous to the core. Mark King laughed. He simply could not believe that the youth in this document in front of his eyes was the super hegemon who yesterday, with unstoppable momentum, wildly smashed trillions of dollars of level assets, and directly and brutally acquired 51% of the equity shares of Fujisun Group. However, as he gazed downward, the doubts in his heart were gradually dispelled. The sense of shock, on the other hand, was expanding. Magic City Disneyland, Imperial Finance Building, the sole owner of the entire Linjiang neighborhood, Chateau Lafite Rothschild, the actual controlling owner of Vacheron Constantin, and even Yida Real Estate. See to the end. A cold sweat broke out at the corner of Mark's forehead. He and Wang Silin would still get together if nothing else, and they had some friendship with each other. Even his company was bought outright, and just recently. This is horrible. This is definitely a superb man beyond my imagination. Must not be offended. Can only find a way to befriend. Mark King can get to such a high level. Naturally, He understands that it's better to see what's going on. Yi Yang's assets, all over China and beyond, many industries, and each one of them, are assets. This kind of big brother, even he could not afford to be confrontational. Chairman, what do we do next? The secretary and a few executives were a little flustered. The other party spent a huge amount of money to take down Vin Express, so it might be that they want to make some kind of big move. Let me call and consult this Mr. Yi personally later. Markin sighed lowly, and a look of concern filled his face. Good. These Vine News executives were sitting around, waiting with bated breath. At this moment, a single word from Yi Yang can determine the stay or go in the direction of life of these high and mighty people like them. Do. Yi Yang looked at the unfamiliar caller and casually picked it up. Hello? May I ask if this is Yi Yang? Mr. Yi? An inquiry came from over there. Looking for me for insurance or wire fraud? Yi Yang frowned, directly treating the other party as a telecom fraud. Cough. Yi boss, you misunderstand. I'm Mark King of the Fuji-Sun Group. You just acquired our company yesterday. Mark King cried and laughed. It was the first time in his position that he had been mistaken for a wire fraud. Yi Yang drifted off, remembering. I bought a cruise yesterday and rewarded the Fujicom Group for coming along. Yeah, I remember. There was something about that. Deep City Vine headquarters. Mark King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean it seems to be happening? Dare you just spent a few $100 million and forget about it today? You're a bit too big for this airy pattern. What is it that you want from me? Yi Yang asked. Mark King laughed bitterly. This super big brother's brain circuit really is extraordinary. Helpless, can only explain. I want to ask you about the company's future plans, to see if you have any important strategic instructions. Yi Yang pondered for a while, and honestly said, I acquired you guys just to invest in a capital. You guys don't lose money to me on the line. There are any major decisions to report to me, and weekdays are just as good as before. Well, we will live up to your high expectations. Mark King's inside suddenly relaxed. Well, that's it then. I'll visit the headquarters sometime. Yi Yang hung up the phone after saying that. Mark King hung up the phone and was also overcome with emotion. He's already considered one of the most successful startups in China, basically standing at the top of his peers, even jockeyed for the richest man's seat. But in the eyes of the real superstars, acquiring their own company is just a whim investment that people make in their spare time. First shift, 100 chapters to celebrate. Plan to add more tonight. Chapter 101, in 10 seconds. Make her fall to the ground. After putting the phone down, Yi Yang also informed Fong Han to lead the law firm and Fuji-Sun's legal department to approach the relevant terms. Receiving the notice, Fong Han was so scared that he almost didn't catch his cell phone and dropped it under the table. Old boss, you mean Vine? Any questions? Yi Yang asked suspiciously. No problem. Fong Han's side couldn't stop wiping his cold sweat. Just a few days ago, he got a Yida. And this time, he was informed to approach Fujimori. This boss of mine, he's a super guy. At this moment, he began to feel infinitely fortunate to be taken under the wing of such a great man. He would have a great future in the future. Only after half a day's reprieve did Fong Han slowly accept this fact. By the way, come to my place tonight to withdraw your car. Yi Yang laughed. I'll match you with a Rolls Royce. Ha! Fong Han froze. Then he reacted, following Yi Yang and other super big shots, and then driving a Range Rover office. It was indeed a bit of a drop in value. Boss, how can this be good enough to break your bank? Fong Han continuously said. When I say give, I give. Yi Yang said decisively. Then thank you, boss. Fong Han's heart was also filled with gratitude. A few tens of millions of dollars for a bus is no small burden for the Kingston law firm. Well, that's it. Yi Yang nodded and was hanging up the phone. Yumomo waited for Yi Yang to put down the phone before she walked in from outside in a graceful manner. Boss, the venue has been set up and prepared. Yi Yang had wanted to spend some money to buy some heat to make this matter ferment a little more enthusiastically, but now it seems to be completely useless. The amount of traffic this thing was carrying on its own was more terrifying than he could have imagined. The topic about whether Chinese martial arts can fight or not, directly topped again. More enthusiastic than the time when Master Ma's 5 consecutive whips lay dead. Did you hear? The lady warrior from the other night answered the bell. To take on last year's Asia Pacific fighting champion. When did that happen? Do you live in the desert? You don't have internet at home. Does Yi Shenhao know about this? He actually posted a video response to this incident. He's hosting the whole thing. And, this time, it's a no-limit fight. And it'll be live-streamed then. Is there finally unlimited fighting? Chinese Kung Fu is supposed to be all about no holds barred, killing moves, so if you're scoring points in the ring every day, You're still calling it chicken hair Chinese kung fu. That's it. The heat, it's getting higher. The level of discussion is also getting hotter. I don't know how many internet celebrities are posting videos to dabble in traffic, which by the way adds some traffic to the topic. The matter, soon enough, rushed out of the Shake Shack discussion. The matter has been discussed everywhere, including Pushy, B-Site, Shidu, and Tenya. Pushy, what to think about the Wahini woman's response to the Fighting Champions Challenge? B-Site, Chinese Kung Fu vs Fighting Championships. Cam, 1000 degrees, shocked. Muscleman even provoked a beautiful woman like this in a public place, but did not expect the beautiful woman. Similar posts, over the course of 2 days, have gained tremendous heat. Millions of netizens are eagerly awaiting this friendly exchange that claims to do justice to Chinese Kung Fu. Hoo-hoo. The plane landed. Fan who rode in the business car provided by the Gold Master behind him, and with a group of pugnacious men, he parked in front of the Magic City Hotel with great fanfare. When the crowd of reporters saw it, all of them surged up. Flashes and cameras madly disliking towards Fan Who's face. Mr. Fan Who, what do you think of this friendly sparring exchange that set off the entire Chinese Kung Fu craze? How do you feel about your winning percentage? Do you think that you have won the game? The reporters are talking. Fan Who, on the other hand, was arrogant and extraordinary, tilting his head and sneering. There's no need to ask such a messy question. I, Fan Who, am here to respond in unison. Within 10 seconds, I'll make that woman fall straight to the ground and not be able to get up. This is a match that, there is no suspense at all. It can't even be called a game. I'm simply here to educate this garbage on what real grappling means. What is meant by karate? Flowery fists are not worthy of jumping around in front of me. When he finished, he also made a vain gesture in front of his neck in a wildly arrogant manner, and scornfully made his trademark gesture to the camera, a thumbs up pointing to the ground. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to these reporters and directly walked into the Magic City Hotel under the protection of a group of bodyguards. Because this time the thing caused enough heat. Behind Fan Who was also a few more gold masters who spend a lot of money to support his actions. It seems that Mr. Fan Who is very confident. Let's wait and see if the facts actually turn out the way he says they will. Second shift. Chapter 102, The $100 Billion Gambit. The pushers behind the scenes. Fan Who's arrogant to the point of arrogance declaration of war words made the reporters excited. That's the effect they like. The more topical the statement, the hotter the piece they write. As far as the current situation is concerned, fighting champion Fan Who can be said to be very confident, whether or not the result will be as he thinks. 10 seconds to make this folk heroine fall to the ground. Magic City Evening News will continue to track the report for you. After the news and video of Fan Who's interview was posted online, it once again set the internet ablaze. How can you be so arrogant? Too arrogant. 10 seconds. Oh, in a moment, Goddess Xiao, will beat him up so much that he won't be able to find his way out. The fans who supported Xiao Qingxian were furious. Don't blow it off. A weak girl is just a weak girl. It's hard to hit an ordinary person. And you're fighting a wrestling champion. You guys are out of your minds. 10 seconds is all Tiger needs to save her face. The way I see it, 2 punches tops and she'll be foaming at the mouth. Ha ha, there's a lot of noise on the internet. Instead, Yumumo received an unfamiliar phone call. Master, it says it's for you. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow and picked up the phone. Hello, Boss Yi, right? I'm Song Xiao, the chairman of Golden Ease, and the biggest gold owner behind Fan Who this time. A loose voice came from over there, greasy and pretentious. Fart if you have a fart. Get out if you don't. Yi Yang frowned, displeased with the other party's tone. Alas, Boss Yi, don't be so angry. I've come to give you a favor. Song Xiao hemmed and laughed, his tone greasy, with a mannerism that he had eaten up Yi Yang. Benefits? Yi Yang sneered and opened the call recording in his hand. Right. Boss Yi's son, big favor. If you don't talk like a human being, I'll shut you up completely for the rest of your life. Yi Yang frowned and warned. Ahem. Song Xiao was obviously scared by Yi Yang's warning, and even changed back to Mandarin. Boss Yi, you and I both know that it's not easy to bring up a web celebrity. And I know you don't want to let this little girl that you've managed to bring up with great difficulty cool off. Originally we are now a win-win situation. This game, as long as you give me 10 million, I let Fan Who deliberately lose to the little girl. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Apparently this Song Xiao misunderstood the matter. However, the other party was running a Netflix packaging company and naturally didn't believe that Xiao Qingxuan's rise to popularity was due to her own abilities. Instead, it relies on the packaging behind itself. In Song Xiao's eyes, the video of the night market that night was hype. And this time, the response was also hype. In his profit-oriented mind, there would be no good or good people in the world. Oh, why don't you tell us more carefully? Yi Yang sneered. He could guess the real intentions of the other party and would not be easily fooled. That's right. At Golden Ease Entertainment, Song Xiao sat up excitedly, gave a gesture of success to the gold masters next to him, covered the microphone, and laughed wickedly. That kid is going to take the bait. Several of the gold masters sneered. Fan who, but they spent a lot of money to promote the red. When the wrestling competition, buy out the island a lot of experts, and finally only to Fan Hu into the champion. They're not going to give up on Fan Hu. The reason for making this call to Yi Yang was to sit on the fact that Yi Yang had bribed them with money. Even if Yi Yang played for money, they would still let Fan Hu go all out for the match. In this way, the match, which Fan Hook lost, was intentional and bribed. Fan Hu won. That's upholding justice. In this way, they stand undefeated. The reckoning is a good one. Unfortunately, what they ran into was Yi Yang. They thought Yi Yang was just a rash rich kid, good to cheat, but Yi Yang is from the bottom of the ordinary people become rich. What haven't you seen before? Ha! A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. It seems like you guys are quite confident in that trash. What did you say? Song Xiao was taken aback. I say, Boss Yi, you don't really think you can beat my family's grappling champion by relying on flowery fists when you promote that little girl, do you? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up. How about this? Why don't we make a bet? What a bet? Several of the gold masters were filled with confusion. How come things don't go according to the script? If Shao Qingxian loses, I'll give you guys $100 billion. If Shao Qingxian wins, all of your entire fortune. You lose to me. After that, get out of the entertainment industry. And if you dare to color this area, take the consequences. Yi Yang sneered. How much, 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 much. Song Xiao stuttered outright. $100 billion. Sell a few of their gold masters in a package and they won't be able to come up with $1 billion. 100 billion. That's astronomical. As soon as that number exits, several of the gold masters' breaths thickened and their eyes reddened. I'll only give this 100 billion to the people who bet with me. Oh, I know there are a few more listening in from the sidelines. Are you guys in or not? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up a hint of a smile. Only this smile was full of mockery. I, Zhang Han, join. And me, Chang Shadow. You guys? Song Xiao was secretly annoyed. This was $100 billion. Old Song, you still want to keep this $100 billion all to yourself. Zhang Han and Zhang Ying hadn't even considered that Fan Hu would lose. Any way you look at it, there's no way a little girl could beat a big guy who even wrestles. Then it's a deal. Yi Yang hung up the phone and laughed out loud. A little trickery hooked up all the backstabbers, but it saved the effort of checking again. Fan Hu as a netizen. There must have been company instructions for posting all the videos. This whole thing was a setup from the beginning. And he, now, uncovered all the pushers behind this game. Third shift arrives. Chapter 103, is this a competition? This is clearly a big fan meeting. If you dare to put your hands on my side, I will make your hands completely broken. Yi Yang's eyes flickered. Trying to set yourself up? It's too easy to think. The recording of the call just now, he had saved. To his position of status, there is no longer any need for anything too conclusive. As long as there is evidence, the Jin Sung law firm will be able to make this verbal agreement a reality. It's just an internet wrestling champion. He really thinks he's invincible. Yi Yan laughed. This $100 billion bet was a trap he had laid for his opponent. And a conspiracy. Shao Qingxuan's fighting prowess didn't need to be doubted at all. A truly strong man who has fought between life and death is not even in the same world of combat power as those grappling fighters who score points in the ring. It's like the difference between a tiger that hunts in the jungle and an era that practices demolishing homes every day. Between blood and fire. With every move, Shao Qingxian could manage to kill the enemy with a single move. So the odds of winning on your own side are 100%. The other side's wealth only added up to $1 billion or so, and it looked like their own $100 billion was a rash attempt at willfulness. But that is not the case at all. After all, your side is a sure winner. And no matter how many chips you add, it's the equivalent of not paying any costs at all. Song Zhao's few are probably still laughing at Yi Yang's youthful indiscretions in the Genie Entertainment office right now. When he thought of this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help but let a hint of a mocking smile flow from the corner of his mouth. Save this recording and make it public once the results of the competition are in. Yi Yang returned the cell phone to Yumaimo. Song Zhao's purpose of their phone call in the beginning was to frame Yi Yang and lure him to spend money on bribes and enter their trap. Then one's own return fire would not leave a single chance of survival for the other. He wants the entire Golden Ease Entertainment, completely in this world, removed. Master. Umomo looked at Yi Yang's cold and sharp gaze and also nodded solemnly. News of the match between the two sides is also festering on the internet. Many people, who had driven to Mordor on purpose, were ready to get a glimpse of the buzz of this match. The entire wrestling gym, all of it, has been transformed into a makeshift gym over the past 2 days. Enough to hold thousands of people around. The Hentaying Mountain Villa area makes a bloody fortune by buying tickets. The manager of Cloud Peak Mountain was also secretly overjoyed. His decision, not only did he not lose, but he also made a huge profit. Sure enough, if you follow the big man, you can't lose anything, the manager of Hentaying Mountain muttered. Tickets to the Hentaying Mountain Fight Gym have been speculated online at $2,000 a pop, and at a price. Day 2. It was finally time for the game to begin. The venue was jam-packed. The scene can be very crowded and noisy, all waiting to see if the fighting champion is better or the kung fu warrior is better. On the scene, there are also many journalists who bought tickets at a high price to enter the venue, wanting to get first-hand information at the first time. After the host came on, everyone was looking at him. This match, sponsored and hosted by Yi Yang, Mr. Yi, in his personal name with full authority, adhering to the attitude of friendly exchanges and sparring matches. We have invited the two contestants to take the stage. First up, the winner of the last Chinese and Island Fighting Fellowship, Fan Hu. Mr. Fan Hu comes out of the ring waving his fists around confidently before giving the trademark thumbs up to the ground maneuver. The house boos and cheers take off. Support him and treat him like a god. Those who didn't support him felt that he was incredibly pretentious and couldn't wait to be trampled under the feet of the goddess and abused in a while. The other contestant is Xiao Qingxian, known as the folk heroine, Miss Xiao. Xiao Qingxian had just appeared. The cheers of her face and supportive fans then drowned out all the mocking voices. The popularity of the two sides is high and low. Fan Hu was a little annoyed. With his incredibly proud nature, naturally there was no way at all that he could accept that he was actually less popular than a girl who had no reputation before. Last to appear is the sole organizer of this competition, Yi Yang, Boss Yi. The host's voice was raised 2 octaves, and he solemnly said, "Wow!" The spotlight instantly hit Yi Yang. The entire wrestling hall was filled with the screams and shouts of the girls, and it was impossible to hear anything else. Yi Yang cried and laughed. How is it that he, the caterer, seems to be more popular than both contestants combined? Will you be racing yourself or will they both be racing? Who wants to watch a fight? I paid a high price for a ticket just to see ye boys. The male god is so handsome, even from this far away. I feel like I'm flying with happiness. Gulp. Yi Yang, I'm your wife's fan. Look at me, look at me. Yi Yang cried and laughed. This is great. Originally serious martial arts competition, directly opened into a large fan meeting. 4th shift arrives. I'm a bit tired from the past 2 days, so I'll see what happens tomorrow with an extra shift. Don't forget to add fans/juniorsheep if you like this book. 1054/117/329. Chapter 104, Trenching to the point of bursting the servers. The fervor because of Yi Yang's arrival. It took a full 10 minutes to calm down before it slowly fell. Yi Yang was also escorted by Xiao Xiaozhu, Yumaimo and some of the Yunding Mountain bodyguards as he sat in the most central viewing area. The host saw Yi Yang sitting down and nodding towards himself before he smiled and proceeded to the next session once again. Now, please ask the two contestants to meet the salute. Fan Hu sneered and perfunctorily raised his fist as a salute. Little girl, if you get hurt by my beating in a while, don't cry? Xiao Qingxian smiled faintly and said sinisterly, in a moment, you won't even have a chance to cry. The moment he saw Xiao Qingxuan's eyes, Fan Hu's heart trembled. It felt like being watched by a tiger. There was the illusion that he was going to get a bite at any moment. But, the other party was clearly just a little girl who looked even a little clean-cut. How is that possible? He shook his head, clearing all those illusions from his mind. The provocations from both sides instantly elicited cheers from the crowd. The spectators who supported Xiao Qingxian and those who supported Fan Hu were all raising their support signs to cheer for the racers they supported. Yi Yang swept his cell phone. Live. It's on. The netizens who are concerned about this matter are pouring in. Online viewers, in just half an hour, reached nearly 1 million. That's a pretty scary statistic. Many tens of millions of fans of the big network read, if you do not buy promotion, live online number of people, at most, only 100,000 or so. Nearly 1 million online viewers is already a very impressive statistic. It's not as popular as other live streaming software. Jitterbug Live Show are real-time viewers, unless you buy a robot to watch to make up the numbers. Otherwise, the data displayed is the number of viewers, no adulteration. It's not enough. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth quirked, wanting to completely bring Fan Hu and the Genie Entertainment behind him to a complete end. Then the more impact it caused, the better. 2 days ago, Yumaimo spent a few $1 million to help him buy the opening screen advertisement of Jitterbug today. As long as a user opens Shake Shack during this time, all they see is a video of this game. The heat is not enough. The gifts come. Yi Yang directly charged tens of millions of dollars, and then began to wildly distribute Carnival in the live broadcast, at least 100 at a time, depending on the mood. For a little while, in less than 3 minutes, a couple thousand Carnivals had already been thrown. Major live streaming, all blown up by the Carnival screen. All the melon eaters who didn't know about it yet were all baffled. What the hell? Carnival has become a cabbage. 100 and 100 to go. Holy, still coming. It just doesn't stop. Is there a bug in Shakeology? My day. There's actually. This must have been sent more than 1,000, more than 5,000 apiece. The total value of this gift is close to 10 million Huaxia coins. Hiss. Wildly dropping tens of millions of Chinese coins in just a few minutes. This is too scary. All the viewers who were watching live in the live broadcast room exploded. It's really the shock of 2,000 or so Carnivals that's just too much and too much. What did I say? So it's Yi Shenhao. Yi Shenhao? I just registered my number. I've never heard of it. Is this guy famous? Yi Shenhao doesn't even know about it. Why are you watching a live broadcast? I'm a newly registered white guy. Please ask the science and technology. This Yi Shenhao. He is very rich. Rich. That's super rich, okay? A while ago, a night of real money smashed a few hundred Carnivals. Directly on the hot search. A video was not released, and the account rose 5 million fans overnight. Holy, this is too much. I thought it was a promotional package at first, but it turns out that people have 8 or 9 million fans, and I haven't seen him posting videos, earning fan money or anything. I guess it's a real god. Plus today people don't want money like spreading Carnival. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. No one would dare to swipe tens of millions of dollars out in a few minutes without a few tens of billions in this family. I estimate that this Yi Shenhao's fortune has probably surpassed 100 billion. I'm going. I've seen what it means to be rich today. I see his video is still so young. Simply envy me. Yeah, after seeing that it was Yi Yang who sent the Carnival rain, the viewers of the various broadcasts were relieved. The image of Yi Shenhao had been completely molded, and in the hearts of the people, it was an unattainable existence. Whatever amount of money is spread out is justified. It will only increase their envy and awe. What are you waiting for? Go and watch it. Not for anything else. Go and support Yi Shenhao. Ha ha, together. Now, all the Shake Shack anchors are crying. The originally hot live room instantly became cold. A large part of the audience ran away, saying that they had gone to spectate the godly man spreading his money. Some small and medium-sized anchors simply turned off their broadcasts directly and went to watch Yi Shenhao spread his money as well. In 10 short minutes, Yi Yang's live broadcast room then crazily flooded with millions of people. The servers at Jitterbug HQ. They're bursting at the seams. First shift. Chapter 105. Is it profitable to do e-commerce? Byte's corporate headquarters. The phone rings frequently. The drastic increase in the number of servers requested by one of Yi Yang's live broadcasts was also keeping the staff busy. Normal solo live streams are watched by tens or hundreds of thousands of people online. That's millions of people coming in at once. It made the Jitterbug live system a little overwhelming for a while. This is too much. The unimaginable power of the God Ho. After these technicians adjusted the parameters and deployed the servers, they sighed with relief. There are hundreds of millions of users after all. Shakeology's technology and conditioning is superb. And the problem was soon fixed. Yi Yang took a look at the number of online viewers and it had almost reached 5 million. Not to mention 5 million, even before today. If someone said that anyone's personal Shake Shack live broadcast could reach more than 1 million viewers, they would definitely be sprayed into a dog. Call the man delusional and daydreaming. But today, Yi Yang realized it all. An unprecedented record was set. If you ask him on what basis, don't ask. Asking is money power. It's about to start. And I wonder who's going to win. The later viewers, and many of the eaters who still didn't know what was going on, figured out what was going on after the live broadcast. All of them also rose with a sense of anticipation. Almost. Yi Yang nodded. There are just so many people online in real time on Shakeology. Those who still clicked in to watch the live stream. Almost a couple million people topped out. Ugh. Some pity. Would have liked to get 10 million people to see it. He let out a low sigh. If those with the goods anchors knew what Yi Yang was thinking at this time, 80% of them would be so angry that they would vomit blood and pass out. That's millions of real viewers. They usually live room do not know how much money to spend to buy robots to watch. Powerful with goods anchor. The real number of people online can have a few 100,000 our top day. Normally speaking, the real number of viewers of an ordinary bandwagon anchor is just a few thousand. This can be described as one heaven and one earth with Yi Yang. If this number were given to me, I wouldn't be able to sell hundreds of millions of goods a day, and then go to the peak of my life and win over the rich and handsome. Aha! More than 5 million online at, spitting blood with envy. Che, I have a feeling this is a new model of marketing. Take tens of millions of dollars and throw it in. Attract millions of people in, and then start bringing in the goods. It must be. Don't be sour. If you can take tens of millions of dollars to market yourself at will, so can you. A lot of bandwagon anchors just entered the live broadcast room and were hit in the head by this number of people, and a hefty jealousy bubbled up in their hearts from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, I don't know how many e-commerce companies are frantically calling you Mimo. Wanted to take advantage of the heat to talk to Yi Yang about a bandwagon contract. Even a direct 2-8 split with Yi Shenhao would be happy. After all, the popularity was so intimidating that no matter how much stock there was, it had to be sold out when it went up. Boss, this, Yu Murmur asked in a pleading voice. It's lucrative to do e-commerce? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, didn't avoid the live broadcast at all, and asked directly. Yu Momo whispered. Master, the total price of the goods that these e-commerce companies have given you has reached 1 billion. If they can all be sold, the share to us is estimated to be at least 200 or 300 million. See? I told you he was going to bring the goods. It's all just fooling you guys. Not at all. People have money to smash, even if they bring goods. So what? Eat your family's rice? Sour dog, shut up. Cut. Yi Yang waved his hand. Trouble? Forget it. I guess the game will be over in a few seconds in a while. This small amount of money. Bring a hair. Holy, a couple 100 million is chump change. That's even better than Wang Surin's little 100 million goal. Horror. I'm crying. Because Yi Yang didn't avoid the live broadcast audience at all. As soon as these words came out, the live audience could be listening. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room was shaken with terror. The e-commerce companies are begging to send a few $100 million to Yi Shenhao. Yi Shenhao actually refused because it was too much trouble. This. What a conscientious anchor who doesn't sell out. Love it, love it. Yi Shenhao is really rich. In the past, those who pretended to show off their wealth in jitterbug. I don't believe. From now on, I only believe in Yi Shenhao. That's right. Me too. The old man who just said that people are marketing this as a new model just to attract people to come in and bring in goods. Does his face hurt? A crowd of viewers were in awe of the love. Yi Yang's temperament and vigor of treating hundreds of millions of dollars as nothing is simply handsome. Yu Mimo was instructed, but also directly turned the phone into a no disturb mode, and those e-commerce companies directly couldn't find anyone, secretly crying out for pity, but they have no complaints. Boss Yi even said the words a few 100 million is a lot, obviously not looking at his own list of a few 100 million at all. People are too high status. These e-commerce companies naturally don't dare to climb too far up the ladder. Boss Yi, I think it's almost time. Can we start? The manager of Yunding Mountain asked Yi Yang on the side. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Let's begin. Begin. The manager gave the host and referee an okay. This big scene that tens of millions of people were paying attention to officially started right under Yi Yang's slight nod. Second shift arrives. Chapter 106, a carnival kick? Still a few seconds to end the match. This kid, he's a bit wild. Song Shao of Golden Eclipse Entertainment and the others sat around the big live broadcast screen, sneering and judging. I'm afraid I'm talking about that little girl being knocked out by Fan Hu in a few seconds, right? Ha ha. Several of the other gold masters laughed heartily. It's starting. Look, all of these gold masters were even looking over with their full attention. After all, there was a $100 billion bet involved behind this match. Once they win this bet, they get to split the $100 billion. For those of them who are, $100 billion, completely astronomical, made their eyes glaze over. Inside the Henteing Hill fight gym, the referee enters and blows the whistle for the match. Fan Hu suddenly rushed out, having already made a bold statement to the media about a 10-second KO opponent. Being an internet celebrity means you have to live up to your word, otherwise you'll be mocked. A boxing champion hits a weak girl and doesn't settle for 10 seconds. Xiao Qingxian sneered and sidestepped a straight punch from Fan Hu. Using his fist to turn into a palm, he quickly became a stump, directly running towards Fan Hu's throat to strike. This speed, this reflexes. Fan Hu sweated. The moment he exchanged hands, he realized that he was really too gullible. It wasn't even a pose that day. It was the real battle power of the other side. Vomit. Like lightning, Xiao Qingxuan's palm slapped directly on Fan Hu's throat. If Yi Yang hadn't reminded her to keep her hands in martial arts in public in China, this blow would have directly shattered Fan Hu's throat knot and killed him. Touché. Fan Hu covered his throat. His body couldn't stop backing up, and his face instantly turned red. The throat was struck and the whole brain went white with it. The respiratory system is all temporarily in shock. The feeling of death that could not be breathed haunted Fan Hu. causing a strong fear to flash in his eyes. Dang! Because of the sudden lack of oxygen, cerebellar balance is not even guaranteed. With a flurry of footsteps, the entire group lay on the ground with their necks covered, tongues sticking out, greedily trying to breathe. Xiao Qingxian subconsciously had to follow her instincts and go up to make up for it, but the referee stopped it straight away. The referee himself was Yi Yang's man, and had been instructed to keep an eye on Xiao Qingxian before going on the field, so that he wouldn't be in trouble if he didn't accidentally really beat someone to death. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Xiao Qingxian smiled faintly. The referee thinks about it before stepping aside. As a matter of fact, in a ring match, after being knocked down, you can't continue to attack. Check the seconds in time. If you can't get up for 10 seconds, you'll be counted as a loser. But Fan Hu and her set up a no gauntlet, no rules fight. You asked for it. A hint of an excited smile spread across the corners of Xiao Qingshuan's mouth. A direct kick was delivered to Fan Hu's stomach. But this kick directly kicked the sour water out of Fan Hu's stomach. However, the feeling of not being able to get up for air was also relieved a lot by the kick. Aren't you a bully? 10 seconds to KO me? How come you can't even stand up? With every question, Xiao Qingxian kicked the other party viciously. Soon, Fan Hu had a swollen nose, just struggling to get ready to get up. It was then kicked off and flipped to the ground, where it continued to get stomped. Xiao Qingxian shows the most vulnerable but not fatal locations of the human body: the soft ribs, lower abdomen, chest, septum, arms and leg and foot joints. The pain caused Fan Hu to wail and scream. The whole room was silent. It all happened so fast. Everyone was confused. It's just a photo op. They just watched as Xiao Qingxian casually stretched out her hand, and then it was Fan Hu who fell to the ground covering his neck and was kicked all over the place, until Fan Hu came out wailing from the beating. It was only gradually that the audience responded. What the hell is this? It's over. You call this a contest? It's clearly just a one-sided masochism. Asterisk 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 in hell. That's a good one. What a ing relief. Let this kid act like a pussy before he got his comeuppance. Ha ha, Chinese martial arts can still fight. Then you think, horse with 5 consecutive whips, that's a poorly learned skill. The audience, which is gradually coming to terms with reality, is all abuzz with discussion. Only Fan Hu's original fans were not happy. Fake race. Definitely playing a fake game. How is it possible to be beaten and not be able to get up in one move? It doesn't conform to physical common sense at all. He's a wrestling champion, so he's not resistant to a beating. No way. Can't beat is can't beat. This was beaten like a dog crawling all over the ground. Why are you still talking tough? Is this the way to play a fake match? What a laugh. That's it. Fans on both sides of the fence are tearing it up again. Inside the live feed, all kinds of gifts flopped. Beat the hell out of him. I'll swipe 100 carnivals and kick that pretender's ass for me. Dare to insult Chinese martial arts. I also brush. A carnival kick him. Finally, I see authentic Chinese martial arts showing their power. I'm so moved. The live audience is all jubilant, swiping carnival here and there. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. So it seems, maybe in a while he rewarded those gift money back. Third shift, Chapter 107, Shocking Exposure. Collapsing Golden Ease Entertainment Gold Masters. Palm. Fan Hu just struggled to get halfway up. He was then kicked in the jaw by Xiao Qingxian, and even his teeth flew out. It directly flew backwards and fell 3 meters away. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Xiao Qingxian sneered. In the fighting pact we signed, admitting defeat is useless. It was only then that Fan Hu was remembering. The match will only be terminated after falling out of the playing area or after one side has been completely knocked out and has lost all ability to resist. He gave up hope of getting up straight away and struggled towards the edge of the ring. The top floor of Goldilocks Entertainment. In front of the big live screen, several gold masters originally had champagne ready and in their hands ready to celebrate the arrival of $100 billion. As a result, Fan Hu was actually knocked out instantly, and then it was chased and kicked. Miserable as a dog. Woe is me. Snap. The champagne in Song Zhao's hand fell directly to the ground and snapped, shattering. His mouth was wide open as he looked at what was happening in the live screen in disbelief. His hands were starting to shake. This bet is more than just Yi Yang's $100 billion. They also pressed their entire fortune, even including the company Genie Entertainment. It couldn't be Fan Hu taking money privately, could it? How can you just lose the match like that? It's only one move. If Fan Hu had heard those words, he would have died of anger on the spot. Although Xiao Qingxian had withdrawn some of her strength, if that palm poked at an ordinary person's throat, she was afraid that it could directly poke the person to death. He's lucky he's not dead, and he's been patched up so much. At this point has long been completely lost the ability to resist. Shouldn't be able to. He's not stupid. This is all beaten face to face. Unless he holds the mentality that from now on he can't be mixed up in the entertainment circle, wrestling circle, and the netizens circle altogether. Only then will he accept this kind of bribe. Yes, this is so abused by a female stepping on his feet. The champion's face is lost. Unless he doesn't want to be in the business anymore, there's no way he can take this money. If he hadn't taken the money, a trace of shock flashed in the eyes of several gold masters. That weak girl, does she really have such a strong practical combat ability? Inside the wrestling gym, give me a break. I'm going to get killed if I hit you again. It's my mouth, but I can't help it. I was also instructed by others to mark it to rub it in. Spare me. Fan Hu begs for mercy as he gets beaten. With Xiao Qingxuan's skill, it was simply too easy to keep her opponent from fainting or not letting them out of the competition area. Wasn't this a rule you set for yourself? Why did you change your mind? Xiao Qingxian let out a cold laugh. My feet are a little sore from all the kicking. Fortunately, he also lost his interest in toying with the other party and began to ask about the matter at hand. You said someone instructed you? Who ordered it? I. Fan Hu opened his mouth and closed it again. No? Then let's play some more. I've got all the time in the world. Xiao Qingxian laughed coldly, raised her foot and was about to step on it. Don't. Xiao Qingxuan's action left an endless shadow on Fan Hu, and at this point, he subconsciously went straight to his knees and begged for forgiveness, his heart's defenses collapsing. I'll say it all. Behind me is Golden Ease Entertainment. It's all because Song Xiao, the boss of Golden Ease, instructed me. He also said that I should not stay my hand, and torture you well on the stage before letting you pass out. He also set a trap for Yi Yang, the boss behind you. When this tournament is over, he'll take the evidence of the call and blackmail him. That way, it'll both promote me and get your boss's money. Fan Hu was so frightened by Xiao Qingxuan's lifting of her foot that she directly collapsed in her heart and told him everything. This, as Fan Hu tells it, the whole room was in an uproar. So this is the truth behind this thing. These entertainment companies, it really stinks to do business, doesn't it? It's this day and age, and there are still such miscreants. Oh, still this age, there are interests, there is inevitably darkness and calculation. You are afraid that you are living in a dream. It makes me so angry to hear it. The audience and the live broadcast were erupting with countless greetings to Fan Hu and Song Xiao of Genie Entertainment. Goldilocks Entertainment top floor. Several of the gold masters were all confused. This kid, is he really only 22 years old? How can he be so meticulous and decisive? Don't be too busy blowing people off. This pitbull has shaken us out. So you'd better think about what to do next. What else can we do? We've gambled away all our family and company. There's nothing else to do. Talk is cheap. They don't have any proof. We just need to be rogue enough not to admit any of this and we're done. Do you think that people who can afford to bet hundreds of billions of dollars on superstars are weak and gullible children? This group of gold masters of Golden Ease Entertainment were all paralyzed on the sofa with ashen faces. Champagne flowed at their feet, exuding a sweetness they had no desire to appreciate at the moment. Fourth shift arrives. Chapter 108, 30 million red packets. Reward Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center. Aha! Van Hook was of no use after he had told everything and everything. Xiao Qingxian kicked the back of the opponent's head, and Fan Hu then completely fainted and slumped to the ground, not moving a muscle. The winner has been decided. Xiao Qingxian wins. The referee is relieved to see Fan Hu finally pass out and calls the result. This one-sided abusive fight just now was the first time he had seen it in all his years as a referee. He was really worried if Xiao Qingxian would really kick the other party to death. The audience was roaring with laughter. I thought the winner was already decided. People have been gifting quite a bit, and the contest is over. So I'm giving back some perks. Yi Yang is not polite. Directly charge tens of millions of red packets. Live send red packets. Thank you for your support. A total of 30 million. Everyone grab at random. Holy, a red packet of tens of millions of dollars. I've grown up so much. I don't even know what $1 million looks like. And this one red packet, it's actually tens of millions of dollars. Yi Shenhao's atmosphere. Mighty. Invincible. Mom, I've gotten ahead. I've actually started grabbing tens of millions of dollars in red envelopes. The live stream went crazy again. Everyone was marveling at Yi Yang's bravado. Ding! It has been detected that your cumulative recharge spending today has reached $50 million, rewarding you with ownership of the Hongfeng National Arts Center. The National Arts Center? Yi Yang's heart stirred. Today's consumption was indeed related to the national arts, and directly rewarding a national arts center would be in line with his own guess. The 30 million red packets once again sent millions of people flooding into the live broadcast. This is a Shake Shack event. Tens of millions of dollars in bonuses. Who has heard of it? Who has seen it? Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast was at its peak, the corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up. It's about time. Regarding what Fan Hu said just now, The matter of Golden Ease Entertainment bribing to set up a trap. I will be here, providing you with recorded evidence. And this matter, I will hand over to my team of lawyers. Don't worry, everyone, none of the bad guys with evil intentions will escape. Yi Yang was not polite in the slightest. Played the recording of the blackmail directly from earlier. Boss Yi, right? I'm Song Xiao, the chairman of Golden Ease, and the biggest gold owner behind Fan Who this time. Song Xiao's voice came out. It just grossed out the viewers on the air. Why is this man talking like a human demon? Is this the legendary man with the yin and yang? If you don't talk like a human being, I'll shut you up completely for the rest of your life. After hearing Yi Yang's warning, the audience expressed comfort. It's still Boss Yi who is domineering. After that, Song Xiao brings up the verbal trap of taking $10 million to fight a fake match. And here's that Fan Who, the wrestling champion, is nothing more than a packaged and marketed internet sensation. It made the audience hate it. This guy is just so bad. Why don't we make a bet? Yi Yang's proposal instantly made everyone's spirits focus again. All of them were curious as to what kind of bet Yi Shenhao was going to make. If Xiao Qingxian loses, I'll give you guys $100 billion. If Xiao Qingxian wins, all of your entire fortune. You lose to me. After that, get out of the entertainment industry. And if you dare to color this area, take the consequences. The entire broadcast room seemed to be silent for a moment. Is this the God's Ho? Take out $100 billion directly for a big bet. Hundreds of billions of dollars in big bets. This is just horrible. This would definitely be number one on tomorrow's hot topic if I didn't super double my grocery shopping. $100 billion bet. Then how rich must Boss Yi be? Where's the guy who said before that people only have a few hundred million at most and are just taking money to play hard to get? Roll out and kowtow to the master. Ha ha. And all those people who said Goddess Xiao was playing a fake match before, come out as well. Take a beating together. That's it. Yi Yang looked at the repercussions of the live broadcast in the scene, and also nodded with a smile. Regarding the authenticity of this call, I'll ask the relevant people to show me the evidence, and none of you will be able to escape the punishment that is due. At this moment, several of the gold owners of Genie Entertainment began to pack up their belongings. Some were ready to run away. Some contacted lawyers and prepared to fight with Yi Yang in a lawsuit. Only Song Xiao was paralyzed on the sofa. As the one who had directly fought Yi Yang this time, he deeply felt the fearfulness of this young man. This is the kind of guy who has a good mind and treats his opponents with the ruthlessness they deserve. It's impossible to leave yourself any chance of survival. No matter how much you struggle, it won't help. I'm really a dead man. Why did I mess with such a great man? Song Xiao was on the verge of tears and directly gave herself a few big slaps. Henteing he'll fight Jim. Although the game is over, the discussion and heat, however, did not end with this game, but instead festered hotter and hotter online. Some people say that this time, Chinese Kung Fu has finally been righted for once. There were also those who said that Xiao Qingxian had won by sneak attack and Fan Who had lost because he was too careless. But the second kind of barbarian retardation is usually surrounded by a group of people. The collective reply, if you think you're good, go and challenge Goddess Xiao, and then when you're stomped to death, we'll all pool our money to buy you a coffin. Hongfeng National Arts Center. While the internet is arguing over this, Yi Yang is inquiring about this new reward given by the system. Fifth shift. This extra shift celebrates breaking 100 chapters. Don't forget to add book club/junior sheep if you like this book. 1054/117/329. There are latest update news in the fans/June sheep, and the author will also discuss the plot with you from time to time. Chapter 109, The Ripple of the $100 Billion Gamble. Hongfeng National Martial Arts Gym was once the largest national martial arts gym, but because of the impact of foreign cultures, new students ran away to learn karate and taekwondo. It led to a midway decline. But the skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and the annual revenue is still several $100 million. Yi Yang finished reading the introduction about the Hongfeng National Arts Center. A slight nod. It would be nice to see it sometime. Some years ago, there were indeed many people who pander to foreigners. Everything is foreign good. The air is foreign sweet. The moon is foreign round. It is the same kind of thinking that has led to the decline of national arts and the loss of traditional culture. Now the game has just ended. He also had to contact the Jinchang law firm to go to court against the Golden Entertainment Company. Rather, there was no rush to collect the Kokosaikan. Boss Yi, we already know about your matter. With this recording evidence, don't worry about leaving this matter to us. We guarantee that we will make them fulfill the contract that they uttered. It didn't even take Yi Yang to find Feng Han. Feng Han directly sent a message to Yi Yang, and even the rough negotiation plan had already been made. Rather efficient. Yi Yang laughed and shook his head. He had just said that he would give him a good car, and his work was so active. Back at the house, it's only afternoon. After all, the game was played so fast. Although the game doesn't start until noon, but it didn't take long for it to end. Fan, whose previous bravado of KOing his opponent in 10 seconds was not expected to be fulfilled by his opponent. You've worked hard, boss. Just got back to Henteing Hill Villa. A group of maids then lined up to welcome them. I worked hard for nothing. I just send out gifts and red envelopes. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. The strength work is still done by Qing Xian. If it wasn't for her letting Fan who account for everything on the field, this matter wouldn't have been so influential. Sister Qing Xian has worked hard. The maids all spat out their tongues and mischievously began to welcome Xiao Qing Xian. After this period of time, these maids had also completely figured out Yi Yang's nature. The boss is still very easygoing. As long as they do their part, the boss will be pleasant, and even occasionally take them along to play exciting little games. It's not hard. It's not hard. I've loved fighting since I was a kid. Xiao Qingxian heatedly laughed. Big sister, you purely like to abuse people, don't you? Yi Yang rolled his eyes and inwardly spat madly. After dinner, the relevant stories and hotspots are then all compiled. It began to top the major video and media platforms. Men's silence and women's tears. The Chinese martial arts have finally been renamed. Pushing the envelope, through this martial arts event, can we assume that the Chinese martial arts can overcome the strong with the weak? Cheeto, sinful entertainment companies. Filthy human nature. A big money gamble. Siege blog hot topic, the $100 billion bet between Genie Entertainment and Yishan Hao. Penguin Watch, shocker. I actually grabbed 30 million red envelopes today. There are so many terriers and so many explosions in this thing. It comes with countless traffic. And after the match is over, the conversation instead becomes even hotter than before. Ha ha, the names these sandy editors come up with really make my stomach hurt from laughing. Xiao Xiaozhu swiped through her cell phone messages and rolled on the sofa with laughter. Qing Xian, you're going to be mythologized on the internet. What with one kick you can kill an elephant? One punch can hammer Tyson to death. There are still people saying that you're some kind of transformation realm expert. And there's still the mastery of the 18 feet of the descending dragon not being used out yet. 80% are reading too many martial arts novels. Yumaimo was also amused by the entertainment news. Cut. Xiao Qingxian rolled her eyes. Her skills, honed in life and death, were of the ultimate human caliber. Isn't it only right to beat up a wrestling champion with that much water? Why do you have to brag so much? Though this has been all over the internet in waves. But for Yi Yang, this was basically over. Directly waiting for Feng Han to bring him the results of the battle was over. In the evening, when Feng Han came to pick up the Rolls Royce, he said that he had basically reached an agreement with the other party, and that the Golden Entertainment Company, within almost a week, would be able to be transferred to Yi Yang's name, though he makes it sound easy. But Yi Yang knew that he wanted the entire fortune and name companies of those guys. Wanting to make the other party lose his tongue, Feng Han must have put a lot of thought into it. Well done. After Yi Yang smiled and nodded, he also transferred 1 billion to Feng Han once again. This is considered as your activity funds. Recently I have to do quite a few things. You have a lot of places that need to spend money. Feng Han's hand shook when he saw the amount of money that arrived. Boss, did you transfer 1 billion without blinking? However, after all, Feng Han knew exactly how many assets Yi Yang had. Such a bold move is understandable. Then, Feng Han will take it first. With Feng Han's understanding of Yi Yang would only be unhappy if he didn't receive this money. Aha! After sending off Feng Han and the others, Yi Yang went to the private hot spring at the bottom of the mountain to mix baths with the maids. Just soaked a little more comfortably. The cell phone was ringing. I'm going to. How is she? Yi Yang saw the caller ID and his heart trembled. 6th shift. This chapter was added to celebrate the 4th of July. Chapter 110, Lu Chanxian is back. The caller was no one else but Lu Chanxian. For Lu Chanxian's feeling, in Yi Yang's mind, it was definitely different from others. Back when he was still renting a room and looking for a job, after finding Aunt Zhang's rental room, Lu Chanxian had been taking good care of herself, and although she hadn't been substantially accepting her favors, she was still very grateful to Lu Chanxian in her heart. He also knew that Lu Chanxian liked himself. This kind of girl who was nice to him before he had no money, meant something different to Yi Yang than an ordinary girl. Naturally. Ahem. Qianqian, aren't you studying for your master's degree at the Ivy League? Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Yi Yang picked up the phone and asked. Brother Yi Yang, didn't I tell you in the 2 days when you first moved away that I would go back to look for you? Lu Chanxian took it for granted. Ha! Yi Yang remembered. When Lu Chanxian said that she wanted to go back to China to find him to play. But he thought at the time that Lu Chanxian was just joking, and it was impossible to come back just by saying so. I didn't realize that it hadn't been long, but she really did run back from Murray country. Cynthia, where are you now? I'm already home. Ha! When do you have time? Come out for dinner, Lu Chanxian said with anticipation. I haven't had anything going on lately. so tomorrow will be fine. Yi Yang thought for a moment and determined. Okay, then I'll call you tomorrow when I'm ready. Waiting for you, yo. Lu Chanxian said happily. Good. Yi Yang put down his cell phone. He was now considered capable of repaying the other party. It's always a good thing. Master, who's looking for you? The hot spring water churned, and Umomo came up close at once, and the silky feeling made Yi Yang feel very comfortable. An old friend. I'm going out tomorrow to hand over the matter of Goldenese Entertainment Company. It's better for you and Fang Han to go with them. Yi Yang laughed. Ah, well, a hint of disappointment crossed the bottom of Umomo's eyes, but in the end, she accepted the reality. Day 2. Yi Yang wandered around the garage for half a day, preparing to keep a low profile. Picked a King Cowman SUV. The car was priced at around $20 million, which was considered the cheapest in Yi Yang's garage. And this brand of SUVs is not well known to the ears of the uninitiated layman. He didn't want Lu Chanxian, an old friend, to have a bad impression of him as someone who likes to show off his wealth when he's rich. Lu Chanxian herself is by no means a gold-worshipping girl, with a very positive outlook. If she were to misunderstand, it would not be what Yi Yang wanted to see. Rumble. The 6.8-liter V10 engine roars to life, and the nearly 6-ton luxury body launches instantly. This time, Yi Yang did not bring Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian with him. Xiao Qingxian was busy because of yesterday's heat. After making a time and place appointment, Yi Yang then drove King Kalman towards the agreed rendezvous, North Street Avenue. Next to the intersection, Lu Chanxian was waiting for Yi Yang. Ha! If it isn't Chanxian, long time no see. A surprised voice came from the sidelines. Ha! Red? Lu Chanxian was a bit surprised. Such a coincidence? Li Yuehong and she is a high school classmate. Then the relationship is quite good. The period of time abroad has also kept in touch. What a coincidence. Chanxian, why have you suddenly returned to China? Did you come back to look for your little boyfriend? Li Yuehong hemmed and hawed. Go on. Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yi Yang hasn't promised me yet. Lu Chanxian blushed and said shyly. Hey, shy. Li Yuehong stroked her chin and proposed. It just so happens that I'm also shopping. Idly bored. As a good sister, it's just right to help you keep an eye on things. Ah, this. Lu Chanxian scratched her head. She let out a bitter laugh at how the little sister was still so blind. Originally she wanted to create a couple-style date with only brother Yi Yang and her. What are you doing here? Be a light bulb. And what if brother Yi Yang misunderstands that I'm a person who brings his girlfriends out to dilly-dally? Although there was some internal struggle, looking at Li Yuehong's expectant little eyes, she couldn't refuse, so she reluctantly nodded. I just wanted to instruct Li Yuehong to pay attention to something in a while. A handsome black SUV pulled up right in front of the two of them. The windows rolled down. Yi Yang smiled handsomely at Lu Chanxian. Get in the car. Yeah. Brother Yi Yang, you're so fast. Lu Chanxian was a bit caught off guard. Originally thought that it would take a while for Yi Yang to come over. I'm a great driver. By the way, who is this? Yi Yang looked at Li Yuehong suspiciously. Are you the little boy who likes Chanxian? He's really quite handsome. Well, I'm Chanxian's best friend. You have to perform well today. Otherwise I'll let Chanxian kick your ass. Li Yuehong talked to herself. Red. Lu Chanxian heart panic. Clearly she is chasing Yi Yang. So that if Yi Yang are angry, to dump her, how difficult it. Yi Yang was speechless for a while, but for Lu Chanxian's face, he didn't say anything. Come up. Don't worry. Don't I know men? Li Yuehong ignored Lu Chanxian's dissuasion, glanced at the car label. A trace of contempt crossed her eyes, and got into the car on her own. Lu Chanxian sighed and smiled apologetically at Yi Yang before she was getting into the car. 6th shift. This one is added for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish you all the best for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 111. Dare you take us to eat at the Purple Light Pavilion? Where to eat? Yi Yang asked with a smile. You choose. Lu Chanxian also sympathized with Yi Yang and wanted him to choose a more ordinary restaurant. Although her mom said before that nowadays Yi Yang is developed and is living in a big villa, she felt that this is 80% Yi Yang's excuse. Even if it's true, at best you'll make a small fortune and buy a house to live in. But to save face, said it went to a nicer place. It was obvious from the car Yi Yang drove today that he had definitely made more money than before though. But it shouldn't be much. In the girls' minds, except for Mercedes-Benz BMW, they are all junk cars. The occasional famous brand, Rolls-Royce or sports car or whatever, can feel expensive. But with a niche luxury car like the Kalman King, the badge doesn't often appear in the public eye. It's still an SUV. To the girls, it's just a miscellaneous brand, not worth more than $300,000 kind of thing. Don't tell me, it's a miscellaneous brand, but it's quite comfortable to sit in. Li Yuehong moved her but a few times with satisfaction. Hey, I say you have to buy a better car after you get married. Although this car is quite comfortable, but a good car is ultimately a brand name. Like Chanshan's such an excellent girl? You must not buy a Mercedes-Benz S-Class for others? Red. Lu Chanshan cried and laughed. Yi young brother, you don't care, ah? She is just like this. The nature is a little too. It's okay. Yi Yang shook his head indifferently, but the corner of his mouth picked up a smile. Can't say if you can get a King Kalman tire for the money of a Mercedes S? The eye difference is just too great. The other man's words sounded to him like pure stupid jokes, and they didn't offend him. After all, ignorance is not a sin. Any restaurant in Magic City, take your pick. It's not easy for you to come back once. I have to take you to a good meal. Yi Yang smiled faintly. This is good. Wait for me to find it. Brother Yi. Lu Chanshan took out the low German map and prepared to choose a moderately priced restaurant. What else is there to choose? They said they'd choose whatever they wanted. So why don't they just pick the most expensive one? Cheap is fine for anyone, but not for your boyfriend. Isn't his money just for you to spend? Li Yuehong sneered. Little Red, how did you get like this? Lu Chanshan immediately blew up a bit. Previously when she was in school, Li Yuehong was not like this. After this meeting, why did she suddenly say such trivial words? What's become of me? I'm doing it for your own good. A man, you have to test him. How can he be worthy of you if he can't even afford the most expensive restaurant? Li Yuehong snorted coldly, somewhat aggrieved. In her opinion, she was all for helping her sisters. Yi Yang frowned, but the other party is, after all, Lu Chanshan's classmate. If it is an unusual person yelling poisonous chicken soup here, according to his temper, he would have already given that person a kick off the car. There are two things he hates most in his life. A poisonous chicken soup woman and an iron-licking dog. One reeks of poison in woe. A man in the skin of a man, doing doggy things, enough to eat the out of a goddess. So where do you think is the most expensive? Yi Yang asked indifferently. The most expensive Western food in Magic City, Purple Pavilion, is his own. The most expensive Chinese restaurant, Han Court. He is also the only Black Dragon Card VIP. It's the same for him wherever he goes. Then of course we have to go somewhere upscale. Let's go eat French food. That Purple Pavilion is the best restaurant in Magic City. 3 Michelin stars. It's a real honor to go there. Li Yuehong fantasized. I've wanted to go for a long time, but I just never had the chance to go. Don't see that I can only make $4,000 a month now, but it's worth it to spend a month's salary to be a superior person, even if I have to eat instant noodles for a month. Lu Chanshan more and more feel that Li Yuehong has become she somewhat dare not recognize. Make $4,000 a month. Spend $4,000. Don't you save? Deposit money? Save money for what? That's for boys. Isn't it good for girls to dress themselves up? Li Yuehong deserved and justified. This. Lu Chanshan didn't know what to say. Are you going or not? When Li Yuehong saw that Lu Chanshan was ignoring her, her eyes turned and she repeatedly urged Yi Yang. Go on. Yi Yang smiled. Although he was smiling on his face, he now had the urge to kick Li Yuehong right out of the car. Well, barely. You passed. Li Yuehong beckoned and excitedly began to call the Purple Light Pavilion. Hello? Violet Court? I need to reserve a seat. She was excited beyond belief. Imagining herself eating in the highest class restaurant in Mordor made her feel extravagant and uptight. I'm sorry, ma'am. The Purple Light Pavilion only receives 10 tables of guests per day. Now that the 10 tables have already been booked, if you want to make a reservation, it will be at least 3 days later. The customer service lady over there smiled sweetly. There's actually this rule. Li Hongyue's face was bitter. The fantasy of being the superior man rises and falls away in a flash. This sense of falling short is just too much to take in. Give me the phone. Yi Yang freed a hand and hooked it towards Li Yuehong. What's the use of giving it to you? Li Yuehong rolled her eyes, but finally handed the phone to Yi Yang. 7th shift is here. This one is more fun. Thank you, senior bookie, for the 2 little whips. Ha ha. Happy November and happy mid-autumn. The editions are here for now, going out on November, but we'll make sure to update regularly as well. Chapter 112. The sip you just took is more than $10,000. That's weird. Does it make it better if you say it when I say it doesn't work well? What kind of bully is pretending? Li Yuehong was frantically spitting inside. Hey, this is Yi Yang. Yi Yang faintly said after receiving the call. There was a moment of silence over there, and after the customer service lady responded, she immediately smiled. Boss, may I ask if you have any instructions? I'm going to dinner tonight. I'll be there in about half an hour. Yi Yang directly said. Okay, boss. I'll inform Mr. Paul of your trip right away. The customer service young lady said respectfully and incomparably. Well, that's it. Yi Yang returned the cell phone to Li Yuehong. Okay. Li Yuehong was confused. Didn't you say that all 10 tables have been booked? You're not lying to me, are you? This is a great opportunity to pretend to have a photo. It can't be child's play. Must ask for clarification. Yi Yang, however, was too lazy to pay attention to her and directly drove towards the purple light pavilion. Lu Chanxian, on the other hand, looked at Yi Yang with light in her eyes. Could it be that brother Yi Yang has really made a fortune? Purple Pavilion is no small restaurant. As the authentic Michelin 3-star, the most expensive Western restaurant in Magic City. Les said the boss also take advantage of a few $100 million. One word and you can book your seat. At least it's not a bad relationship with the boss. Brother Yi Yang is really great. For the person you like, of course, the better he is, the happier you are. Seeing that Yi Yang might actually be related to that kind of big shot, Lu Chanxian was also happy for Yi Yang from the bottom of her heart. This, Li Yuehong grunted in anger, only feeling that it was unfair. There is always a part of the world that complains about things they can't understand and never thinks carefully about why. The King Commoner SUV sped along with a heavy whistling sound. It ended up parked in the Purple Pavilion parking lot. Go! Yi Yang waved his hand. He then brought Li Yuehong and Lu Chanxian into the Purple Light Pavilion. Welcome boss! Welcome boss! The waiters and waitresses were lined up in unison to welcome them. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Li Yuehong looked at the battle in shock. Is this the world of the upper class? Call out boss when you see someone. That's too good. While Lu Chanxian heard this name, her heart was moved. Thinking of that phone call from Yi Yang just now, a surprising idea was born from within her, but it was so outrageous that she couldn't believe it. Yi Yang looked at the expressions on the two women's faces and smiled slightly, not saying anything more. He doesn't deliberately pretend to be poor or show off his wealth. The other side will believe it if they want to, and not if they don't. It's not like one's identity is going to shift in any way based on what other people think or think anyway, and wasting one's breath over a couple of retards would be a waste of life. Boss, Paul and Alice also came out and set out the ingredients, made by the top private chef on site, a treat of the highest order at the Purple Pavilion. Ah, isn't that the French 5-star chef in the picture on the official website? Even he's called the boss? Li Yuehong glanced at Yi Yang suspiciously, sensing that something was wrong. Sit down, Yi Yang casually said. This aura and temperament of brother Yi Yang, that respect in Chef Paul's eyes, it doesn't look like he's faking it. Lu Chanxian's heart moved, her eyes with a hint of color measuring Yi Yang. It's hard to believe that brother Yi Yang, really? Once seated, Paul and Alice began to prepare dinner for them. Don't you even have to order? Seeing Paul start cooking directly, Li Yuehong was a bit confused. Boss, come. We naturally have is using the highest level recipes, Alice explained with a smile. Li Yuehong was shocked beyond words. He's really your boss? Sure, Alice shrugged. Rightfully so. Li Yuehong's mind went blank. Lu Chanxian blinked her eyes and scrutinized the calm-faced Yi Yang. Her heart was also sweet. Whether or not brother Yi Yang would like her in the end, as long as everything was fine with brother Yi Yang, she was relieved. Today we're using Lafite Rothschild as an accompaniment, just in time for the golden spice to blossom into its purest, most pristine and exquisite flavor. Aha! Yi Yang nodded slightly. Wow! Is this the legendary Lafite? It seems to be very expensive, right? It's rumored to be over $10,000 a bottle. Li Yuehong was surprised. Alice blushed a bit. Why was the boss following such a lowly girl around? You're talking about a lowly, non-good vintage of Chateau Lafite Rothschild, and with this bottle, 10,000, might not be enough to cover the value of the sip you just sipped down. Ah, this! Li Yuehong was so shocked that she almost spat out a mouthful of wine, but so as not to waste the flavor of the bowl, she even bit her tongue, hissing and huffing in pain. After the dishes are all made, Paul and Alice all bowed and left, leaving Yi Yang and Lu Chanxian to savor and enjoy. First shift. The book broke 200,000 words. Yo. Chapter 113. Yi Yang, would like to call you the one with the thickest skin. It was so delicious. Let me tell you, I was too naive when I was in school. Fortunately, after reading the words of many masters on the internet, I have come to realize this. Li Yuehong ate while talking excitedly about her own. I thought you were fine before. Instead now I think you're a little weird. Lu Chanxian sighed. Her heart was very disappointed. If she had known that Li Yuehong had become like this now, just now, what did she say? She wouldn't let her get on Yi Yang's brother's car. She didn't want Yi Yang to think that she was a bad girl. No. A girl has to be available to be kind to herself. That way it's not a wasted life. The hard work and stuff, the stress, making money, whatever. It's all men's work. What else would they do? Look, we can make babies and we can do housework. Housework I don't seem to know how to do. But it's okay. I can make babies. Men are inherently indebted to us. We should just be spoiled like grandparents. Do you hear me? If you don't treat our Qianqian properly, I'll come to your door and beat you up. Li Yuehong showed her teeth. Yi Yang gave her a blank look and simply ignored the other party. Ahem. Even if we really give birth to a child, don't we still have to call us mommy? The child isn't only for male students. Lu Qianqian frowned. Yuehong, you say less. You should find time to reflect on yourself. Where do you know the fake master? It's really a scourge on earth. The poison is flowing. Humph. It's obviously Qianqian that you didn't think of it yourself. Li Yuehong grunted. Girls should learn to love themselves and be their own queen. Meh. Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Learning to love yourself? It's just a reasonable excuse for your own unreasonable and reckless behavior. What do you mean? Li Yuehong glared angrily at her. You're discriminating against women. You're being chauvinistic. Yi Yang frowned and didn't intend to give the other party any more face. If it wasn't for Qianqian's face, I would have kicked you off the bus just now. Women like you, who are lazy and delicious, substituting yourself as the victim and the weaker party every day to brutalize others. Take the sympathy and forbearance of others toward you and use it as a benchmark for your own independence and success. Be complacent and smug. It's simply disgusting to the core. If the stench of dog can only kill an ant, a hint of the stench from a woman like you can kill an elephant. You. Li Yuehong's eyes widened. She was not bad looking. The men around her, since she had learned the queen's true scripture, were all obedient to it? Where had she been so pointed at her nose and scolded? She may not understand these truths in her heart, but the dog-licking dazzle made her completely drifted, thinking that these were the truth. And at this moment, being poked through the last layer of veil by Yi Yang, she was suddenly annoyed and angry. I'm a woman. What's wrong with women? Grow more brains than the others? Or more ass? Yi Yang sneered. You are a woman, you are superior? No, you're only one step above a dog licker. Can a dog licker be considered a human being? Dogs is just that. In that case, you're not much of a queen. I'll give you a title that suits you better, Dog King. You. Li Yuehong was disliked to the point of having a heart attack, sitting on a chair and gasping for breath. Qianqian, you just watched him scold me. I think, brother Yi Yang, the words are rough. Li Yuehong, you really should go wash your brain. Lu Qianqian was very disappointed and shook her head. Even so, scolding did not scold the other party. It is really too deep poisoning. Ugh, after all, I'm the one who carries it all. Li Yuehong shook her head mournfully. Despite being poked and prodded, she wasn't about to leave. It was a big meal, and she wouldn't necessarily have enough money for one meal for what she'd earned in her lifetime. She still has to take more pictures to fool herself and continue to create her false and fantastic dream of being an upper-class person. Even Yi Yang was staring blankly. I can't believe there is such a person in this world, being scolded like this, and still have the ing cheek to pretend that nothing has happened, and continue to eat there with peace of mind. Admirable, admirable. Although he despised the poisonous chicken soup woman, Yi Yang sincerely admired the other party's thick skin. I, Yi Yang, would like to call you the one with the thickest skin. Lu Qianqian scratched her head and was also confused about what kind of path her best friend was on. 3 views crooked to the bomb. Poisoned chicken soup after brainwashing. Brain circuit and normal people are not in a dimension at all. And so it was, in an awkward and strange atmosphere. Finish the meal. Check out. Yi Yang casually said. It's a rule he made. Even if the boss comes to dinner, he can't waive the bill. It should be as much or as little as you want, with a separate profit at the end of the day. Although he is the boss, but responsible for the operation is Paul and Alice. He cannot let them pour ride money to the boss work. How much? Let's AA. Lu Qianqian said evenly. Just now, Li Yuehong had acted really toxic, and he was afraid that Yi Yang would also think that she was a bad girl, so he offered to pay the bill together. What? You need a woman to spend money when you come out to eat. Qianqian, your thinking is horrible. Li Yuehong seemed to have heard something that turned her worldview upside down. Men and women are equal. Isn't it discriminatory against women when boys have to pay for everything? I'm all over the country in Murray. Lu Qianqian simply couldn't understand Li Yuehong's brain circuits. This. Li Yuehong was dumbfounded by the dislike. No need. This meal is on me. Ha ha, it would be nice to have a chance for Qianqian to treat me back. Yi Yang swept the bill and laughed. Although Lu Qianqian's family Magic City 4 sweets, but this meal the 3 of them ate out millions. He also had to take care of each other. This. Seeing Yi Yang's clear eyes, Lu Qianqian could only nod obediently. Oh, good party. To the side, Li Yuehong clenched her fists, wanting to punch, but not knowing where to exit. Holding her back is hard. Second shift here. 1 more to go. Chapter 114, this waiter has a future. Ding. Detected the host spending 1 million on dining consumption, rewarding 188.8 million in deposits. After swiping his card, Yi Yang turned around with a smile and looked at Lu Qianqian. When he came over, He picked out a gift for Lu Chanshan in passing. After all, the other party had once treated him well before, and now that he had made his fortune, he naturally thought of repaying Lu Chanshan. Seeing Yi Yang looking over with a smile, Lu Chanshan instantly froze. Yi Yang was already handsome, and now his temperament was even more incomparable to before. Such a sudden look-back smile directly made her a bit infatuated. A gift for you. Take it with you. Yi Yang took out an ice green jadeite bracelet from his arms. Yikes! A jadeite of the dragonstone variety. Although Li Yuehong didn't have the money to buy these luxuries, she couldn't help but aspire to high society. And every day she painstakingly read various luxury weekly magazines to learn about them. By the way, use these luxuries to help yourself dream. Dragonstone seed. This color. At least one would cost more than $100,000. Right. Li Yuehong was envious. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Over $100,000? You can't even buy the edge remnants. He bought the top-grade dragon god species. This one. For over $10 million. So pretty, ugh. Thank you, brother Yi Yang. Lu Chanshan said sweetly. What thanks? Isn't it natural for boys to give girls gifts? Li Yuehong spat. Lu Chanshan opened her mouth, but felt that this high school classmate had already been poisoned too deeply, and there was no way to save it, so she lost interest in admonishing her. Instead, he looked at Yi Yang with starry eyes. Brother Yi Yang, how much does this one cost roughly? I want to give you a similar one back when I treat you to dinner in a few days. It's not expensive. Just watch and buy the return gift. Yi Yang scratched his head and laughed. Gotta tell me a few digits, right? Lu Chanshan said somewhat unhappily. Brother Yi Yang, are you afraid that I can't afford it? Or do you think of me as? She glanced at Li Yuehong, her words speaking for themselves. Ha ha, how? Yi Yang pondered for a while. Since Lu Chanshan asked, he wasn't interested in telling a lie, so he had to be honest. Just now a devil's sixth. It was ordered. It was just over $18 million. Lu Chanshan's face was full of questions. No way. Brother Yi Yang. This is too expensive. After reacting, Lu Chanshan wanted to take off the emerald bracelet on her hand as if she was electrocuted. Nice guy. A bracelet is worth a big house in Mordor. If she returns this gift, she'll have to sell her mom's house. Take it with you. I was just worried that you wouldn't accept this gift after I actually told you the price. Yi Yang grabbed Lu Chanshan's wrist. His eyes sincerely looked at her beautiful eyes. You really helped me a lot before. I keep it all in my heart. And this money is not much for me now. Take it. Lu Chanshan looked up at Yi Yang's sincere eyes. Her face instantly turned red, and her heart was also a deer in the headlights, and she was confused for a moment. First time being this close to a favorite, ugh. He smells so good. His eyes were so deep. He's so gentle and handsome. By the heart of the small fortune of the brain, a blank Lu Chanshan ghostly nodded. Good. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly and touched Lu Chanshan's little head. That's right. Ha. Lu Chanshan was baffled. But when she reacted, Yi Yang had already retreated, so she could only accept the bracelet with a red face and happiness. Li Hongyue on the side looked incomparably envious and jealous. Where's my present? She asked with a straight face. What kind of gift do you want? Yi Yang frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. I'm a woman. If you meet me, you should buy me a gift. Don't you know that? Li Hongyue frowned and continued to rationalize. Yi Yang sneered. You want to be scolded again? Li Hongyue plugged in. It doesn't matter if she is scolded, but if it's something that is actually about money that doesn't satisfy her, then she won't stop. You scum! Even giving a girl a gift is motherly. Can you be good to your daughter-in-law in the future? Believe it or not, I'll go back and persuade Chanshan to break up with you. I'm her sister. You're just his little boyfriend. In the world of women, sisters always outweigh the importance of boyfriends. Choose between us. She'll choose me for sure. Scared. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. I say, auntie, where did you get the confidence? Who's Big Mom? Li Yuehong angrily looked at Lu Chanshan. Chanshan, am I right? This kind of scum. You still don't break up with him. He doesn't deserve you at all. Li Yuehong, you're going a little too far. Lu Chanshan also couldn't stand it at all. Even the name calling was a completely nonchalant dislike. Li Yuehong looked at Lu Chanshan incredulously. That's not what success coaches teach. Did Lu Chanshan look at Yi Yang more than herself? That's just out of character and illogical. Are you coming with me or with him today? Annoyed, she asked, tearing her face right off. Of course I'm going with my brother Yi Yang. You'd better stay wherever it's cool. I really regret that I was blind when I chose someone like you as my best friend. Knowing you is the thing I regret the most in years. Lu Chanshan finally vented all the anger and dissatisfaction she had accumulated along the way. What Li Yuehong had done had really disappointed her. At this point there is also absolutely no intention of maintaining the friendship. You. Great. You don't deserve to be a girl at all. Can't even tell who's good to you. After all, I have to fight all of it myself. Li Yuehong was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Humph. She brusquely pushed Lu Chanxian away and was about to run away herself. Leaving here? I invited Chanxian for dinner, but I didn't say I invited you. The Dog King? For dinner, Yi Yang said in a cold voice. Originally, he sympathized with the other party as Lu Chanxian's classmates, did not intend to pursue, also intends to invite the other party this meal. But now the other party, even Lu Chanxian, dared to scold together. He and the other party in no need to talk about any feelings. I'll pay for it myself. I'm a new age independent woman. Can't I afford a meal that costs a few $1,000s? Li Yuehong rationalized. On the contrary, you're the scum. You will definitely get your retribution in the future. Hello miss. This consumption totaled 103W. If you pay personally, you need to put 33.3W yuan. The waiter next to me had an eye for a direct quote and was relentless. Ha! $300,000. Why don't you go rob? I'm going to report you. Li Yuehong was simply furious. It's clearly marked. Lady, if you can't pay, then it's our restaurant that will sue you. The waiter straightened up. Yi Yang nodded. This waiter has a future. Third larger chapter. Thanks to Shui Linglong for the mooncakes, and to Morong Yunhai for the climbing invitation. Likes, and mooncakes. Chapter 115. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. This. Li Yuehong was completely confused. She has always pursued the life of an independent woman, spending more than she earns in a month, with not a penny saved in her hand. Only Flowers had a few $1,000s of credit to borrow, and that was the bottom line for her just now. But over $300,000. Isn't this going to kill her? She can't take it even if it kills her. However, Yi Yang had no intention of paying attention to it and directly led Lu Chanxian out. Don't you guys go away. I was wrong. Ahak. Don't leave me behind. I don't want to go to jail. Li Yuehong was completely scared. So scared that she was about to cry out. Boss, this. Paul and Alice looked inside. Yi Yang glanced at Lu Chanxian, and looked at her with some desire to speak, and also smiled slightly. Lu Chanxian is still a kind girl after all. Scare her, make a show of it, let her go if she's scared. There's no need to make a big deal over a few $100,000. Yi Yang smiled. Li Yuehong pour all over the body left that a fake brand name. Really want her to take hundreds of thousands of dollars out, for fear that she will have to force her to die. Got it, boss? Paul nodded, also relieved. Really, if that woman couldn't think for a moment and ran herself over head first in the Violet Pavilion, word would get out and in turn, she would lose a lot of money. Go. Yi Yang smiled towards Lu Chanxian, being stirred up by this female. I didn't even have much time to catch up just now. Yes. Lu Chanxian smiled sweetly. The fact that Yi Yang was so disposed also made her heart feel a trace of warmth. Boom. King Kelman blasted it open. Brother Yi Yang, what exactly is the brand of this car? Lu Chanxian sat in the co-pilot and asked curiously. King Kelman, about 20 million, was driving this out to keep a low profile? Alas. Yi Yang sighed. What's wrong, brother Yi Yang? Lu Chanxian asked suspiciously. I would like to keep a low profile. It's just a shame. Strength it won't allow it. Yi Yang lamented from the bottom of his heart. Lu Chanxian cried and laughed. So it turned out that brother Yi Yang was dwelling on this. Listening to brother Yi Yang, this isn't even your most expensive car? Well, there's a couple of Rolls Royces and stuff, but they're kind of too recognizable. And I didn't drive them out for fear that you'd think I'd become a show-off if I had money. Yi Yang laughed. This. Lu Chanxian was sweating profusely. This was simply horrible. So this is where we go. Rainbow Neighborhood LOL. Yi Yang hemmed and hawed. Take you shopping to make up for the unpleasantness just now. Lu Chanxian instantly blushed. Yi brother. Just now that thing. In fact, should I apologize to you? If not for me, what's all this talk about? Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. It's not your fault that she has 3 wrong views. Seeing your once good sister become like this, you are also a bit sad, right? Well, having been spoken to by Yi Yang, Lu Chanxian pursed her lips and nodded. So go shopping and take a break. Yi Yang had an empty hand and patted Lu Chanxian's small head. Hey. Lu Chanxian enjoyed Yi Yang rubbing her head and hummed comfortably. Drop. King Kelman parked in a dedicated parking area in the Rainbow Neighborhood. What kind of car is this? It looks a bit familiar, but it's quite handsome. It's so powerful. The parking lot lit up when they saw King Kelman drive in. This is King Kelman, isn't it? It costs over $20 million apiece. Those who came to the Rainbow Neighborhood were those who could afford the real first-rated luxury goods, and their vision and insight were naturally not comparable to the likes of Li Yuehong. Hiss. Envy. My house is only $20 million. Buy a car to spend $20 million. I really cannot afford. It seems, but also to continue to work hard. The parking lot was full of tisk-tisk-tisks. It wasn't until they saw the car, Yi Yang pulling Lu Chanxian's hand out, that they all dropped their jaws in shock. So young. That's only 20 or so. Which super rich kid? But I've worked half my life to earn $20 million to buy a house. And people have a $20 million sports car to play with as soon as they're born. Amidst the envy of the crowd, Yi Yang held Lu Chanxian's hand with a smile and confidently walked into the middle of the Rainbow neighborhood. Mr. Yi. It wasn't Yi Yang's first time in the Rainbow neighborhood. Quite a few stores here he has a supreme VIP status. A big shot that these guides must remember with their brains in a special way. At this point he had just stepped into the Rainbow neighborhood. Just a number of guide beauties came crowding over with smiles. The scene pomp and circumstance. See, Lu Chanxian exclaimed to see. Is this the happy life of the rich? First shift. 2 more to go. Chapter 116 Lucky Draw Carousel. Rainbow neighborhood. Yi Yang was already familiar with it. Under the guidance of the shopper. A large bag to buy a bunch of. In accordance with the old rules. Each brand first 4 seasons of fashion models. The dress, shoes, bag, watch and necklace all match. As for the collocation, there are Lu Chanxian's own choices. And there are also shopkeepers with professional dressmakers who tailor-made for Lu Chanxian. Lu Chanxian's body looks are top-notch. Every time he changed out of his outfit, he could make Yi Yang's eyes light up. This night was also a feast for the eyes. The black card crossed. Another $10 million spending spree. Brother Yi Yang really doesn't need so much. Lu Chanxian cried and laughed. She had intended to try a few more bodies and then pick a better set. But the result was that as long as she had tried, Yi Yang had bought them all. This way my family is going to transform a suite into a pure check room. Yi Yang also smiled. It's fine. The check room isn't enough. So I'll give you another set. Don't. Lu Chanxian waved her hands repeatedly. Just these gifts today. She didn't know how to return the gifts in a few days. Yi Yang smiled. It's not that guys aren't willing to spend money for a girl, but only if it's spent happily and cheerfully. Spending any amount of money on a nice girl like that would only feel like an accomplishment. But a poisonous woman like Li Yuehong, no matter how rich he is, as long as he spends a penny on her, Yi Yang feels sick to his stomach. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered the hidden reward of the surge, triggering the super blast mechanism, rewarding 88.8 billion deposits. Yi Yang's heart stirred. Today, although he has assets of several $1 trillion, but the liquid deposits in his hands is a little more than $100 billion. This gave $88.8 billion at once, almost doubling the savings at one's disposal. Almost. That's a reward. And it's not a weak one. Gushing? Interesting. Yi Yang muttered. Ding. Detected that the host's savings exceeded $200 billion, meeting the conditions for unlocking. The system Lucky Carousel has been opened. Hosts can get a chance to win the carousel draw by triggering a hidden mission. Sweepstakes carousel? Yi Yang's heart stirred as he swept the system page. And sure enough, there was an additional roulette wheel. It was just that he didn't have a chance to draw a prize nowadays, so he didn't know what was actually in the wheel. Is it some kind of black technology? You will naturally know exactly what you can draw when you have a chance to draw. Yi Yang also stopped dwelling on it. All in all, tonight, he got a reward of over 80 billion surges, and also opened the system's lottery grand roulette wheel, which was a great harvest. Lu Chanxian was held by Yi Yang's hand and her heart was full of happiness. She had always felt that Yi Yang was an ambitious boy, and now that he had finally succeeded, of course she was happy for him. It's after 9 o'clock. Should I take you home or? Yi Yang looked at the time and asked. Today he was asked out by Lu Chanxian, so of course he had to ask her how to arrange it. Lu Chanxian pulled the forehead in front of the green silk, bulging face. After thinking about it, before it is said, Yi Yang brother and then accompany me to skate around. It's so hard to see each other, and the male gods have become so good again. Lu Chanxian also really do not want to easily separate on this. Yi Yang smiled and raised his eyebrows. Then what are you going to do in a while? Didn't brother Yi Yang say before that you were a top 10 contestant in the campus singer competition? I want to hear brother Yi Yang sing. Lu Chanxian heatedly laughed. Yeah, I'll see if there's any karaoke nearby. Yi Yang smiled. Singing this talent, and the system has nothing to do with. He grew up singing better, when he also became the top 10 singers of the school competition. Aha! Lu Chanxian wanted Yi Yang to accompany her more at this time. As for where exactly to go, it did not matter. Golden Source KTV? That's it. Yi Yang tilted his head. Get in. Okay Lu, brother Yi Yang. Lu Chanxian answered cheerfully. King Kelman sped along and soon arrived at the Golden Source KTV, which was very close to the Rainbow neighborhood. This KTV is so grand. Lu Chanxian marveled. Built next to a luxury district. It's natural to be grand. Yi Yang laughed. This place is an inch of gold. Hello sir, May I ask if you have a card or a single drive? The front desk lady's eyes lit up as she watched the handsome couple come in as a pair. Swipe a Supreme card and get the most expensive box, by the way. Yi Yang handed over the black card. Gollum. The receptionist lady had been hanging out in this and other luxury area KTV for a long time, so she had naturally heard of the Centurion black card, and at this time, when she received the card, her hands were trembling for a moment. This youth, what a great identity to come from. So handsome and gold. She looked at Lu Chanxian with envy. To be able to fall for this kind of boyfriend, simply happy to burst. Already done for you. Sky Color 1, box. Room 888 on the 3rd floor. The young lady reluctantly handed the black card back to Yi Yang, wanting to rub it in a little more and make a fool of herself. But Yi Yang had already turned around and led Lu Chanxian upstairs. Alas! The receptionist girl silently sighed. Although she was good looking, she knew very well that she and this kind of super godly man, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have much to cross paths with in this life. Second shift arrives. Chapter 117, Box 888, New Age Punks, 888. This should be it. Yi Yang pushed open the private room. The inside is also worthy of the name Supreme Box. The decorations are extremely lavish. Even the microphone. It's plated in real gold. What do you want to hear? Yi Yang smiled and spread his hands. Order whatever you want. That said, I haven't heard you sing yet, so you'll try your voice later too? Good. Lu Chanxian also chose a few songs that she liked a lot but were not very difficult. How about this? If brother Yi Yang sings one, I'll take the next one. Could be. Yi Yang, along with the melody, is singing Porcelain. This song, that year can be described as a fire in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Established the status of Zhou Dong in the music industry is very important to tune. Yi Yang liked the song just as much. Good to hear. Lu Chanxian starry-eyed shook her petite body along with Yi Yang's song, and it had to be said that Yi Yang's voice was full of magnetism, and he had his own insights on singing skills, enough to capture the hearts of most girls with just his voice. Just as Yi Yang and Lu Chanxian were ordering songs in Tiancher number 1. Front desk. The front desk lady looked at the cigarette-chomping man in front of her with a somewhat pale face. I'm sorry, the Supreme Box has really been booked out tonight. Booked? The man with the cigarette sneered. Are you new here? Do you know who takes care of your Golden Source KTV? If it wasn't for Master Qian, you would have closed down long ago. We are Master Qian's men. Master Qian's men are here now. And you're still grumbling? Get those ungrateful bastards from Sky Color 1 out here. The receptionist was shaking with fear. Although the climate has gotten a bit better in the past few years and there are no more overtly black/social societies, but where there is light in the world, there must be darkness. The darkness doesn't really go away. It just takes a different form and hibernates in the corners where the sun can't find it. Master Qian is one of them. Some years ago in Mordor Beach, he could be considered a loud and clear big shot. A big shot in both black/white, doing all kinds of business, murder and arson, cross-border smuggling, but a real tough guy. The last couple of years have seen a wave of severe crackdowns and a few scapegoat henchmen who went to take the fall, and the flames have diminished quite a bit, but a 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. Even if it is not as arrogant as before, it is still a ruthless person that few people dare to offend. There are so many ways to do evil in this world. Murder and arson, this kind of illegal thing, even if it is the money master now also dare not easily do. Even if it is done, also dare not be as arrogant as before to do in the open. But there are untold numbers of tactics that can harm people by wandering in the gray area and not touching the law. Therefore, not many people were willing to get into trouble with Master Qian. Do you hear me? Asterisk. Do you think Master Qian has really gone downhill? Even a trashy KTV dares not give our Master Qian face. A few big men shouted angrily, feeling offended. The KTV manager rushed over in a panic. So it's Master Qian's people. Sky Color 1 is indeed booked out tonight. I'll open another Supreme Box for you. The manager could see that the big men had all just come over drunk. These Master Qian's men, in today's society, are like a few rats hiding in the darkness under the illumination of the light, living a stifling life every day. Only at night do you dare to come out and have a good time on the strength of your drink. Apparently, it's just bad luck that it got to you today. Don't bluff me. What the? Don't think I don't know that you have only one Supreme Box in Golden Source. You're looking for death, aren't you? The leading scarred big man directly lifted the manager up with one hand, glaring with fierce eyes. Tiger Master, you don't be impulsive. A moment later, to make a big mess, we do not call the police. The police will also come to patrol. The manager couldn't catch his breath for a second. Humph. As soon as he heard the police, Tiger directly wimped out, throwing the manager aside at once and grunting, You recognize me? Of course I recognize it. Master Tiger, your reputation is far and wide. Who does not recognize it? The manager even said. Some years ago when the Magic City was still in chaos, this one called Wang who was the small leader in charge of wreaking havoc in this area. Seeing as you recognize my face, tonight's matter is settled. We are new age punks, civilized and reasonable. Since your KTV won't do this for me, I'll just talk to them personally. Wang Hu waved his hand. Follow me. Behind it, a few big men to the left and right were drunkenly holding bottles of wine and screaming strangely. Go! Just stepped on a step. Wang Hu footsteps, holding up the empty bottle, pointing at the manager's nose. By the way, in a while, but where the police came. In the future you walk in the Magic City, you have to give me to be careful. Only after saying that, a few people were all relieved to go upstairs. Manager, the front desk lady can still remember that the color of the sky #1 is the box of her favorite little brother. And at this time, she is also a little worried for Yi Yang. The manager was a bit overwhelmed at this point. Originally wanted to call the police, but just now the other party's threat also made him not dare to act rashly. In the face of this kind of former gangsters, he did not dare to gamble with the safety of his own body and family. We can only hope that the two guests of Tiancher #1 will be a little smarter and not fight with these people. Manager Li let out a bitter smile, inwardly praying that nothing serious would ever happen. Third shift. Times are changing. This book will not appear in the old times, those cliched plots that do not match with today's times. I believe that the follow-up will definitely make everyone cool. Follow-up please look forward to. Chapter 118, You're in Big Trouble. A few big men carrying bottles of wine next to the sultry girl, led by Wang Hu, also aggressively walked up to the third floor. It's a tough time right now. We need to find a chick to relax with tonight. Wang Hu's heart crossed, and the bottle in his hand just smashed on the ground. However, just as he reached the 888 sky color #1 box, his footsteps lurched, and with a wave of his hand, he stopped several of his men who were about to kick the door in. What is it, Tiger? A few of the punks were a little confused. That's quite a song, isn't it? Wang Hu closed his eyes, enjoying himself. At this time, inside the box, Lu Chanxian was also singing. Yi Yang laughed. I didn't expect that you could sing so well. Hey, it doesn't sound as good as brother Yi Yang. Lu Chanxian also blushed a little at Yi Yang's compliment. It was while the two were saying something. The door to the KTV, however, suddenly caved in. Hula, all at once. 7 or 8 big men were pouring in. Sure is pretty. Beautiful person with a sweet voice. Just perfect. Wang Hu eyes are straight. Rouge and vulgar powder he has seen do not know how many. But Lu Chanxian this kind of Ivy League beauty masters, where he had the opportunity to contact. At this point, drunk, fixed eyes, straight to the mouth, cannot control their hearts. Who are you? Lu Chanxian frowned, looking at the aura of these people who broke in. They didn't look like good people. The one who hit the head also looked at her colorfully, which also made her feel dangerous, and she subconsciously ducked behind Yi Yang. Yi Yang, on the other hand, looked at the intruding drunken man indifferently. Nowadays he had long been different from the past, and his bottom line was so strong that he wouldn't produce any fear at all. You boys, if you know what's good for you, get out of here and leave the behind. Wang Hu let out a cold smile, and there was a viciousness in his eyes. If an ordinary person was surrounded by this group of people with fierce eyes in the room, they were afraid that they would be directly goaded. Lu Chanxian, a girl, seeing this battle was also a little weak in the legs, shrinking behind Yi Yang. Where did you come out as a dog and pair me up to talk like that? Yi Yang frowned and sneered. Yo, looks like a bit of status too. Ha! When Wang Hu heard this, he didn't care and sneered. However, this is Master Qian's territory. You are a dragon that has to be coiled, and a tiger that has to lie down. Master Qian? Yi Yang sneered. What era is this? And you're still doing this here? But, where did you come from? You're from Magic City and you haven't even heard of Mr. Qian's name? If you're a rich kid, call and ask your old man. If you heard of Master Qian's name, your old man would have to tell you to get the hell out of here. Fire sprang up in Wang Hu's eyes. What he hated most was when someone said that Master Qian was no longer able to make it. Lu Chanxian's eyes shook. The Master Qian you said, is that the one called Qian Bo now? Yo, look at you. You're not even as knowledgeable as a little. Wang Hu scoffed and smiled at this Yi Yang, proudly said, that's right, it's Qian Bo now. Master Qian, I'm the right-hand man under him. If you follow my brother tonight, in the future, ing glory and wealth, what I want I can get you. The rhetoric was so skillfully memorized that it came out subconsciously as soon as he opened his mouth. You recognize it? Yi Yang asked with a raised eyebrow. I heard my father say that he was a super big man in the early years of Magic City, the kind that mixes with the underworld. Lu Chanxian was terrified in her heart. This kind of character whose hands were stained with blood had ultimately accumulated too much power. And even saying it now made people's hearts fearful. Although Yi Yang's brother was now the boss of the Purple Pavilion with a fortune of several $100 million. But having a beef with this kind of ruthless person was still a bit of hitting a stone with an egg. Oh, so it's an over-the-top Yakuza/mob boss. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. You're ing looking for death. Wang Hu instantly exploded. Brother Yi Yang, why don't we just let them have the box? That Master Qian is really bad. Lu Chanqian shook Yi Yang's arm. Don't worry, it's fine. Yi Yang smiled and patted Lu Chanqian's little head. Nothing? You're in a big mess. Humph. Wang Hu cocked his head. Two big men then blocked the door of the KTV. Dare to insult Master Qian. Now, you can't even leave if you want to. A hint of cold sharpness flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. I want you to watch us screwing this phallic pussy of yours. Ha 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 ha. Palm. Halfway through laughing, Wang Hu was directly hit by a sudden heavy blow to his cheek and slammed directly onto the door of the box. What's so arrogant about a rat living in the dark? Yi Yang sneered. Not to mention mongrel minions like you. Even if your Master Qian came to me, he wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. First shift. 2 more to go. Head's a little pounding. Probably from the rain the day before. Xiao Wu. 1 Nian Yi. Old driver. Weak dawn helpless. Knowing. Not afraid to forget each other. Solitude into. 3038/6656. 4424/0580. 1490/5359. Mooncakes. 2946/3105. 1033/7914. 3113/4151. Chapter 119. Why don't we make a bet? Damn. It's backfired. Wang Hu directly reddened his eyes. Asterisk him for me. It's just a matter of beating up a rich kid. Which generation in the Magic City has to give Master Qian a few points of face? Over the years, he's beaten up more rich kids than he can count on 2 hands. Snap. Several big men pushed away the accompanying girls around them and directly rushed up to Yi Yang. Lu Chanqian's expression was also a bit flustered. It was very worried about Yi Yang's safety. Yi Yang's eyes were flabbergasted. Other than the time he punched Jin and gained proficiency in the Chinese national art, it was the first time he had fought someone. Boo! A fist was swung forward without any frills. With the unparalleled speed of the fist, the big man at the head had no time to defend at all, and was directly punched in the nose. The nosebleed instantly surged out, and he fell to the ground, covering his nose and screaming. Palm! Yi Yang followed the trend with a roundhouse sweeping leg, once again sweeping down the two behind him, 1 foot at a time, stepping on the chests of these 2 men, crushing their chest ribs in one go, rendering them incapable of resisting. Rising, he instantly squeezed close to the next big man, and with a knee lift, disliked his opponent's bottom. The man disliked it outright and wondered if his little brother would be able to stand up for the rest of his life. Palm. After lifting his knee to impact, Yi Yang stomped the big man out, smoothly picking up a nearby stool circumferentially swept, bluffing the remaining 3 people backward 2 steps to get out of the way. Seeing the right moment, Yi Yang did a vacillating flip and stepped out 3 feet in the air, and each of them stepped on a person's chest, kicked all 3 together. They have crashed into the wall behind them. Pretending? Fighting? Ha! With every word, Yi Yang carried the stool in his hand and hammered angrily on the heads of those 3 people. After 3 sentences, all 3 were knocked out with bruised brains and fainted. Ah! This. Lu Chanqian froze. It turns out that brother Yi Yang also knows martial arts. This is too handsome. Almost less than a minute, not counting the Wang Hu was punched away without reacting. 1 hit 7. Wiped out the opponent's group. Awesome. Okay. Yi Yang turned his head and smiled faintly. It's all been said. Just a few scum. It'll be fine. Aha! Lu Chanqian nodded her head repeatedly and looked at Yi Yang adoringly. This kind of fighting and powerful, singing and good-looking and multi-golden brother Yi Yang is simply a super treasure. She blushed involuntarily. Such a super guy. Really call it a mistake at first sight. Squeaky. Yi Yang placed the stool in front of Wang Hu and sat on it without a care in the world, looking down at the other party indifferently. What else do you have to say now? You. A deep fear appeared in Wang Hu's eyes. It's a rich kid. How come it's so strong? It's outrageous. At least a few brothers are experienced gangsters who have walked in the shadow of swords and guns, but they actually told others to clean up in the blink of an eye. This youth, how strong must he be? Just when he wanted to put in a couple of harsh words, he realized that he had already warned Manager Li just now to keep him from calling the police. The police do not come. Tonight Yi Yang does not let himself go. Then he simply cannot be easily spared. He was inwardly dumbfounded. How is it that you have become the victimized party who wishes to call the police? Times have changed. What other means are there? Bring them out? I'll play with you to the end. Yi Yang sneered and looked down at Wang Hu with a cold expression, and in passing, he stomped on his shoulder joint, directly crushing it. This fierce look. You're the villain, the mob boss, right? Wang Hu was about to cry from the pain. Don't be too cocky. You kid, do you have the ability to make me call and shake people? One phone call and I'll make you cry so hard you can't even find your way out. After all, it is a reigning black/road leader. Wang Hu, although inwardly scared to death, but the mouth of the momentum cannot lose, said harshly, make a phone call? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth picked up a hint of mockery. Fine, then let's each make a call. Compare who came with more people? Ha, kid, this is you looking for death. Although Wang Hu did not lose the battle with his mouth, his heart was truly flooded with fear. He was not a little cute. Tonight this youth's various performances were simply too terrifying. Never make empty promises. However, in the matter of shaking people to fight, after all, he is Master Qian's people. This magic city is also Master Qian's territory. If then shaking people to fight in this aspect are conceded, then the last trace of his self-confidence and dignity are to be completely destroyed. It was the thing they, the old-time punks, had cherished most to this day, valuing it more than their lives. Since you're looking for death, I won't be polite. Wang Hu took out his cell phone, a vicious look in his eyes, and made a direct call to the big head. Yi Yang looked at the other party without panic and gave Lu Chanshan a reassuring expression before he slowly flipped out his address book and punched out a number. Second shift. One more to go. Chapter 120, The True Strength of Hurricane Security. Boss Yi, an island in the high seas. Hurricane Security Headquarters. Yi Yang's incoming call lifted everyone's spirits. This new boss has a mysterious and incomparable background. After taking over the company, he was stoic and inactive. But the more so, the more the security company executives, who lived in blood and fire, had countless brainstorms. How outrageous the speculation has been. At this time Yi Yang's first active caller. It was also the reason why all the top brass were so energized that they didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. It's me. Yi Yang's faint voice came from over there. Hurricane Security. One of his biggest cards. Hurricane's profile. He'd read it. The wizardry of this security company is basically unspeakable. Any sound that had anything to do with the word security was under their jurisdiction. Though understatedly they called themselves a security company. But its grassroots businessmen penetrate almost every corner of the world. Dagon mercenaries, assassinations, international counterintelligence, smaller to private security and covert protection. All of these businesses are within Hurricane's service area. The business involves more than 100 countries and regions. There are two types of Hurricane members, contract security and base security. Contract security is when a core member of the company, like the Xiaozhu sisters, has a long-term contract. As for grassroots security, Hurricane has its own special recruiting channels. No matter what your identity in reality, as long as you register your own information on the official website of Hurricane and complete the evaluation, you can become its grassroots security. That is to say, the delivery boys who delivered your takeout at noon today may all have the hidden identity of Hurricane's grassroots security guards. As soon as the mission happens, corresponding to the level of testing, corresponding to the location of the occurrence, the Hurricane will send the eligible grassroots security to the task. Take a single task, counting a single money. The business model is pretty much the same as takeout. Only, the requirements to become a Hurricane-based security guard are infinitely more difficult than becoming a takeout agent. Issue a security mission to all grassroots security guards within the boundaries of Mordor. Within an hour, change into Hurricane security uniforms and gather at Mordor's Golden Source KTV. Those who complete the rewards will receive a 100,000 Huaxia coin bounty. Yi Yang said indifferently, are you sure? Hurricane Security's executives all grew their mouths wide as they casually checked the archive and replied, Boss, we have at least 10,000 registered grassroots security guards in Magic City. Those who are expected to be able to rush over within an hour are at least 1,000, if not more. If it's someone who has offended you, then it can easily be erased by simply deploying a long contract security guard at a cost comparable to what you have now. Do as I say, Yi Yang said decisively. Yes, the Hurricane executives didn't dare to delay. The suggestion was rejected and they directly followed Yi Yang's order to execute the relevant operation. At this moment, more than 10,000 daytime practitioners from all walks of life in Mordor received mission text messages in their cell phones. Finally a mission is my turn. A single $100,000. Ho ho ho. These were all ruthless people who had passed a rigorous selection process and had been recognized by Hurricane as capable of being grassroots security guards. Seeing the mission, there was hardly any nonsense. Changed into the uniform, and straight away they were on their way. The text message was sent out in just a few minutes. The street is more than thousands of people, on all kinds of transportation, towards the Golden Source KTV without any hesitation poured over. These thousands of grassroots security that roam the streets of Mordor have no other purpose, only to defend the core of this mission. Yi Yang. But for 10 minutes or so, it's just noisy out there. It just so happens that a few of the KTVs around tonight are under Master Qian's command. You kid is finished. Wang Hu laughed debaucherously. One man can fight 10 or 8. Can he fight hundreds at the same time? It's exhausting for him. Pom. The cacophony of voices in the KTV was getting heavier and heavier, and there was obviously a lot of shrieking and dropping of bottles coming from it. Manager Lee's compensatory laughter and some people's angry curses came from far and near. Thud. The door to compartment 888 was once again brutally kicked in. A group of menacing men armed with a variety of blunt weapons all poured in. The aura was ferocious, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour. Which little brat? So arrogant that he even dares to hit Master Qian's men. The bald man at the head of the group held an iron rod and looked out of the corner of his eye. Big handle head. You're finally here. Wang Hu cried out in continuous surprise. Big handle head Li Mingao swept a glance at the interior of box 888, and then saw Yi Yang, who was sitting there, calm and unperturbed, and frowned. These men of mine. You beat them up? Yi Yang didn't shy away from nodding. You're the helper this dog called in? Meh. Li Mingao is a big head, but not as tiger as Wang Hu. A good measure of Yi Yang. Before it is a sneer, dare to ask you which family's descendant. Li Mingao mixed more than 10 years in the magic city of the Jianghu. Your old man's seniority are not necessarily as high as me. You little brat is arrogant. Chapter 121. Nothing else but more security guards. Big handle head. What are you bothering with him? Follow the rules and waste one of his hands. Leave the girl for the brothers. Wang Hu smiled wickedly. His mouth was still bleeding, but his eyes were straight as he looked at Lu Chanshan. Do you still think this is the past? Li Mingao inwardly rolled his eyes, but it was not good to lose face in front of outsiders. Kid, the entire Golden Source KTV has been cleared by us. You are able to fight, but we have 100 or 10 brothers. On your own, there's no way you can walk out of here safely tonight. Yeah? Yi Yang asked rhetorically with a good-natured faint smile. There's no point in forcing calmness. Li Mingao let out a cold smile. No matter what your status is, in the Magic City stall, anyone who messes with Master Qian will have to pay the price. The geese have been plucked. Understand? Either you break the bank, or you pay your debt with sex. Wang Hu glared and arrogantly added to it. Worry about yourselves and whether or not you'll be able to walk out safely tonight as opposed to worrying about me. Yi Yang looked at his watch and felt that the time was almost up, and the corner of his mouth picked up a cold smile. You're not awake from your ing dream. What are you talking about? Wang Hu has 100 or 10 brothers behind him at this time. Also clamor. The whole person is floating, pointing at Yi Yang. I've told you, if you don't give me face tonight, there's no way you or you little will leave safely. Wang Hu smiled wickedly and was about to go around Yi Yang to catch Lu Chanshan. LOL. Yi Yang casually grabbed the other party's other good shoulder joint directly with a slight force. The shoulder joint of the other arm, also directly shattered. Wang Hu could not have imagined in a million years that even if he was surrounded by hundreds of vicious people, this kid would still dare to be so arrogant. Directly hands to abolish himself. Palm. Yi Yang kicked out and directly kicked Wang Hu's bottom, completely ending the other party's happiness for the rest of his life. Little brat, don't give your face away. Li Mingao was completely enraged, and with a wave of his arm, he was about to bring hundreds of brothers to surround Yi Yang. No, it's not good. Big handle head. Outside, a vested punk with a big backcomb crashed in with his ass in the air. What's worth all the panic? Li Mingao frowned, looking at that little brother's bloodless and miserable face. His heart also trembled slightly, subconsciously having a bad feeling. My little brother came up for air. For s sake, talk to me properly. Li Mingao kicked at the punk. Did you fool around for nothing for more than 10 years? You don't know what you're talking about. No, a big handle. That battle outside. Not to mention me. I'm afraid that Master Qian has never seen it before. The little brother was kicked in aggression, rationalizing his breath before he was saying, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Minko shouted angrily. No, it's not bull *********. There are at least 1,000 people gathered up outside. A sea of people. The exact number can't even be checked. And they're also wearing uniforms. They look ferocious. The entire Golden Origin neighborhood is surrounded by them. It's watertight. My little brother caught his breath and spoke much more sharply. What? Thousands of people. And at least? Li Minko was directly confused. What a concept of thousands of people. Standing in black. Surrounding a building. I'm afraid not even a dog can run out. Even in the early years when Master Qian reigned supreme over Mordor Beach, His men were just shy of 1,000 at most. Nowadays, it doesn't even know how long it will take to get 300 people together. That's at least 1,000 people coming at once. What a mess. Li Mingao confused. But Wang, who is the face of the white up, even the despair of the painful loss of his brother are thrown behind the back of the head. Alarmed look at Yi Yang. Just now he looked for me to bet. Said that a phone shaking people, to see which side can be called to the people more. It is hard to believe that. Those people outside are all your people. Li Mingo's gaze shook. If what Wang Hu said was true, then the youth in front of them, the background can be big to go. No wonder even Master Qian dared to disregard it. Before Yi Yang could strike up a conversation, the entire KTV was in chaos. The grassroots security guards dressed in Storm's black and blue uniforms, holding a variety of specialized law and order weapons, rushed straight into the Golden Source KTV. All of the people they saw along the way, as long as they weren't Ji Yang, all of them were directly subdued, making them squat themselves out of the KTV. The number of grassroots security guards who had flooded into Golden Resources alone was unknown to be several times the number of this group of punks. Fewer people facing more people could only concede. After all, those who dared to resist along the way were directly beaten half to death and left outside. Palm. The door to Box 888 was kicked in for the third time today. Dozens of Storm security uniformed members rushed in, and in the blink of an eye, they subdued everyone outside of Yi Yang and Lu Chanqian. Li Mingao was dumbfounded and looked at the heavily armed hunks that suddenly rushed in. And when she reacted, she looked at Yi Yang in horror. Ugh. I'm a bit of a security guard. I'm scaring you, aren't I? Yi Yang slapped Li Mingo's face and sneered. First shift, 2 more to go. Chapter 122, Hiya 99999. Master Qian is here? Li Mingo is just going to be skeptical. You call this a security guard? Does anyone have the number of security guards counted in thousands? Now, are you still going to pull the wool over the goose's eyes? Yi Yang sneered and turned to Wang Hu. I don't dare to. It's my eyes that are blind and have offended you. Please let us go. Wang Hu was inwardly terrified at this time. The overall quality of these well-trained uniformed security guards is not known to be much better than them. And with so many people pouring in at once, a sense of despair rose directly. This youth in front of them was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. You want to leave peacefully after interrupting my pleasure tonight? Yi Yang laughed. Your Master Qian's face is face. My Yi Yang's face, not face? Lu Chanqian looked at Yi Yang's laughing and joking appearance. The color of admiration and shock in her eyes grew stronger. Months gone. Brother Yi Yang has such great power. Or is it? Yi Yang brother was originally a super domineering president, because of fancy themselves, only condescending to disguise in their own homes, renting a house to live. Oops, so shy. Not bad for a mother and daughter. Lu Chanqian's brainstorming today was the same as Aunt Zhang's at first. The punks in the entire Golden Source KTV were controlled by Hurricane Security. She also finally relaxed, and before she knew it, her palms were covered in fragrant sweat. Boss, what do you need us to do next? The security guard who came in asked evenly. Yi Yang waved his hand. First, gather all this trash in one place and wait for people to come and claim it. Understood. The security guards were all directly twisting Wang Hu and the others, kicking all of these people to the open space outside the Golden Source KTV. As for Li Minko, Yi Yang, on the other hand, threw him a cell phone. Say, this thing tonight, how can we solve it? Li Minko was trembling all over. It's a horrible thing to mess with this grandpa tonight. 2. At least 1,000 people flocked to one phone call. It's not only a kick in the teeth, it's a kick in the pants. He knew exactly what Yi Yang meant. This was to give him a choice. Either to let Master Qian come over to even things out, or to just take on today's matter all by himself. This kind of big shot, according to the rules of the road, their own level, tonight I am afraid to leave their lives here to calm the storm. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone, got into a tangle. Tonight's battle was the first of its kind he'd seen in all the years he'd been around. Even if we really call Master Qian here, I'm afraid it's hard to say anything, right? Just as Li Minko was getting tangled up, a few security guards came in outside and whispered a few words to Yi Yang. Well, you don't have to choose either. Yi Yang waved his hand. Li Mingao was driven by the security guards and followed Yi Yang out of the Golden Source KTV. Outside the Golden Source KTV, at this time, more than 3,000 Hurricane Security uniformed security guards, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounded the Golden Resources neighborhood. 3,000 ferocious guys stood together, creating an oppressive force that an ordinary person's legs would have to go weak just to see. The vehicles they had come with, motorcycles, cars, and SUVs were also parked neatly around the block, forming the outermost perimeter. The spectacle was nothing short of spectacular. 10 short minutes. The entire Rainbow neighborhood was abuzz. The people on the sidelines were raising their cell phones to take pictures and videos, but don't dare get too close. Fear of being somehow violently beaten up. What's happening here? Do not know. I heard that the KTV bigwigs had a conflict, and people from both sides were dating. You call that a date? The whole street is blocked by people hardened by numbers. I've never seen such a big formation even since I was born. Eye-opening. If it weren't for the lack of cameras, I'd suspect this was a movie. What kind of movie can afford to hire so many group actors? Are you stupid? The onlookers were all excited to discuss it. Hiss. There's another big caravan coming over. It looks like it's not a small formation. Ooh, imposing. A clear domineering fleet. The leading one is a lengthened Bentley. Right. Look at that license plate. Hi A99999. That's a pretty awesome license plate. But does it have any special meaning? Alas. Young people nowadays. They don't even know CA9999 anymore. This was the exclusive license plate number of the famous Master Chien of Mordor Beach back then. 99999 is a metaphor for the underground world of Mordor. He's the biggest. Outside the door of Golden Resources KTV, Yi Yang waved his hand indifferently. Put an opening for them to come in. Yes. The security guards nodded, and the originally neat wall of people split slightly to the sides. CA99999, with its overbearing convoy, drove into the midst of a super surrounding circle of 3,000 hurricane security guards. It's Master Chien. I knew Master Chien wouldn't leave us behind. The moment you see the license plate number, the punks who were squatting on the ground and suffering were all glowing in their eyes. Hope is here. For them. Master Chien is a former god. Even his old man was there in person. No matter how powerful this kid's surname G was, he had to give a few points of face. Right. Second shift. One more to go. Chapter 123. Who apologizes to whom? Hi A99999. Chien Bo now. Master Chien. Didn't he withdraw from the Jianghu strife a few years ago, and hasn't shown up much in the past few years? Hiss. It seems that this matter is really big today. Even this person has been alarmed out. It's been a long time since I've seen this license plate. A memory of a generation is not a good memory. The crowd of onlookers was noisy. After all, Master Chien's status and position in Magic City is still very unique. And when he appeared at this time, he also made these onlookers have mixed feelings. Among the stretched Lincolns, Master Chien's temples have grayed, but between the eyebrows you can still see the fierce power of the year without anger, reigning over the Magic City beach. He was on a leading crutch, seemingly calm, but in reality, 1,000 thoughts were churning in his mind. As a former Magic City /circuit mixing to the highest figure, even if nowadays is not as good as in the past, the eye line is still well informed. He got the news just a few minutes after the accident on the site of Golden Resources KTV. However, he believed that Big Head Li Min Ko was capable of solving such a small problem, and there was no need for him to step in at all. But the news that followed swept in like a storm, making him, the former leader of the underground, so surprised that he couldn't sit still and drove a fleet of cars straight over. It had been thought that the thousands of people were a blackmail, a random report from those captured men who were scared. Chien Bo now opened his eyes and swept through the curtains of the car, taking a glance at the huge encirclement and the never-before-seen superb battle before his heart was confirmed. The figure of thousands was not an overestimate in the panic of the men. Instead, it's highly likely that it actually says less. The original inner confidence and pride of being a super underground leader of the older generation was unsteady at this moment. Before he came, he was so angry that he felt like he only had to step in. When these dignified figures of Magic City met themselves, they always had to sell themselves a few points of face. But when he actually got here, but found that things, far more than he thought, more complex. These little brats, they can really get me in trouble. Chien Bo now exhaled a long breath, his heart shaking a little. The stretched Lincoln stopped, and the overbearing fleet of cars that followed behind it also aggressively walked down more than 100 black-clothed gangsters with weapons in their hands. However, after seeing these thousands of ferocious hurricane security guards, the originally aggressive punks instantly exploded in their minds. Your own side is not even a fraction of the number of other people, but also a chicken hair. Master Money. These punks skillfully stepped forward, opened the car door, and bowed down to invite Master Chien out. The row is quite well done. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and smiled indifferently. On the side, Lu Chanxian swallowed nervously. After all, it was the legendary Super Big Brother who had reigned over Mordor Beach. With blood on his hands, this kind of super ruthless person, normally speaking, would not appear in her life at all. Tonight, however, he was present, facing this kind of super bully head. As a girl, will always subconsciously generate fear. It's fine. Not only will he not dare to do anything to me, he'll have to apologize to me later. Yi Yan smiled and shook Lu Chanxian's cold little hand and said confidently, "Ha, Lu Chanxian was a little incredulous. Brother Yi Yang could make this kind of super giant apologize in public. Just get off. Qian Boyan's heart then suddenly trembled. He was also at that moment fully aware of the uniforms on these security guards present. Hurricane people. As a famous big shot in Magic City, how could he not know about this super security company? In his early youthful days, he had wanted to kick Hurricane's business out of Mordor and take it over himself. Between the short exchanges, he was also exposed to the tip of the iceberg of Hurricane Security's strength. But even the tip of this iceberg brought Qian Boyan an unattainable, unimaginable terror. Back then, he had lost a lot of money to Hurricane before he managed to keep his position in Magic City. Otherwise, if Hurricane wants it, even when he was in his prime, within 3 days, he would have had to simply evaporate. To be able to make Hurricane Security have such a big action, this kid's background, there are only a handful of people who are qualified to let Hurricane take the job, especially with such a large-scale, high-level mission. He knows at least one of Hurricane's core executives. Thinking of this, Qian Boyan's last shred of fantasy was crushed. Originally still want to pose in front of Yi Yang, a little old-timer's spectrum of ideas, at this time are directly evaporated. Ha ha, Master Qian is here. You won't be able to jump around much longer. Li Minko looked at the figure of the old man in a tang suit who walked off the extended Lincoln on his dragon head crutches, and his entire body felt as if he had been hit by chicken blood. All the punks went wild as if they had seen the straw that saved their lives. They were all brainstorming about the groveling appearance of this arrogant guy called Yi Yang when he really faced Master Qian in a while. Hiss. It's really Qian Boyan. The crowd of onlookers gasped. Although this youth looks like he also has a monstrous background, but compared to this kind of super big brother, I guess he will have to concede in a while. That's for sure. After all, amount. Just when everyone thought that Yi Yang was going to apologize to Master Qian with a smile on his face, instead, Chambers made a move that blew everyone's mind. Third shift is here. At fan/junior sheep if you like the book, 1054/117/329, Chapter 124, The Humble Money Master. Break the bank to avoid disaster. Mr. Yi. Qian Boyan actually took the initiative to extend his hand, leaning on the dragon head crutch, and took a big stride towards Yi Yang. The whole room went silent for an instant. What is this? This isn't quite the same plot as the one I just brainstormed. Shouldn't it be this youngster who sees a real big shot come out, gets weak in the knees, and then frantically gets on his knees? This, bipolar reversal. Yi Yang nodded his head slightly. He had originally thought that he would have to show some strength to make Qian Boyan treat him respectfully. I didn't expect that the other party would be so polite to himself straight away. It's hard not to. Yi Yang looked at the Hurricane security guards around him. This Qian Boyan should have been more or less exposed to something about Hurricane Security Company before. Mr. Yi, it was my men who were reckless in tonight's incident. You'll forgive me more, haha. Qian Boyan smiled back and forth. Lu Chanxian was all confused. Qian Boyan had accumulated too much prestige before, causing everyone to think of him as the super black/crime boss who had been running the show. But now the scene before us looks like an old man with white temples who was sincerely apologizing. On the contrary, it brings out a trace of intolerance in one's heart. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Although this Qian Boyan looked like a good man nowadays, he was ultimately a former king of the Black/Road. He wouldn't dare trust the other side so easily. Master Qian, you, on the side. Li Minko was completely confused and unconsciously just asked out loud. After all, to those of them who had been hanging around under Master Qian for so many years, the scene in front of them was simply too ridiculous. The boss, who was regarded as a god by himself, was actually so polite and smiling to a youth. Master Qian, this kid is too arrogant. I didn't even put you on the spot just now. All these punks on the side made a series of noises, dissatisfaction and shock welling up in their hearts. Shut up, all of you. Qian Boyan shouted angrily. The dragon's head crutch is also knocked on the ground. So angry that all the coughing up. I previously how to educate you. Today's times are different from the past. When you are out there, you should be more kind to others. Why are you still causing trouble for me? Do you know who you're messing with? This Mr. Yi, I have to respect as well. How dare you all be wild in front of him? Chambers chortled angrily, seemingly chiding. But in fact, it is a warning bell for these men. This Mr. Yi is even more powerful than me. If you guys make a fool of yourselves again, even I can't protect you anymore. Li Minggao knew Qian Boyan the best and could naturally hear the meaning of Qian Boyan's words. At this moment, he also wisely chose to shut up, and the eyes that he looked at Yi Yang again had changed from the disdain he had just shown to a deep fear. To be able to make his own master say this, then this person's background was really high up in the sky. After all, they are mixed in the road, and the most important thing when they go out is a face. Nowadays, Master Qian was basically equivalent to putting his own face at the bottom to lift Yi Yang's face. If there wasn't a huge gap in status, This kind of thing, it wouldn't be possible at all. Holy, my eyes are blind? Master Qian is apologizing to a youngster. Times have changed. It's awesome. I couldn't even dream of this. What about the one who just said that this young man would have to pee in fear if he saw Master Qian? What a slap in the face, right? It's a real slap in the face. Ha ha, young man, my ass. I just watched the live broadcast that people opened yesterday and casually sent out a red envelope of more than $30 million. I don't know which family's super rich second generation it is. Is it so great? Ha, what era is this? Yi Shenhao hasn't even heard of it? This Yi Shenhao, so powerful? More than that. People rewarded hundreds of millions of dollars in one night and skyrocketed millions of fans overnight. A newborn superhero. No wonder. A single word can gather thousands of people over. It's simply too awesome. The eating public marveled. Master Qian was an insurmountable peak in their hearts now, but this peak was so respectful towards this youth. Ahem. I also know the rules. Since I have provoked you, I'm either going to break the bank or see blood. Qian Boyan rubbed his hands together. His face turned and his eyes suddenly became stern. That brat who caused me trouble in the beginning. Get out of here. Master Qian. That guy has been knocked out. Then kick me awake. Master Qian shouted angrily. Yes. Wang Hu woke up from the pain in a daze. Master Qian, you must do something for us. This little brat Pop. Seeing Wang Hu just woke up to talk nonsense, Chen Boyan was so scared that he directly threw a cane over and knocked him out again. It's true that this kind of retardation is better when you don't talk. Ahem. This person who invoked you has been injured to such an extent that I should be satisfied by seeing the blood strip. Chen Boyan rubbed his hands together and smiled. The matter of breaking the bank. Let Mr. Yi ask. I will do my best to satisfy. First shift. Chapter 125, 300 million sky-high commissions. Reward, Riren Hospital. Want me to talk? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I'm a person who doesn't lack money, so I'll just order whatever I want. It's a lesson. Phew. Qian Boyan's heart slowly loosened, secretly saying that this young man was still a bit conscientious. $10 million a person. After you pay the money, take it all away though. Yi Yang waved his hand as if he had suffered a huge loss. More. How much? Rao Qian Boyan was given a shock. One man, $10 million. How much? Yi Yang asked doubtfully. You only have more than 100 brothers here, and it's only $1 billion or so when you fill it up. Qian Boyan's face went green. The past few years have been hit one after another. His own leftover property together is only $10 to $8 billion, which also has a lot of real estate. With cash on hand, it's not always possible to come up with $2 billion in a short time. This mouth wants more than $1 billion. Your family owns a gold mine? You don't have to be so loud to open a gold mine. What? No? Yi Yang asked indifferently. No. After Qian Boyan slowed down for a while, he could only nod his head through gritted teeth. This money will be taken as me making you a friend. Mr. Yi. In the future, in Magic City Beach, if you need anything, just greet me. This is my business card. Being an enemy of Yi Yang was something he couldn't accept. And today this was not just about saving these punks under his command. It was also to break the bank to make up for Yi Yang's face. If you can't be an enemy, then you can only be a friend. If you can get on this, even the hurricane executives pay attention to the super big man. Then, not to mention more than $1 billion, is to rise again, and then back to earn 100 million or 80 billion, is also not impossible. Therefore, Qian Boyan made a thorough decision in a short period of time. Compensation. Oh, Yi Yang took the business card, and thought to himself that he was worthy of being a big brother of the mob. This reaction, it is really unparalleled by ordinary people. He was also a lion's mouth, was waiting for the other side of the bargaining it. I did not expect the other side directly borrowed their own more than $1 billion words began to want to climb the friendship. I have to say, if this Qian Boyan was born in the chaotic world, it's still a lordly figure. You're cool with that? Yi Yang nodded slightly. Good. Why don't you withdraw money for Mr. Yi? Chambers turned his head to his secretary. Master Qian. The secretary had a difficult look on her face. She knew too well how much money was left in Master Qian's account. And this time, she had to directly drain Master Qian dry. Cut the crap, Qian Boyan repeatedly urged, fearing that Yi Yang would change his mind temporarily. Yes, the secretary sniffed and could only do as he was told. After the ransom transfer, the punks were also let go. Witnessed Chambers' convoy slowly drive away. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Originally thought that he was losing money and pretending tonight, but did not expect that not only did he make money, but he also made blood money. The hurricane security that surrounded the Golden Source KTV was around 3,000 people. At the price he had offered, he would probably need to pay them a commission of around $300 million. But Chambers lost more than $1 billion at once and made a few times that in a frenzy with interest. I'd like to lose money, but I really can't do it. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Boss, the commissions have all been paid out. The full amount of $336,600,000. Do you think it's time to let them end the mission? The call came in from Hurricane headquarters as well. Yes. Yi Yang nodded. Qianboyan obviously knew some of his background, and didn't dare to do anything to himself. To have so many bodyguards, it would really just be standing around posing for use. Ding! It was detected that you spent 300 million Chinese coins to issue a personal security mission, rewarding ownership of Riren Hospital worth $30 billion. Yi Yang had just lamented that he had made a bloody fortune tonight when he heard a notification from the system. Riren Hospital. This hospital, which could be called famous in China. He had naturally heard of it. This is almost the biggest private hospital in China. In addition to the main hospital in Kyoto, there are a number of branch hospitals in the provinces, but its most famous is naturally also the General Hospital. The most advanced equipment is used and the most complete medical team is available. It's no use just having money when you want to get a number at Riren General Hospital, because you don't qualify. Even if the governor of Mordor wanted to visit the doctor, he had to make an appointment a few days in advance. There, you can meet the most advanced Western medical equipment, as well as Chinese national medical saints. The hottest stunt on the internet about Riren is this. But if you're still breathing, there must be a way to bring you back to life. Bull. Yi Yang felt a shock in his tiger's body. Such an awesome hospital. All of a sudden it's your own. Riren Hospital and Jin Sung law firm like this. Neither is a super asset that money can buy. The connections, energy and status it represents. It is unparalleled and cannot be measured in money. Although the system is valued at $30 billion. But even if someone offered $100 billion to buy ownership of this hospital, the human director wouldn't necessarily sell. Of course, this Dean, now, was already Yi Yang. More than a blood prophet, it's an explosion. Yi Yang was in an incredibly excited mood. In the end, he was somewhat tempted to thank that Wang Hu for a meal. Thanks to his sperm/insect and colorful mind, he was able to get this super reward for himself. Second shift. Chapter 126, Is it a trouble for men to be too strong? The surrounding thousands of Hurricane security guards in Qianboyan's convoy gradually all withdrew, but the eaters were all enthusiastic and lively in their discussions with undiminished enthusiasm. This He Shenhao is also too strong. The moment he opened his mouth, he made the old Mordor bigwig pay over $1 billion in compensation. More than $1 billion, even if it is placed there for me to count. I'm afraid I can't finish counting it in a year. Don't wake me up. I can still sleep some more. It's only $1 billion or so, but people bet against golden ease and directly bet $100 billion. Do you think it's bullish? Holy, yeah. Now when I think about that $100 billion bet, I feel my heart pounding. Godly man. Worthy of being a godly man. In the midst of a crowd of envious and adoring gazes, Yi Yang also pulled Lu Chanxian up to his King Kalman. Brother Yi Yang. It wasn't until she felt King Kalman's large, comfortable and warm seat that Lu Chanxian was finally able to snap out of that dreamy feeling. I had thought it was just a meeting with my intended after many days. I didn't realize it would be as thrilling as this. Until now, she couldn't stop her heart from beating. The panic of her mood catalyzed the alcohol of the famous dinner wine, causing her small face to turn red. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. These big scenes were something he was used to nowadays. Not to mention Qianboyan. Even if one of China's best and brightest like Mark King and Wang Xilin stood in front of him, he doesn't even have the slightest stage fright. What's wrong? Yi Yang was also able to see that Lu Chanxian was a little frightened tonight. Smiled and patted her little head. Isn't it alright? Lu Chanxian held his arm, and the wine strength became bigger and bigger. No, something is wrong. It's just something. Tonight Chanxian no longer want to be separated from brother Yi Yang. Yi Yang looked at Lu Chanxian's face that was somewhat slightly white, but was permeated with redness, and also nodded slightly. It was now after 11 o'clock after this mess. A little late indeed. Then find a hotel nearby and stay there. Yi Yang also cannot bear to let Lu Chanxian more boat ride, directly next to the search for a 5-star hotel. Fortunately, this is a luxury area with plenty of 5-star hotels. Get an imperial suite and swipe your card. Yi Yang went in and directly opened the door, handing over the black card. Emperor? The waiter who was just about to say that the imperial suite was particularly expensive shut up instantly after seeing the Centurion black and gold card handed over. This gentleman, wait a moment. Soon, the 24WA Night Imperial Suite was processed. Here is your room card. Aha! Yi Yang retrieved the 2 cards, and then he helped the somewhat drunken Lu Chanxian up the stairs. Worthy of being the Imperial Suite, it's really luxurious. Yi Yang pushed open the door to his room and smiled. Imperial Suite. It's 24W for a one-night stay. Inside, all kinds of amenity packages are the most luxurious tops. It was almost comparable to his Henteing Hill Villa, but it has to be compared. That's naturally not comparable to the Henteing Mountain Villa. Qianqian, if you're sleepy, just go to sleep. Yi Yang placed Lu Qianqian on the large soft bed and said softly. No. Lu Qianqian directly wrapped her arms around Yi Yang's neck and softly said, Qianqian wants to be with brother Yi Yang tonight. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, so he had to smoothly lie down next to her. Such a beautiful woman with a hot body and a wonderful fragrance all over her body was lying next to herself like this. It was also making Yi Yang feel a little dry and hot. Brother Yi Yang. Lu Qianqian looked at his face mesmerized. Suddenly, as if she had made some kind of determination, the whole thing went under the covers. Cynthia. Yi Yang stifled a grunt and also let go of himself, obeying Lu Qianqian's wishes. After tossing and turning for half the night, it was only then that Lu Qianqian fell asleep, exhausted and at ease, under the interplay of many emotions, because the body and mind are maximized after being tense and then relaxed. Lu Qianqian slept directly and sweetly until noon. The Imperial Suite, naturally, has exclusive luxury dining. Awake? Let's eat when you're awake. Yi Yang smiled at Lu Qianqian. Finish eating, I should send you home. He smiled, looking at Lu Qianqian's eyes. And yesterday, it was already different. After all, the other party was already his woman. Yes. Lu Qianqian obediently nodded her head and slowly got up. Brother Yi Yang, you are also too strong. Alas. It seems that you have to rest for a few days before you can go back to Murray country. Yi Yang scratched his head and smiled a few times. It seems that a man who is too strong is also an annoyance. Third shift. Chapter 127, The Proud Shao Qingxian. After a caviar breakfast, Yi Yang and Lu Qianqian warmed up for a while longer before he was sending her back home. This time, Lu Qianqian was on leave to come back to see him, and in a few days, he will go back to Murray country to cancel his vacation. Buzz. After kissing Lu Qianqian goodbye, Yi Yang hummed happily and parked King Kalman in the Henteing Hill Villa parking garage. Just get off. He then felt a coldness in his back. All in, huh? Why are they all looking at me like that? Yi Yang scratched his head and looked at the watery mass of beautiful women in front of him with some surprise. Master, are you alright? Yu Momo was a little worried and came up, looking Yi Yang up and down, confirming that there was no problem before she was relieved. Nope, I'm glowing and full of energy. Yi Yang spread his hands and laughed. Ugh, that thing last night was on the news. Scared me to death. That scene was so big. I was afraid that something had happened to you, master. Yu Murmur said worriedly. On the news? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Well, but since it didn't make much of a dent, and neither you nor Chambers are filing a complaint on either side, this is just going to have to be viewed as scrappy news. Yu Momo explained. Related matters, Lawyer Fong and the others have already gone to deal with it. Well, it's hard on him. Yi Yang smiled. The importance of having a gold medal law firm behind you is proving more and more. As long as it does not cause any big trouble, basically they do not even need to come out. What big and small things, they are all dealt with to smooth things out. Boss. Xiao Xiaozhu puffed out her little face. You must bring us along when you go out in the future. Otherwise this is too dangerous. Qingxian cried yesterday when she blamed herself. Ha! Yi Yang examined Shao Qingxian, who had a cold face on the side, with a smile on his face. Really? Humph. Who cares about your stinking boss? Sister Xiaozhu is talking nonsense, Shao Qingxian said in a cold and haughty manner. Ha ha, alright, just try to take you guys with me when we go out in the future. Don't be mad. Yi Yang waved his hand. You are the boss. How dare we be angry with you? We are just worried. Xiao Xiaozhu sighed. If anything happens to you, we won't forgive ourselves. Ha? Why? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Because we. Xiao Xiaozhu's face blushed, and in the middle of her sentence, she changed her words in a row. Because you're our boss. Cut. Yi Yang rolled his eyes and waved his hand. I'm planning to make a trip to Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center this afternoon, so I'll take you guys along this time. Yeah. Xiao Xiaozhu nodded repeatedly. What about you? Yi Yang smiled and looked at Shao Qingxian, who was still a bit haughty on the side, and asked in a teasing manner. Me? Shao Qingxian turned around and left. Hey, what are you doing? Qingxian? Yu Maimo asked in quick succession. Go and survey the situation at Hongfeng National Arts Center to rule out any additional risks. Shao Qingxian replied dryly and got into the Lamborghini. With a gust of wind blowing, the Lamborghini directly drove out of the villa area, looking dashing, but in Yi Yang's eyes, it was like fleeing. Shaking his head in tears and laughter, Yi Yang also turned around. Alright, you also get ready. Come with me in a while. You nodded silently. Yi Yang, as a shirker, of course, they were the ones who did all the handing over and whatnot. Just like that, surrounded by the maid group. Yi Yang returned to the villa, ate lunch, and after leisurely relaxing for a while, it was only then that he, Xiao Xiaozhu, and Yumomo leisurely got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Buzz. As the largest national martial arts school in China at one time, Hongfeng's main school was established in Mordor, and back when Kung Fu fever was prevalent, many foreigners came to China on a large scale to learn Chinese Kung Fu. As an international city in China, Magic City naturally has many admiring students. This also made the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center in the beginning a hot spot. Yumomo drove the car while giving Yi Yang a description of the situation of the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center today. It's just that ever since the national martial arts craze went down, the national martial arts craze declined after the invasion of China after the Western cultures of Kumite, Taekwondo, and Karate were packaged and glorified. Right now, inside the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center, foreigners make up the vast majority. On the contrary, there are only a smattering of Chinese students. Aha! Yi Yang nodded. Nowadays, Hongfeng's branch libraries and other places are not doing well, and the annual profit is not low, but it's just that it's much worse than before. Yumomo is also some feelings. I really do not know those keyboard warrior how to think. China thousands of years of civilization, countless wars, are relying on Wang Bafis to win? Fear as elementary school history are not learned well, only to say the Chinese national art is flowery this kind of words. Aha! Yi Yang nodded his head slightly. Since he had taken over the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center today, this phenomenon was going to end today, once and for all. First shift. Chapter 128. Hand over your shares and get lost. Dropping. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is parked in the garage. Next to it was parked the jewel blue limited edition Lamborghini that Xiao Qingxian had driven away. Didn't we say we'd come to step on the ground first? Where is he? You silently got out of the car and looked towards the window of the Lamborghini, then shrugged towards Yi Yang. It's not inside. Yi Yang sank his eyebrows in thought and looked at Xiao Xiaozhu, nodding to each other with a tacit understanding. That's absolutely right. Fruity. They had just walked inside the dojo of the Hongfeng Martial Arts Center. Then a figure flew in head-on. It was just that the figure didn't smash straight towards them, but directly onto a pillar on the side. Dang! It hit the pillar and fell to the ground again, causing the blonde martial arts uniformed student to grimace in pain. Ahem! This crazy girl. Yi Yang hid his eyes. Good lord! There were already 20 to 30 martial arts uniformed students down on the ground. The one who caused this scene was no other than Xiao Qingxian. Just you guys are worthy to call yourselves martial arts practitioners. You can't even stand up and fall down at the slightest touch. Even the most powerful techniques put on your basic skills. You're still wimps when you go out. No wonder you're called a flamboyant fighter. Xiao Qingxian clasped her hands on her chest and looked at these fallen martial arts uniformed students with disdain. Upon seeing Yi Yang come in, he hastily put away the frosty attitude he had just had and said with a hefty smile, "Boss, I see that their training is really uncharacteristic and I can't help but have itchy hands." So, Yi Yang nodded his head as he cried and laughed. All that could be done was to silently give her a popping sign of approval. And where are you guys from? Originally, there were only 30 to 50 students practicing martial arts in the martial arts school, half knocked over at this point. Naturally, it alarmed the old curator and a group of Hongfeng National Martial Arts Hall stewards. After seeing so many students on the ground, their hearts shook. Hardly a kicker. What's the kick? Who is this one you don't recognize? Xiao Qingxian stepped aside and retreated behind Yi Yang. Hiss. This one? A hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the old master of the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center. It can't be that by now you still don't know that the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center has changed ownership? Xiao Qingxian frowned and asked in return. Cough cough. That's right. This is the new master of our Hongfeng Martial Arts Hall, Yi Yang. Mr. Yi. The suited and booted management beside the old curator were all smiling. Several of us have unanimously agreed to sell the National Art Museum to this Mr. Yi. You guys? Ahem. A hint of disbelief passed through the old curator's eyes. I don't agree. What makes you guys able to sell my National Martial Arts Hall? Old man. It's time for you to get with the times. Are you still immersed in the old days? No matter what you do, it's all about making money. You're still holding on to the old-fashioned ideas from before. It's really laughable. Things like shares can't be explained clearly with an old guy like you. You'd better go home and retire in peace. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This acquisition. But there is something else. The old, elderly-looking curator didn't even know that his Kokeshi studio had been sold? How could you? You guys? The old curator asked angrily. You have to insist that people pile on the foundation. People foreigners come to learn Kung Fu, just to look good on the end. Casually teach a move and a half. Quick success is not good. Because of this, we can't find any more new students. And if we keep this up, Hongfeng will go out of business. by our unanimous consent. We'll have to ask you to go first. Several of the partners sneered. After Hongfeng became big, they snubbed the old curator Zhang Hongfeng to turn Hongfeng into a joint stock company because Zhang Hongfeng was an old-timer from the last era. Doesn't understand the concept of shares at all. In fact, this company Zhang Hongfeng has long been just hanging a curator's name. Most of the actual shares are controlled by these partners. Just as he was thinking of kicking Zhang Hongfeng out of the game completely now, he came across the system that bought Hongfeng stock at a high price. And so, here we are today. After figuring out what happened, Yu Maimo and Xiao Xiaozhu were both quite angry. In any case, the partners, too, are doing too much. Boss Yi, you must have understood what we said. Several of the partners were grinning wickedly, a sense of wolfishness, with their explanation. Zhang Hongfeng also seemed to understand the situation at this time, and could only sigh silently, his eyes somewhat bleak as he leaned on his crutches and prepared to leave. He was ultimately too old and unfamiliar with a time he couldn't read. I didn't come here to discredit the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center. Yi Yang frowned and his voice cooled down. Boss Yi, what do you mean? Several of the partners were sensing that something was wrong. A large part of the reason for the fall of the national art is because of trash like you. Yi Yang sneered. Scum like you don't deserve to be my partner. Surname Yi, what do you want? Several partners' heart felt a trace of horror. When the system bid is really too high, they did not resist the temptation. Directly sold most of the equity shares out. It gave Yi Yang absolute power of speech nowadays. Surrender all remaining equity in your hands and get the hell out of here. Clean. Yi Yang said indifferently. Second shift. Chapter 129, Rich and Capricious. Tada! Zhang Hongfeng's hobbling steps, who was originally about to leave the field in a gloomy manner, suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Yang with some surprise. Handing over the remaining shares? Okay, we want 10 times the market price for our shares, or we're not quitting yet. What can you do? Even an old-timer like the old curator, who had been kind to them, they could righteously frame for a bit of money. Scoundrels to such an extent that they are naturally fearless. You think I can't do anything about you guys? Yi Yang sneered. This kind of guy who can even cheat and betray a former division head. He looked disgusted. So naturally he wouldn't keep them as partners in anything. What? You still want to hit someone? You little girls are quite capable of fighting. But this is Huaxia. You guys are responsible for hitting people, you know? Ha! Several of the partners were on their toes. Xiao Qingxian hated her teeth so much that she couldn't wait to rush up and blast these scumbags. Anyway, it was also to amass wealth. As long as Yi Yang was willing to pay 10 times the share price, then it would be more than they could make by tricking foreigners into learning fake kung fu. It's not a bad idea to take the money and run. Do you think I can't afford this bit of trouble? Yi Yang smiled faintly, looking at Yi Yang's calm demeanor. Several partners were scared to death, fearing that Yi Yang would really make a move. It's just that scum like you have dirty hands from beating you. Yi Yang shook his head and turned to look at Yu Momo. Yu Momo immediately understood, stepped on her black high heels, and came forward. Several of the partners subconsciously gulped at the sight of their hot bodies. The size of Hongfeng's assets is not large. Full of stock market capitalization is just over $1 billion in size. Wanting to hollow out Hongfeng's stock, through the process of buying high and selling low, stock price manipulation, the total investment will not exceed $5 billion. After this operation, I have the certainty that the value of Hongfeng stock will be reduced to a few tenths of the current level, or even fall out of bankruptcy. Once it goes bankrupt, not only will you not get a penny out of it, but it will go into liquidation. At that time, the company will naturally fall fully into the hands of the existing real name Yi Yang Yi Boss. You partners, you can't get anything. UMOMO some theoretical operation. Let a few partners listen to the dumbfounded. Not, are you guys crazy? Billions of dollars poured in just to screw up your own company? Just to completely liquidate the few of us? Several of the partners were completely dumbfounded. These crazy people, do you think I'm poor? Yi Yang spread his hands and smiled with complete indifference. When he took over Hongfeng, he originally wanted to promote the true national art. It had been something he had once wanted to do when he was young, and since he had the ability to do it now. So what if it was a hobby and he threw billions into making it happen? That's the capriciousness of the rich. Gollum. In that case, Hongfeng is completely finished. Several partners were profit-oriented and naturally could not understand the logic of Yi Yang's behavior at all. As long as the brand name of Hongfeng is there, the big deal is to smash a few $1 billion again, rebuy low and high holdings, the company's stock to do back, the whole set of processes down, equivalent to we did not lose any money, a great deal of probability. It is both recovered the vast majority of the equity, and additionally will make a lot of money. You murmur added with a smile. Devil, are you the devil? A couple of the partners broke down. They are playing finance. naturally know that such an operation is completely feasible. But the premise is that the opponent holds a far greater amount of money than their own. Hong Kong is worth about $1 billion right now. The other side just has to be ruthless enough to risk tens of billions of dollars to manipulate the situation, and basically be left to the mercy of others. It's an absolute disparity in financial strength that is insurmountable. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Are planning to spend money on charity to come? The result of listening to her this explanation. Actually so engaged in their own can still make money. Alas, he shook his head. Being a rich man, it was too hard to lose money. While lamenting, he also secretly gave Yu Momo a thumbs up, worthy of being a high achiever graduating from a top finance program. What does it mean to be professional? This is. Now, do you still want to sell the remaining stock you have? Yu smiled silently. Only, this absolutely beautiful smile fell in the eyes of several partners at this moment, which was even more horrible than the smile of the god of death. I sell. One partner finally couldn't hold the pressure and his heart's defenses collapsed. Sell it now. Not at the same price as just now. Yi Yang shook his head indifferently. Ah, Mr. Yi, how much did you say? Just now it was me who had eyes but no pearls. Dog's eyes. Don't mind. At this point all the man could think about was trying to put as much money in his pocket as he could and run away. If he really followed Yu Momo's operation, he might not get a penny in the end. Yi Yang faintly stretched out a finger. Is it 10% of the current price? Sun Chuanfu's face went white, but he still nodded his head fiercely. 10% for 10%. No, I think, you misunderstand me. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Third shift. Chapter 130 Gold medal made core superb. I misunderstood. The corner of Sun Chuanfu's mouth trembled. Then what do you mean, Boss Yi? 10,000 each. Take the money and get out. Yi Yang said indifferently. How much more? Several of the partners felt deaf. I think your hearing is all at a normal human level and I don't need to repeat myself. Yi Yang sneered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Boss Yi, you must be joking. Several of the partners were confused. $10,000. Taking this money and getting the hell out of there is just insulting. Then it might as well be a fight to the death. You have wasted my last ounce of mercy. I can guarantee that the result of not agreeing will be you won't even get the $10,000. Yi Yang sneered. Heh, well, let's give it a try then. Let's see how much money you have to smash. The stock market is unpredictable. Even if you really have $10 billion, a random accident. The plan you just made is finished. Exactly. I don't believe you'd really invest $10 billion just to screw up the company that was already yours. I was just blindsided by fear. And Sun reminded me with these words. TSK, I really don't believe there are such crazy people in this world. This doesn't fit the thinking of a businessman at all. If you were really this crazy, you wouldn't be making this much money. Yi Yang shrugged. Sorry then, I'm not really a businessman. Several of the partners looked at each other in confusion. What does that mean? Well, Yi Yang smiled and looked at Yu Momo. According to what you just said, the more money you put in, the more certain you are? That's right, Lord, Boss. Yu Momo laughed. In fact, with my ability, as long as I have the matching funds, it is very possible to accomplish the above operation. Give me $10 billion, and I'll have 100% certainty to do it. Aha. Yi Yang nodded. I'll give you 50 billion. Feel free to operate. How much? How many? Not only were those few partners dumbfounded, even Yu Momo was stunned. Zhang Hongfeng, who was on crutches at the side, was trembling. Today just heard that the National Martial Arts Museum was sold by these white-eyed wolves. He is going to lose everything. He was full of sadness. He was originally the mountain cultivation of martial arts. Into the world opened the Martial Arts Museum. The original intention is to hope that the national martial arts have someone to pass on only. What company? What money? Wasn't particularly important to someone as transcendent as he was. His greatest sorrow was that if he let these partners have their way, then Hong Feng, the sign he had founded to promote the national art, would later be turned into a place where fake national arts were taught. He was most upset about what it was like to know the wrong people and be betrayed by these partners. Ahem. Suddenly he wasn't going to leave. He was going to stay and witness what was happening down there. 50 billion. Yi Yang confirmed it faintly. What nonsense are you talking about? $50 billion of liquidity? Who do you think you are? Crazy. Utterly crazy. Simply talking nonsense to scare us. A few of the partners roared with colorful anger. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of crazy person would drop $50 billion to count their company. Holler. Yu Momo knew Yi Yang's nature too well, saying one thing and not another, and at this time, she was no longer polite. After seeing the funds transferred over from the account, he directly called back to Hentang Mountain. A stock market operation of this magnitude requires a small team of people operating computers to make it work. Hey, Sister Silence? Didn't you accompany your master to receive the new company? Why are you calling back all of a sudden? Guan Ruoyu asked with some surprise. Ahem. Let's get all the sisters ready with their computers first. I'm going to lead you in stock trading. When you silently returned to his own profession, his eyes were glazed over, and his whole person exuded a completely different aura from the ordinary. Speculate on. Speculation? Guan Ruoyu blinked, somewhat unsure. Master wants it. Hey, don't ask. Get ready. UMOMO excitedly said. Holler. Just in time for us to show our boss how capable we are. Guan Ruoyu was also eager to try. Yi Yang is looking for gold medal talents. There isn't a single one of these maids that isn't a super highly educated all-rounder. Educated, good-looking, capable and competent. These points are missing if you want to rate gold talent. After Guan Ruoyu told the members of the maid troupe about this, the girls were all excited as well. Most of them majored in finance. The inaugural targets that come out of it actually work as personal financial butlers for big bosses with tons of money. But the salary Yi Yang gave was too high. They're the ones who came to work as maids in peace. The maidens are ready. Guan Ruoyu and a dozen super beautiful maids took out their respective laptops and sat down in various parts of the hall. The screens in the lobby put up a big screen of Yummer and the direction of the stock market. All battle ready, just ready for the big one. First shift. Chapter 131, 10,000 was the price just now. It's too late now. Our target, the Hongfeng Group, has a total capital of $50 billion and a planned amount of $10 billion or less. You said silently. Understood. Sister Silence. The maiden corps were energized. Yi Yang gave them millions of dollars a year in salary, and if they only let them do odd jobs, they couldn't even feel good about themselves. Now there's finally one thing that makes them feel like they can give back to their bosses properly. It also excites them. Well, Yi Yang could also see the energetic maid troop members through the real-time screen and nodded with satisfaction. Luckily, the standards were higher when looking for a maid. Otherwise it would have been more troublesome to put together a small team of high-end talent on the fly. Good. Now watch for the right time to make buys to raise the stock price. Ruoyu start holding positions. And Kota, you guys keep an eye on the general market. Under Yu's silent command, a large amount of money was instantly injected into an originally unsurprising stock in the Hong Kong stock market called Hongfeng Guojitsu Group. Holy, look at this flood of statecraft. At this time, many retail stock market investors are also wandering the halls of the stock market, looking for their favorite stocks. Holy, this ING rockets. I just saw it was $20 a share. Now it's up to $50? Retail investors quickly took notice of this greenhorn stock and all followed suit. Bye. If you miss this village, you won't find this store. Our teacher said that a situation like this is the result of big capital looking at this small stock. Yes. Buy. Retail investors are red hot and buying like crazy. It's actually a Hong Kong stock. Yu Maimo was excited. What happened to Hong Kong stocks? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Hong Kong stock means that this group is listed on the Hong Kong Island Stock Exchange for capital injection. And there is no concept of downward movement, which means that if I wanted to, I could operate this stock down to less than a penny per share, or even, infinitely close to zero. Oh, Yi Yang looked at these few partners who were still holding out with interest, the corner of his mouth picking up an inexplicable smile. It's just a bluff, a capital injection. I don't believe that in a moment you will sell your shares at a low price. Several of the partners were colorful and calm on the outside, but panicked. Just this moment, the money Yi Yang smashed into the stock market was $2 to $3 billion. This is just too damn ho-hum. It's at the holding point. Start selling. You silently unified the command road. Yes. The maids were quick to respond and began to carry out the orders. The stock that had just gone wildly upward and fluttered into the red actually died in an instant after reaching a new high, falling downward at breakneck speed. What's going on? The bankers are starting to sell off. We're going to get cut. Holy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sell. The shareholders are dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? This is really starting to sell off. I'll be damned, this maniac. Several of the partners were also following the direction of the stock market at times, and were jumping up and down with fear at this point. The stock plummeted in an instant. They went from rich to negative in an instant. My day. My wealth has instantly plummeted by more than 100 times. There's no money. Compared to a few pale, dying, crying partners, Yi Yang, on the other hand, was incredibly happy. As Yumimo's maid group was frantically buying up stocks, the tyranny system was simultaneously providing rewards. Spending billions, Linlin rewarded him with another 100 billion or so in deposits. Today his account is $300 billion, not counting the $50 billion allocated away. It's getting more and more expensive, don't you think it's irritating? Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. The feeling was just too good. Don't fall. Don't fall. Stop. I'm here. Several of the partners cried. This stock is being manipulated straight down to death. Soon the total value of the stocks they hold will fall below $100. 000. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't even have $10,000 left at the end. 10,000 is 10,000. I'm really convinced. Boss Yi, you have a high hand. A couple of the partners understood completely. Yi Yang is a madman. Moving tens of billions of dollars without blinking an eye. Losing billions of dollars and still talking and laughing about it. Not the slightest bit proud of it. Fighting a character like this who has both money and madness. They can't play with others even if they put their lives on the line. What? Want to sell? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Sell. Sell. $10,000. Deal. Take this 10,000 and let's get the hell out of here right away. Several of the partners were begging for mercy in fear. 10,000. Was the price just now? Now. It's not that price. Yi Yang smiled faintly. And how much do you give now? Several of the partners were confused. 1 dime each. Then, get out. Yi Yang faintly sneered. What? You're telling us to clean up our act. A dime is just $1. What's the difference between that and a clean slate? I said a few people. Don't be ungrateful. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange stock can be completely played into negative equity. When the time comes, you will pay a huge fine with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange to go. You Murmur smiled sweetly. You must be the devil. Several partners screamed in unison. Second shift. Feel free to add Jiao Yang's book club /Junyang June Sheep /number 1054/117/329. Chapter 132 National Art Inheritance. Free teaching? Aren't you afraid we'll complain to the finance court? Several of the partners were blushing. There is a certain chance that this commercial financial operation, which can be described as bullying, will be successful in its complaint. But there is little hope. Whatever. Yu Momo spread his hands. Originally, this kind of transaction to buy and sell free things, they will not be admissible. Moreover, this is our own company. How do you want to play? How to play? You a few partners, want to complain about what? You. The several partners were all pale and incomparable, but they couldn't refute Yu Momo because she was right in every sense of the word. What? Are we going to keep playing? Yu silently smiled, his expression not panicking in the slightest. Count on you. A couple of partners had to dutifully handle the equity handover, and then run away in anger. Hello. Yi Yang looked at the few partners who were outraged and shouted faintly. What? A few partners' footsteps. Yi Yang is a real ruthless person. Even if the equity sold now, nothing in the hands of others. They do not dare to provoke too much. Your money, don't you want it? Yi Yang faintly added. But, no one in the room could help but proof out a laugh. This is too crowded. Thanks for the reminder. Boss Yi, we don't want it. A couple of the partners were nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood from the anger. However, in front of Yi Yang, they didn't dare to make too much of a fuss, so they could only eat their words and leave silently. It was only after seeing a few partners leave that Yi Yang smiled and withdrew his gaze, nodding at Yu Mo. Sisters, maneuver now to get the stock back up. Yu Murmur smiled and waved his hand. Okay, the gold medal made core got their orders. It is also beginning to continue to operate. By purchasing a price-lifting follow-through operation, it directly raised the stock price of Hong Kong National Martial Arts Center back to its peak value, and even as if it was still higher. Boss, it's finished. Yu Momo smiled. The total process has invested a total of $6 billion. Revenue of $63 billion. This wave we have earned a total of 300 million. Hiss. Yi Yang sucked a mouthful of cool air. This financial high school student is awesome. With enough funds, he can make 300 million in one afternoon? Ahem. Boss, not as easy as you think. This operation is okay to engage in occasionally, every day this way. When the retail investors come back to their senses, it will lead to a direct crash one day. That's when the billions of dollars of capital that was smashed in are all lost in blood. Yu Murmur explained, and then also spat out her tongue mischievously. But all in all, we succeeded this time. Good job. I'll reward you tonight. Yi Yang gave Yu Momo a thumbs up. Yikes. Boss Yu. Yu Momo instantly blushed in shame. Bad. The members of the maid group in front of the screen all poofed out laughing. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian also looked at Yu Momo with strange eyes. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled. Phew. Zhang Hongfeng on the side also exhaled a long breath. No matter what, it was always much more comfortable inside. He looked at the National Arts Center with fondness and silently turned around, preparing to completely leave this National Arts Center that he had poured his heart and soul into for many years. Old Mr. Zhang, Yi Yang called out to Zhang Hongfeng. He had also heard Yu Momo's information about the other party. This old man really has a deep passion for the Chinese martial arts, and is a person who sincerely wants to develop and promote the martial arts. If it weren't for the invasion of commercialization over the past few years, the Kokushikan would have been run ragged by these partners. It wouldn't be so bad that the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center would end up in the situation it was in now. Is there anything else, Mr. Yi? Zhang Hongfeng turned back. His tone was not considered polite. Although Yi Yang had helped him drive away the partners and get out of the way, in Zhang Hongfeng's eyes, Yi Yang was still just a businessman after all. Nowadays he didn't have a good impression of businessmen. How could a guy who only cared about making money be interested in the true heritage of the Chinese national art? Sure. Yi Yang nodded. For such an old man with a chivalrous spirit, he still respected him. I'd like to ask the old man to stay on, and I'll give you a 30% equity stake at no cost. Do you use my name to solicit and teach fake martial arts? The Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center is already the best brand. With or without a bad old man like me, it doesn't really matter. Zhang Hongfeng shook his head and said despondently. On the contrary. Yi Yang smiled and spread his hands. After seeing those just now, do you still think that I care if Hongfeng National Martial Arts Hall is profitable or not? He's worth trillions. The liquidity is in the hundreds of billions. Hongfeng, even if it is propped up by Umaimo, the total market capitalization is just a few $billions, which is completely a drop in the bucket for him. Even if Hongfeng was completely unprofitable, he didn't really care. This, Zhang Hongfeng fell silent. Indeed, Mr. Yi acts, not following the rules, beyond the mundane, and is indeed one of the few people I have seen over the years who still have a sense of style. I'm keeping you at Hongfeng precisely because I want to make the Chinese national art completely flourish. Yi Yang spread his hands. I have decided. Hongfeng from now on, to the Chinese nationality of students under 20 years old, the implementation of free teaching, anyone, can come in contact with the real national martial arts. My Chinese summer passes on martial arts, inherited for thousands of years, and in the future, it will continue to be passed down in perpetuity. Third shift, chapter 133, you look better than a pastry. Mr. Yi. Yi, is this true? Zhang Hongfeng looked at Yi Yang incredulously. Even his address was changed. A gentleman's word. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Then he was looking at you, Momo. Turn around and help me to acquire an advertising company. Specialize in advertising for this matter. I want this matter to be known all over the world. In addition to the money to buy an advertising company, I will allocate you another 1 billion advertising fees. You Momo are stunned. This set of operation down. At least a few billion The boss's coffers are really a bottomless pit. Seemingly seawater. Not to be measured Yi Yang didn't really care about that. Now that he has hundreds of billions of dollars on his books, what's the point of keeping the money and not spending it? Burning money is one of the pleasures of the rich. How about it, Elder Zhang? Are you still willing to stay? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Of course. Zhang Hongfeng somewhat excitedly shook Yi Yang's hand. These years, people like you, really less and less. Shares and so on, I cannot want. As long as you are really want to let the national art inheritance, the old man I can be free to teach. Ha ha, no need for that. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Think of it as a pension for you and a guarantee for the future. Hey, old man, I'm fit as a fiddle. Zhang Hongfeng is obviously straighter than just now, and the whole person's essence has come up, like he is 20 years younger. However, seeing that Yi Yang repeatedly insisted, Zhang Hongfeng also accepted the 30% of shares. According to the current market value, Zhang Hongfeng had gone from nothing to being worth more than $1 billion in one fell swoop. Please be assured that I will do everything I can. Zhang Hongfeng also assured. Well, I believe the old man. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Things over here were pretty much underway, and was also planning to go back first. Boss Yi, take your time. Zhang Hongfeng bowed slightly, and there was a hint of excitement in his expression. What are you looking at? Get out of the way. Xiao Qingxian glanced at these martial arts apprentices who had gathered around and rolled her eyes. Most of these students had been beaten up by her just now, and at this moment, they subconsciously felt fear at the sight of Xiao Qingxian, and directly dodged to the side, laughing sarcastically, a gesture of giving way to a big sister. Yi Yang and Xiao Xiaozhu glanced at each other and also shook their heads with helpless smiles as they led Yumomo out of the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Center. Rolls-Royce Phantom Mercedes on the road. Sister Silence is really awesome today, isn't she? It's almost like a female general commanding thousands of troops in the stock market. Xiao Xiaozhu was envious of Yumaimo. No la. In fact, because these sisters recruited by the master are the elite of the elite, that's why it went so smoothly. Go back and thank a few little sisters. Yu Murmur laughed. Well, yes, we can't forget about them. Come on, let's go for a walk around Pastry City first. Yi Yang proposed. Pastry City? Umomo's eyes lit up. Buy some good food back and reward them. Yi Yang looked at the two glowing-eyed snackers beside him. It's true that the vast majority of girls like to eat desserts and pastries. Great. Xiao Xiaozhu licked her cherry mouth, and her showy appearance was very tempting. Why is the boss looking at Kotek like that? Xiao Xiaozhu bit her lower lip and laughed knowingly. You look much better than the pastry. Yi Yang didn't have any intention of hiding his inner thoughts. After all, frankness was also a quality that a godly man should have. Huh, stinky boss. Xiao Xiaozhu's little face was reddened by Yi Yang's blunt words, but inside, she had some small expectations that Yi Yang would go further and do something to her. Unfortunately, Yi Yang closed his eyes and pretended to be an innocent passerby after ruffling his feathers and hummed a ditty. Flirt and run. Scum. Xiao Xiaozhu spat out her fragrant tongue, but inwardly she was very happy. The car was parked in front of the dessert store. Operating the stock took all afternoon. It was now rubbing dark. The bustling night scene of the Magic City, with all its lights, is also in its infancy. Pastry City was also decked out in lights, a scene of prosperity. The Magic City's Pastry City is kind of a paradise for those who love sweets and pastries. Whether it's a plebeian-priced cinnamon cake or a sky-high palace pastry, the traditional mung bean cake or the Western-style chocolate sundae can be found here. Well, it smells too good too. Just entering the Pastry City, a couple of little girls were spilling their guts looking here and there. It's always hard for a girl to resist dessert. Take whatever you like. Ha ha. Yi Yang looked at the excitement of the several girls and also shook his head and smiled. Soon, a few girls had many dessert pastry boxes in their hands. Che cake. Genuine Xinjiang Chegao. Walking. Just heard a holler from the sidelines. Cheddar? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. In the past, he had heard words similar to one cut of cake cutting. Ma Yun weeps. 2 cuts of cake. Seelin cried bitterly. 1 cut of cake. 1 sweet in Kyoto. Today he would like to see just how expensive this cut cake can be. First shift. Chapter 134, A month's salary? Is a caddy of cheese cake worth billions of dollars? All the rumors about the cut cake are also causing the surrounding citizens who come to the Pastry City to shop to avoid that cart. A few vendors pushing carts are also helpless. It seems that it is not good to sell things that are too famous. How do you sell this cheesecake? Yi Yang asked with a faint smile. Ha, this young man, how dare he go and ask for the price of the cut cake? I see he has lost a month's salary. Yeah, too bad. People walking by on the sideline side. The density of the cut cake is very large. Casually cut a piece of 10 pounds of 8 pounds. Almost everyone is half a month's salary. Therefore, they also concluded that Yi Yang, who was young and gentle, was afraid that a cut would take a month's salary. A month's salary? What kind of cheesecake is billions of dollars a pound? Yi Yang asked in surprise. Ah, no. This gentleman, this authentic Xinjiang cut cake of ours, 1 caddy 300 yuan. The peddler's hands shook with fear at Yi Yang's words, but after he finished, he stole a glance at Yi Yang, fearing that Yi Yang would run away when he heard the price. Billions of dollars a month in paychecks. That's bragging rights at first listen. Phew, scared me. It turned out to be so cheap? Yi Yang sighed in relief. I thought a caddy was a few hundred million. The passers-by around were baffled. So cheap. This kid has a big mouth too. I guess he brought his girlfriend out and didn't want to lose face, right? Humph. Just forcing face. But speaking of which, his girlfriends are really pretty. Girlfriends? Guys? Onlookers are feeling things a bit intriguing up. Tell you what. I'll give you an address. You take the car there, and I'll take all of your car. Yi Yang estimated and said. What? The vendor felt deaf. Normal passers-by dare not come forward to buy when they see him, but this young man is good. And directly open his mouth as a small car? I've got a carload of less than 100 pounds, counting tens of thousands of dollars. Are you sure? His hands were shaking. Sure. Yi Yang nodded. According to the annihilation speed of those snack goods, more than 100 pounds, a dozen people eat together. It is estimated that it is not enough to eat for a week. How much is it? Swipe your card. Yes. The peddler nodded his head repeatedly. There are many hidden rich people in Magic City. Today this is running into a big brother. Yi Yang looked at the excited peddler, and his heart was also slightly emotional. Hundreds of dollars a pound for a small snack. If it had been in his college days, it would have been unthinkable. But when you hear it today, the first thought is how come it's so cheap? Sure enough, time changes a person. He shook his head. Holy, that card looks so damn familiar. I remember. I've searched online and this is the Centurion Black and Gold card. The king of cards. So what? A good card doesn't necessarily mean he has more savings. So what? Which one who is qualified to take the black gold card is not worth billions of dollars? A person's overdraft limit in the Huaxia district is $10 billion. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that what he just said about billions of dollars a month in salary might be true? Wake up. A big shot of this caliber still drives a nifty salary. He's got a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. See the superstar. Where's the one who just said he was being facetious? Ha ha, why did he run away? The people around them were shocked when they saw that Centurion Black Gold card, and they were all surprised for a moment. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. It was just a card. These people were making too much of a fuss. Buying the cut cake was just to satisfy the previous curiosity. The really fancy desserts were all inside the pastry city. The further you go inside, the less people there are, because the price of pastries inside skyrocketed. Ordinary people don't even dare to enter, afraid of getting my pride hurt. These are the two most famous stores in Magic City Pastry City, and the cheapest pastries inside are all at 100,000 huaxia coins apiece. Yu Momo was familiar with these, and said evenly, the Zissou Garden on the left sells traditional Chinese pastries, while the Suma Pastry Hall on the right sells high-end Western desserts. That's more like it. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Just walked through the door of Zissou Gardens. I saw a big-bellied, thuggish boss falsely carrying a briefcase, leading his young lover, and looking condescendingly at the beautiful waitress in front of him. Give me a caddy of the most expensive pastry you have here. Ahem. I'm sorry, sir. You're not a member of our store, so proof of assets is required first. The pretty lady smiled politely. Joke. You need proof of assets to buy some food. See, there's over $1 million on this card. Is that enough? The thuggish owner raised the gold card in his hand. It was also the first time he brought his young lover to Mordor, and it just so happened that she liked desserts. I'm sorry, sir. With this balance on your card, you'll have to buy the edge crumbs of the dragon beard cake on credit first. The young lady looked at the thug's unbeatable look and retorted with tears and laughter. Second shift. Chapter 135. Let's put together $100 million. Bonus, culinary omnipotence. What did you say? The thug was confused. Sir, the most expensive thing in this store is the dragon beard cake. The dragon beard cake in ancient times, but it was stipulated that only the emperor alone could enjoy it. The materials used and the workmanship have reached the ultimate in pastry. Each caddy is sold at 666 huaxia coins. The balance in your card. At most, buy one or two. One or two dragon beard crisps then. May also be the size of a fingernail cap. The guide lady smiled sweetly. With every word, the thuggish owner's face paled. You're a fraud. The thug was a little irritated. The shopping guide lady sighed helplessly. If you don't have the intention to buy, or don't have the ability to buy, go to those stores in the periphery first, where the pastries are cheaper. You said I was poor. The thug was instantly displeased. I just don't believe that anyone can afford to eat a pastry that costs over $6 million a caddy. It's simply hilarious. Yi Yang, who was on the side, shook his head in amusement as he watched this thug's blushing face. Seeing that the thug was stalking him, the shopping guide lady didn't intend to pay any more attention to him. Instead, she turned to Yi Yang. Sir, what do you need to buy? Let's just get the dragon beard pastry you were talking about. Yi Yang laughed. The experience of this period of time told him that the higher price of food still has its own justification. A few million a big meal and a few dozen dollars of fast food is indeed a completely different experience. What's more, the price wasn't very expensive in his eyes, so it was good to buy it for a taste. No, you know how much it costs and you still have the guts to buy it? Really can pretend. The thug on the side lost his face in front of his young lover, and at this time, he also transferred his anger to Yi Yang's head. Swollen face. Yi Yang, on the other hand, simply ignored him. This kind of poor people in small places, suddenly have a little money, do not know the sky high and thick, look very bullish. In fact, the family may add up to a few tens of millions of dollars. Not as expensive as one of his car. How much is the gentleman coming? The young lady's eyes lit up. Yi Yang so handsome, dressed in connotation of the little brother, can be much more eye-catching than thugs. Let's start with a 20-pound taste. Yi Yang laughed. Ha! The young lady froze outright. Although working part-time at a top pastry store allowed him to come into contact with many wealthy people, it was the first time he had seen 20 pounds of dragon beard pastry in one single exit. Both thug and loverboy were and are petrified on the spot. First, sir, did I hear you right? The young lady confirmed with a bitter smile. Do I look like I'm joking? Yi Yang spread his hands and lit up the Centurion Black Gold card. I'm sorry, sir, I was out of line earlier. The young lady naturally recognizes Centurion Black Gold card, and respectfully said, however, we only make 10 pounds of dragon beard pastry per day. So, that would be a shame. Let's start with 10 pounds then. Yi Yang smiled. After all, the number of maid groups in the villa is there. By less one person can't even talk about a bite to eat. Yes. The young lady rushed to the back to open the order. A total of $66.60 has been swiped. $66.60? Shouldn't it be $66.66? The thug was flabbergasted. The people present all rolled their eyes at the thug. This level of culture is really miserable enough. The little lover also has a dry red face, and hurriedly pulls the thug to go away. Go away. Don't stay here to lose face. What are you guys laughing at? Why does it feel like you guys are making an idiot out of me? It's just 6666W. I was the best at math back in the day. The thug didn't react until he was pulled out of the store by his young lover. Ugh. It's so drunk that people like this can get rich. You silently covered his face and spat helplessly. Sir, the long-beard crisp has been packed for you and we will arrange for a special car to be delivered to your residence. The store manager, who had arrived from the office, politely said, well, you guys see if there's anything else you want to buy. Let's put together $100 million. Yi Yang turned his head to indicate a few of you Mimo. Holler boss. The few of them often followed Yi Yang around and were already very familiar with his ability to pay money. But the clerk and store manager could think otherwise. Let's make it 100 million. Listen, this is ING human talk. Even the top luxury pastry stores, apart from the signature dragon beard pastry, the other pastries were almost 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins a caddy. This is a real encounter with a super god. After buying a number of assorted previously unheard of pastries, it was only then that Yi Yang was leading the three girls out of the Zisu garden. Ding! Detected the host spending 108,600,000 Chinese coins on dessert snacks. Rewarding cooking skills. With this skill, you will reach the pinnacle of current human standards in any culinary field, cooking the best delicacies on earth. The system beep also came as promised. Cooking skills? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He didn't know how to cook per se, and at his position status, he didn't need to cook for himself. But there's always skill. It would be nice to go back and show off. Yi Yang was also quite satisfied with this reward. Third shift, chapter 136. This is too all-powerful. What else does the master not know? Master, just got back to the villa. The gold medal made core is the parade of welcome. Yi Yang smiled slightly. This feeling of coming home to a large group of beautiful girls waiting to greet him was really wonderful. Have you eaten everything? Yi Yang asked. Not yet. Waiting for you to come back, boss. The chef and the guys have probably already made the dinner. The maids were all in a flurry. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand lightly. There are pastries for you in the car. Go get them. Ha? Did the master buy us pastries? The maids were pleasantly surprised and asked. You guys did a good job during the day. Treats for you. Yi Yang also smiled and nodded. Thank you, master. You're the best. Master. The maids all swooped over and caught Yi Yang off guard with a kiss on his face. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. These are appetizing desserts. Don't eat too much. The after-dinner dessert that will be delivered in a while is the main event. Okay, master. Watching the maids rummage through the car one by one for their favorite dessert, Yi Yang walked into the kitchen by himself. Boss, why are you here in the kitchen yourself? Several of the chefs were stunned and asked in quick succession. It's been a while since I've cooked, so I'll try to make a dish for myself tonight. Yi Yang smiled. Boss, is it the food we made that upsets you? We'll change it. The head chef sniffed with fear and trepidation. No, these little girls have done me quite a favor today, so it's a token of my appreciation if I cook for them myself. Yi Yang shook his head and said sincerely. So it is. The head chef nodded, and his heart was touched. What's Yi Yang's status? A superstar who eats millions of dollars for every meal. I can't believe I'm actually cooking myself. It's simply too good to be true. With such a good boss, he was tempted to sign up for the maid corps, but unfortunately he was a pure man. With a twinkle in his eye, the head chef also went out of the kitchen first with a couple of state chefs. I'm warning you, no matter what the boss does later, you're not allowed to say anything, the head chef said evenly. After all, they are all state banquet chefs, who are really sensitive to their sense of taste, and subconsciously have a big reaction if they eat flawed food. He was also taking a precaution in advance. Don't worry, head chef, we're not unsophisticated brats. Several of the chefs were patting themselves on the back with assurances. Well, in the kitchen, Yi Yang was holding a multi-million set of kitchenware, and the moment he touched them, a familiar feeling came over him, as if he had already used them countless times. Knives flew, and various ingredients were reduced to regular and perfect pieces under the shadow of these knives. As Yi Yang cooked, a culinary knowledge naturally came to his mind as if it was his instinct. Oh, whatever else, that's some great knife work, boss. More than that, this skillful feeling, the boss is definitely a culinary master, at least a chef level. Several of the state chefs were peeking in the back, and at this point they were in awe. Add ingredients and cook. A pot of 3-food soup is ready to be cooked. Most of the dishes were done by the state chef. It's enough to make just one dish for yourself. When the thought arrives, Yi Yang waved his hand. You can serve the food. Holler. The chefs follow the rules and call out the names of the dishes to be served. In the hall, the girls were still craving dessert. Stop eating. You won't be able to eat in a while. Yi Yang beckoned. Dinner is ready. Yes, master. The maids were dutifully served. This 3-food soup is cooked by the boss himself for everyone. Oh. The head chef solemnly brought the purple casserole to the table and introduced it grandly. Wow. Thank you, master. It smells so good. Master is too good too. Unrivaled in the world. The maids were overwhelmed with emotion. Okay. I'm getting blown out of the water by you guys. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Gollum. Guan Ruoyu curiously tasted a mouthful of the 3 fresh soup, and her eyes instantly widened in surprise as she looked at Yi Yang. Master, did you really make this? Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Don't get me wrong. Master, this is really too good, isn't it? Guan Ruoyu sneaked a glance at a few chefs and weakly said, it feels fresher than what a few chef uncles cook. Ha! A couple of state chefs quit at once. They are veritable state banquet chefs. Praising Yi Yang they understood, but saying Yi Yang did better than them. This is excessive. Simply ignoring their accomplishments. Well, Ruoyu is right, and I have to say, I feel the same way. Boss, you're also too deep in the dark. Xiao Xiaozhu squinted his eyes, enjoying the feeling of the fresh fragrance blooming on his tongue. Look at the reaction of the crowd of girls. The chefs were puzzled. One person said so to please Yi Yang. Then, all say so. It is difficult to. Gollum. The head chef also took a spoonful, savored a bite, and the whole thing was struck by lightning. Well, several of the chefs were a little confused as they watched the head chef's somewhat disoriented expression. The corner of the head chef's eyes are a little red. This flavor. I only know one person in my life who can do it. That person is my master. Your master. Several of the chefs had their mouths wide open for half a day. Who is the master of the head chef? That was recognized as the first chef in China for 100 years back then. Master Li Qinghe, who once made national meals for great men. To say it's a contemporary Chinese food masterpiece is an understatement. In the Chinese food world, Elder Li was canonized for decades after his passing. Upon hearing this, several of the state banquet chefs tasted the bowl of Sancho soup in succession. Gollum. Dining is an art, and the deeper the attainment, the more you can feel the endless layers contained in the dishes. And Yi Yang's 3 fresh soups directly stunned several state banquet chefs. Patriarch, definitely a generation of grandmaster-level cooking. We are convinced. Completely convinced. A few chefs were just now wondering if Guan Ruoyu was mindlessly blowing Yi Yang. Now on the contrary, he had become Yi Yang's most loyal brainwashed fan. Ah, if I couldn't afford to worship the boss as my master, I'd want to kowtow to him right now. Yeah. Several of the chefs were sighing. Yumomo was also looking at Yi Yang with colorful eyes. And he could play ball and cook. What else could the master not do? This man, simply too dazzling and mysterious. But the more she did, the more she fell in love. After all, most of a girl's love comes from adoration. It's just good enough to drink, and I've got nothing to do but blind research. Yi Yang also tasted a mouthful of the soup he made and secretly exclaimed that the system was awesome. A cadre of state banquet chefs were all crying and laughing. The boss was too much of a blow. Casual research. A direct study into the culinary way of the generation. We want to be casual like you, boss. First shift. One more. Something tomorrow. Have to prepare today. 2 more big chapters. Actually not a few hundred words, less than 3 normal chapters. Chapter 137, Yishanhao live crashing anchor? Finish eating. The cheesecake trolley and the lobster puffs arrived as well. The beautiful meal was followed by dessert and a satisfying fall into bed for everyone. After the state chef left, the maids cleaned the villa and took a mixed bath with Yi Yang for a while in the Hentaying Mountain hot spring next to the villa. It was only then that Yi Yang was taking Yumomo back to the master bedroom. Another beautiful day. Yi Yang wrapped his arms around Yumomo's mature body, and the corners of his mouth were also wearing a smile. After becoming a godly man, every day was wonderful and just perfect. What is the master thinking about? So happy. You silently lay on Yi Yang's ear, blowing the aroma, looking at his handsome face, and inwardly, she was also a deer in the headlights. Thinking of how to reward you later? Yi Yang inclined his head and said with a bad smile, have you forgotten that I said in the afternoon that I would reward you well at night? Master, you are so bad. You Murmur smiled, but Murmur likes it so much. Well, as soon as Yi Yang rolled over, he closed the quilt. Again, it was heavenly and wonderful. The heat is only gradually calming down. Day 2. Yi Yang got out of bed refreshed. Yu Mumo, on the other hand, was still passed out due to her exertion. Yi Yang touched her little face lovingly, and then turned around and went out of the bedroom. Breakfast is ready. Master, your $100 billion bet a few days ago is now getting hotter and hotter, and you have more than 18 million Jitterbug fans. Oh, after finishing breakfast, Yi Yang also smiled and looked at his cell phone, and realized that the fan list, there were many more fan messages. Yi Shinhao, you're so handsome. When will you start another broadcast? Yo-Yo is going to brush rockets for you. So excited to see you start. Looking forward. What's with all the wanting me to go on air? Yi Yang shook his head. It seems that he can't easily reveal his blooming beauty in the future. He only showed his face a little bit on the day of the competition, just to be missed by so many people. Boss, these fans are looking forward to you going live. Xiao Xiaozhu heatedly laughed. Hey, master, you'll probably receive a lot of gifts now that you're on the air. Guan Ruoyu was also drumming on the side. Well, would be a good place to try. Yi Yang nodded. Really? Guan Ruoyu? Xiao Xiaozhu's ladies were all pleasantly surprised. Sure. Yi Yang nodded. Just say open. It just so happened that the system also gave himself a game skill that he had never tried before, and it just so happened that he opened a live broadcast today to play the game in the meantime. As a software major, it's only natural that you like to play games. You are on live. Yi Yang looked at the prompts, and without thinking, he directly threw a few hundred carnival and fried the fish first. The girls around them were crying and laughing when they saw the scene. Other people do live broadcasts to make money, but their own boss is good. First spread waves of money. But what they didn't know was that Yi Yang was actually making money by spreading money. Ding! The system detects that you spent 120W on your reward, rewarding you with a 3600W deposit. Holy, Yi Shinhao is actually on the air again. Get your hands on the show. Another couple hundred gift boxes. Yi Shinhao is simply too generous. The crowd went wild. In the blink of an eye, the number of people online reached over 100,000. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. That's right. How boring would a live broadcast be without an audience? The number of people online continues to surge. Yi Shinhao, what are you going to broadcast today? So handsome. Lick screen. Congratulations anchor. Received Mo Acres Cuties Carnival *10. Congratulations anchor. Received a helicopter *5. From the leader of the Blasted Sky Gang. The live broadcast room was instantly lively. Gifts and pop-ups are also surging. Everyone wants to see me on the air. So I'm just going to talk casually and play a few games today. Yi Yang familiarly opened the King's page. Does the godly man also play King? I'm actually playing a game with a godly man. It's such an honor. Ha ha. Yi Yang looked at the pop-up screen while directly clicking on the recharge screen. He's not really good at the game himself. I've been playing for years and I'm just a low-star king. But now that the system had given him the gaming mastery talent, then everything became different. From yesterday's culinary talent and previous athletic talent. As long as the talent is gifted by the system, then it's the human limit level. Ordinary King's game. 1 to 5 is not a dream. Yi Shinhao actually isn't V8. Good surprise yet. What do you know? It's called the low profile of a godly man. Well, Yi Yang swept a glance at the pop-up screen and let out a bitter smile. How could he have spare money to recharge the game before? But nowadays, if he did, he could charge as much as he wanted. Let's charge 1,000,000 points first. Yi Yang directly charged $100,000. A meal of glory crystal lottery. There's no Euro gas. It's all about the nonce. Hundreds of thousands of point scrolls later. He finally has all skins and all heroes as he wanted. Holy, that was awesome to watch. I just love watching anchors draw. Ha ha. The live feeds were envious. The glory collection skin is nice to look at, but it's really too expensive. So you can only watch the anchors draw the lottery to get over it. It's time to see the power of V8 next. Ha ha. Kryptonite makes me strong. The pop-ups were all snarky. Buzz. After spending some time, Yi Yang also clicked on the row. After entering, Yi Yang was also assigned to the first floor. After thinking about it, he picked a hand of Luna straight away. Heroes are capped. If you want to show, you have to go with a high operation ceiling. Steady. Yi Yang smiled faintly after locking the hero. I thought Yi Shinhao was going to show a wave of bravado with the rich woman Wu Zetian. What level of big shot is Yi Shinhao? For something that adds up to $10,000. People don't even bother to show off. Okay? Also, ha, after entering the loading page, the audience is also noticing something is wrong. That Han Xin's ID on the opposite side looks so familiar. It seems like an anchor ID. I've seen him before. Wait, I'll go to his live room to confirm. What anchor? It doesn't feel too famous. I've never heard of it. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Han Xin's ID on the opposite side. Ling God? Not a big name, but a weirdly dominant name. Second shift. I might pick a few bookworms who have given gifts to appear in future live bridges. Chapter 138, Millions of fans. How much? All hands on deck. Just after being born from the spring, Han Xin from the opposite side sent an all message. Play casually in the low-end game, and let you see what it means to play 1 to 5. So damn arrogant. This person is famous for blowing awesome, but his skills are really okay, and now he has almost 1 million followers. I don't know if Yi Shinhao can beat him. Ha ha, he's just rich. He's not all powerful. If he has both money and a great game, he's simply not human. Also, that Ling god on the opposite side doesn't have a very good reputation even though he's been very hot on the Shark's Tooth platform lately. Not a good reputation? Well, you'll find out in a minute. Don't. I know it now. This guy comes up and taunts, and it makes you want to him just looking at him. Oh, what is this? This person's disgusting. You just see 9 oxa hair. When I also went to see him live, a few minutes on the exit. Cannot stand this kind of 3 views of the garbage. Yi Yang swept the pop-up screen and shook his head with a smile in his heart. It seemed that he had run into this opponent, and he was not a good person. The opening game was countered by anti-blue, but under Yi Yang's precise control, he was able to press down the punishment just when the blue buff only had punishment blood left, causing the opponent's anti-blue to fail. Together with his teammates who came to support him, he directly took Han Xian's first blood. Okay, Luna, I'll remember you. Ling Shan continued to send the whole message. See how I'll kill you later. Yi Yang smiled faintly and also opened the entire message. The better you play, the more you talk. He has always practiced revenge, have the ability to never hold back, what the price of face and so on. Are floating clouds, do people well. Appearing to be cool and unhindered in your own mind is what counts. Yi Shinhao dislikes well. Just like this straightforwardness, being scolded should be disliked. Take the quality of the kind of talk. I see that I want to give them a punch. Pretend what good old man. It is hard not to quality high deserve to be scolded by the garbage. Garbage, murder and arson are not guilty. Good people defend the rights of the reverse with scolded dog blood. Simply a bunch of crooked reasoning. 3 views are not correct. Ha ha, those are old saints. Shark's Tooth Live. Ling Shan live room. Ling Shan was furious when he saw that Yi Yang actually dared to dislike him back. He had never been the only one who was in power and dared to dislike him. You're pretty cocky, aren't you? In a moment, I'll stare at you and kill you. So do I. Yi Yang returned indifferently. But this I'm too spiritual. Absolutely. Next, Yi Yang brushed the field to level 4 at ease. I'm invincible. Yi Yang was certain inwardly. The characteristic of the hero Luna is that both skills and normal attacks leave a mark on the enemy unit. It can be refreshed whenever the move touches a certain mark. It can be said that Luna can theoretically do infinite swipes. Luna after level 4 with a big, and before, cannot be a hero at all. Yi Yang was incredibly confident and directly grabbed the lower road. The moves are as familiar as if they have been practiced countless times. A set of moves. Directly take away the opponent's shooter auxiliary. Even with the support of Han Xin, and killed. 3 kills. Holy, Xiao ah. Yi Shinhao Luna is a god. There's that flavor of infinite under the moon even. This big move floats my head. Kind of one of the showiest Lunas I've ever seen. The audience was all agog. Originally, the girls came in to see the faces of the men. The boys all came in to see Yi Yang's bravado at the drop of a hat. There were no expectations at all for Yi Yang's gaming skills. After all, no one is perfect. Are so rich, if the game is still playing great. I'm afraid it's going to be the envy of the world. But now it seems that Yi Shinhao really not only has a lot of money, the game is also playing awesome to burst. I cried. Such a perfect man. Unattainable. Do you know how much I suffered? Yeah, that piano video that went viral all over the internet a while ago also seemed to be Yi Shinhao. Holy, no way. It's really him. Gaming, musical instruments, money making, and all around good looks. Not like this. Ugh. Once again, it feels like I'm here on Earth to make up the numbers. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly tumbled up. You can. I'll let you feel despair in a moment. Ling Shan left behind vicious words. In the live broadcast room of the Fighting Shark, Ling Shan's triangular eyes showed a sinister look, and he blacked out the screen and operated. It's happening again. Ling Shan has opened his own must-have technique. Ha ha. The viewers of Ling Shan's live broadcast were all excited. Yi Yang took advantage of this time to brush the small dragon, and then brushed the enemy's field again, and in the process killed Han Xin again, who had just resurrected to come and brush the field. Having been killed 3 times in a row, the Ling god, who had no power to fight back, completely exploded in his mind. Just like that, the enemy and I drifted back and forth in the wilderness, along with dragon control and 3-way grabs. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Yang directly captured the 3 roads, and his record reached 18 kills, 0 deaths, and 3 assists. It can be easier to kill wherever you go than it is to beat a human machine. The live viewers were watching in awe and amazement at how awesome it was. After being killed by Yi Yang 6 or 7 times, Ling Shan completely blew up. Tell your brother. You're finished. I'm the anchor. if I lose this game, I'll let my fans' flesh and blood curse you to death, believe it or not. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hang the up if you're scared, or my fans won't forgive you. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. His fans were swarming on his livestream. What kind of thing is he? A piece of trash with less than 1 million followers. How dare he be so arrogant? I laughed. Did Yishinhao's nearly 20 million fans talk? See? You know why I say this guy is disgusting, right? He threatens people as soon as he's about to lose. And he really lets his hot chick fans go to human flesh to scold people. And I know a guy who committed suicide after being scolded by his fans. Really? Even this kind of trash anchor who abets his fans can start a broadcast? This Lingod's brother-in-law is the chief administrator of the Fighting Sharks. People would block their own brother-in-law? No wonder such a disgusting guy is now recommended on the front page every day. And is also on fire. It turns out that there is a backstage. If he dares to come and scold my email god, we're not vegetarians either. That's right. We are 20 times his number. A mouthful of spittle from each of us will drown him. I don't think we need to get excited. What kind of person is Boss Yi? Do you know anything about the $100 billion bet? Still fighting the Shark Chief. I'm afraid that if we know about this, we won't be able to kneel down and apologize to Yishinhao. Also, the live streaming crowd was furious. Yi Yang, on the other hand, blandly typed down a few words and replied, 1 million fans? How much? First shift in 2 big chapters today as well. In the past few days, the project in hand is going to be finished, and it needs to be inspected. I'll be busy these 2 days to resume the 3rd shift. Chapter 139 1-5. Routine operation. If you dare not hang up, you'll soon find out just how many $1 million fans there are. Ling Shen called out. Ha! Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. There are really a lot of people in this world who don't know what they are talking about. However, it was clear that such threats were incredibly childish in his opinion. Continuing on, he took the triple, and in 15 minutes, he leveled the opposite triple high ground. He also had a record of 29 kills, 0 deaths and 5 assists. Lingod's face is iron green. Directly Heartless Madness sent a message, opposite. Luna Head Iron. You do not follow the Head Iron. Are playing to this level. Lingod's great name you have not heard of? If you don't hang up again, I'll let you all finish. Among Yi Yang's several teammates, there were obviously 2 who had heard of Lingod's infamy, and rumor had it that people abetting their fans had all driven the opponents who had once beaten him, directly to suicide. Sorry about that, we're really scared. Listen to us, don't go against the Lingod. It's only wise for us to do so, otherwise you won't even be able to regret it later. The 2 teammates also sent a few deliberate taunts before they were hanging up in droves. The 2 remaining teammates were also a bit confused. A cold color also flashed within Yi Yang's eyes. He was not without a temper. Rather it could be said that he had a bad temper. This Lingod's approach had clearly made him a bit angry. You're out. After Yi Yang lightly typed these 3 words. I don't have it? Ling Shen over there on the screen also sneered disdainfully. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Remember, only lousy bullies you. So arrogant. I want to get him killed just by looking at him. That's just it. It's just scum of the earth. There was a lot of anger in the live room. 2 teammates hanging around, 2 teammates hovering and not playing the game properly. The situation instantly became 1 against 5 and nasty. Ling Shen in the center directly pushed over with 4 teammates flat. How can you fight 5 on 1 even if you're more powerful? This will let you feel what despair is. Ling Shen's villainous and treacherous mouth showed. Before the center tower, Luna stood alone, taking 1 against 5. His figure was proud. Is it really going to be 1 on 5? Impossible. The other party's 5 people skills have not been handed over, and after Yishinhao's teammates hung up, they all brushed up to the 6 gods outfit. This game, even more powerful. There is no way to really fight 5 in the other party's full blood and full skills off. Not to mention that there's also a Han Xin in there who has pretty good skills despite being disgusting. Also, it's all because of this Ling Shen. It's so damn hateful. The live feed was all indignant. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go over there to the live stream and curse the out of this pussy. Let's watch this game first. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth hooked up into a cold sharp smile. The first skill was marked out, and the big move was combined with the second skill, borrowing the troop line and floating directly among the enemy 5. Glow Moon. Resurrection Armor. Famous blade seamlessly. Not only did he not die, but he dodged countless skills, and incidentally took away all of the opposite side shooters and mages. Holy, I'm stunned. It's nifty too. I'm lit up. It's really 1 against 5. Yishinhao is awesome, but Yishinhao is also out of blood. He's probably going to die, but it's already strong to be able to kill 2 in a fight against 5 full state 6 god suits. With another 1 skill, Yi Yang borrowed the small wild monster next to him and floated away. With the blood-sucking outfit, Yi Yang teased the remaining 3 while brushing wild monsters to regain blood. After the blood return is almost done, Yi Yang floated back into the opposing camp with another skill plus move. 3 kills. 4 kills. The dazzling maneuvers made the live broadcast room explode with more and more exclamations and pop-ups, and the gifts smashed out like crazy. It was only when there was only a dumbfounded Han Xin left on the field that Lingshan was able to react. But it's too late, only to see Luna float back through the markings on her head again. The screen, instantly, went black. 5 kills. Oh, holy, it's hot to watch. Nothing to say. Awesome. If this wave was on the field, I'm afraid it would have been capped. More than that, it's probably going to count in the history of King's Game as a textbook. It's so cool. Isn't that Ling God pretending to be a bully? This is great. Letting Yi Shenhao do it 1 on 5. Strong. The gifts and messages in the live broadcast room had finally reached its peak. This brilliant 1 2 3 5 kills was just horrible. Subsequently, Yi Yang directly led the troop line and stood in front of the opponent's spring to return to the city. You wait. You're finished. Lingshan only had time to leave one last harsh word before the crystal was exploded by super soldier insertion. Phew, game over. Yi Yang looked at the pop-up screen and also smiled faintly. Routine operation. Low key. Yi Shenhao, do you need us to blast that bull ***** Ling God? There are more of us than them. You guys are still here asking questions. I'm getting into the act. Yi Yang smiled, and did not support, nor did he stop. After all, he had his own way of dealing with it. Everyone calm down. Within 3 days, the live broadcasting world, there will no longer be Lingshan this person, including his trash fans who are specialized in harming people. The same is true. Holy, is Yi Shenhao serious? This is too strong, isn't it? I recorded that on screen. It's awesome. Dominant. Just love that confidence. This is to directly block this Ling God. A bit of cowhide, but it's also his own fault. He is a relative of a fighting shark executive. I think it's a bit difficult to get this done. Difficulty? We'll see. Just as Yi Yang's live broadcast was being discussed, Lingshan live. How did this popularity suddenly skyrocket? Lingshan, who was teaching his fans how to organize themselves to disgust human Yi Yang, was blinded. Originally, the backend showed that the number of people watching was only in the tens of thousands. At this moment, there was a sudden surge of hundreds of thousands of people, and the trend didn't abate in the slightest. It was still skyrocketing. Did my brother-in-law put me on some super high recommendation? Am I going to explode? Just as Lingshan was dreaming there, the hundreds of thousands of people who came in instantly caused the entire Ling God livestream to fall. Unsurprisingly, they were all from Yi Yang's live broadcast who couldn't stand to see Lingshan pretending to be a pussy and came over to greet his 8 generations of ancestors. Look at the screen full of your own 8 generations flying across the room. Lingshan's mood instantly went from ecstatic to worse than eating. So it's all here to scold me. Second shift. Chapter 140, one word, blocked. For the rest of the entire day, Lingshan's live broadcast room was in the fallen stage. Hundreds of thousands of people came in just to berate him specifically. Who can stand it? The house manager banned a whole half day, almost scraping the bottom of the barrel, and only banned 1% of the people. The pop-ups cursing him engulfed his live feed. Even if the psychological quality is good, facing this overwhelming accusations and verbal abuse for such a long time, it is completely unable to suffer. Not to mention Lingshan, a careful person who was already suffering from being told what to do, sprayed straight off the air in disgrace. Only after going off the air did he realize that it was Luna, who he had messed with before, who was a super anchor with more than 18 million fans. That's too backward. Lingshan was confused. In the past, he had always been the one to bully others, but now that he had messed with the head of a truly great person, he was a bit confused in his heart. It's bad. I just had my own fans manhandling people. Lingshan's palms were sweating. The other side's fan cohesion is also high, and the numbers are many times higher than their own side. When he thought of Yi Yang's phrase "you're gone," his heart became even more uneasy. Henteing Hill Villa. Yi Yang looked at the king's backstage wanting to add his abusive Lingshan fans, and let out a faint smile. Write it all down. I'll go and make a call to old Ma in a while. The old horse? Who's the old horse? Hiss. Imagine Yi Shenhao's identity. I'm afraid I'm talking about one of those two horses. Is it Marlene or Mark King? I guess it's Mark Gold. The king is a game under Fujison. Maybe we need to find Mark Gold to sanction that Ling God just now. Holy? That awesome? There was also a lot of talk among the fans in the live room. They had also been pitted by their teammates, or had run into the opposite side of the room opening up, suffocating and angry. But there was absolutely nothing they could do about these scumbags. Getting called out on people deducting a few reputation points does nothing at all. The The most relieving thing they've ever seen is pissing off a super big anchor, who will contact the king's customer service through a special channel and directly block the other party's number. But it's still never been seen to prepare a phone call to Mr. Mark Kingma like this. Okay, I've got it all memorized, Guan Ruoyu said evenly. Aha. Yi Yang nodded and casually dialed Mark King's number. Soon the call was answered. Mark King's voice came from over there as well. Boss Yi. Now that VinExpress is owned by Yi Yang, as the largest shareholder, Mark Jin of course has to be very respectful to Yi Yang. Old Ma, I've got something here that I want you to do. Yi Yang also opened the door without any nonsense. Holy, it really hit. The audience was in rapt attention. Originally came in to worship Yi Shenhao. I did not expect the live broadcast content to be so wonderful, and now they are all a phone call to Mark King's cell phone. Boss Yi, you say, I will do my best to do what you ask. Mark King has a great attitude. Super bosses who could make it to his level were strong in judging the times and naturally wouldn't make any stupid choices. Well, Yi Yang also made a general statement about today's events. What? Surprisingly, there are people who are so bold to threaten you. Boss Yi, don't worry, I will do all I can to do these things. The list of those fans who abused you, you send me a copy. Our day after? As long as it's under the banner of Fuji-sun, it will be closed to them forever. Whether it's the king's number or Penguin's number or WeChat's number or whatever, all of them are blocked for him. Ma Kryptonite said with a bright attitude. Aha. Yi Yang nodded, and was satisfied with Mark King's attitude. As for that anchor called Lingshan, I'll contact the supervisor over at Do Shark and have them deal with it, and try to achieve a platform-wide ban. Markin added again after a moment's thought. Yes, waiting to hear from you. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Hanging up, Yi Yang looked at the heated discussion in the live broadcast room and also said confidently, the problem has been solved. Everyone doesn't need to worry anymore. Yi Shenhao, was the old horse on the phone you just spoke to Mark King? Yeah, we want to ask too. Seeing that everyone was so concerned about this, Yi Yang also graciously admitted, that's right, it's Mark King. Holy, Yi Shenhao is awesome. It's so relieving. Solve everything by finding the chief boss directly. Yi Shenhao 6666. Inside the live broadcast room, there was also a wild brush of 6666. After all, Mark King's name is well known. Almost as long as the people who are on the internet cannot escape and VinExpress company has a relationship, more or less have contributed their own wealth to Mark King. Naturally also remembered that this has done the richest man in China's super tycoon. Such a great man was like a legendary figure to them. I've only heard the name but not the person, and it's far away. And now Yi Yang was directly calling to have such a superstar do his job for him. What a shock this is. It's simply too strong. Now that Ling God is probably dead through and through. Daring to mess with Yi Shenhao, he also deserved what he got. He did so many bad things before, and threatened and intimidated, and entangled his fans to go black. This kind of scum distorted the 3 views of I don't know how many children. This kind of scum was blocked. It's simply to do justice for heaven. That's it. The live feed is getting more and more lively. As the topic of Yi Yang calling Mark King spread out, the audience in the live broadcast room grew. Yi Yang also started the 3rd round of crazy powder increase, while Yi Yang was frantically raising his powder. Fighting Shark's boss, Zhang Min, however, received a call from Mark King with trepidation. Do Shark has been acquired by VinExpress. Today Mark King is his top man, because Yi Yang is very low-key nowadays. He hasn't exposed his identity as the first major shareholder of VinExpress. That's why Do Shark's old boss, Zhang Min, still thinks that Mark King is his top boss. Mark King was also furious. Acquisition of Fighting Sharks was originally just a small matter, when he casually spent tens of billions of dollars and almost done. And then he has not been personally asked about this matter. I didn't expect that I would actually let a small anchor from this platform get himself into big trouble today. Yi Yang Metsu. Even Mark Jin felt trembling at the thought of Yi Yang. It was too mysterious, too strong, and he had to offer and honor such superb people. These trash, how dare they mess with Boss Ye's first shift. Chapter 141, less than an hour? That's too efficient. Mr. Ma, why do you have time to call little brother me today? Fighting Shark boss Zhang Min also put his posture low. Mark Gold acquisition of Fighting Sharks are all under the head of his Fujicom Hublet operation. The whole time did not show up. Young Min and Malkin never even had a positive exchange. So, there was also a great deal of reverence for the top man. If a superstar of this caliber is looking for himself, then there must be something big going on. Let me ask you, did your platform produce an anchor named Lingshan? Mark King asked blandly. Ha! Zhang Min was directly confused. Can let Mark King this super big brother personally find the door thing? Is bound to be super big thing? I did not expect the other side of the mouth to talk about their brother-in-law. He blanched, It's hard to believe that asshole kid has caused trouble to Mr. Ma. Idiot. Answer my question. Mark King was impatient. His time is incredibly precious. Naturally, there is this anchor. Jung Min said evenly. I want you to completely block it, and not allow it to appear in the live broadcasting world in the future. This matter you give a word to a few other live broadcasting platforms as well. Whoever dares to take him in, that's the enemy of my Tingshuan group. Mark King was succinct and direct without beating around the bush in the slightest. Jung Min was completely confused. What the hell is going on here? Mark King is such a super big man that he called specifically to shut down a small anchor. Why? Mr. Ma? Jung Min asked bitterly. He's messing with the wrong people. Get this done right away, and I want to see a closure notice before dinner. Mark King trailed off. Jung Min nodded with a viciousness in his heart. Mark King had taken it this far, and it was clear that his own brother-in-law had committed a mortal sin. He can still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater, but if he has any harboring in this matter, his position as the old shark boss, even if it is the end of the job. After saying that, Mark King directly hung up the phone, obviously not bothering to talk much. Damn bastard cub, the first time I got a call from Mr. Ma, not only did I not get praised, but I got this kind of thing going on. Jiang Min put down the phone, shocked and angry. It was only after half a day that it was slowed down. A phone call was dialed to Lingshan. Hello, brother-in-law. I was just about to call you. Lingshan's debauched voice came out. Looking for me? What the hell kind of through and through trouble did you little pussies get me into out there? Jiang Min's voice was so cold that he was close to outright cursing. What trouble? My brother-in-law, you still don't know it. It's just playing the game. Who can be offended? But today is really different. Ran into a hard point. That guy's fans more than 10 million. I threatened him, but in turn was his fans to the repercussions of blasting. Lingshan's voice was also incomparably resentful. I want to find my brother-in-law right now for you to check up on that trash and mess with him. You check. Jiang Min's head was on the verge of smoking with anger. Mark Jin's cold as ice voice still echoed in his heart. Do you know that you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with? Causing Mr. Ma to personally call me and block you. Mr. Ma? Which one surnamed Ma is so powerful that he dares to block me? Lingshan said indifferently. Mr. Mark Jin Ma. You pussy. I really want to give you a few mouths with my own hands right now. Young Min is going crazy with anger. What? Mark King. I have nothing against him. Why is he messing with me? Lingshan finally panicked completely. Okay, I'll check you offended this big anchor before I say. Jiang Min sent people to check it out in a row. Yi Yang is now as famous as ever, and has become a superstar at the head of Shake Shack. Naturally it's easy to inquire. It's okay not to inquire. This inquiry directly scared Jiang Min so much that he almost paralyzed from his stool to the bottom of the table in fear. I go too. Jiang Min wanted to cry, and his entire body was trembling. Superb. The assets that have been shown on the surface are a few $100 billion, not counting the ones he hides. After all, no one would believe him if he dared to make a $100 billion bet and said that he only had a small few $100 billion in his hands. After knowing Yi Yang's true identity, Jiang Min calmed down completely. To be able to make a phone call to make Mr. Ma resolve to call himself to block Lingshan, the weight and significance of this representation was no longer needed to be elaborated upon. This Yishanhao's hidden status identity was bound to be honored beyond measure. It was by no means something that he, a small live streaming platform veteran, could mess with. In that case, the brother-in-law, then, would have to be an outcast. That sister of his, he had to ditch in order to clear the air with him. Pity, haven't had enough of that woman. Jiang Min shook his head and lamented. He dialed Wang Ling's phone again and informed the other party of all this. Wang Ling was obviously also scared enough by Yi Yang's background. Brother-in-law, you have to protect me. Brother-in-law, if I get blocked, I'll let my sister divorce you. Jiang Min sneered, his voice calm. Great, please. By the way, I forgot to tell you that your sister won't be able to share a single penny of the property in my name, even in the event of a divorce. You, Young Min, don't do too much of anything. Wang Ling was baffled. Doesn't this brother-in-law of his usually favor his sister? He also relied on Jiang Min's favor for his sister to dare to act so recklessly and do shark. If you want to blame it on you being blind and messing with the wrong people. Jiang Min shouted angrily, and when he said that, he simply hung up the phone, leaving only the frozen Wang Ling on the other side of the phone. Wang Ling sat paralyzed on the ground, his face pale. It's over. It's completely over. Everything is over. Soon, an announcement was made, and it was then publicized across the platform by Fighting Shark. Dear users, hello, due to our management negligence, led to the emergence of bad anchor Lingshan. because he abetted fans to personal attacks on others, making human flesh searches and other extremely bad events that go against social stability. After discussion, the results of the process are as follows. Since 12 o'clock today, permanently blocked anchor Ling Shin live room, blocking Ling God himself. This agreement we have communicated with a number of live platforms. Try to stop this kind of bad anchor into the live circle. Ling Shin himself, as well as fans involved in cyber violence, mansplaining, defamation, and personal attacks, are still in the process of being cleared. Once the clearance is completed, the Fighting Sharks platform will twist all the people involved to the local public security bureau for criminal treatment. As soon as this announcement came out, immediately, the entire live broadcast world was abuzz. Yi Yan live streaming. Yi Yan, who had just played a few games, was met with a lively discussion in the live broadcast room about the Fighting Sharks announcement. That was quick, Yi Yan muttered. From the time he'd called Mackinac, it had only been an hour full time. That's a lot of efficiency. Second shift. Chapter 142, Don't be the chairman of the board. It's really sealed. Yi Shinhao is awesome. I'm completely convinced. It's only been an hour or so, right? This action is too fast. And it's still a platform-wide block. This Ling Shin probably won't be able to gain a foothold in the live streaming world in the future. Ha, this Ling God has kicked the bucket this time. Relief. What a ing relief. The live feed was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Everyone was screaming for more. Yi Shinhao is Yi Shinhao. I'll be sure to powder you in the future. Yeah, me too. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. It's all basic operations. Ha, no need to be too surprised. In the midst of all the enthusiasm, he played 2 more games and was off the air. He's off the air though. This incident, however, is getting hotter and hotter as time festers. It's even topped the topic lists and made it to the Hot 100. Boss, you're a real heat seeker. Xiao Qingxian snickered. Yeah, it's only been how many days? You've been on the hot seat more times than a lot of top stream stars. Yu Mumo, who had just woken up, also joined the flirting team. Ha, looks like I'm really on fire. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Looking at the soaring fans in the background, he was already not surprised. At this rate, I'm guessing we'll break the 2000 W follower mark tonight. This is the number of fans that countless big internet celebrities dream of. But it was reached by Yi Yang at will. From start to finish, he had only posted a video of assisting Xiao Qingxian in her fight and opened a live broadcast once. However, even if the other netizens were envious and jealous, they could only be envious and jealous. Who made Yi Yang a godly man? And the topic was still so high? This is the same reason that if Wang Xilin's son Wang Xiaosong had opened a Shake Shack number, it would have to have tens of millions of followers within a few days. Who wouldn't want to hook up with the godly man of their dreams? Even if it's just a nebulous concern. After lunch, boss, I've acquired a top-ranked advertising company in China according to your request, spending tens of billions of dollars, about to go tomorrow to talk about the specifics of the acquisition. Do you want to go? Yu Murmur asked with a smile. This little matter. It's better for the two of you and Feng Han to do it. Yi Yang waved his hand. This kind of troublesome matter. He himself didn't quite want to personally intervene. I knew it. Yu silently beamed, thinking that the boss was too lazy to show up for a small order of a few tens of billions of dollars. In fact, she wanted Yi Yan to accompany her more. But since Yi Yan didn't want to show up, she had to go by herself. Ding 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 ding. The cell phone rang. Yi Yang looked at the caller ID. Ha, Violet? Crooked? Brother, our cruise ship restaurant is here. Let's eat together tonight. Yi Xiaozi's cheerful voice came from over there. Cruise ship restaurant? Yi Yang thought about it. A few days ago to go to Disney to play. Did improvise to buy a cruise? Did not expect to be delivered so quickly. The efficiency is not bad. Older brother, you can't be forgetting that you spent $100 million on a cruise ship, right? What a nobleman's forgetfulness. Yi Xiaozi hammed and squeezed. Ahem. It's not that there's too much going on. That little thing doesn't bother me. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. He had to eat a dessert for tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars. The price of a dozen or so pounds of Dragon Beard Crisp is just the price of a dozen or so pounds of Dragon Beard Crisp. How could he remember it so clearly? Okay. Don't tease brother. At night sister Wanru is also there. Oh, she misses you a lot. Yi Xiaozi also revealed a few hints of you-know-what between her words. Linjiang Villa large flat. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaozi was rubbed hard by Li Wanru. Spare me sister Wanru. I'm just telling the truth. Yi Xiaozi giggled. You know what you just sounded like? Li Wanru rode on top of Yi Xiaozi, holding down her arms and forcing her to ask. Not a few ways nah. Yi Xiaozi pretended to be a fool. I'm the moon goddess. If you and my brother make it, you'll have to thank me. Ouch. The two girls were playing up on the large waterbed in a scene that was clean and beautiful. By the way, when it comes to Xiaozi, Bali's matter has already passed for several days. How is that Wang Xilin still pretending to be a cuckold until now? Shrinking and not moving. Xiao Xiaozhu suddenly tapped his head and asked, Wang Sirin? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. If Xiao Xiaozhu didn't mention it, he really couldn't remember this guy for a while. After all, it's been a wonderful and fulfilling few days of living on your own. Looks like he's not going to apologize for that. A cold color also flashed within Yi Yang's eyes. If he hadn't appeared to stop Wang Taihao that day, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If he didn't have enough status now, and his sister was seen by that kind of super prince, the final result, there was no need to think about it to know how it would be. They are forced to take each other's cars, play with them, have fun, and then throw them away like garbage, ruining a girl's life to fulfill his moment of joy. The whole of the resentment and indignation of an ordinary family could not be brought to bear on him. The scene, just thinking about it made Yi Yang's heart as cold as ice. If not for the fact that you can't kill people directly in public, that day in Bali, Wang Taihao would already be dead. He was motivated in that moment that there would be no one else in the world who could hurt his family. Since Wang Taihao used Wang Xilin as his backer, then, he himself let Wang Xilin personally apologize. He wanted the whole of Paoli to know that his sister, anyone, had no business messing with, trying to play dead to get this over with? No way. Yi Yang directly dialed Wang Xilin's phone. Hey, boss Yi. Wang Sirin's voice was flat. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yi Yang frowned as he listened to the other party's flat tone and asked with a cold smile. Boss Yi is referring to. Wang Xirin pretended to be questioning. Your nephew almost forced my sister to go to school. This account, you're going to turn it over like this? You're not going to give me an explanation? A trace of hostility rose in Yi Yang's heart. This Wang Xilin in this matter seems to be a bit insensitive. This matter, I have heard. Wang Xilin nodded and laughed. Boss Yi, what about this matter? My nephew didn't do anything to your sister. Instead you beat up my nephew, and I don't care about this. It's already considered to be giving you face. Boss, you actually asked me to go and apologize in public, dropping my face? By the sound of that, you still want something to happen to my sister? Yi Yang's voice had gone completely cold. Tomorrow is the last chance I'll give you. If you don't come, you won't have to sit in the position of executive director of Yida anymore. Boss Yi, this, Wang Xilin still wants to argue something, but the call had been hung up. In Yida's office, Wang Xiling sat in a rocking chair, his eyes flickering, apparently also pondering the weight of Yi Yang's words. First shift, Chapter 143, a fleet of supercars, blowing up the streets. Yi Yang didn't care whether Wang Xilin's choice was to come or not. If the other party really insisted on going against him, then he really intended to just remove him. The impact and effect this creates is only better and more sensational. In the middle of Yida's office, Wang Xilin looked at this statement in front of him. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he read this statement from beginning to end. The more he looked, the more the horror and scorn in his eyes intensified. He had been pressing on for the past few days, not because he was wimpy or arrogant. Instead, they were all searching for information about Yi Yang. Originally, he also tried to check, but at that time, because Yi Yang did not show that he wanted to take over Yida completely, but only for the acquisition to make money. So he didn't have enough sense of crisis. He just checked a little bit and knew that Yi Yang had a big background, so he didn't care anymore. Until something happened to Wang Taihao a few days ago. It was only then that he fully sensed the young man's extraordinary nature. So it was also instructed to go down and pour out resources to find out everything about Yi Yang at all costs. As the former richest man in China, connections and resources, naturally, are the top in China, in all walks of life, have their own friends and eyes and ears. A few hours after Yi Yang hung up the phone, this detailed information statement about Yi Yang was finally handed to his desk. This statement, the more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. The more you look, the more alarming it becomes. It caused his entire body to tremble. If I had seen this statement earlier, I wouldn't have dared to talk to Boss Yi like that just now. He took his handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his temples. He knew very well that even if he put his best foot forward, he might not be able to find out all the assets under the name of such a superstar, but just the ones listed on this statement alone. Vacheron Constantin's de facto controlling shareholder, store manager of the Magic City Purple Pavilion, title holder of the Empire Financial Building in Magic City, Chateau Lafayette Rothschild, the largest shareholder of Yida Real Estate, everyone at the Golden City firm, the only owner in the Riverside neighborhood, Disney Parks title, the actual largest shareholder of Fujicom, the actual controller of Riren Hospital, owner of the Hung Feng Martial Arts Center, owner of a definitive advertising, Centurion black and gold card holders with suspected cash flow in the hundreds of billions, confrontation with the old mobster Chinboyon in Magic City, and the revelation that he has a close relationship with the top brass of Hurricane Security. The long list of assets and information dazzled him. Any one of these alone would not be enough to intimidate him. But what all of these things aggregated together represent is just horrifying. This boss Yi, who dabbles in all sorts of industries, has acquired countless companies that simply can't be merged with money, and even has a relationship with Hurricane Security. Without realizing it, trillion-dollar companies, including Yida and Fujitsu, are already under his name. It's horrible. Simply horrible. Without seeing this statement, Wang Silin couldn't believe that this boss of his actually had such a horrible background. He stood up and paced back and forth in his office. Chairman, you called for me? The trip secretary came into the office and bowed and asked, get me a plane. I'm flying to Mordor tomorrow. Wang Silin commanded in succession. Boss, there are no business negotiations in Magic City tomorrow. You're meeting in Deep City. The trip secretary was a bit confused. What was wrong with the boss? Suddenly going to the Magic City? Don't ask so many questions. I told you to make arrangements. So get ready. Any meeting, just push it off for me. There's nothing that's more urgent than this matter I'm in right now, Wang Sirin said in a row. Boss. It was also the first time for the trip secretary to see Wang Silin like this. He was startled and closed the door and went out. Phew. Wang Sirin sat down in his seat and let out a low breath. If someone else had said something about removing him as chairman, he would naturally have scoffed. After all, Yida was built by him. The price to pay to kick him out of Yida is not normally high. However, Yi Yang's resume was just too crazy. Especially the way he fixed those partners of Hongfeng Guojitsu yesterday. It's just crazy. Spend billions, risk the collapse of tens of billions of dollars, and never compromise just to achieve your goals. Such a super crazy person who says he wants to depose himself. That will absolutely throw everything he has just to fulfill what he said. Wang Sirin dished it out. Trying to kick him out of Yida pretty much pays at least $100 billion in capital operations to be the price. As long as one is a businessman, it is impossible to do this losing business. But that person is Yi Yang. No questions asked about costs at all. Smash and play lunacy. Yida is the most valuable company that he has worked so hard to run for half his life. There's no room for error. So, he changed his mind. Do whatever it takes to apologize tomorrow. Ugh. I hope it's all in time. There was also apprehension in Wang Silin's eyes, who had been arrogant a moment ago, but had now become coy. Magic City. After making that phone call, Yi Yang continued to live his godly life. Happy times always go by fast, and it was evening before we knew it. He directly led all the maids of Yunding Mountain and the sisters of the Shao family, driving a supercar fleet, pulling off a long serpentine formation, speeding toward the Linjiang neighborhood. Holy, it's a colorful multi-million-dollar supercar. It's so damn scary. Lamborghini Venom, Windjammer, Koenigsegg, Ferrari. I'm going to go. My eyes are going to glaze over. It's so shiny. 1, 2, 5, 10 supercars in the tens of millions of dollars class. Holy, holy, holy. Get the shot. The residents on the side of the road were in disbelief that before their eyes, brushing away a fleet of several $100 million of luxury cars. Is this a group outing for rich kids? No. It is said that this fleet of vehicles is driven out of the Hentang Hill neighborhood, and they are all in the same family. All in the same family. Hiss. Is this the god's Ho? Yunding Mountain. Could it be that Yishinhao, other people's gods and goddesses, a supercar blowing up the street, is already considered to be stunning? Now Yi Yang directly took his maid and blew up the streets in a fleet of supercars. The visual impact and awesomeness is far more than a supercar blowing up the street. Rumble. The Koenigsegg, a supercar empire, was the first to park in the parking garage of the Riverside neighborhood. Yi Yang also walked out from it. Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru received the news long ago and waited for Yi Yang's arrival in the garage. Second shift. Chapter 144, This cruise ship. My boyfriend bought it. Brother, you're here. Yi Xiaozi's eyes lit up and she beckoned repeatedly. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly, looking at Li Wanru next to him. The corner of his mouth unconsciously was picking up a trace of arc. Yi brother good. Li Wanru's small face flushed with some shyness. Aha. Yi Xiaozi looked at Yi Yang, and then looked at Li Wanru. Her heart was full of fulfillment. Looking at it, there is a drama. Come on, let's go check out our cruise ship first. Yi Yang smiled and raised his hand. Okay. With a wave of her hand, Yi Xiaozi was bouncing and leading Yi Yang and the others to the riverside. At the riverside, there are many tenants from the riverfront neighborhoods gathering here. Originally, there was a river area in the riverside neighborhood, and this river area was a place of recreation and relaxation for the owners of the neighborhood. Today there are small hundreds of tenants in the riverside neighborhood. Many of them are college students or middle school girls in their best years. At this point in dinner, these girls like to come here to hang out and relax. Today, the crowd was suddenly huge. Cruise ships, ugh. This must be worth a few $100 million. It's the first time I've seen a real private cruise ship. Oh, it's so luxurious. When will I be able to afford one of these super toys? The girls on the river were chattering and huddled together, all gawking at the sudden extra cruise ship. This small cruise ship was a real eye-opener for the girls. Sun Wanyang lives here too? Yi Xiaozi saw the girl with the most flamboyant movements and the loudest voice by the river at a glance. This woman is also a student of Bali High School, said to be the illegitimate daughter of a big boss, and his mother is naturally a junior. Oh no, maybe it is a junior 4, a junior 5 or a junior 16, it is not possible to say. He couldn't hold his head up in front of the regular rich second generation, so he especially liked to find fault with classmates like Yi Xiaozi who had good grades and academic performance but came from an ordinary background. Previously, Yi Xiaozi hadn't been despised and bullied by Sun Wangyang, but after the other party was warned by Li Wanru once, she was much more disciplined towards herself, and I didn't expect to actually re-encounter this woman in Linjiang district today. Li Wanru also scoffed at people like Sun Wangyang, and didn't even bother to look at this kind of girl more than once. Yo, isn't this Yi Xiaozi the little? Sun Wangyang apparently also discovered Yi Xiaozi, and his expression subconsciously put on a mean and acerbic face, but thinking about the rumors of the previous 2 days, that subconscious display of vitriol was startled back into a bit of restraint. Why you? I was in a pretty good mood, but when I saw you, I got sick to my stomach and lost my appetite for eating. Yi Xiaozi wasn't polite either and sneered back, before she had to put up with. But now, she had all the backbone to say what she wanted to say. Ha, well, having a love brother on your side is different, huh? Even dare to dislike me. Sun Wanyang was tremendously sour, and the flavor of vinegar was overflowing between his words. That love brother of yours? He's just playing with you. In a few days when you're tired of being played with, you'll be thrown away like garbage. Let's see what you're still so proud of. Rumor is a thing that spreads from person to person, and gradually the rumor becomes tainted. On that day, although Yi Yang had already revealed that he was Yi Xiaozi's older brother, the rumor spread and it became that he was Yi Xiaozi's love brother. Yi Yang is a super rich second generation, while Yi Xiaozi is Yi Yang's adopted plaything. Of course there were rumors that Yi Yang was Yi Xiaozi's brother. But how could someone with a dirty heart like Sun Wanyang believe it? What are you talking about? Yi Xiaozi gritted her teeth, and her heart was also very shy and angry. After all, her own brother was said to be a rich second generation who had adopted him. This matter could not be tolerated by anyone. I'm afraid you're talking about your mom's experience before she gave birth to you. Yi Yang in the side from Li Wanro mouth has also understood Sun Wanyang before and his own sister's fault, especially after knowing that this woman once even dared to Yi Xiaozi 100 insults. At this time is also relentless, directly open merciless mockery. You seek death. Mom has been someone's mistress, and finally was given a sum of money to send away the matter, has been the deepest pain in the heart of Sun Wanyang. Yi Yang's sarcastic remark was also a direct stab into her heart, and incidentally stirred up a few rounds. It hurt so much she jumped to her feet. The corner of Li Wanru's mouth twitched, although she felt that this was a bit absolute, but she had to say that using it on a scum like Sun Wanyang was really soothing and relaxing. I seek death? A hint of ice cold flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. I think it's you who are looking for death. My Yi Yang's sister is also a sow like you worthy of pointing at? The buzz over here was also causing the girls on the river to look away from the cruise ship. Ha! Isn't that Yi Shenhao? Obviously. There were Yi Yang's fans here. Ha! Here comes the owner lad. The rich women who had seen Yi Yang had their hearts set on him every day, wanting to find him as their son-in-law, and they were all thrilled to see him again. What are you calling me? Sun Wanyang was so angry that his features were twisted. Yi Yang sneered, aggravated the tone of his voice, and said word for word, Mother, pig. Oh, you're the rich kid who bagged Yi Xiaozi. Sun Wanyang sneered. Yi Xiaozi is just a sow in your eyes, right? Watch your mouth. Xiao Qingxuan's gaze was cold, and her killing machine was released with a roar, scaring Sun Wanyang so much that his legs went weak. The frightened Sun Wanyang did not dare to speak dirty for a while, but only taunted, what are you so proud of? Even if you're bullish, you're just a second-generation rich man. See this cruise ship? This is what the rich people, the rich generation playthings. Oh, yeah? Yi Yang asked with a smirk. But what does this have to do with you? Big connections. Sun Wanyang stretched out his stunted chest, nostrils facing the sky, and blew his power without even making a draft. I can warn you, this yacht belongs to my boyfriend. Compared to my background, I am not inferior to you. Show me some respect. But, dare I ask who your boyfriend is? Yi Yang shook his head, and behind him, Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanro all laughed out. Laugh at what? You guys don't believe me. Sun Wanyan's eyes rolled. Do you guys know that this Linjiang neighborhood is all owned by a super rich man? That's right. That super rich man is my boyfriend. And this cruise ship, he bought it for me as a toy. Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Now, even the group of Amazons and schoolgirls who knew the inside story and were watching from the sidelines were laughing. What are you all laughing at? I'm telling the truth. The more Sun Wanyang spoke, the less he had to say. I say, little girl, the rich man you're talking about is this little brother you're disliking. I see that you don't have good eyesight. You can't even recognize your boyfriend when he's standing in front of you? Ha ha ha. The toad is crazy for wanting to eat swan meat. The group of rich women on the sidelines turned on their relentless taunting mode. First shift. Chapter 145, free bath for you. What? Sun Wanyang looked at Yi Yang in shock, his mouth wide open in disbelief. If it's just one person saying that, then it's a joke. But the fact that everyone said that, and the mocking smirks on their faces, showed that what they were saying was true. That legendary, sole owner of the Linjiang neighborhood, is Yi Yang. How is this possible? Sun Wanyang couldn't stop his body from retreating. A rich second generation only. Any more money is given by the old man. Even if it is Wang Tai Hao, you let him take out a few $100 million in one breath. I am afraid that it is difficult to be incomparable. What it means to be the sole owner of the entire Riverside neighborhood. Tens of billions of dollars in assets. Inestimable value and identity in itself. It's many times more successful than countless so-called rich generations. At this point she was blushing so much she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Pretending and bragging about a fake boyfriend who turns out to be someone you want to dislike. This is too embarrassing. The girls around them couldn't help but laugh. This embarrassment has me snapping my toes directly on the ground for a Riverview villa. If I were this woman, I would just turn around and jump the Huangpu River. It's so damn embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Me. Sun Wanyan's face, which was already pitch black, surged with red aura, looking black and red, just like a wild boar. Okay, stop your pointless bluster. Yi Yang helplessly waved his hand. If he had such a girlfriend, he was afraid that he would wake up at night by sleeping and dreaming about the other side. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine. Now, it's time for us to settle the score. Settle the score. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't plot against me. I'm going to sue you for molesting an underage girl. Holy, Yi Yang felt like he was about to vomit. Don't worry, I believe that as long as it's a male with normal development and psychology, even if he chooses to molest a dog, he won't molest you. Sun Wanyang was furious and frantic. How do you plan to pay back the debt for bullying my sister today? A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. Bullying is bullying. What can you do to me? Sun Wanyang directly spread her hands in a rogue manner. I am a woman. A man cannot hit a woman no matter what the circumstances are. Meh? Yi Yang sneered. Where is this seemingly crooked reasoning? Boss, this woman makes me angry when I look at her. Why don't I do it for you? Xiao Qingxian pressed her wrist, and a dangerous gleam also appeared in her eyes. Sun Wanyang was startled. She subconsciously had a fear of Xiao Qingxian from the bottom of her heart. Even if according to her crooked reasoning, a man can't hit a woman. But Xiao Qingxian is a female. Women can beat up women, can't they? No need. I'm here today to fix the quackery. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. I don't know what ill-intentioned piece of trash was struck by lightning for making this completely unsupportable argument. All human beings, equal, who are punished for their mistakes, can't take a beating? Your father spoils you, but I don't. What are you doing? Sun Wanyan's face was black with red with white, indescribably bizarre. Can you swim? Yi Yang suddenly asked. What did you say? Sun Wanyang was confused. Answer my question. Yi Yang frowned and let out a low gulp, and the aura of a superior person on his body came out with a roar, scaring Sun Wanyan to the point that his knees went weak. It won't. Sun Wanyang replied subconsciously. Very good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. In that case, I will ask you to do something today. Do what? Sun Wanyang tilted his neck and tried to look condescending. My father is a super big boss. If he knows that I've been bullied, he definitely won't let it go. For you, the illegitimate daughter he may not even remember the name of? Yi Yang sneered. No more nonsense. Directly kicked her off. I'll treat you to a bath. Put. Sun Wanyang went straight into the river with that kick, looking at her struggling and flailing in the river water. Terrified, Yi Yang had no sympathy in his eyes. It was his code of life. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. When you treat an evil person, you have to give him enough punishment. Those holy mothers, he felt sick at the sight of them. To be so compassionate to the bad people but so harsh to the good people. This kind of person called a Madonna, is the root of evil. And put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. It's funny to hear that. How can the person who was killed become a Buddha? Let her flop around and not die. Fish it out when you've tossed it enough. Yi Yang instructed the arriving neighborhood security guards behind him. Understood, boss. Don't worry, boss. Several security guards were nodding their heads in succession, giving Yi Yang an I understand look. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly, and then in the eyes of the envious eyes of a group of tenants, he took Li Wanro and Yi Xiaozi, the Xiao sisters, and went up to the cruise ship. The interior of the cruise ship was lavishly decorated. Yu Murmur booked a small cruise ship as well. After all, the medium-sized ones are the ones that travel in the sea. What can travel on the Huangpu River can only be a small cruise ship, and the cruise ship itself sells for more than $100 million. But the interior is extremely luxurious and worth much more than the cruise ship itself. For example, just got into the cruise this buckskin rug that's worth millions. Carpets like this are not uncommon among cruise ships. It's all too common in the wealthy class for renovation money to be more expensive than the house, car, cruise ship, or airplane itself. There are always poor people who think about the logic of rich people's renovations in the same way they think about the renovations of the commercial properties they buy. It's just laughable, and it's laughable to listen to. Yunding Mountain Villa. The selling price itself is less than $1 billion. Why this market price can be speculated to $3 billion? Because the decoration of the Hantaying Hill Villa is top of the line. The money spent on furniture and decoration alone, as well as hiring a designer, adds up to more than $1 billion. Sold as a whole, the cost base price is all close to $2 billion. Well, it's quite comfortable. Yi Yang took his sister for a stroll and nodded with satisfaction. At least the interior is much more luxurious than that Disney cruise ship car. Yu Momo cried and laughed and shook his head. When he booked the cruise ship with only $100 million, the additional renovation fee had shelled out more than $200 million. It resulted in a pretty comfortable comment. Still, she was happy to get that comment. At least it wasn't all that effort and careful selection for nothing. Phew, dinner is served. Dinner is served. Today Yi Yang specially invited Paul and Alice and the others to the cruise ship. Make a French meal at sea. It's exciting to think about. Yi Xiaozi rubbed her small hands and smiled cheekily. Second shift. Chapter 146, a little sweet. Boss, dinner is ready. Alice bowed slightly and respectfully invited Yi Yang and the others to the table. Come on. Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand. The group of maids and the Xiao sisters were all seated. On the sea, the late summer wind blew, and inside the golden hall, Yi Yang sat on the main seat, savoring the lavish and expensive French food. At a glance, it was clear that all the top beauties were there. This kind of beauty can be said to be what most men seek in their lives, right? After the wine and food, the girls took their long, white, thin, smooth legs and, on the deck, frolicked. Let's see. How about we all perform a little talent and get together? Yes. Which of the girls around Yi Yang is not multi-talented? I can't do anything else, so I'll give you all a set of punches. As soon as Xiao Qingshan clasped her fists, her body was lightly fluttering, and the wind of the fists struck out from her pink fists, a fragrant wind gusting out. Champagne, fine wines, expensive pastries and preserved fruits were served up without interruption while the girls performed their talents. The cruise ship had long since sailed out of the waters of the Linjiang neighborhood and was drifting slowly down the Huangpu River. Like the most ordinary sightseeing cruise ship, it travels on the surface of the Huangpu River at night, cutting through the night reflection of the bustling magic city on both sides. That's nice. Yi Yang shook the wineglass in his hand, listening to the light laughter of the girls in his ears, and looking at Li Wanro who was singing on the stage. A hint of drunkenness also appeared in his eyes. With his physical qualities today, he could already control his drunkenness and wakefulness as he pleased. This slight intoxication is kinda nice. Yi Yang drank the wine in his cup in one go. One for the boss. Master. The maids were up in arms. Older brother, don't you sing well? Sing a song with Sister Wanru. I'll record a video for you guys. He. Yi Xiaozi heatedly smiled and raised the camera in her hand. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. He also went up to the stage and walked over to Li Wanru. With all the money spent on the cruise ship's renovation, it's only natural that all the amenities are top-notch and have everything they need. The live karaoke facilities are also top-notch. Even the interior of the heavenly number 1888 box on that day could not compare to this place, and it was still very large. Yi Yang also ordered a song suitable for a male and female chorus. A little bit sweet. Pick an apple and wait for you to pass through the door and bring it to you to quench your thirst. Like summer coke, like winter cocoa, you're the right character at the right time. You're the one who made me see a flower blossom in the parched desert. You're the one who made me want to write a love song for you every day. Yi Yang and Li Wanro sang one line each, and as they sang, their eyes met. It's a relaxing, sweet melody with both men's voices that are described as professional. Everyone in the entire cruise ship open-air stage was staring at Yi Yang and Li Wanru on the stage. It's too much of a match. Yi Xiaozi positively recorded the video. Aya. Where is this a bit sweet? This is simply too sweet. A man and a woman. Alice * Lilith and Charlie * Paul looked at each other with a glint of envy in their eyes. Such a beautiful night. In the midst of this beautiful night, they were all intoxicated. I didn't realize that the boss is so rich, not to mention that his singing is also top-notch. Too envious. Alice sighed, and there was a gleam in her eyes. As long as it's a girl, whether it's Chinese or foreign, there's no one who doesn't like romance. It can be said that the pursuit of beauty is the most essential desire of human beings. For her part, Yu Momo pursed her lips. With some slight loss in her heart, Li Wanru came from a famous family. Her temperament and appearance were excellent. Standing there, she was like the brightest star in the starry sky. Although she was also a graduate of a prestigious school, and even in the financial industry, she had once been considered a somewhat famous figure. But in the end, her origins were too common. I'm still too ordinary compared to such a perfect girl. Yu silently developed a sense of crisis. She also knew very well in her heart that a male god like Yi Yang, who was excellent to the extreme, could not possibly belong exclusively to any one girl. I must work hard. Even if I can't be the brightest girl next to him, I will never be the most mediocre one. Yu silently looked around, saw the other girl's envious look, but also gently smiled. It seems that everyone's thoughts are pretty much the same. Ah, that's nice, Xiao Xiaoju murmured. I say, sis, do you like our boss? Xiao Qingxian disliked Xiao Xiaoju and laughed badly. Don't talk nonsense, we're just bodyguards. Xiao Xiaoju's face suddenly turned red and her pink lips pursed. If you like it, just say so. Sister, you're so good and gentle, the boss will like you too. Xiao Qingxian sighed, like me can't, and don't know what is called gentle, only fight and kill. The boss probably can't see me. Alas. Ha, you don't like the boss too, do you? Xiao Xiaoju's eyes also showed urgency when she heard this. Yeah, what girl could not like a guy like that after spending time with him? Surprisingly, Xiao Qingxian actually admitted it graciously as a matter of course. Xiao Xiaoju was dumbfounded for a moment, but she also smiled and nodded. That's true. Alas, it's a pity that the boss only takes us as bodyguards. When I have the chance, I must sleep with the boss. Xiao Qingxian clenched her fragrant fists and said with incomparable motivation. I have here 10 incense soft tendon powder and ecstasy incense, and a bit of aphrodisiac. Do you need it? Xiao Xiaoju said with a bad smile. Forget it, I'm going to conquer him on my own. Xiao Qingxian nudged her mouth and said. In the midst of laughter, all of them were having a great time, and in the twinkling of an eye, it was nighttime. Some of the maids who liked to get their beauty sleep had already found rooms to sleep in. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was sitting by the pool on the top floor of the cruise ship with Li Wanru, looking at the sleepless night view of the magic city. Even if it was late at night, both sides of the river were still bustling with lights. I didn't expect you to sing so well, brother Yi. Li Wanru looked at Yi Yang with radiant eyes. This man is just too good to be true. She felt like she couldn't help herself, couldn't help falling in love with him. Well, I'm a good swimmer too. Want to compete? Yi Yang's deep eyes looked at Li Wanru, and the corner of his mouth was also picking up an evil smile. Yeah. Li Wanru didn't refuse and changed into a bikini with a red face and went down to the water with Yi Yang. Swimming, the bodies all swam together. In the mild water, the two crossed each other's paths. Surrounded by the medium of water, the two seemed to become completely one, enjoying the most essential human thirst in the midst of this ultimate beauty and pleasure. First shift, chapter 147, Yi Dong. Surprisingly, it's you. Well, Yi Yang opened his eyes. This was the first time he woke up in the middle of a cruise ship. The exertion of the first half of the night and the soothing undulating sensation of floating on the sea in the second half of the night gave him a touch of unspeakable wonder. Get up and get you back to school. Yi Yang slapped Li Wanru's arse, who was lying on her body and drooling, and said with a smile, oh, it was still the first time that Li Wanru fought against someone, and she encountered such a strong man as Yi Yang. Her whole body was not good. After another replenishing breakfast, it was only then that Yi Yang was saying to Umomo who had just woken up, take the maid group back to the villa. There's no need to wait for me. Yes, master. Murmur smiled and told Yi Yang to feel free to rest assured. Buzz. Xiao Qingxian took Yi Xiaozi to drive a Lamborghini. Yi Yang and Li Wanru were driving the Ferrari Latha that was given to Yi Xiaozi. Two supercars sped down the road. Soon it was time to arrive at Pali High School. Today's Pali High School is completely different from the previous one up. A long way off, there were blockades and some black standard Bentleys blocking the road, and some black-clad men and bodyguards could be seen weaving in and out of the roadblocks along the way. What a row! Li Wanru looked at the scene with some surprise and astonishment. Stop! In the middle of the roadblock, a couple of bodyguards reached out. What? Yi Yang lowered the window and frowned. Show your Pali High School student ID. Loiterers, you can't enter Pali High School today. Several of the bodyguards were firm in their tone. You guys are Polly's bodyguards? Yi Yang asked with a raised eyebrow. No, where's all this nonsense about a student ID? Several of the bodyguards frowned and reached right out. And who gave you the right to block the road here? When Yi Yang saw these bodyguards with such an attitude, he frowned and said coldly, You little brat. You wouldn't understand if you told me. A few bodyguards were incredibly godly. Today, Bali is going to have a big shot. When this big shot's name is spoken, even your parents will have to be in awe, so I advise you to be honest and accept the inspection. They could naturally see that Yi Yang was driving a luxury car, but they only saw Yi Yang as an ordinary rich second generation. Compared with Wang Xilin, who was once the richest man in China, he is naturally many levels away. Big man? Tell me about it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Several security guards were sneering, but their own low status, only relying on the tiger skin of Wang Xilin to be able to pretend to be a bully. With Yi Yang this kind of rich second generation who drove a luxury car, they did not dare to offend too much, so they could only explain reluctantly. I'm afraid I'll scare you by saying it. Have you heard of the richest man in China? Wang Xilin was. Li Wanru, who was on the side, added. A few security guards looked embarrassed. Zheng Not Once's family has also been the richest man. Oh, him? I thought it was some big shot. Yi Yang rolled his eyes after hearing this and waved his hand. Let us in. He came just to see me. Several security guards were looking at the little cutie, generally looking at Yi Yang. This young man looks quite handsome, but unfortunately there is something wrong with his brain. That's right. He's the richest man in China, and he came just to see him? Funny. Ha ha. I'm afraid you think of yourself as the new generation of the richest man in China, right? Ha ha. Several security guards couldn't help but taunt. To Wang Xilin as a bodyguard. Naturally seen, I do not know how many rich second generation, mouth so big, or the first time to see. You don't believe me? Yi Yang frowned. Well, stop dreaming and get your student ID out. Several security guards were a bit impatient. Mr. Wang will be arriving soon. If you delay someone's big event, you'll have a good time. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He hasn't come yet? That's just right. I'll wait for him here. After saying that, he sat back in the car and waited blandly for Wang Xilin to come over and invite him in. Yi Yang brother. Wang Xilin, why suddenly came? Is it because of the last thing to find you to raise the blame? Li Wanru asked in a small voice. Raise the offense? Ha ha. Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. No. He came to apologize to Z. Say, apologize. Li Wanru's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? That's Wang Xilin. Wang Taihao was just a nephew of Wang Xilin before she dared to protect Yi Xiaozi in front of him. Speaking of which, the family behind her was still weak compared to Wang Xilin. In her eyes, Wang Xilin was a supergiant in the business world. Yi Yang was even more bullish, beating up his nephew. It was already remarkable that he didn't ask for punishment, and came all the way over here to apologize for his nephew. It simply challenged her perceptions too much. You'll see in a moment. Yi Yang pinched her tender face that looked a little surprised. Brother Yi Yang is bullying people again. Li Wanru beamed, but obediently brought her little head over. The scene in the car looked like a few bodyguards were vomiting with envy. Is there such a thing as dog abuse? I'm not just stopping your car. Do I have to abuse us so much? What to do? Several of the bodyguards looked at each other. After all, they are rich kids. Let's not get involved. Our task is to check the student ID and then let them in. Just stop suspicious people from going in. Since they don't go in, it's okay to let them park here. Well, after a few bodyguards discussed the matter, they also continued to check for subsequent vehicles and pedestrians. About 10 minutes later, a convoy of Bentleys is traveling. Mr. Wang is here. Why don't you welcome Mr. Wang? Several of the bodyguards stood up straight as if they had been beaten. Dropping. The Bentley car/gas was so powerful that the two cars were parallel and were directly forced to stop by Yi Yang's Ferrari Laffa. What's going on? Wang Xilin in the fleet center frowned. Go ask. Yes. A secretary off to the side chided the security guard. After the security guard explained, the secretary was also knocking on the door of the Ferrari Laffa. The car window fell down. The secretary happened to meet Yi Yang's sharp gaze. Gulu. Yi Dong. How is it you? This sound, directly shouted confused aside the gloating security guard. Second shift. Chapter 148. The real boss of Yida is actually him. Yi Dong? This secretary they naturally recognized as Wang Xilin's bodyguard. Even Secretary Zhang has to call him a director. Can it be that this isn't some rich second generation, but a director of Yida Group? Hiss. That's really young and talented. Envious. Maybe Mr. Wang really came to see him. But he's so young. He shouldn't be considered a major shareholder, right? How could he make Mr. Wang personally come to see him? I don't know. Look again. Several security guards were discussing it. Aha. Yi Yan nodded indifferently. Ahem. Yi Dong, I didn't expect that it was actually you. I'll go and inform Mr. Wang. Secretary Zhang bowed repeatedly. Respectful, with dismay and shock in his eyes. This is a resume that can make Wang Silen scared to prepare a trip and fly to the Magic City, not daring to delay for a moment. Super ruthless, although he was also shocked at Yi Yang's youth. It just happened. You guys actually blocked Yi Dong outside. You'll have a good time later. Secretary Zhang glared at those security guards and jogged back to report to Wang Silen. Several of the security guards froze. What the hell? Secretary Zhang even had to bow to Lin Dong. After all, Secretary Zhang was Wang Silen's personal secretary, and what he represented when he went out was Wang Silen's face and identity. Like a personal eunuch beside the ancient emperor, even the prime minister had to smile when he met him. This chapter secretary, in the Yida group, the general directors, when they see him, they have to respect. They are still the first time to see this chapter secretary to people other than Wang Silin. So respectful, and even some fear. Mr. Wang, sitting in that car, is Yi Dong ah? The chapter secretary said evenly. What? The light in Wang Sirin's eyes flickered. Not expecting to meet up so soon. I'll get security to hurry up and release him. The chapter secretary said evenly. No, I'll go myself. Wang Sirin opened the car door. Now that you've decided to come and apologize, the gesture has to be made. He had to give Yi Yang enough face today. Otherwise, people really went crazy and sold off the stocks in their hands at a low price, and Yida would be completely ruined. And this kind of super crazy person who still has trillions of dollars of assets in his hands, there is no guarantee that he won't do such a thing. After all, in Wang Silin's mind, Yi Yang was not a businessman at all nowadays, but a complete madman. Good. Secretary Zhang felt more and more mystified by Yi Yang. Mr. Wang actually wants to do even this little thing himself. This was no longer respecting Yi Dong, but appeared to be somewhat fearful. Only she, the personal secretary, understood how strong Wang Silin was on a regular basis. It's amazing that such a strong person would be so forthcoming with their goodwill. This Yi Yang, what kind of person is he? Luca. A few security guards saw that Wang Silin had actually come in person. Unable to help, they were all startled and straightened their backs. Mr. Wang, they all shouted in a respectful manner. On the other hand, Wang Silin didn't even look at them and directly bent down to look at Yi Yang. Yi Dong, I didn't expect that our first meeting would be under such circumstances. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded indifferently. Are you planning to chat about what happened between us here? Of course not. Wang Siling shook his head, and when he turned to look at the security guards, his face had already recovered from a fawning smile to the dominance of a superior, still not quick enough to let go of Luca. Who gave you the guts to dare stop Director Yi? Ahem. Yes. Several security guards were so frightened that their hands and feet went cold, and they raised the barricade in succession. Bowing to Yi Yang, he said, Yi Dong please, buzz. Yi Yang was just a foot on the gas, did not even care about the next Wang Silin, and drove into the Bali High School. Wang Siling looked at the faraway Ferrari Laffa and Lamborghini, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Turning, it was a disinterested smile, turning toward the car. He is seemingly strong as a person, but which one of them is not a human being if they can make it to the top of the business world? Depending on the person is the basic guideline. From humility to rise, how much suffering and aggravation in between? This bit of indifference and dominance that Yi Yang's boss should have towards his subordinates was just too much of a normal sleight of hand in his opinion. Therefore, in the eyes of the people next to him, Wang Silin was bound to be angered by Yi Yang's rude and indifferent behavior. But Wang Silin himself didn't care too much about it. This Yi Dong is also too much to put you in the eye. Even the chapter secretary was a little hard to look at and muttered, "Shut up, and no similar words are allowed to come out of your mouth ever again." Wang Siling let out an angry cry and said with a seriousness that was beyond compare, "He is the true master of Yida nowadays. Treat him with more respect than you would treat me." Ha! Secretary Zhang was shocked. It's over. This is patting the horse's ass to the hoof. Yes. Mr. Wang, you teach the lesson. Alas. Watching Wang Siling walk toward the Bentley, Secretary Zhang let out a long sigh. Today her worldview kind of fell apart completely. What's wrong with Mr. Wang? Is there something wrong with his brain? Although he was madly spitting inside, he ultimately didn't dare to have any objections to Wang Silin in the open. Had to trot to follow. Only a few security guards who were petrified and completely frozen in place were left behind. What did I just hear? That young man is the real owner of Yida. I'm not deaf, am I? No, that's what I heard. Moreover, this actually came from the mouth of Mr. Wang Silin Wang himself. No wonder that young man was actually so confident just now. saying that Chairman Wang Xilin was here to find him. Several security guards spoke to each other, but they could not expel the indescribable feeling of shock in their hearts. That's $1 trillion market capitalization. A super plutocrat group that's famous in China. The real owner behind it was actually not Wang Xilin, but a small hairy lad who looked to be in his early 20s? If this news were to spread out, I'm afraid I don't know how many people's eyes would be shocked off. Numbly, he watched as Wang Xilin's convoy drove through the roadblock. A few security guards looked at each other. All of them couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water and said in unison, "There's definitely going to be explosive news happening in Boli today." First shift. Chapter 149, The Man Who is Radiant to the Extreme. Pali High School Plaza. Today's news that Wang Xilin is coming. It's also something that has the principals group at Pali High School all excited. Although Pali High School prides itself on being an aristocratic high school, there is no shortage of second generation of all kinds on campus. The principal's status is naturally high. However, compared to Wang Xilin, who was once ranked number 1 in the Chinese Forbes ranking and known as the richest man in China, there was still a lot of difference. At this time, Wang Xilin was coming, which also made him very excited. A direct call to the entire school board. Teachers and students is here to greet Wang Xilin. Buzz. The supercar was parked in the Poli's parking garage. It was only then that Yi Yan was leading Yi Xiaozi and the others into the plaza of Bali High School. As a private aristocratic high school, the interior of Pali High School is also lavishly furnished and decorated. In the middle of the square, there were water fountains and sculptures that looked like an Edenic wonderland. This Wang Xilin is afraid that his face will turn white with anger when he sees this battle. Yi Yang cried and laughed. Li Wanru also snorted. This kind of apology from a big person is something that loses face, so naturally the fewer people know about it, the better. I didn't expect this principal to be smart. Thinking that Wang Xilin had come to inspect the situation and incidentally invested donations to them to come, and directly found the whole school to surround this upcoming apology. A moment later Wang Xilin arrived, and just thinking about it, one could feel his embarrassment to the extreme. I'm afraid to kick the principal, who is at the moment working out how to laugh better. In the ass. Buzz. Wang Xilin's convoy also drove in. Seeing the spectacle of what could be called an event, Wang Xilin's mind went blank for a moment. Asterisk. Who set this up? He was already prepared to give Yi Yang enough face. What the hell is this? Holding a critique session. I'm really afraid that this won't spread to the whole world today. The chapter secretary went to ask about the situation in a row before he was back to narrate. It was the principal of Bali who was smart enough to hold this welcoming ceremony. Wang Xilin was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. Asterisk. I'll go back and directly buy this school and fire this principal. Students, look. This is the most famous entrepreneur in China. The chairman of Yida Group, Mr. Wang Xilin. Let's solemnly welcome him. Principal Lily put on his signature fake smile that he had practiced for half a day. It was just that the smile fell into Wang Xilin's eyes, and it was exceptionally beat up. The chapter secretary covered her face and couldn't bear to see what was happening behind her. The final time given by Yi Yan was too short. It was almost evening when Wang Xilin met Yi Yang's identity investigation, a temporary visit to the Magic City. None of them had time to file and share intelligence information. It also led to the embarrassing to the extreme scene in front of him. Snap. The whole school was giving out loud applause. Ugh. Never mind. We'll just have to make the best of a mistake. Wang Xilin looked at Yi Yang who was looking at him with a good smile, knowing that today this matter can only harden his head, ready to lose people to the home. Now, let's invite the famous entrepreneur, the richest man in China, the super business magnate with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, Wang Xilin, Chairman Wang, to the stage to speak. Continuing to be unaware of the situation, Principal Lily lifted the microphone straight up and yelled excitedly. Wang Xilin wanted to kill someone, but still, he could only walk up to the podium with his head held high. Applause from the stage. This place can be said to have gathered half of the Magic City's second-generation circle, all of whom are not ordinary people. It was only the arrival of a bigwig of Wang Xilin's caliber that could make them so active and excited. Ahem. Wang Xilin let out a bitter smile and stood on the podium. He was only a listed chairman now. He couldn't let the real owner of Yida, Yi Yang, hang out to dry on the stage, could he? Actually, I'm not the most successful person standing here today. Chairman Wang, you are also too modest. Although Mr. Li teaches and has great achievements, he really doesn't dare to be better than you. Li also thought that Wang Xilin wanted to business mutual praise and praise himself, and would be wrong. Directly began to narcissistically shrugged off. Wang Xilin looked at the little cutie. The general looked at Li, making Li look embarrassed. Cough. It seems that what our chairman Wang said is someone else. That's right. He's the real biggest shareholder of our Yida Group, and the real controlling person of our Yida. My boss. Yi Yang. Mr. Yi. Wang Siren waved his hand. Destined to lose face today anyway, then it would be better to praise Yi Yang to the sky first. By apologizing to such a superstar, everything would seem justified, and one's face could be saved by retreating. What? As soon as Wang Siren's words came out, the entire square was directly silent. Everyone was confused. The two terms, Yida and Wang Silen, are almost bound together. 100 million is a small goal. This sentence. Let Yida and Wang Xilin fire throughout the whole of China. Everyone naturally decided that Yida is Wang Xilin, before Yi Yang acquired the Yida group. The truth, too, was true. But now, Wang Siren admits it himself. Yida Group's largest shareholder. The actual controller? Someone else. This. It took a long time before anyone reacted from this shocking to the extreme news and let out a voice of emotion. Dong Wang, you're joking, right? Li Li was also made completely stupid. Why has Wang ever made a joke? After Wang Silen sneered, he once again looked enthusiastically at the stage. Yi Dong is also in Boli High School nowadays. I'm here today, and I'm also here specifically for Boss Yi. Now, please invite Yi Yang, Yi Dong, to the stage. Everyone's gazes moved along Wang Siling's gaze. The students standing beside Yi Yang were unconsciously backing away a bit. The four people, Yi Yang and Yi Xiaozi, Li Wanrui and Xiao Qingxian, were highlighted. ISN. He the mysterious youth who violently beat up Wang Taihao a few days ago? It's said that he has a lot of power behind him. That's why Wang Silen didn't pursue him for hitting his son the other day. Now it seems that it's not that he has a huge power behind him. It's that he himself is enough to cover the sky with just his hands. My God. Amazing murmurs erupted all around. This is so sensationalized and appalling. Li Wanru opened her mouth. Although Yi Yang had previously said that Wang Silen was looking for him to apologize, he did not say that his status was so high that he was this high. He turned out to be the actual controlling owner of the Yida Group, which is famous in China. That's incredible too. Yi Yang smiled faintly at her. I told you the other day, there are still more things I'll surprise you with. And now, this sentence is still suitable for you. After saying that, he brought Xiao Qingxian and Yi Xiaozi up to the lectern together. Li Wanru covered her mouth, looking at the radiant youth, eyes full. This man, really radiant to the extreme. Second shift. Chapter 150, an apology worth $100 billion. Hiss. Actually so young. It's unbelievable. Yida Real Estate's actual controlling person. This is also too fantastic. No wonder these days Wang Silen did not have any big action. The feelings of people are his boss, but also dare to have any action. Above the playground, all kinds of second-generation people were talking, feeling a bit unbelievable. After all, the identity of Yida's actual controller is too surprising. This. Principal Li was also dumbfounded and stood there at a loss for words. He was so focused on introducing Wang Silen that he left the real big brother out to dry, which offended people before he even knew them. He wiped his cold sweat and peeked at Yi Yang, fearing that he would be grudged by this hidden super big brother. Age has no meaning when you enter society. A high position, a high voice, is revered. This new boss of Yida doesn't seem to show any dissatisfaction with me. Instead, he seems to be saying that I did a good job. Li Li's ability to detect words and colors was still there, and at this time, when he saw Yi Yang's gaze at him, his heart was also puzzled. Had he done something to please him? He's obviously just met the other guy, Boss Yi. When Wang Silen saw Yi Yang on stage, he also took the initiative to extend his hand and shook Yi Yang's hand. This was also the first time the old and new bosses shook hands after Yi Yang's acquisition of Yida. It wasn't until this scene happened that the students and faculty present were fully accepting of reality. Thunderous applause erupted. After all, Wang Silen was already the pinnacle business big shot in their eyes. It could make Wang Siren bow and call him boss. Yi Yang's status was immediately and infinitely elevated in their hearts. This young man is remarkable. I'm sure everyone is surprised that this new boss of ours is the one who likes to keep a low profile. If he were to publicize his property, then he would have long since become a household name as the new richest man in China. Wang Silen spared no effort in touting Yi Yang, doing his best to try to create a good pedestal for his own apology in a few moments. After all, if he apologized to a poor boy, then everyone would look down on him. But if it's an apology to a big shot who's even more powerful than him, people will just think that person is powerful and won't laugh at his incompetence. This diversionary tactic of shifting the focus was something he played with skill. Hiss. Really? The richest man in China? The new richest man in China is standing right in front of us? Murmurs erupted from the stage once again. Everyone was staring at Yi Yang with glaring eyes. Longing showed in the boy's eyes. Adoration showed in the girl's eyes. In the prime of his youth, what teenager doesn't have dreams of being a superstar in the future? What young girl is not pregnant? And Yi Yang's face value and the status that was now disclosed by Wang Silin both completely fulfilled everyone's fantasies. Young, handsome, richest man. Either way, it seems so glorious when these words come together in the same person. Bring these teenage girls. Then there is only one result. Crazy worship. Ha! Yi Yang let out a faint smile. China hides crouching tigers and dragons. And there are quite a few low-profile people. So I don't think I can be considered the richest man in the world. He really didn't want to take on that name. Being famous is not a good thing. Going out without knowing how many paparazzi are going to be watching you makes life a pain in the ass. Doesn't it smell good to be a godly man in peace? Enjoying all the best things in the world? So he really doesn't want to be famous. Hiss. It seems that the rumors are true. The Chinese Forbes is just a figure of fun. The really rich people are all low-key. Well, maybe there's some big hidden family. But, read less novels. You're too deep into the drama. Also hidden family. I'm still practicing immortality. Ha ha. The class was roaring with laughter. Wang Silin was relieved to see that his purpose had been accomplished. As for what his classmates were talking about, he was naturally aware that as the richest man in China, there were indeed many super rich people in the world who didn't want to be famous or show their faces. But what with the hidden families and the cultivation of immortality? It's a bit of a crapshoot. Ahem. I'm sure a number of you already know about what happened between my nephew and Bossia's sister a few days ago. Wang Sirin continued. Speaking of which, the original buzz in the arena fell silent. After all, the matter is sensitive. It was a personal vendetta between superstars, and they all subconsciously held their breath in anticipation of what was to follow when they heard such a thing. In this matter, it is indeed my nephew who has gone too far. I have educated him severely. Of course, Bossi had already slightly punished my nephew Wang Taihao that day, and he has also been hospitalized so far because of this incident, and couldn't personally come to apologize today. For this matter, Bossi and I solemnly apologize again. Wang Sirin's face was not red or agitated. For the sake of the business and the company, telling someone to point their nose at him back then had to be taken as a compliment. It's just a nephew apologizing to someone for something he did wrong. What's that? What's more, everything Yi Yang had done had already been recognized and revered by him. Apologizing to such a superb person would not be a loss of face at all. Don't apologize to me here alone. It's my sister who needs to be apologized to. Yi Yang pointed at Yi Xiaozi who was on the side. I also ask that little Violet can forgive my nephew, and I'm willing to settle for 5% of Yida Group's shares. Wang Sirin also showed his sincerity. If he could exchange this 5% of shares for Yi Yang's approval, it would be worth it. Yi Xiaozi felt disoriented. At one time, she had always seen information about Wang Silin on TV and the internet. Such a superb person. And an ordinary person like her would not have had any interactions in her life originally. But today, because of his own brother's words, such a superstar actually bowed and apologized to himself in public in front of so many people. The feeling is, indeed, marvelous. What do you think of this apology? Yi Yang smiled and asked Yi Xiaozi, the implication being that if he was not satisfied, he would let him apologize again. I think, is enough. Yi Xiaozi nature is still very kind. The other party has taken out 5% of the shares of this blood. That is Yida Group. Market capitalization in trillions. 5%, that's a lot of money. Phew. Wang Silin was relieved. It seemed that the boss sister was quite good at talking. Originally he was ready to give away 8% of his shares. Yi Yang smiled faintly and said, it seems that my sister has already forgiven you, but your compensation for the shares, if it's 2 times on top of this. Hiss. The teachers and students present all sucked in a breath of cool air. Double. Wouldn't that be 10% of Yida? Wouldn't that mean that Wang Silin is going to have to cut the payment by hundreds of billions of dollars in order to pour out this apology? First shift. Chapter 151, I want to shoot a movie with my boss. Wang Silin's heart trembled, but after weighing the situation, he had no choice but to nod. Okay, 10%. Oh my god. Wang Sirin actually agreed. In the future, Yi Xiaozi will also be a super little rich woman with $100 billion. Before, she couldn't be number 1 on the school flower list because she came from a commoner's background. After today, the vote for number 1 on the school flower list, I'm afraid it's going to change, right? It's also true that Li Wanru's one family only has hundreds of billions of properties, right? This added together are not as much as Yi Xiaozi alone. This, really unbelievable. 100 billionaire was actually born right in front of my eyes. I'm so envious. Even the various types of second-generation people were all red-eyed at this time. Hundreds of billions. How many can be added together that can have this level of assets in Huaxia, Baoli High School? As the strongest private aristocratic high school in Magic City where all kinds of second-generation generations converge, families with assets of more than $100 billion at home are afraid that they can't even find the number of hands. So envious. jealousy from a rich kid. The stage was filled with envy and jealousy. Yi Yang, on the other hand, nodded his head slightly. Today, this Wang Silen's behavior was considered to be a rule, and his purpose of establishing authority should have been achieved, at least in the future. In Bali High School, no one who dared to bully Yi Xiaozi would ever exist again. In that case, that's all for today. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Wang Silen was like an amnesty and hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his temples and walked off the stage. It was only then that the principal, Li Lily, was reacting to what a stupid thing he had done. Now, he completely figured out why Wang Silin just hated to kick him to death in the ice came. It turned out that Mr. Wang came here purely to apologize to Yi Yang. I can't believe I've set such a big stage and made people lose face. It's over. This has offended Wang Sirin to death. Li Li's heart trembled. However, before Yi Yang stepped down from the stage, he smiled and patted his shoulder. Well done. Keep up the good work. I'm trying my ass off. Li inwardly hissed in tears, afraid that in a few days he will have to be kicked out by the school board. The key was that Yi Yang's hiding was just too deep. No one would have thought that this so young guy is actually the actual controlling person of Yida. Everyone had a keen premonition that today's events were afraid to create a furor on the internet. And it is true. When Yi Yang brought Xiao Qingxian back to the Yunding Mountain Villa, Yumaimo and the members of the maid troupe had long since gathered around and chattered. What are you looking at? So excited? Yi Yang asked suspiciously. Boss, you're really a special physique. You're on the hot seat once you leave the house. Yumaimo cried and laughed. I'm on the hit list again? Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders. Recently being on the popular is just too frequent. He is treating this as a family affair and doesn't feel anything in the slightest. He casually glanced at the popular headlines. Yida's de facto controller exposed. It turns out that the identity of this mysterious person we have known for a long time, Yida's boss, Wang Silen, came to Bali High School in person, but only to apologize to a young man. The richest man in China, Wang Silen, apologized and paid $100 billion in direct compensation. That was pretty quick. Yi Yang was also in awe of the speed with which these headline reporters produced their articles. The Poly thing just happened, and not only did these people even write the article, they even made the accompanying pictures and video, even have put themselves on the hot seat. The heat is still climbing. After all, the identity of Yida's actual controller is just too big. The gimmick of a $100 billion payout is too much. The name Wangslin is too loud again. The many top stream terms intermingled directly set him on fire again. Yi Yang curiously opened the comments section. Holy, my long-lost real father is on the hot seat again. Isn't this Yi Shenhao? Just a few days ago, it was revealed that he had a $100 billion bet with Gene E Entertainment. And here comes another $100 billion apology? I'm damn convinced. In the eyes of these rich people, is $100 billion so worthless? It turns out that Yi Shenhao was the boss behind Yida. No wonder he is so rich, envious, so young and already standing at the peak of life. That kind brother who said he wanted to marry Yi Shenhao in female attire before. Wait for me. I want to learn female attire too. I've been following him for a long time. I didn't expect him to be so good. Alas, would like to give him a monkey, but unfortunately, people definitely can't see me. Yida holding people calculated assets of hundreds of billions of dollars, right? Can be the richest man in China. The comments section of all kinds of comments flying, 1,000 strange. There are jittery. There are also envious and jealous. More still want to get married with Yi Yang and have a monkey. Sandy netizens are so much fun. Yi Yang smiled. Ha, these comments amuse us. Just now, Yumaimo and the maid group were just getting together to go through the comments. After swiping through the comments for a while longer, Yumaimo then received another phone call. Boss, it's from the ad agency. Murmur said evenly. Oh, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Tell me the specifics? They've seen how hot you are today, boss, and have come up with a publicity program that they'd like to ask for your approval. You murmured. Now Yi Yang was both the owner of the advertising agency and the issuer of this mission. To Yi Yang, the top management of the advertising agency naturally attached immense importance. After all, it was the first time they had seen a ruthless person like Yi Yang, who even acquired the advertising agency in order to make an advertisement. The program was soon printed by fax. The general idea is to make a short promotional video centered on Yi Yang, linking the traditional martial arts with the recent hot events that happened to Yi Yang, thus launching the promotional point of the free national arts heritage. That's a pretty thoughtful program. I approve it. Yi Yang nodded. I'll fully support it if I'm asked to make films. I'm going to shoot no movie with the boss. Me too. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu even volunteered. After all, they were also insiders when it came to this aspect of Kung Fu. Yi Yang scratched his forehead, always feeling that there was something strange about what the two sisters said. In that case, it's settled. Yi Yang finalized. Good. You silently nodded and began to contact the person in charge over there. Second shift. Major notice, from now until the end of October, there will be a gift activity. Tentatively set as follows. For every 100 of bounty value, add one more shift. I hope you support more. This reward activity is very meaningful to the development of this book of Xiaojiu. If you can finally on the list of the top 10, for 7 consecutive days a week. In addition to the gift pop-ups, Xiaojiu will pop-ups every day more than 7 times. Chapter 152, the loss of 1 second's delay is more than you can earn in a lifetime. Soon after, the Ading advertising agency gave the specific date and a detailed schedule. For Yi Yang's matter, they naturally did not dare to have any delay, almost gathering all the highest-end talents and rushing out the optimal advertising strategy overnight. There are even many filings. Some of the preliminary work has now been laid out. All that's left is for Yi Yang to make a short promotional video. Go. Stretch Bentley start. You silently drove the car, followed by 2 beautiful bodyguards. Soon it was time to arrive at the planned shooting location in Magic City. Is this the Magic City Qinghai movie city? Yi Yang was, on the contrary, the first time he had come into contact with a movie city. Such film and television bases are for movie shooting, advertising shooting, and providing venues and scenes. The largest filming base in Mordor is the Qinghai Film and TV City. It's not comparable to a superb filming base like Hangdian, but it's still top-notch. Occasionally, you can meet some first-tier stars or big directors here. It looks good. Yi Yang looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Ahem. Boss, you can tell how good or bad a movie and TV base is just by casually looking at it? Yumaimo was a bit surprised. I'd say these actresses are good-looking. Yi Yang added. Yumomo and the others all rolled their eyes. Boss, you're too direct. There is no shortage of beautiful women in the entertainment industry. There are countless long legs and tiny waists and all kinds of makeup walking around just one movie and TV base. However, the girls beside Yi Yang nowadays had excellent temperament and appearance. And there was really no way for ordinary small actors to compare with Yumaimo and Xiaoqing Xian and the others. Many female growth is also very good-looking. Temperament and appearance is not inferior to the first-line big stars. But if you do not know the subterfuge, it is also very difficult to find their own opportunity to become famous. Dropping. Just entered the movie base not long ago. Many people in dark blue uniforms began to clear the road. What's going on here? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I don't know. Should be some big star coming? This is a big enough row. Umomo pulled the green silk in front of her forehead and said uncertainly. Soon, the road was cleared, and several luxury cars drove in, directly toward the depths of the film base. Hiss. What arrogance. You murmur frowned. There are parking lots around the film base, and according to the regulations, you can't drive into the Qinghai film base. Yi Yang also followed the customs of the country and did not break this rule. But the people in that car just now clearly ignored that rule. Rowdy and arrogant. Who is this? So arrogant. It must be a big star who plays a big game. What can we, the runners, say? Hurry up and get your box lunch. Also, although the surrounding movie and television base actors were all very dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything and could only disperse. Boss Yi. After the little commotion over here dissipated, a sensible woman in a suit, dressed in a very handsome and capable manner, came forward and respectfully shook hands with Yi Yang. This is Li Xiaoli, the head of the film and television department of the Ading advertising agency, and the organizer of this shoot. Umomo and Yi Yang introduced. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly, although she had long heard that this new owner of the company was young and talented. When she actually saw Yi Yang, Li Xiaoli still couldn't help but marvel in her heart. This looks like it's only in its 20s. Normally speaking, it's still the years when you're fresh out of college and slaving away as an intern at some company. But people are already the actual controllers of Yida, worth at least a couple $100 billion. And for the sake of a commercial, he bought out the Ading ad agency he was working for outright. This kind of big gesture, big spirit, Li Xiaoli can be said to have seen only in her life. Soft and charming eyes surveyed Yi Yang. Such a new boss. Really look greedy. However, after she saw the 3 young, beautiful and radiant girls standing beside Yi Yang, she inwardly put away those unrealistic fantasies. Boss Yi, please come with me. Our filming team and location are ready. When you go over, we'll start shooting straight away. Li Xiaoli said respectfully in succession. Good. Yi Yang didn't have any objections to this. Soon, several people were led by Li Xiaoli, came to shooting location number 1. Just after arriving at venue number 1, Yi Yang felt a hint of something wrong. The people in front of them were all clustered together and seemed to have gotten into some kind of argument. At a closer look, the several luxury cars that had just arrogantly driven past were also parked there. What's going on? Li Xiaoli asked as she ran up in a row. She was also a bit flustered in her mind. This was, after all, the first thing that A Ding had done for the new boss, and it would be a real shame if it went wrong. Supervisor, they're going to rob our field. Li Xiaoli's men were complaining. If you were any later they would have made a move to evict you. Yeah, it's so arrogant. What? Li Xiaoli glared, her eyes looking at the other side in an unkind manner. I'd like to see who's so bold as to even dare to rob the booked venue. Are there any rules left? Rules? Showbiz is still about who's the biggest name and who has the most say. Just a small advertising agency. How dare you be arrogant? The other agent is also split. Do you know who this lord in our car is? Who is it? Li Xiaoli frowned. It's no one who has the right to rob the venue we've booked. Oh, what an insensitive person. This guy in the car is China's newest traffic king. Mr. Dear Warkoan, we're not stealing your venue. This venue is really the best in Shanghai Film City. So it's only right that Mr. Dear Warkoan gets to use it first. Do you know how much money Dear Warkoan can make in 1 second? Can you afford to delay people? If you guys don't let this field go, the 200 million fans behind Quinquin won't agree. The other agent disliked back in a barrage of words. That's quite a mouthful. Li Xiaoli laughed. If she was the only one who came today, then she might have been a little intimidated when facing a newly minted traffic king like Dear Zhankoan. But who's that coming to the shoot today? Mr. Yi Yang Yi, the actual controlling person of Yida. Oh, you really think you're somebody? Li Xiaoli sneered and taunted. The money our boss loses by delaying for a second. You guys are afraid you won't be able to earn in your whole life. First shift. Thank you for the 666 package I gifted myself. Chapter 153, pretending to be your own boss? Oh, who's your boss? That's quite a mouthful. The agent sneered back. In China nowadays there are a lot of brainwashed people. A flow star is created. The value is high, and even earns more money than a part of the listed company bosses earn. Therefore, these traffic stars who have absolutely no skills themselves and rely purely on their faces to eat, gradually and completely fail to see their own positioning, and some of them have begun to play big names. Dear Warkoan is one of them. What's going on? Seeing that Li Xiaoli negotiated for half a day with little effect, Yi Yang frowned and came forward. Boss. Li Xiaoli's heart trembled, but before she could explain anything, the agent of Dear Zhankoan on the side jumped out. So you're their boss? Since you're also in the entertainment industry? Have you heard of Dear Warkoan? Dear Warkoan? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Don't recognize it. You must be playing dumb. Our Koan has 200 million fans in China. How is it possible that there are still people who don't recognize Quinquin? The agent was incredulous. 200 million fans? 199 million was swiped, right? You're still an agent. A traffic star. How many brain-damaged fans do you have? Li disliked it straight away. In the pan-entertainment circle, except for those few bosses who want to make money from traffic stars and the sandy brainwashed fans who think their idols are known to all the world, the vast majority of people are not a fan of these traffic stars. They ad agencies, too, abhor such traffic stars. The acting is so bad that the advertisements ask for an astronomical price. It directly inflates industry standard prices. It is the object of deep resentment by these advertising agencies. Don't you dare talk about Quinquin like that. Do you know how hard he works? The female agent herself is also a face dog. One of Dear Warkoan's brainwashed fans. Normal people who are brainwashed to be the agent of a traffic star? This kind of traffic star is purely selling his face. There's simply not a few years of fire. And when it goes out of style for a few years, the assembly line will naturally produce more low-value traffic stars to replace the older generation. There's no future at all in following such a master. Those who are not in their right mind won't be dead set on following a private agent. What's going on? A figure stepped out of the car. Yi Yang took a glance at a lonely look, and couldn't help but turn to Yu Momo and ask, is this guy a man or a woman? But the ad agency crew in attendance was amused. That's a tough question to ask. The unhappiness that had arisen inside the argument with the other person just now instantly dissolved. Maybe, probably, maybe it's a guy? Look at him and the knot in his throat. Yu Murmur mused for half a day before he was uncertain. Oh, it does seem to be male. Yi Yang nodded his head and said fervently, what do you mean? Dear Zhankoan's shrill voice revealed dissatisfaction. Where are all these people from? Blast them out for me. You can't afford to delay my time. I'm in a bad mood these days. If I'm not happy, be careful, you won't be able to mix in the entertainment industry in the future. Talking like a eunuch with a big mouth. Yi Yang shook his head with a faint smile. He respects strong actors, but this kind of flow star is, to put it bluntly, just a disgusting guy who relies on selling his face and meat, speculating on trash topics, misleading fans about their three views, and engaging in a stinky rice circle culture. In ancient times, it wasn't even the lowest of the lowly greenhouse opera singers. A greenhouse opera singer is also required to be proficient in the 6 arts of qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. It's backfired. You're finished, I tell you. Dare to give your name. Believe it or not, I'll expel you completely from the entertainment industry tomorrow. Dear Warcohen was poked and prodded, directly tearing his face and jumping to his feet. The boss's name is something that a lowlife contraption like you deserves to know? UMOMO sneered and disliked it. Sister Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu also stepped forward, their gazes dangerously sizing up the other party. With their temperament, they naturally couldn't see someone threatening their own boss like this. What a mouthful. Dear Zhang Cohen laughed coldly. If you don't report your family name, do you think I can't find out? Oh, behind me is Genie Entertainment. Relationship network throughout the entire entertainment circle. You guys offended me today. In the future, don't want to get a foothold in the entertainment circle again. Wait, what did you just say? You Mimo froze and almost laughed out loud. Genie Entertainment. You guys wouldn't have even heard of it, right? It's one of the biggest companies in the entertainment industry, with a market capitalization of $10 billion. It's made many top stars. If you guys offend dear Zhang Kuan, it's like you don't have the eyes to see. The agent smiled with great confidence. How's that? Now you know you're afraid? Oh, ha 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 ha. Yi Yang and his group couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Dear Warcohen frowned, anger filling his shrill voice. Looks like the other party didn't take her seriously at all. What are you laughing at? Are you out of your mind? Just a mere lackey held up on an assembly line. You even dare to contradict the true master of your Goldenese entertainment. You murmured, chortled coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? Dear Warcohen was also a bit confused. It's been a messy couple days for Golden Eclipse Entertainment. Many joint venture shareholders rolled in their money and ran away, and the owner was shoved straight into jail for a bet that failed to count on a big shot. The Golden Eclipse Entertainment running system is going into paralysis. As the top stream of Genie Entertainment nowadays, the one who would be most unlucky if Genie was really finished would be him. So for the past few days dear Warcohen was annoyed and panicked and anxious, and what little sanity he had left had to go and fool the brain-dead fans. Who has the heart to know anything else? The one standing in front of you is Yi Yang, Boss Yi, the one who made $100 billion bet against the acquisition of your Genie. Li Xiaoli respectfully said, even I know about this. I really don't know how a rice bucket like you can live in the world. This era. What a pig. Being packaged and packaged. Can be a traffic star. This can't be. Dear Warcohen's legs were almost soft with fear. He knew the company had been bought by a big shot. But what the hell would have thought that the big man was so young, and such a powerful big shot that he personally came to the shoot? Playing with me? Ha! Yi Yang shook his head. This dear Warcohen. He really did not see the coffin. Call the current executives at Golden Eclipse. Today Golden Eclipse is a mess. Fong Han's side was taking care of the handover arrangements. Yu Murmur dialed the executives over there in quick succession. Hello, Secretary Yu, for your instructions. This is Wang Jin, the executive director of Golden Ease. As soon as the voice came out, dear Zhang Kuan completely collapsed. His legs went limp, and he directly sat down on the ground. This is good. Pretending to be directly to the head of their own boss. Second shift. I hope you will support this month's event and try to give a small reward. He Jiu Yang, thanks. Chapter 154, don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. The old boss. Dear Warcohen's voice instantly shook. He knows very well that flow stars like himself, who are produced on an assembly line, can catch fire purely because of luck and the capital behind them. Once the capital is withdrawn and there is no more exposure, then his entertainment career will be over immediately. Aha! Yi Yang nodded slightly and frowned. Now, there's going to be one more sentence to throw me out of the entertainment industry? No. Boss, I was wrong. Dear Zhang Kuan immediately went from untouchable to incomparably respectful. It was my dog's eyes that made me wrong. Boss, you're a big man, not a small man. Oh, Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. This dear Warcohen changed his face too quickly. A moment ago, he was like a king of heaven. After realizing his identity, he immediately knelt down and became a grandson. The agent on the side was also directly stunned. Who would have thought that a boy who looked so young and looked like a popular star would actually be the new boss of Genie? In my company, I actually have this kind of guy who is so bad at his job, has such poor professionalism, and has a spectrum and temper that tops the sky. It's really giving me a long face. Yi Yang nodded his head and let out a cold laugh. I see that for the next year. You stay at home and reflect on yourself, and you don't have to participate in all the activities. This, dear Warcohen was directly paralyzed with fear. Being a traffic star, he did not take any advertisements, did not act, and did not have any exposure for a whole year. It's no different than just killing him. Who the hell remembers him a year later? Not to mention a month later, there will immediately be a bunch of Wu Zhangkuan to replace. As the saying goes, A quin fell. Immediately millions of quins stood up. Boss, you can't do this. Boss. Dear Warcoin was saddened. Your contract with Genie is for 5 years, so if you don't like it, you can also pay the liquidated damages to jump ship? You murmur skimmed his lips. Default. Dear Jean Cohen stuttered in his speech. He's just a tool used by the entertainment company to make money. How hard the entertainment company squeezes is known only to these fresh meat themselves. To put it nicely, it's called an entertainer. To put it bluntly, it's just a money machine. His last album, for example, brushed up to a staggering 100 million sales after all the opinion building and bundling of fans. Obviously even the tunes of the songs are lifted from other songs, and the vocals are equal to nothing, but it just sells for more money than the long-established music industry veterans. The poor fans thought that all this money would go to their idols and dropped it like crazy. The actual money distributed to these fresh meat may not even be 1%. That is to say, now dear Warcoin hands, personal deposits at most tens of millions of dollars. The liquidated damages for Genie's contract works out to be 200 million Chinese dollars. I couldn't get that money even if I sold him. Moreover, in the future, Genie's main direction is to really make commercial blockbusters and conscientious dramas, and it will also train real actors, so those like you who sing and sing out of tune, and who don't memorize their lines when acting, still don't presume to continue to hang out with me. Yi Yang said indifferently, the root cause of the scarcity of true commercial blockbusters in China. It's because traffic stars are inexpensive. You can make hundreds of millions of dollars with very little investment of money and time, whereas blockbusters that take a lot of time and money to polish don't always make a few hundred million. Then these bosses will naturally choose to create traffic stars, raise up a wave and harvest a wave of fan money. It's a sure thing, and it's easy, but that's someone else. Who is Yi Yang? Is it bad money? Instead he is now racking his brain to spend money out of the gate. If it's not bad and you have the sentiment, why not go make good quality movies? He's going to change an entire industry on his own. Dear Warcoin's face turned pale and he completely lowered his head. These two words of Yi Yang have almost been equivalent to pronouncing a death sentence on him. If it's okay, you can off. Yi Yang waved his hand and said impatiently, woohoo! These luxury cars that came in arrogantly, left looking incredibly gray and worn out. What comes next is much simpler. The commercial was supposed to be simple, and even though it was the first time I shot a movie, it was finished in half a day with the director poring over the communication. Boss, tonight we will get the placement channels for the advertisement done, and the film will be expedited and refined, and tomorrow morning, you will be able to see the advertisement on all channel parties. Li Xiaoli said respectfully. Aha. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the efficiency of a Ding advertising company. As a big advertising company that had made it to the head in China, he still trusted their ability. Everyone is tired from shooting the commercials just now. Each of you will have double bonuses this month. Tonight I'll be the host and treat everyone to dinner. Yi Yang beckoned. Boss, how can this be a good idea to make you break the bank? Originally these are all what we should do. Yeah. These are our part of the job. The staff were all in a flurry. Half a day in and they've already been suckered in by this new boss. Although he is the boss, he shoots like a real sincere apprentice and doesn't put on airs. When it's time to have an attitude, even the most lucrative ace traffic star in your hands is said to be blocked, and very considerate of them as employees. Most importantly, the atmosphere is bold. Double the bonus. Pie in the sky. Where to find such a treasure owner? I'd be willing to work for such a boss for the rest of my life. Yeah. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. I want me to feel it. Don't want you to feel it. All listen to me. Treat everyone to Japanese food tonight. Oh, long live the boss. Bosses who can play stunt. Love. The cast and crew were cheering. Boss, which restaurant are we going to eat at? Li Xiaoli also questioned. The most expensive. Of course. Yi Yang replied as a matter of course. The most expensive. Li Xiaoli was taken aback. The most expensive Japanese restaurant in Magic City is Wushang Japanese Restaurant. With a per capita consumption of 3,000 Chinese coins, the crew counts more than 30 people. This meal, a little bit of good food, must not be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Boss, isn't this a little too broke? Li Xiaoli silently gulped. Although she said that she broke the bank, she had wanted to go to that restaurant for a long time, but with a mortgage and car loan, every time she wanted to go and eat there, she looked at the balance in her pocket and dismissed the idea. First shift. Chapter 155, Japanese restaurant. Fake celebrity? Expensive? Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Yumomo and the Xiao sisters also both pursed their lips and almost laughed out loud. Yunding Mountain Villa. A casual meal. Are the National Banquet Chef Team production? If it is taken in the hotel to sell, each meal to exceed this number do not know how much. Just follow me. Yi Yang didn't do too much explaining. If he had just gotten rich that moment, he might still want to show his financial power. But now, he was too lazy to show it. He had grown comfortable with the identity of the Godhawk. Magic City. Washang Japanese Restaurant. As the highest-end Japanese restaurant in Magic City, it used to be a hit food store for Wang Xilin's son, Wang Xiaoxong. When he was alone, he ate 20,000 Japanese food. 3,000 per capita means, just go into this store, order the most common set menu, eat whatever you want, and it's $3,000. A serious meal costs thousands. It is said that Washang Hibachi is really invited a lot of Japanese super chef as the chef. The sushi are using the freshest, most precious ingredients. The taste is very good. Yumumu was also silently tutoring along the way, which was what she should do as a secretary. She peeked her eyes at Yi Yang's handsome face, and her heart was also satisfied. Wouldn't it be nice if it could stay like this? Aha! Yi Yang was also satisfied with Yumumo's dedication. Speaking of which, he had gradually familiarized himself with following Yumumo around. Such a knowledgeable and capable girl could not be found often. Here it is. You silently opened the car door. This restaurant has some Japanese flavor. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. The first Michelin 3-star Japanese restaurant in Magic City is naturally more refined. Yumumo said evenly. Welcome. Just as he entered, he was greeted by two kimono girls sitting on their knees, one on the left and one on the right, kneeling respectfully. Although he knew that the etiquette of the Japanese country was heavier, but kowtowing at a meeting, Yi Yang was indeed still a bit uncomfortable. The interior of Wusang Japanese restaurant is also decorated in all Japanese styles. There are female geisha who perform in gentle live instruments. Because Yi Yang's car was faster, that's why the crew arrived with a huff and a puff after ordering the food. Naturally, ordinary people need to make a reservation in advance when they come to Wusang Japanese restaurant. But with Yi Yang's current status, he naturally ordered as he arrived. The cast and crew were all eating 3 Michelin stars for the first time, with curiosity and excitement in their eyes. Only the few Yi Yangs who were used to eating luxurious meals were more calm. As each dish comes up, the waiter on the side will carefully explain the information of each dish, from the ingredients to the way it is made, to the origin behind it. Only Yi Yang was stuffing his head and eating. It's as if this high-end Japanese meal, which costs tens of thousands of dollars per person, is like a rare meal in the morning for an ordinary family. In his eyes, it really wasn't much different from breakfast porridge. Food is food. Or so much fancy. Food is the most fundamental is its flavor. Eat in the mouth. Delicious is delicious. Not delicious. Out of flowers, but also still difficult to eat. Garbage. Not bad. Yi Yang casually said after eating 2 pieces of sushi. In the middle of their gathering, another group of 10 or so diners came alongside. The diners, all of them, were beautifully dressed girls. It looks very bright. What didn't match their dress, however, was their speech and demeanor, both of which were contrived. Gee, Emily, that's an expensive bracelet, isn't it? Where did you get it from? Send a link to my sister? Okay. Hey, Jessica-san, have you got any good goals lately? Don't forget to share them with me when you see them. Okay. These girls speak with an accent, popping out a few sentences of broken English from time to time, clearly Chinese, but also always give themselves some bad English names. Listening to Yi Yang embarrassed, it wasn't until the time of serving that these girls were in their original form. I shoot first. All line up. Don't take Emmy's spot. Humph. I'm the one who first brought up the idea of spelling harvest on hibachi. I'll shoot first. These bejeweled fake celebrities are scrambling to get ready for their photo shoot. Yi Yang scratched his brow and awkwardly snapped his toes to the floor. It seems that the fake celebrity exposed on the internet has really run into him today. These girls, each with a salary of 3,000 or 4,000, in order to concave a persona, cheat the rich and handsome, and do the dream of marrying into the rich and powerful, so the formation of a WeChat group. In this WeChat group, the girls are like buying things from Poundland, spelling all kinds of luxury goods, like this Japanese food. It's the dozen or so girls who spent money together to put it together. Each person spends $200 or $300 to put together the cheapest 3,000 Chinese currency single package. Then each person goes up to take turns taking pictures, and then sends a circle of friends to pretend to be a man. Fishing for men. Always thinking that there really is a rich second generation in the world will believe in the celebrity persona that they create for themselves and marry them into the rich family. Yi Yang almost laughed out loud the first time he swiped this news. Not having been a rich man before, he may not understand. Now he was sort of fully aware that ordinary people had no secrets at all in the eyes of the rich. Whoever he wanted to find out information about, one sentence down, and the entire information about the other person at night would be in front of him. The really rich kids are just playing with them. When it comes to marriage, The family can just use a few contacts to check these fake celebrities out transparently, and marry into a rich family. Dream on. The only people these fake celebrities can fool are the fake rich kids who rent cars online and pretend to be rich. Liar, liar, liar. It's funny to think about. Gollum, Gollum. Casually down the miso soup in front of you. Yi Yang didn't say much, although he felt that these fake celebrities were silly. But after all, it was the other party's private matter, and he was not a merit police officer, so he was not obliged to go up and somehow educate the other party for a while. Sisters, look at that man, eating so tastelessly, he looks like a beggar. That's right, it doesn't look aristocratic. I guess it's at most a trashy thing that drives a BMW and Mercedes. We celebrities can't pay attention to this kind of loser. Oh, in such a high-class restaurant and still eating without food. What a drunk. Yi Yang's mouth twitched. For their part, the cast and crew on the sidelines were outraged, and many of them raised their heads and looked at these fake celebrities with unkind gazes. Yi Yang was their most respected boss. What's more, these sand sculptures, with a monthly salary of 3,000, put together a group to eat the lowest Michelin single meal, and then dare to ridicule the BMW Mercedes-Benz for beggars? Who gave them the courage? Second shift. Chapter 156. Even the boss's wife can't stand it anymore. What are you looking at? A few celebrities felt the unfriendly gazes around them, not at all realizing that it was their own problem, but instead, a nameless anger welled up inside. Says, you poor people. It is. You guys are just spoiling our meal here. Especially you. One of the fake celebrities, Emily, who was obviously the leader, pointed at Yi Yang. You eating Japanese food like this is the same as drinking thin porridge at home. It's simply an insult to the 3 Michelin stars. A poor man at first sight. That's just it. We all have to strike a noble pose for our photos. You're not noble at all. And by including you in the photo, this noble Japanese food will look devalued. The room fell silent. These crew members are all confused. Yida's de facto controller and owner of Golden Entertainment and aiding advertising, Yi Yang. Is it poor? So you don't even count the people, do you? All 3 of their views are falling apart. Laughing my ass off. Holy, you Momo and the others. On the other hand, we're all covering their stomachs and laughing their asses off. These vain ghosts who make $3,000 a month don't really think that if they chip in for a minimum meal and a photo shoot, they're really a celebrity noblewoman. Do they? Ha ha ha. I see they've brainwashed themselves. It's so damn real. Even the cast and crew on the sidelines, reacting, laughed. When you think about it, these celebrities are pretty damn pathetic. You can only fool those fake rich kids who also rent a car and come out to play with the girls. And when you meet a real goddamn rich guy, you won't recognize him at all. Like Yi Yang, he didn't know how many hundreds of thousands, millions of big meals he had eaten. Eating this kind of tens of thousands of dollars is like an ordinary person eating fast food on the street, naturally not caring about it. And like drinking kanji is simply taken for granted. But these fake celebrities think that really rich people are just like them and do everything on the end, and to put on the so-called aristocratic airs. I'm afraid I'm living the dream every day. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. I don't want you poor ass in our pictures, lowering the quality of our pictures. That's it. The celebrities were creeped out by the group's laughter, but still managed to hurry up. Miss, if you delay the other users from eating again, this store will not be polite. The owner's wife of the Wusang Japanese restaurant was unable to look at it and personally stepped in to say, Yi Yang and the others are now the biggest honored guests of Wusang Japanese restaurant. First of all, regardless of Yi Yang's identity, just the total value of the meal Yi Yang ordered tonight was hundreds of thousands of dollars. With drinks and high-end fruit plates, the total spend is breaking $1 million. In her mind, these fake celebrities who came together in dozens to put together a 3,000-piece Japanese food, naturally could not possibly compare to Yi Yang by a hair's breadth. This boss's wife is really clueless. We are a group of celebrities. We're all celebrities. We'll have to come out to eat at fancy restaurants from now on. That's right. If you offend us, we won't even come to eat at your place from now on. You'll have to lose at least a few tens of thousands of dollars. Humph. The boss's wife rolled her eyes. How much is tens of thousands of dollars? This sake that this gentleman is drinking, just such a small bottle, would cost more than that. What? These fake celebrities are stupid. Especially Jessica, who had slightly grown a brain inside, seemed to have reacted to something and looked at Yi Yang incredulously. This crispy fried tempura, for the price of one, is somehow more expensive than the money you'll spend on a single meal tonight. And this tuna brisket sliced raw. The boss's wife simply counted the dishes Yi Yang ordered tonight in one breath. The total price of these, 131,800. Even if the change is 2 or 3 times more expensive than the single meal you ordered, what are you so goddamned happy about? The group of fake celebrities were all confused. Not only were they baffled, but Li Xiaoli and a bunch of other crew employees were baffled. They had only arrived after Yi Yang had ordered, so they didn't know exactly how much they had spent. I thought I was just eating at a Japanese restaurant that cost a few $1,000s per person, and that I should be able to return the favor by sending the owner a red envelope on New Year's Day. Results: that's over $1 million for one ING meal. The crowd was directly messed up. What does it mean to be a godhawk? It's a ING goddamned hoe. I said, how can this thousands of dollars of Japanese food be so good? Is rate up? Whoa whoa, bossy is just too good. Moreover, you guys actually dared to speak out loud and sarcastically about the highest ranking VIP of my store just now. Do you guys know who this Mr. Yi is? The boss's wife, Korai Wako, continued to press the issue. No, don't know. The fake celebrities were also shocked and confused at this point that they had long since lost track of what to say and could only honestly admit it. A super godly man who eats millions of dollars in one meal. The family must be worth billions or tens of billions of dollars to start with. Isn't this kind of super godly man the kind of family that they've been trying their hardest to get married into? They all wanted to gouge their eyes out now and throw them on the ground and stomp on them hard. How it was dog-eared just now. How's that for blindness? The super mansion is right in front of us. And they're actually taunting people. This is the general controller of Yida, the Yi Yang who is worth at least a few $100 billion. Yi Dong, I really don't know how you guys dare to call people poor people. It's unbelievable. Korai Wako shook her head, and there was a hint of mockery in her voice. You are Yi Yang. Recently, Yi Yang Yishenhao's reputation had spread very quickly, but very few had actually seen Yi Yang and knew what he looked like. Therefore, now in the knowledge that this was the initiator of that $100 billion bet, the superb man who had made Wang Xilin personally apologize was right in front of him. These fake celebrities feel like their worldview has collapsed. Nice. Yi Yang smiled faintly. What? Do you noble ladies have a problem with Mr. Yi? No. Don't dare. How dare you? Boss Yi. You are now famous in China. It's our eyes that were clumsy just now. No. It's all Jessica and Emily's doggy eyes. It has nothing to do with us sisters. Boss Yi. I've always admired you. Emily and I are not the same kind of gold-digging green tea horse like Jessica. Don't get me wrong. Yes. I'm not either. Yi Shenhao seeks to look familiar. A group of plastic sisters who had just agreed with Jessica's comments instantly sold her out. Hearing Jessica and Emily both dumbfounded, their hearts were anxious and angry.